Deep in the mountains, two men were cooking a pot of hot porridge. Though the steaming aroma was enticing, the visibly famished pair hesitated to take a bite. Just as one of them was about to give in to hunger, the other man finally brightened up and said, "Come on, brothers, let's all have a bite." Hearing this, I quickened my pace, seemingly eager to taste the porridge. But as I approached the pot, I suddenly lunged at one of the stubble-faced men, locking his neck in a tight chokehold. Caught off guard, the stubble-faced man had no chance to resist and was soon red-faced and gasping for air, on the verge of passing out. "What are you doing?" his companion exclaimed in shock as he jumped to his feet. The three teammates behind me, unaware of what was happening, saw my actions and immediately rushed over unsteadily, restraining the other man. Seeing my companion's act, I relaxed slightly. The man in my arms had already been choked unconscious, so I released my grip and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. "We invited you to share our porridge, why would you attack us?" the restrained man demanded angrily. I didn't respond but walked over and slapped the man hard, saying, "Is there something wrong with the porridge in this pot?" The middle-aged man's expression changed. "How could that be? Both of us just drank the porridge, you all saw it." "If there was something wrong with the porridge, would we have drunk it?" "That's right, I saw them both drinking the porridge earlier." "Old Four, are you wrongly accusing good people?" Third brother held the man's hand, showing a reluctant expression. I snorted coldly and slapped the man again. "I'm talking about the porridge in the pot. What you two drank just now was the porridge in the bowls. The porridge in the bowls isn't the same as the porridge in the pot. What if you two did something to the pot after scooping out the porridge?" "I didn't." The man continued to deny. I turned around, scooped a spoonful of porridge from the pot, walked up to the man, pinched his mouth open, and forcibly poured the porridge into his mouth. "No, don't." By the time the man realized what was happening, it was already too late. His face turned pale as he struggled frantically. Soon after, he began foaming at the mouth and completely lost all signs of life. It really was poisoned. The three teammates' expressions changed instantly. The third one trembled as he spoke. Why would they tamper with the porridge? Wouldn't it be better for them to eat this food themselves? I said with deep emotion, this pot of porridge could be eaten by 2 people in a day, but if there were 4 of us, it would last at least a month. I walked over to another unconscious man and smashed his head to pieces with a stone. Then, I rummaged through the corpse and found a small paper packet containing the last remnants of some powder. I wrapped the powder back up, hid it in my clothes, and then approached the other 2 bowls of porridge. The 4 of us shared them. Those 2 bowls were crucial, but I couldn't afford to turn against the other 3 over such meager food. Who knew how much farther we had to go? The 4 of us had to stick together. A short while later, the 4 of us finished dividing the 2 bowls of porridge, licking the bowls clean. The other pot of porridge was dumped out. After eating some food, we finally regained a bit of strength, and I continued walking north. In this era of famine, if we couldn't find new shelter before nightfall, surviving the night would be uncertain. I staggered ahead, with the other 3 following behind me. After spending so much time together, my 3 teammates had long grown accustomed to my decisions as the old fourth of the group, as it had saved their lives many times before. This time was no exception. The 4 figures grew smaller in the distance. None of us thought about disposing of the corpses, nor did anyone suggest eating them. Not consuming 2-legged sheep was the most basic rule of this group. As the surroundings gradually quieted down, the 2 corpses at the foot of the slope lay motionless. Suddenly, the withered tree beside them trembled, and a dried-up branch abruptly extended from the soil, dragging the 2 bodies into the base of its roots. If one were to look closer, they would find the root base densely packed with skeletal remains, accompanied by faint, rustling sounds of chewing. 3 days later, the 4 of them staggered weakly across the desolate land. Just the day before, the group had consumed their last remaining food. At that moment, the third brother suddenly collapsed to the ground, clearly on the verge of death. "Go on without me. Just live well." The eldest and the second brother halted, exchanged a glance, and then simply plopped down onto the ground. "This path is too exhausting. There's no hope left. Might as well just die here."
"I advise you to get up and keep going." Yao Xuanqimi glanced back at the 3 of them. "Fourth brother, you're the smartest. You should be able to survive. Go ahead." The eldest brother's eyes flickered with guilt as he pulled out half a piece of bread from his chest. "I lied to you. I actually hid half a piece of bread from you, planning to eat it secretly. Now the 3 of us aren't going anymore. Fourth brother, take the bread and live on for us." The second and third brothers didn't say a word. They lay on the ground staring at the sky, motionless, like 2 corpses. It could be said that the 3 of them had lost all will to live. They were waiting for death. Person lives on a single breath. Once the breath is gone, death is not far behind. Yao Xuanqi didn't try to stop his 3 teammates. He pointed to the path beside them, which had faint traces of cart wheels. There are traces of carts and horses on this road, which means there must be people ahead. The animals used to pull the carts haven't been eaten, which means there's still food available. There must be a way out there. If you still want to die, then just lie there. With that, Zhao Xuanqi turned and walked away, hastening his steps and pushing forward with all his strength. The three teammates were startled. They scrambled to their feet and felt around on the ground. It was true, they had indeed discovered the wheel tracks on the road beside them. Joy spread across each of their faces. Soon, the three of them helped each other to their feet and continued onward. Earlier, they hadn't wanted to move forward, not because they were completely unable to walk, but because they had no hope at all. Now that they had hope, they had the motivation to keep going. Looking at plums to quench thirst, the same principle applied. As they moved forward, the number of disaster victims around them gradually increased, no longer as lifeless as they had been in the previous days. People kept falling on the road, but no one bothered to help. Everyone was too busy trying to keep moving. After the four of them finished the last half of the bread the leader had been hiding, they finally arrived at the base of a massive city gate. Sungzhou City. We've finally made it. I never thought I'd survive to enter the city, Zhao Xuanqi said, gazing at the majestic city before him, his heart filled with emotion. Upon entering the city, they found few disaster victims, indicating that the situation inside was stable, and there was a chance for survival. Even if one had to sell oneself into slavery, it was better than starving to death. Selling buns. Big vegetable buns. Come try the noodle soup, hot and steaming. Meat pies, the best meat pies. The aroma of food wafted from the surrounding shops, and the cries of vendors echoed through the streets. They looked at the four destitute disaster victims, not showing any signs of disgust, but rather staring at them like starving men looking at prostitutes, naked and filled with a certain fiery desire. It was a famine year, and prices were skyrocketing. Ordinary people wouldn't even spare half a coin, but these disaster victims were different. They had just fled from famine-stricken areas, starving to death, with their eyes fixed only on food. Even if the food was expensive, they would still reach into their pockets without hesitation. For these merchants, dirt and stench meant nothing. Money was king. The leader's eyes lit up, as if infused with new life. He quickly searched his body and finally pulled out a piece of silver from some hidden corner. How much for a meat pie? The leader approached a shop and asked. 40 coins for a meat pie, 30 coins for a bowl of meat soup. The shopkeeper greeted him with a smile, quoting an exorbitant price. You see, in the Great Zhou dynasty, one tael of silver was equivalent to 100 coins. Normally, a meat pie cost around subsupyi coins, and a bowl of meat soup was bat coins. The prices had skyrocketed by 4 or 5 times. The leader finally understood why these people were looking at the disaster victims with such enthusiasm, but he had no strength left to argue. 4 large meat pies, 4 bowls of meat soup, and 8 large buns. Shop rules: pay first, then eat. The shop owner gave the boss a wary glance, smiling but not really, while the other stall owners nearby also looked over. It seemed that many disaster victims had eaten without paying before, and these shop owners were likely looking out for each other. The boss took out a piece of silver and slipped it into the shopkeeper's hand. Only then did the shopkeeper enthusiastically gesture for the boss to sit down. The leader sat down and waved his companions over to join him. He didn't have the strength to take another step or utter another word. Zhao Xuanqi hesitated for a moment before moving over. I don't have any money. The second and third men stood behind him, their faces showing embarrassment. They clearly had no money either. During the famine, they had only thought about fleeing, and anything of value had long been traded for food. Earlier, the four had been forced to form a group because of the famine. Now that they had entered the big city, the survival group had naturally disbanded. Before finding a place to settle, every morsel of food was precious, and many would risk their lives for a single meal. Let alone meat pies and soup. Such things aren't something everyone can afford, even in times of peace, let alone during a famine. I'll treat you. Just eat, the leader said with a smile. He knew that these three teammates were at their absolute limit. If they didn't eat something, they might starve to death at any moment, leaving them no chance to find a way to survive. Even if they were to part ways afterward, they had at least shared life and death together, and saved each other's lives. Now that they had finally made it into the city, he couldn't bear to watch his three teammates starve to death with a clear conscience. Thank you, Zhao Xuanqi said gratefully, sitting across from him. The second in command said nothing, sitting silently beside the leader like a shadow. The third stared wide-eyed at the eldest, as if trying to memorize his face, his expression filled with gratitude. 4 bowls of meat soup and 4 meat patties, steaming hot, were brought over. The soup contained floating meat chunks and some vegetable leaves, while the meat pies were made of wheat mixed with minced meat paste. Yao Xuanqi took a sip of soup and a bite of pie, every cell in his body trembling with excitement. He had never tasted such delicious soup and pie before. After finishing a bowl of porridge and a meat pie, he finally felt alive again. He felt like a living person. The leader finished his meat soup and meat pie, then asked the owner for a bowl of noodles. He took 8 buns and distributed 2 to each person. However, this time, Zhao Xuanqi and the others refused to take any. One must know when to advance and when to retreat, and maintain proper boundaries. This was already the city. A bowl of meat soup and a meat pie were enough to fill them up to 7 or 8 parts full. It was more than enough for them to continue searching for a way to survive. To eat until they were full, and then carry the leftovers around was simply wrong. The eldest, being the tallest and having eaten the most, finished the bowl of noodles that came after his meal. He didn't hesitate to take the 8 buns and hide them on his person. Recalling the half piece of bread he had hidden earlier, the eldest felt a bit embarrassed. In the end, he took out 4 buns, held one in his hand, and stuffed one into each of the 3 men's hands. Don't be so polite. We've been through life and death together. There's a way out in the city now. It's time to part ways. We don't know if we'll ever meet again, but this bond must be remembered. The leader said, why don't we swear brotherhood? 1 bun each, as an offering to the heavens. Zhao Xuanqi thought for a moment and nodded. Everyone was in Songzhou City, at least having one more person meant more support. Even if we go our separate ways now, we might meet again in the future and help each other out. There was no reason to refuse. The second and third brothers naturally had no reason to refuse either. So the 4 of them placed their buns on the table, stood in a line, and bowed solemnly toward the buns, as if paying homage to the heavens. Heaven is our witness. The 4 of us are now sworn brothers of different surnames. I, the eldest, Duan Songhai. I am the second, Ouyang Qianwen. I, the third, Wang Jian. I am the 4th, Zhao Xuanqi. We will share in both fortune and misfortune. If we become wealthy, let us not forget one another. From this day forward, we are brothers of different surnames, never to betray one another. Yao Xuanqi bowed to the dumpling, and it was only at that moment that he learned the names of his other 3 teammates. The scene of the 4 swearing brotherhood over the steamed buns was rather pitiful, especially with their ragged clothes. This commotion drew disdainful glances from the other customers in the shop. The eldest, Duan Songhai, paid no heed to the others' expressions. He smiled at his 3 brothers and said, how about we meet once a year? Let today be the boundary, and this place be the gathering spot. Every year on this day, no matter what happens, we'll all come together. The 4th brother speaks well. If we become wealthy, let us not forget each other. Whoever succeeds can help the others. Agreed, replied Zhao Xuanqi and the others. With that, the oath was sealed. The 4 each took a bun and went their separate ways. Zhao Xuanqi stood alone on the wide street, his expression filled with confusion. What should he do next? In truth, he had a cheat code. Deep within his mind lay a red bead, which indicated that it required Yebat vitality points to activate. Having been on the run all this time, he hadn't had a single chance to save even a single point of vitality, so naturally, he couldn't activate it. Even now, after eating this meal, he had no idea where his next meal would come from or when he would be able to activate this cheat code. After some thought, Zhao Xuanqi recalled the words his late father had spoken before dying. Head north. There's a city called Songzhou to the north. If you can't survive here, go seek refuge with your uncle. He lives at No. Subsam Wudong Street. Being unfamiliar with the area, Zhao Xuanqi decided to seek refuge with this uncle. Chapter Sam, Uncle, Black Tiger Gate. Songzhou City was vast. It was even larger than Zhao Xuanqi had imagined. He wandered around the streets for an hour or 2, exhausted. Hey, guess what? I'm back where I started. It was getting late, and Zhao Xuanqi's heart sank. The Great Zhou dynasty had a curfew, and if he couldn't find a place to stay before dark, he'd have to stay at an inn. No money for an inn? Do you want to sleep on the street? Sorry, if you get caught, there's only one consequence. If you have money, you'll be whipped 20 times. If you have no money, it's truly baffling. If you know what's good for you, leave the city early and come back after dawn. But this back and forth will waste a lot of time. Yao Xuanqi ate the last bun to fill his stomach, then took the initiative to ask everyone he saw where No. Subsam Wudong Street was, but no one knew where it was. Fortunately, just as he was about to try again tomorrow, a woman with large ears pointed the way for Zhao Xuanqi. Go in this direction for about 400 or 500 meters, and you'll arrive. Thank you, beautiful lady. Oh, you're quite polite for a kid. Don't go north, go east. What? You just told me to go north. You smell so bad asking me for directions, you've made me stink too. The woman with the large ears covered her nose and laughed coldly. I was going to give you the wrong directions to teach you a lesson, but since you're polite, I'll spare you the trouble. Yao Xuanqi watched the large-eared woman's departing figure, feeling a chill in his heart and breaking out in a cold sweat. He now understood the cruelty of this world even more clearly. It was getting dark. If he really took the wrong path and wasted time. If he was lucky, it wouldn't be completely dark yet, and he could rush out of the city, get tired, and be fine. If he was unlucky and couldn't make it out before curfew, that would be disastrous, a light punishment of Yisop lashes, or even death. He never expected that a stranger, who seemed to be offering help, might have ulterior motives. A few simple words could lead to one's downfall. Next time, no matter what I do, I'll be extra careful. Yao Xuanqi learned his lesson well, grasping this important life lesson. Following the woman's second gesture, Zhao Xuanqi quickly found Wudong Alley. The alley was dilapidated and desolate, with dirty ground and a foul stench wafting through the air. How could such a place be inhabitable? But then he thought, this is Zhengzhou City, at least it's a big city, where every inch of land is valuable. Don't let the filth and dilapidation fool you, there must be countless people who would kill for a place like this. Yao Xuanqi tiptoed and peered through the alley's doorways, noticing that each house door had a mark on the left side, number Yet, number Yi, number Sam. The last one was number Subsam. He hurried over and knocked on the door. Dong. An old woman with wrinkled face and gray hair opened the door, looking at the beggar at the door with suspicion. What are you doing here, beggar? May I ask if this is the home of Mr. Zhao Jinkai? That's correct. Yao Xuanqi guessed the old woman's identity and immediately bowed in respect, saying, then you must be my aunt. Aunt, I greet you with respect. May you have as much fortune as the eastern sea and live as long as the southern mountains. Don't worry about the rest. Since you're here to visit relatives, the more polite you are, the better. Gifts refer to presents, but since there are no gifts, just focus on proper etiquette and don't be too formal over a little face saving. After all, as long as someone isn't mentally impaired, no one dislikes courtesy. Sure enough, the old woman, who had previously looked indifferent, couldn't help but let a smile appear on her lips. She studied Zhao Xuanqi closely but couldn't recognize him as any relative, so she asked, which family are you from? Yao Xuanqi bowed again. Auntie, I'm Zhao Goen's son, Zhao Xuanqi. Zhao Goen? The short, elderly woman paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, from the south? The Zhao family from Sanxiang town? Yes. Seeing that the old woman remembered the Zhao family from Sanxiang town, Zhao Xuanqi's heart settled. He observed her expression and cautiously asked, is my second uncle at home? What a coincidence. Your uncle just got off duty at the county office. The old woman had intended to refuse to let a beggar like poor relative into her home, but seeing that it was almost dark outside, and that this was her husband's distant relative, she felt awkward refusing. She could only pull Zhao Xuanqi into the house. The old woman turned and called out to the inner room. Old Zhao, someone from your hometown has come. What hometown? The Zhao family from Sanxiang town. Sanxiang town? Zhao Jinkai, who was heating water at the stove, didn't react at first. After coming to his senses, he hurried out to the courtyard. Who from the hometown has come? Uncle, it's your nephew Zhao Xuanqi come to visit you. Zhao Xuanqi stepped forward again to pay his respects. Are you the son of the National Security Bureau? Zhao Jinkai hadn't seen any relatives from Sanxiang town in over a decade. Recalling his late cousin's kind face from years ago, he couldn't help but feel emotional. How's your father? He is dead. Upon hearing that his cousin had passed away, and seeing the only surviving son of his cousin looking like a refugee, Zhao Jinkai couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The joy of having a relative from his hometown visit was completely overshadowed. Zhao Jinkai immediately told Zhao Xuanqi to go inside and take a hot shower. The hot water was originally meant for him, but he gave it to Zhao Xuanqi instead, and even had his wife fry some cured meat that they usually saved for special occasions. When Zhao Xuanqi finished bathing and changed into his uncle's clothes, he noticed the fragrant food on the table and a half-empty bottle of rice wine, which warmed his heart. Are relatives really that kind in ancient times? Aren't novels always saying that relatives are demons and monsters with ulterior motives, and that one should treat relatives like Japanese devils? It seems I was judging others by my own standards. Zhao Jinkai worked as a prison guard at the Tianyuan prison, in the northern district of Zhangzhou City, a genuine prison guard. A prison guard was just a lowly official, even those with some status in the government looked down on him. However, for ordinary people and martial artists, it was already a respectable position. No one dares to offend a prison guard, especially an old one who has been working in the prison for over some years. If you ever end up in prison, you'll know how terrifying a lowly prison guard can be. Even the heavens themselves wouldn't be able to help you. No wonder the old man who had given him this body was so confused on his deathbed that he still insisted on sending him to Zhangzhou City to rely on this uncle. Zhao Xuanqi had fled here in search of a place to survive, seeking nothing more than a place to call home. If possible, he hoped his uncle could help him secure a position where he could eat his fill and build up his strength. If that's not possible, he'll stay at his uncle's house, and his uncle can give him a meal. Zhao Xuanqi is willing to work as hard as a beast of burden. A life is worth less than a dog's. Someone who nearly starved to death doesn't ask for much, just enough to eat. After downing half a bottle of wine, Zhao Xuanqi saw that the atmosphere was just right and immediately made his request. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years of good deeds to share a boat, 100 years to share a bed, and 1,000 years to become family. We are blood relatives, sharing the same bloodline of the Zhao family. Your father was my cousin, your mother was my sister-in-law, and you are my own nephew. Zhao Jinkai said, nephew, you're like a son to me. Standing at my doorstep, you're not an outcast. My 2 unfortunate cousins have already passed away. If I don't help you, I'd be no better than an animal. Zhao Jinkai was indeed a man of honor. Even though he hadn't seen his hometown relatives in over a decade, and had only met Zhao Xuanqi a few times, he would still lend a hand because the boy called him uncle. You've come at the right time. I don't have any special skills or connections, but after working in the prison for so many years, I've earned some respect. A few days ago, I took care of a junior leader from the Black Tiger Gate, and helped him get released early. He said to come find him if I ever needed anything. The Black Tiger Gate is a top martial arts sect in Zhangzhou City. Tomorrow is their recruitment day. Would you be willing to go work for them? Becoming a disciple is out of the question, but getting a menial job that at least provides food should be manageable. Your nephew is willing. Zhao Xuanqi was overjoyed. Martial arts sect. The Great Zhou dynasty actually had martial artists, people who could fly through the air and kill a bull with a single palm strike, and supposedly even sever a river with a single sword stroke. They couldn't be weak. During times of disaster, refugees generally have 2 paths. First, they could become slaves in wealthy households, with no control over their own lives or deaths. The second was to join such a martial arts sect as a menial laborer. Life in the sect is arduous and dangerous, with the risk of losing one's life, but it's still better than being a slave. At least you don't have to sell your body or your life. Moreover, martial arts sects, if one could gain the favor of a powerful figure and learn a few techniques, that would be a path to prosperity. However, the sects have high standards for their menial laborers, and ordinary people can't just walk in. You need connections. Zhao Xuanqi thought of the blood pearl in his mind, which was clearly no ordinary object, and couldn't help but feel hopeful. In this world with extraordinary martial arts, could there be the legendary immortals who can fly through the skies and traverse the earth? Alright, I'll send you to the Black Tiger sect tomorrow. Zhao Jinkai meant well, not wanting his nephew, who was unfamiliar with the area, to get lost. He was willing to wake up half an hour earlier tomorrow, before his shift, to personally escort his nephew. Chapters say, extortion, not a bad deal. The next day, It was just beginning to get light outside. Zhao Jinkai took Zhao Xuanqi out. Do you want a pancake or a steamed bun? Either is fine. 4 meat pancakes and 2 bowls of noodle soup. The uncle and nephew found a secluded corner to sit down. It was clear that Zhao Jinkai rarely indulged in such an expensive breakfast. He was savoring every bite. If someone ate this kind of food regularly, they wouldn't he make such an expression. Since my nephew has come all this way, I should at least treat him to a good meal. If you're going to work over there, you'd better be careful. There are many skilled martial artists in the gang. If you accidentally offend one, you'll lose half your life. Zhao Jinkai enthusiastically advised him on various matters. After finishing, he reached into his robe and pulled out a pouch, slipping it into Zhao Xuanqi's hand. Zhao Xuanqi opened it to find a handful of weathered copper coins, with a few small pieces of silver scattered among them. Uncle, what are you doing? Zhao Xuanqi asked in surprise. You came here alone to rely on me. How could I let you suffer? In the gang, there are many places where you'll need money. If you accidentally offend someone, you can use this to avoid trouble. Take it for now, and if you need more, just ask your uncle. Zhao Jinkai added one last thing before leaving. I'm a government official. I have money. Zhao Xuanqi held the money pouch tightly, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Money? If he had money, why would he live in that filthy, run-down courtyard? Would someone with money be so stingy about breakfast? And he was dressed in rags. If he really had money, he should be saving it for his old age, or leaving it to his own son. Zhao Xuanqi couldn't push his uncle away, so he stuffed the money pouch into his robe and tucked it away. He lowered his head to eat the meat pie, silently vowing to remember this kindness. After eating his fill, under Zhao Jinkai's guidance, they quickly arrived at the gate of the Black Tiger Gate. Perhaps because it was still early in the morning, the gate was still closed. I have to go on duty. Later, just tell the one-eyed lieutenant in charge of recruitment my name, Zhao Jinkai instructed before hurrying away, likely already late. Zhao Xuanqi watched his uncle leave, then found a corner to crouch in, waiting for the Black Tiger Gate to open. As the sky grew brighter, more and more people gathered at the gate. Some were disaster victims, others ordinary villagers, gradually creating a bustling scene, all hoping to secure a meal at the Black Tiger Gate. Creak! The door opened. A middle-aged man with one eye strode out, followed by several muscular young men. All vagrants, get out of here. Black Tiger Gate doesn't take in trash. Don't think anyone can come here to be a menial laborer. Too skinny, no. No dirty ones. No one too short. No one with disabilities. Those who meet the criteria, line up neatly and come one at a time. Soon, one by one, the disaster victims were violently driven away, leaving only the healthy and strong behind. A long line formed at the table, waiting for the Black Tiger Gate's review and recruitment. Zhao Xuanqi was positioned toward the back of the line, with a short man standing in front of him. Soon it was the short man's turn. The young recruiter frowned and asked, "Are you here to be a laborer too?" "Yes," the short man replied. The one-eyed lieutenant glanced at the short man and said, "He's too short. We don't need him, and we've already recruited enough people." While saying this, he made a gesture of rubbing his hands together, clearly hinting at a bribe. With a bribe, even someone short would be acceptable. The people recruited earlier had mostly paid bribes, or had connections. They wouldn't miss any opportunity to get something out of it. The short man hurriedly explained that he was a relative of someone important, and had already made arrangements. "Oh, you're that kid's cousin." The one-eyed foreman's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but he still refused to budge. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but we're really full." The short man grew desperate, scratching his head and pleading, until the one-eyed man grew annoyed. Finally, he had to pull out a handful of copper coins as a bribe before he was allowed to enter. Zhao Xuanqi, standing behind, took it all in and fell silent. Those without connections must pay. Those with connections must also pay. In summary, 2 words, pay up. This one-eyed lieutenant was more greedy than he had imagined. It seems we have no choice but to pay. However, paying is an art in itself. Everyone before you has paid a bribe, and some were even referred by relatives. In a situation where everyone has to pay, how do you pay in a way that makes them remember you? How do you make them take you seriously? The answer is twofold. First, be proactive. Those who are proactive are more likely to be liked. Second, give more than others. It was Zhao Xuanqi's turn. Are you here to be a laborer too? The one-eyed squad leader was about to demand a bribe. But Zhao Xuanqi greeted him with a delighted expression, bowing respectfully as if he had encountered a divine being. Those who didn't know him might have thought he had met some great benefactor. Uncle, this is my gift to you. Please accept it quickly. He hurriedly handed over a small piece of silver and 2 strings of copper coins he had prepared earlier, looking as though he would kill himself if the one-eyed lieutenant didn't take them. The one-eyed lieutenant was stunned. Who are you? I don't recognize you. However, others had only offered a dozen or so copper coins as a bribe, while this boy had given so much. He didn't react immediately but instead asked curiously, Who are you? Uncle, I'm the nephew of Zhao Jinkai from Tianyuan prison. I've finally managed to meet you today. My uncle said you're all-powerful and can do anything. He said you once took a kitchen knife and fought your way from the beginning to the end of Wudong Street, chasing and killing dozens of people alone. Uncle, he also said that a few days ago in the prison cell, a death row martial artist took a dislike to you and tried to attack you, but you turned the tables and killed him. He said you're even more powerful than a martial artist. Is that true? Zhao Xuanqi wore an admiring expression, not only offering a bribe, but also addressing him as uncle, repeatedly, his face brimming with admiration. Cough cough. The one-eyed lieutenant wasn't a martial artist, he wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person, and he certainly hadn't done anything that impressive. But since others were already praising you, why not go along with it? He glanced at the astonished expressions of those around him and silently cursed the old jailer, who must have been drunk and making up stories. He admitted without batting an eyelid, I'm the nephew of Zhao Jinkai, my good brother. He's telling the truth, all of this was done by me. Wow. Zhao Xuanqi exaggeratedly sucked in a breath of air, perfectly timed to play the straight man. This series of actions made the one-eyed lieutenant overjoyed, and the more he looked at Zhao Xuanqi, the more he liked him. Alright, don't worry. Since you've called me uncle, I won't take your money for nothing. Go inside and wait. Thank you, uncle. Zhao Xuanqi entered the Black Tiger Gate compound. There were already several people waiting inside the courtyard. He stood among the crowd, waiting. After some time, a few more people were let in, including several disaster victims. No one knew how they had managed to get in. Alright, follow me. I'll take you to see the steward. The one-eyed lieutenant led the group further inside. After passing through several courtyards, they arrived at a small square where an old man dressed in black had been waiting for some time. The old man had white hair, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and the aura he emitted was enough to terrify anyone. This must be a martial artist. Why are all of them so short and skinny? Fong the steward frowned in displeasure. Master Fong, there's nothing we can do. Natural disasters have been relentless, and people can't even afford to eat. That's why so many have come here to work as laborers to survive, the one-eyed lieutenant explained. Fong the steward sighed and nodded, pointing at several people, including Zhao Xuanqi. You, and you follow me to the blacksmith's shop. The one-eyed lieutenant, seeing Zhao Xuanqi among them, clenched his teeth and said resolutely, Officer, this boy is the only son of a guard at the Tianyuan prison. His thigh isn't even as thick as my arm. He probably can't even hold a hammer. He shouldn't go to the blacksmith's shop, it'll only delay your work. Why not choose this boy instead? He may be short, but he's fat and has plenty of strength. The one-eyed lieutenant pushed forward the short man, who had been standing in front of Zhao Xuanqi in the queue earlier. Oh. Fong turned around, thinking that a prison guard might be useful to the gang, and since Zhao Xuanqi was indeed frail, he agreed. The one-eyed lieutenant stood sweating profusely beside Zhao Xuanqi and said irritably, Take my money, but don't say I didn't look out for you. The blacksmith's shop is hard work, hot, tiring, and demanding. If you mess up the weapons, well, people die in every batch. Zhao Xuanqi's sense of exploitation had vanished. Though this man was greedy, as long as you paid enough, he'd at least do the job that was already good enough. A white-haired, hunchbacked old man then came over to select workers. The old man was frail and wore a gray short tunic. Why are you here, old man? The one-eyed lieutenant stepped forward to help him. The hunchbacked old man waved his hand. I'm just an old man who collects trash for the gang. No need to help me. The leftover food from the big shots, the old clothes they don't want, and the failed pills these aren't trash to many people. Let me see if there are any promising candidates among this group. The hunchbacked old man scanned the crowd, carefully selecting individuals. The one-eyed lieutenant pulled Zhao Xuanqi out of the crowd. Take a look at this kid. He's the relative of an old prison guard from the Tianyuan prison. He's helped many people in the gang before. He's also very clever and in great shape. Don't let his skinny build fool you. He took on 3 men and beat them all on the way here. Oh. The hunchbacked old man's eyes lit up. You're the one. The one-eyed lieutenant sighed in relief, patting Zhao Xuanqi on the shoulder. Let's go. Follow Wu Lao to collect trash. The other poor people waiting to be selected all looked envious, their eyes filled with jealousy as they stared at Zhao Xuanqi. Collecting trash was undoubtedly a good job, as it allowed one to steal food from the trash. Chapter Bowing down, the adopted son. Emir Wu led Zhao Xuanqi through several courtyards. They passed several exquisitely crafted rock gardens. Following a winding path, they arrived at a secluded courtyard within the Black Tiger Gate. A servant carried a brown bucket, dumping trash into a large barrel. Upon closer inspection, it was the leftover food from the martial artists' meals, and the faint scent of meat could still be detected. Beside him, another servant was packing up some old, tattered clothes. With frequent conflicts among martial arts factions, disciples often engage in fierce battles, resulting in many blood-stained and torn garments. After washing each garment clean, they would pack them together. I'm just an old man who collects trash. If you want to work with me, don't complain about the dirt or the hard work. Wu Lao fixed his gaze on Zhao Xuanqi. Zhao Xuanqi immediately adopted a respectful expression, showing no sign of looking down on the hunchbacked old man. Earlier, the one-eyed lieutenant had discreetly mentioned the leftover food from the nobles, the discarded old clothes, and the failed medicinal pills. These aren't trash to many people. Indeed. Let me ask you. Warriors feast on chicken, duck, fish, and meat every meal. If certain dishes don't suit their taste, they won't even touch them with a chopstick. The leftovers are sent to you to dispose of as trash. Is that really trash? The ragged clothes discarded by the gang disciples can be patched up and worn again. Some spoiled young ladies and gentlemen discard their new clothes after wearing them just once or twice because they don't look good anymore. All of these are told to be thrown away. Is that really trash? Finally, failed medicinal pills? Some of the medicinal residues are toxic, so martial artists dare not eat them. However, they still contain some medicinal properties, and for some destitute people, they are still considered precious tonics worth seeking after. What won't the poor dare to eat? If it doesn't kill them immediately, they'll eat it. You call these things trash? What kind of old man collects trash? I think you're a billionaire. Zhao Xuanqi believed that this hunchbacked old man had likely made some contribution to the Black Tiger Gate in his youth, and this position was tailored specifically for him. Following this old man, there's no talk of a bright future, but at least food won't be a problem. He immediately said, I'm not afraid of hardship or fatigue. Just give me your orders. Wu Lao was pleased with Zhao Xuanqi's attitude. He frowned at Zhao Xuanqi's frail frame and said, I don't think you can handle the heavy work. Come with me to clean up the leftovers first. It's almost time. The adults should have finished their lunch. Let's go now. 2 laborers fixed their gaze on Zhao Xuanqi, their eyes flickering with suspicion. Master, is there another newcomer coming to help? Asked the servant who was carefully washing clothes, looking up with a smile. That's right. Wu Lao waved his hand and led Zhao Xuanqi toward the dining hall. The Black Tiger Gate had over 1,000 disciples, all of whom ate at the dining hall. At first, the food was decent, but after the kitchen was taken over by a relative of an elder, the quality plummeted. If it weren't for the cheap price, no one would bother to eat there. Many disciples couldn't finish their meals, so they all dumped the leftover food into several large barrels. As the disciples finished eating, Wu Lao immediately instructed Zhao Xuanqi to load the barrels onto a cart and push them away, then led him to clean up the bones and other leftovers from the tables. Where did you come from before? From the south, Sanxiang town. You came from the south? Back in the day, I also fled famine from the south. However, at that time, it was a flood that killed many people. I was about your age back then. Perhaps because of their similar circumstances, Wu Lao wiped the spilled food off the table while his eyes filled with a nostalgic expression, rambling on. That was a massive flood, like the sky was pouring down water. My wife starved to death, and my only son drowned. I was lucky to survive and end up here at Black Tiger Gate. What about you? Do you have anyone left in your family? Zhao Xuanqi lifted the large bucket onto the cart. Looking at the food inside vegetable leaves mixed with porridge, his expression grew complex. It was hard to imagine that the starving refugees in Yuanzhou were struggling to obtain such food, yet within this martial arts sect, the disciples treated it as trash. Simply because it tasted bad. What some people casually discard as trash is something many would give their lives to obtain. There's no one left at home. Zhao Xuanqi replied half-heartedly. My mother starved to death. My father worked too hard, overtaxed himself, and was kicked by a horse belonging to a powerful official on the road. Didn't survive long after returning home. All our relatives in Sanxiang town are dead. Wu Lao fell silent. Looking at Zhao Xuanqi's emaciated, frail body, he couldn't help but hurry up and finish packing, then led Zhao Xuanqi through the back door into the kitchen. The kitchen was spotless, with a few plates on the table. The food cooked in the kitchen is usually prepared in large quantities. There's leftover rice in the big barrel in the corner, which hasn't been used yet. Additionally, the young masters and mistresses, personal maids and servants are well provided for. The martial artists and the leftovers from the young masters and mistresses' meals, which they deem unworthy, will all be brought into the kitchen by the maids later. The fish has only been touched once with chopsticks, the roasted chicken is missing 2 drumsticks, and the duck wasn't spicy enough for a certain young master, who didn't even touch it with a single chopstick. I'll handle the outside. You take care of this place on your own. Emir Wu turned and left, but paused at the door and turned back to give instructions. These dishes are clean. Pick the ones that haven't been touched and eat them. Don't choke on a chicken bone. He was someone who had survived a famine and knew what it was like. Those who had fled famine tended to eat hastily, and encountering chicken bones or fish bones could indeed be fatal. He had left precisely to give Zhao Xuanqi the chance to sneak some leftovers to fill his stomach, but he feared the boy might choke to death. Zhao Xuanqi was deeply moved upon hearing this. Thinking back to how the old man had also fled famine in his youth and lost all his family, a sense of shared misfortune welled up in his heart. Elderly people generally have a common trait of cherishing the past. No doubt the old man had taken special care of Zhao Xuanqi because of this shared experience, perhaps seeing him as a younger version of himself. After figuring this out, Zhao Xuanqi seized on the crucial information that the old man had lost his only son, assuming he must now be utterly alone and destitute. Taking advantage of the old man's mention of this, he immediately knelt down, bowing his head in gratitude, and kowtowed to the ground. Emir Wu. My father is dead, and my mother is dead. On the way fleeing the famine, my sister also died. I'm young and small, and the starving people bullied and beat me. I nearly died several times. I've never met anyone in this world who has been as kind to me as you have. I haven't had a proper meal in ages, yet after just meeting you once, you showed such kindness and let me eat my fill. Seeing your kind face, I was reminded of my father who passed away long ago. Zhao Xuanqi raised his head, his face covered in tears, and bowed deeply again. From today onward, whether you acknowledge me or not, you are my reborn parents. You once said that your wife and children passed away. If you don't mind, I will take care of you in your old age and see you off when the time comes. After 100 years, when dust returns to dust and earth to earth, I can also light an incense for you. Zhao Xuanqi spoke with such emotion that blood began to flow from his forehead. Wu Lao was deeply moved. He usually appeared like a reclusive sage, indifferent to everything. But was that truly the case? It was all because he had no son and no heir. No matter how vast one's fortune or possessions, if there's no one to inherit them, how could one possibly have the motivation to care? Hence, he showed no interest in anything. After all, when a person dies, they're gone. Who knows when they'll kick the bucket and rot away in some corner, with no one even knowing their name. Plus, at his advanced age, it was too late to have another child. But what if? What if there were an adopted son? Wu Lao's gaze toward Zhao Xuanqi grew increasingly gentle. His long-dormant heart suddenly grew fiery. This young man had lost all his relatives, survived a famine alone, and was just like himself when he was young, so much like him. Moreover, he had only fed him a single meal, yet the boy was so grateful that he had nearly knocked his head bloody. He must be someone who would repay kindness. Moreover, although Zhao Xuanqi was frail, he was at least handsome enough. He would make a fine son. Wu Lao had never encountered such a situation in all his years. The more he looked at Zhao Xuanqi, the more satisfied he became. Overcome with emotion, he rushed over, embraced Zhao Xuanqi, and helped him to his feet. All right, from now on, you are my son. You are my only son. Heaven has blessed me. At my age, I thought I was destined to die alone, with no one to tend to my grave. I never imagined this. I finally have a son too. Father. Chapter Lo. Living together, returning home. After secretly finishing the clean meals and completing their tasks, Wu Lao personally led Zhao Xuanqi to the storeroom to collect bedding and the uniform gray laborer's attire issued by the Black Tiger Gate. After completing all this, the two returned to Wu Lao's small courtyard. Two tall, sturdy paulownia trees stood tall and straight. Beneath them lay two small mountains of old, tattered clothes. Two laborers were squatting by a large basin, vigorously scrubbing the clothes on a washboard, sweating profusely. When they saw Wu Lao returning with a smile on his face, they were somewhat surprised. Wu Lao was usually a quiet and reserved man, always keeping a stern expression on his face, rarely showing even the slightest hint of a smile. No matter how others flattered him, he always kept a sour expression, appearing disinterested in everything. But now, old Wu was beaming with joy, his lips curling upward as he spoke. What was going on? The two servants exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their surprise, before shifting their gaze to Zhao Xuanqi, who was standing beside Mr. Wu. The look of caution in their eyes grew even more intense. Even a hint of hostility. Zhao Xuanqi noticed their expressions and felt a pang of unease. Having just arrived, it seemed he had already offended two people. Songzhou City has three major sects, the Zhenyuan Escort Agency, the Black Tiger Gate, and the Giant Whale Gang. Outsiders refer to them as the One Escort, One Gate, One Gang, three major sects. The Zhenyuan Escort Agency handles escort missions, the Black Tiger Gate runs casinos and inns, and the Giant Whale Gang deals in contraband and controls the docks. They are constantly engaged in open and covert conflicts with one another. Our Black Tiger Gate has over 1,000 disciples, and we frequently engage in fights with them. Our clothes get torn and damaged quickly, so there's a large amount of old and ragged clothing that's treated as trash. In the martial arts world, injuries are inevitable. Clothes are typically made from high-quality fabric. Once they're torn or worn out, they're considered trash to them, but to us, they're treasures. Clothes that are too worn can be cut into pieces, dyed, and sold as new fabric. Clothes in better condition can be patched with patterns, dyed, and sold as new clothes to outsiders. Don't underestimate this trash collection business, it's quite profitable. Wu Lao was explaining the ins and outs of the clothing collection business to Zhao Xuanqi in great detail. Noticing Zhao Xuanqi's gaze, Wu Lao followed his line of sight to the two laborers, fell into deep thought, then murmured, "You don't need to stay at the laborers' quarters with them. Put your belongings in my room from now on, you'll stay with me." "All right, father." Zhao Xuanqi agreed. He had taken on a godfather. You can't just call him godfather. Calling him godfather every time sounds formal and distant, as if constantly reminding you that you're not his biological son. If you must call him father. For an elderly man who has been alone and lonely for so long, that single word carries the same emotional impact as a nuclear bomb. Sure enough, the moment he heard the word father, Wu Lao's expression brightened. He waved his hand and pointed to the first house in the northeast corner. "The door isn't locked. Go ahead." Zhao Xuanqi nodded in agreement and gently pushed open the door. It was a relatively spacious bedroom with a soft bed, a large wooden table beside it, and some clutter piled in the corner. Adjacent to the bedroom was a smaller room, relatively more modest, separated by just a single wall. Zhao Xuanqi moved the items into the smaller room, tidied up the bedding, and changed into the black-clad attire of the Black Tiger Gate's menial staff before emerging once more. Wu Lao had already gone off to attend to other matters. When Zhao Xuanqi emerged, two laborers stopped washing clothes and greeted him enthusiastically. The slender servant pulled out a piece of fruit he had been saving from his chest and flattered, "Brother, are you thirsty? Have an apple." The chubby one opened a small package. Brother, this is something special, salt-cured meat jerky. It's incredibly fragrant. Yao Xuanqi took a step back, feeling a bit puzzled. Just a moment ago, these two were full of hostility. Now not only had their hostility vanished, but they were even approaching him to strike up a conversation. Could there be some kind of scheme at play? After thinking it through, he figured out the truth. This was Wu Lao's doing. Wu Lao had arranged for Zhao Xuanqi to move into his bedroom, a seemingly simple action, but one with deep meaning. Yao Xuanqi doesn't live in the filthy, cramped servants' quarters like you do. He lives in a spacious, comfortable bedroom. Yao Xuanqi isn't from the same world as you. This was a clear message to the two disciples that Zhao Xuanqi was Wu Lao's man, and his status was above theirs. It was a warning not to set their sights on Zhao Xuanqi. When Zhao Xuanqi addressed Wu Lao as father, Wu Lao not only didn't object, but was overjoyed, further solidifying Zhao Xuanqi's status. Wu Lao's position within the Black Tiger Gate was that of purification chamber attendant, a low-ranking but at least a minor official. Traditionally, positions are inherited by the son upon the father's death. Once the elder passes away, Zhao Xuanqi would naturally inherit this position. In other words, Zhao Xuanqi was their future superior, capable of deciding their fate at will. They did not want to lose this lucrative position, which is why they were so eager to curry favor. Flattering Zhao Xuanqi now is essentially flattering their future superior in advance. Yao Xuanqi's eyes flickered with a look of understanding, and his gaze toward the two laborers carried an extra hint of approval. At first, the two had assumed that Zhao Xuanqi was also a menial worker, and that having one more person meant one more competitor for work and a smaller share of the benefits. This was a competitive relationship, naturally filled with hostility. But now, this was a relationship between a future superior and subordinates, so they became flattering and enthusiastic. These two quickly recognized their true status, showed self-awareness, and immediately adjusted their behavior. They were quite clever. There's no need to be so formal with me. I'm also a laborer working alongside you. We're all brothers, we should help each other out. Yao Xuanqi didn't bother with formalities, taking the apple and dried meat with a casual gesture, accepting the flattery as his due. In this ancient society, being too polite doesn't work. Kindness is taken advantage of. You can use a gentle tone to build rapport, calling everyone brother to make things seem more friendly, but there's a limit to how friendly you can be. Calling you brother is a sign of respect. It's my way of being humble and courteous, but when it comes to gifts, you still have to give what's expected. Gifts are power, and power is strength. Don't get carried away just because I called you brother. You must recognize your own status and understand the gap between us. It's only natural for the strong to accept gifts as a sign of respect. I am the strong one, and you are the weak. The strong dominate the weak, so I won't hesitate to accept your respect. It's what I deserve. If you can't recognize the gap in status and power, I won't be polite to you either. Huff. The two servants, relieved by Zhao Xuanqi's kindness, let out a sigh of relief and, for the first time, showed a hint of respect on their faces. That's right, respect. It was clear that as people struggling to survive at the bottom of society, they understood this truth of survival all too well. Yao Xuanqi noticed the expressions on their faces and nodded to himself, looking at them with newfound respect. But he felt even more respect for Wu Lao. Wu Lao truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned veteran. Upon entering the room, he had only observed their expressions and realized that the two might harbor hostility toward Zhao Xuanqi. With a simple gesture suggesting they share a room, he managed to dispel their hostility toward Zhao Xuanqi without even intervening personally, turning their hostility into enthusiastic flattery. A single small maneuver had made the two men loyal to Zhao Xuanqi, the new lowly servant. Meanwhile, as the highest leader, he had not uttered a single word from start to finish, remaining hidden behind the scenes, maintaining the mystique and authority of a ruler of the highest class. This also symbolizes a deeper meaning. With a single word, I can grant you everything, and with a single word, I can take it all away. This made Zhao Xuanqi even more cautious toward Wu Lao, realizing that this old man was not easily deceived, and that he must treat this foster father with greater respect in the future. Flattery is useless, you must treat others with genuine sincerity. Only sincerity can earn sincerity. Chapter Tut Tut. I've learned how to do laundry. I see you've rested and recovered well these past few days. From now on, you'll learn how to do laundry from Zhang He. On the 6th day after entering the Black Tiger Gate, Zhao Xuanqi, having eaten his fill, saw his emaciated frame from the famine begin to fill out with muscle, finally looking like a normal person, and no longer like he might be blown away by the wind. It was at this time that Wu Lao instructed Zhao Xuanqi to learn how to do laundry from one of the menial disciples. Although Zhao Xuanqi was his adopted son, his status had not yet been officially recognized by the sect, so he was still considered a menial disciple of the Black Tiger Gate and had to work. Was washing clothes something that needed to be learned? Isn't that just a simple task? But when he actually got to work, Zhao Xuanqi realized there was more to it than he thought. The Black Tiger sect has a uniform gray outfit that all disciples must wear. In martial arts sects, clashes and fights are commonplace. Sparring with fellow disciples can tear clothes, and fights with rival factions can also tear clothes, or even leave large bloodstains. As a result, there are many torn and tattered clothes. These torn clothes are collected by the sect and sold as trash to Mr. Wu. After Mr. Wu collects them, he sends them all to us. As long as these clothes are properly reprocessed, they can be sold as new clothes, but the prerequisite is that they must be thoroughly cleaned. Washing is very important. Don't think washing clothes is easy. There's a lot to it. I'll teach you how to wash them properly. Under the large banyan tree, there was a square water pool, with piles of old clothes stacked around it. Zhang He stood beside it, squatting down to demonstrate. Look. I'm watching. Zhao Xuanqi followed suit, squatting down and focusing intently on the demonstration. Zhang He pulled out a blood-stained garment from the precariously balanced pile of clothes. Remember this, any blood-stained clothing must be washed at the lowest point of the pool where the water flows out. This area has the strongest current, so once you've washed off the bloodstains, the blood residue will be immediately carried away by the flowing water and won't linger in the pool. If you neglect this, after washing just a dozen blood-stained garments, the entire pool will turn a pale red. First, it will be extremely difficult to clean the entire pool, and second, it will contaminate the other garments without bloodstains. Over time, this will waste a lot of time, effort, and energy, and you will inevitably be punished and scolded by Master Wu. I remember. Zhao Xuanqi committed this secret technique to memory. I'll demonstrate it for you first. Zhang He walked to the downstream water outlet of the square washing pool, and carefully washed the blood-stained garment clean. The bloodstains were immediately washed away, leaving no trace in the basin. When washing this type of clothing, just follow my example. Got it? Seeing that Zhao Xuanqi understood, Zhang He turned around and took out a piece of clothing from the pile that was in a much worse condition, almost in strips. Pointing to the torn fabric strips, he explained, this type of clothing is too worn out and fragile. You can't wash it alone. If you wash them alone, they're too weak and will tear easily, rendering the entire garment unusable. Just take 5 or 6 of these clothes, roll them into a bundle to increase the bulk, and then wash them, that way they won't get damaged easily. I see, Zhao Xuanqi exclaimed, looking enlightened, and gave him just the right amount of emotional support. Zhanggu, you know so much, you're so amazing. A simple compliment had an unexpectedly good effect. Zhang He felt emotionally satisfied, laughed heartily a few times, and became even more enthusiastic. The last category of clothes is this type. Washing these clothes requires the most caution, otherwise, you might lose your life. Zhang He pulled out a piece of clothing. The garment was covered in large bloodstains, and was quite torn, combining elements of the previous 2 categories. How do you think this garment should be washed? Zhao Xuanqi believed that since it combined 2 situations, the washing method should also be combined. He blurted out, take it to the pool, and rinse it under running water first to remove the bloodstains, then you must wash 5 or 6 pieces of clothing together to avoid damaging them. That's not enough. Zhang He shook his head. Zhao Xuanqi furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, why? Zhang He patiently explained, you've overlooked a practical consideration, how these clothes were obtained in the first place. You can't just look at the surface, you need to think about the deeper meaning behind it. The first piece of clothing I showed you was the blood-stained garment. Even though it was covered in blood, it was relatively intact overall, with no major tears or damage. Why would that be the case? It indicates that the disciple was attacked with martial arts involving punches and kicks, but the injuries were not severe. At most, they coughed up a little blood. This likely stems from a minor altercation among street thugs. It can be washed off, there's no issue. The second garment is more torn, but there's no bloodstains. How do you think this happened? It indicates that this garment was worn during a sparring session between disciples of the Black Tiger sect. Sparring can tear clothes, but doesn't cause life-threatening injuries or bleeding. Just wash it, and there won't be any major issues. Whether it's a minor street brawl or internal training within a martial arts sect, neither is a big deal. Zhang He lowered his head, pointing to the garment in his hands, which was nearly torn into shreds and covered in large bloodstains. If both situations occur together, that's a big problem. This likely indicates a clash with an enemy sect. A fight with no mercy, and the clothes are in this state. The owner of these clothes is likely already dead. Yao Xuanqi had never washed clothes before and had no knowledge of such matters. He simply asked a naive question to flatter Zhang He. Can't we keep the clothes of the dead? Or do we need to burn incense, pray to Buddha, and perform a blessing ceremony when washing them? Hey, you're just an outsider. You need someone like me, a professional, to tell you. Zhang He's vanity was once again satisfied. He displayed his superior knowledge in front of Zhao Xuanqi, the outsider, and answered seriously. Why can't we keep these clothes? There's no need for blessings. What I'm trying to tell you is that the heavy bloodstains and the extent of the damage indicate that the original owner is definitely dead. Such injuries couldn't have been caused by fists or feet, they were most likely inflicted by weapons like swords or knives. Blades are sharp. The clothes are cut to pieces like this. What do you think the body would look like? Of course it would be a mess of blood and flesh, with limbs torn apart. Zhang He flipped the clothes over and pointed to the pockets and gaps. Look at the pockets and gaps on the sect's robes. It's easy for body parts to get caught inside. Body fragments are one thing, but if there are any sword fragments inside, they could accidentally cut your hands while washing, and combined with blood contamination, it could easily be fatal. You have to thoroughly search the clothes inside and out to make sure there's nothing left before you can wash them safely. I was chosen by Master Wu after the previous disciple died, and was brought here, Zhang He said. Yao Xuanqi initially thought Zhang He was exaggerating when he said, people die, but he never expected that washing clothes could actually be fatal. This was truly beyond his expectations, even such a simple task could be deadly. He memorized the situation in his mind, exhaled, and said, I understand. Good. I'll show you how to handle it. Zhang He held the typical garment in his hands, carefully inspecting every seam. Sure enough, he found some black flesh and blood stains inside. If these flesh fragments and bloodstains were washed along with the garment, it would be impossible to clean them properly. He skillfully reached into the pockets, but didn't find any weapon fragments. However, when he opened one of the pockets, a cylindrical object fell out. It was a small cylindrical object with a hard, nail-like tip at the front. It was a finger. See, I knew it, Zhang He said without batting an eyelid. He was already accustomed to such scenes. He picked up the finger and tossed it into the corner. A dog poked its head out of a hole and snatched the object away. These are the basic things you need to know. Once you've learned these, you've mastered laundry and can officially start working here. Zhang He turned and asked, have you learned it? Zhao Xuanqi took a deep breath. In his previous life, these ragged clothes, including those of the deceased, would likely have been unwanted even if given away. However, in this world of material scarcity, human life was worth less than a dog's, and a single piece of clothing might be worth more than some people's lives. Even these ragged clothes had to be collected and sold to even poorer people. Seeing the tip of the iceberg, he understood the cruelty of this era even more. He exhaled, his gaze growing more determined, as if answering this question and another at the same time. He replied seriously. I have learned. Chapter Ba. Selling trash, a difficult time. Over the next 5 or 6 days, Zhao Xuanqi followed Zhang He around, washing all sorts of clothes. Thanks to his quick hands and feet, he was able to complete this task quite well. During his time washing clothes, Zhao Xuanqi discovered an advantage. The hard labor of washing clothes helped him accumulate qi and blood points more effectively. In just 5 or 6 days since entering the Black Tiger Gate, his qi and blood points had already risen from Leng to Yi Sup Gao. At this rate, he wouldn't need more than a month to activate his golden finger. Yao Xuanqi never forgot his main goal, accumulating qi and blood points and striving to unlock the golden finger. On the 8th day, Wu Lao saw that Zhao Xuanqi had completely mastered washing clothes, so he assigned him to follow another menial worker, Li Dashan, to learn dyeing and mending clothes. Clean clothes then moved on to the next step, dyeing and mending. Dyeing clothes was manageable once you understood the process, it was straightforward. However, mending clothes was a different story, it was much more difficult. Eyes, I got it. Brain, I've got it. Hands, you're kidding. If you just sew up a torn garment, it will be full of stitches and patches, and you won't be able to sell it for much. To sew a torn garment properly, you need to use skilled mending techniques to hide the stitches, or create special patterns to cover the mending marks, which is highly challenging. Moreover, there are so many torn clothes, and you won't have much time to spend on a single garment. You need to complete the mending quickly, with time being of the essence. For beginners, it's as difficult as climbing a mountain. In the first few days, Zhao Xuanqi made frequent mistakes, pricking his fingers with the needle until none of them were intact. Facing this situation, Zhao Xuanqi remained optimistic. How could one sew beautiful clothes without hands pierced by needles? It doesn't matter if my hands are damaged as long as the clothes aren't ruined. Zhao Xuanqi put in a great deal of effort and, in just 5 days, had mastered the skill, able to sew various garments flawlessly on his own. Li Dashan was quite surprised. After all, it had taken him over a month to learn the basics, yet Zhao Xuanqi had managed to do a decent job in just 5 or 6 days. You're doing a great job. Old Wu couldn't help but praise Zhao Xuanqi's quick hands, nodding his head. The clothes are almost done. Today at noon, you'll go out with Zhang He and Li Dashan to learn how to sell leftover food. All right. Zhao Xuanqi followed the instructions, bowed respectfully, and accepted the assignment with a smile. Normally, would any father put his son through such hardship? Wu Lao, as his father, was clearly not taking Zhao Xuanqi seriously, treating him like an outsider. Zhao Xuanqi didn't need to be so respectful toward Wu Lao. From a moral standpoint, many people would likely feel resentful. However, Zhao Xuanqi not only felt no resentment, but grew even more respectful toward Wu Lao. He wasn't unhappy about the hard tasks Wu Lao had assigned him. He understood that this wasn't a sign of disfavor, on the contrary, it was precisely because Wu Lao valued him. If you observe carefully, you will notice that the children of high-ranking officials who work in the lower ranks can do everything, but they are not proficient in anything. They change jobs frequently. Ultimately, these high-ranking officials, children do not need to spend their entire lives working in the lower ranks. They go there merely to learn the job content and basic procedures so that they won't be deceived by those below them in the future. Amateur Wu frequently assigns Zhao Xuanqi new tasks, clearly grooming him for succession. If one cannot even see this, and instead relies on the status of being Wu Lao's adopted son to slack off, refuse to learn, resist, and be lazy, that is truly courting disaster. This child is capable. Watching Zhao Xuanqi's diligent figure disappear into the distance, Wu Lao nodded, feeling even more satisfied. Midday. Zhao Xuanqi followed Zhang He to a restaurant to work. They cleared all the bones and leftover rice from the tables and dumped them into the large barrels meant for leftovers. It was clear that many disciples were dissatisfied with the food at the restaurant, as the discarded leftovers alone filled 3 large barrels. Zhang He pushed over a small cart. Perfect. Let's each take a bucket and push it out to sell later. Zhao Xuanqi didn't ask any questions. He walked over to a large barrel, struggled to lift it onto the cart, and then followed the 2 out the back door, leaving the Black Tiger Gate. After leaving the Black Tiger Gate, the 3 walked through several streets, turning left and right until they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was empty, with only a small hut standing alone in the middle, looking like an abandoned child. Upon entering the house, it was equally empty, with no windows on the walls. Only one wall had a square opening, roughly the size of a human head, too small for anyone to pass through. From the 2 men, they learned that the courtyard was rented by Mr. Wu, and the window in the house had been specially constructed for selling leftover food. People outside paid for the food, and those inside simply handed it over, avoiding any direct contact between the 2 parties and preventing anyone from chongdut the food. Of course, no one dared to chongdut, as this was the front of the Black Tiger Gate, and no one wanted to court death. Alright, it's time to sell the food. Zhang He, smiling, prepared a spoon, looked at the 3 large barrels of leftover food beside him, tapped the iron window in front of him with the spoon, and opened it. Through the window, he could see that a line had already formed outside, with many people standing there. Most of them were local residents, with some being famine refugees who had fled their homes. Their anxious and urgent expressions made it clear they had been waiting for a long time. Same price as before, 3 scoops of food for 5 coins. Bring your own bowls and chopsticks. If you don't have any, use your hands to scoop it up, or even your clothes if you must. First come, first served. Once it's gone, it's gone. Take a good look, this is white rice. It's not like your coarse rice, rotten sorghum porridge, or husk cakes. Zhang He said triumphantly, today's leftovers include chicken bones and lamb bones that weren't eaten clean. Whoever calls out sir, the loudest will get a share. A gaunt old man tossed 5 copper coins into the bowl, placed a cracked bowl with several missing pieces on the windowsill, and then shouted in a loud voice, "Good day, sir. May you live long and prosper." The voice was so loud it made everyone's ears hurt. It was hard to believe that such a frail, emaciated body could produce such a loud voice. All of this was simply to eat the remaining meat on the bones. "All right, you old rascal," shouted loud enough. "I'll reward you." Zhang He smiled broadly, twirling his spoon forcefully, and deliberately added an unfinished chicken bone to the broken bowl in front of him. The emaciated old man, seeing this, his sunken, cloudy eyes suddenly gleamed with a rare spark of vitality. He let out another loud "Master, may you live long," and, holding the broken bowl, shakily walked away. Those behind him began to repeat the same actions, forming a chain of transactions around this single window. Yao Xuanqi stood beside, watching everything unfold, his gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. This scene was truly unexpected. He knew that the food would be sold. However, he had assumed that the leftovers would be processed before being sold. To his surprise, they were not processed at all, not even cleaned, but simply moved to another location and sold as is. And they were selling quite well. Residents and disaster victims rushed over, fearing they'd miss out. Some bought their food and sat down nearby, devouring it greedily, as if savoring some earthly delicacy, their faces lit up with pleasure. The leftover food and bones discarded by the Black Tiger Gate disciples were a luxurious meal for them. Yao Xuanqi had fled from a famine-stricken area, but since there was no famine in Songzhou City, he had assumed the situation for the city's residents might be much better. He never imagined it would be so dire. These leftovers are just trash, aren't they? Don't even mention picking up trash to eat, that's laughable. Some people can't even afford to eat trash in this era. The world is far more bitter than I ever imagined. Chapter Gao. No charity, no tips. In Songzhou City, there are 3 major factions, 1 escort, 1 gate, and 1 gang. Our Black Tiger Gate has a branch here, and there are 2 other branches next door, which are the storefronts of the other 2 factions. Zhang He was selling leftover food at the front, while the slightly thinner Li Dashan was instructing Zhao Xuanqi on various matters and situations, sharing his experiences with him. Just as Zhao Xuanqi was about to understand everything, a sudden curse came from the window. "What? No money? Without money, you think you can eat? Get out of here, don't block my business. Sir, please have mercy on me. I haven't eaten in 2 days, and my child is only 6 months old. He's almost starving to death. Please, sir, show some compassion and save my family. Get out of here. Don't dirty my eyes." Yao Xuanqi and Li Dashan stepped closer to see that it was a woman in her 30s holding a child, pleading desperately at the window. The woman's face was pale and weak, her cheeks sunken, her hair dry and brittle from malnutrition, and her body as thin as a bamboo pole. In her arms was an infant, either unconscious from starvation or asleep, oblivious to the commotion around him. The woman was scraping at the window with her hands. Zhang He struck her hand with a spoon. "If your child starves to death, it's none of my business. It's not my child. Get out of here." The starving people waiting in line behind her also showed signs of impatience. "If you have no money, get out of the way. Don't block us from buying food." Numbness, indifference. No one showed any sympathy. There was only pushing and shoving, and scolding. Soon, the woman was pushed aside. She licked her fingers, which had been struck by the spoon, as if trying to suck the remaining scent of food from them. She was eventually pushed into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Zhang He shouted toward the outside, "If you don't have money, don't waste your time in line. If you can't afford it, get out of here." No one dared to argue. The crowd continued to queue, moving mechanically and numbly, like puppets. Li Dashan, seeing that the matter was settled, turned around and asked, "Do you feel sorry for that woman?" Zhao Xuanqi nodded and said, "Hearts are made of flesh, of course we feel sympathy. That's right to feel sympathy. I feel sympathy too." Don't look at Zhang He being so fierce, he actually feels sympathy too. He's the one who feels the most sympathy for these suffering people. Li Dashan explained, a few years ago, when he first started this job, Zhang He secretly gave alms to a pitiful person, almost causing a big commotion. That's why he's so fierce now. Remember, it's okay to feel sympathy because we're human, but when faced with such a situation, we must refuse. Li Dashan's face showed a determined expression as he asked, "Do you know why we must refuse to give that woman any help?" Li Dashan was about to explain when Zhao Xuanqi sighed and shared his insights. First, this mother and child are indeed pitiful. But if we give them alms, once that succeeds, there will inevitably be even more pitiful people coming to beg for alms. There is no such thing as the most pitiful, there are only those more pitiful than others. If we give to this pitiful one, then what about the next pitiful one we see? How would we sell our food? This is a business window, not a charity window. Once we set this precedent of giving alms, we will only attract more imitators, an endless stream, and we will no longer be able to continue. Second, giving away food is the same as giving it away for free. If you give it away for free to this person, what will the people who paid money before think? And what will the people who will pay money in the future think? This would make both groups of people feel cheated. In the future, these people will no longer be willing to pay money, and will instead wait for you to give it away for free, until no one comes anymore. Third, these leftovers are not ours, they belong to Mr. Wu. We are merely his subordinates. We have no right to distribute them on his behalf. If anyone discovers this, we will be the ones severely punished. Zhao Xuanqi listed 3 reasons one after another, covering all angles, and presenting logical arguments. Li Dashan was stunned into silence. He never expected this young man to see through the deeper interests at play so clearly. Moreover, from Zhao Xuanqi's expression, it seemed he could come up with several more reasons. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking at Zhao Xuanqi with even more respect. So young, and yet he could analyze the inner and outer essence of the matter so clearly on his first encounter. Such a person would thrive anywhere. All right, I've sold all of this. The remaining 2 barrels, you 2 can each take 1. Zhang He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to say, "All right." After more than an hour, the 3 large buckets of leftover food were almost sold out. The 3 closed the window, pushed the cart out of the backyard, and returned to the Black Tiger Gate. But halfway there, the frail Li Dashan was suddenly surrounded by a group of burly men who had emerged from nowhere. The bald-headed leader cursed angrily, "Li Dashan, you finally let me catch you. I thought you weren't coming out of the Black Tiger Gate anymore. When are you going to pay me back?" "I'll pay tomorrow, I promise," Li Dashan said, hiding behind someone else, trembling with fear. "I'll get my daily wages today, and pay you first thing tomorrow morning. This is your last chance. If you dare to deceive me again, next time I catch you, I'll break both your legs." The bald-headed man snorted coldly and slowly stepped aside. Li Dashan narrowly escaped and fled as quickly as he could. Zhao Xuanqi caught a crucial piece of information, today's payday. Curious, he asked, "How much do you owe him?" Li Dashan didn't answer. The fat man Zhang He spoke for him, "This kid loves gambling. He always loses everything. This time, he'll probably gamble away the monthly allowance again. By the way, you're also entitled to a share of the wages." After Zhang He's explanation, Zhao Xuanqi finally understood what the monthly allowance was all about. Isn't this just a share of the profits? It turned out that every month, the leftover food was sold, and 8% of the profits went to the Black Tiger Gang. The remaining 8% was the pure profit that Wu Lao could distribute. As the leader, Wu Lao takes 7/10 of that, while the remaining 3/10 are split evenly between Li Dashan and Zhang He. Li Dashan and Zhang He had been working under Wu Lao for 7 or 8 years, and Wu Lao treated them like his own disciples, which is why he gave them their share of the profits as example money, allowing them to receive several taels of silver each time. When it came to profit sharing, Zhang He and Li Dashan exchanged glances, then looked at Zhao Xuanqi with caution and resistance. In the past, Wu Lao took 30%, and the two of us split the remaining 30% evenly. Now that you've arrived this month, I wonder how Wu Lao will distribute the profits, Zhang He muttered casually. Zhao Xuanqi laughed and replied, that's not something a lowly servant like me can decide. How Mr. Wu divides it is his business, I have no say in his decisions. Zhao Xuanqi's meaning was clear, no matter how it was divided, it was up to old Wu to decide. Whether he got more or less had nothing to do with him. You two shouldn't blame me for this. If you must blame someone, blame old Wu. The two clearly understood the meaning behind his words. The atmosphere grew tense, and the three of them didn't say a single word on the way back. If it didn't involve interests, they would be willing to follow Zhao Xuanqi's arrangements. However, once interests were involved, even if Zhao Xuanqi was their superior, they would unconsciously resist, even if they didn't say it out loud. This was an unchangeable aspect of human nature. Especially in this cold-hearted era, future matters should be discussed later. Everything must prioritize securing one's interests first. Once interests are involved, even blood relatives might end up killing each other. Chapter Sup. Profit sharing, Wu Lao's intentions. Inside the house. Wu Lao called the three of them into the house, gave them a quick once-over, and wore a faint smile on his face. Good, you've done well. Today is the last day of the month. As per usual, it's time to distribute this month's share of the profits. Everyone gets a portion. Old Wu held a bag containing the profits from the month's leftover food, and distributed it swiftly. He first took out 80% of the total, which was the profit to be handed over to the gang. Then he divided the remaining 20% among them. In the past, there were only 3 of us here. I took 20%, and Zhang He and Li Dashan split the remaining 30% evenly. Now that Zhao Xuanqi has joined us, he should also receive a share. We need to adjust this rule. Wu Lao divided the coins in front of him into 10 equal portions, stuffing 1 portion into his own robe for each share, totaling 6 portions. This time I'll take 6 shares. The remaining 4 shares are your share, and I won't interfere. After speaking, Wu Lao gathered the remaining 4 shares into a pile, sat down on the rocking chair beside him, and began to smoke his pipe leisurely, looking like an old sage. Zhao Xuanqi observed the scene, lost in thought, saying nothing. The first to speak was Zhang He. Zhang He's plump face was so greasy it seemed like oil was about to drip off. He appeared to be quite obsessed with money, as if he had always been lacking it. Upon seeing the pile of money in front of him, his eyes lit up, and he began to analyze rationally. Since none of you are speaking, I'll take the risk of offending someone. Zhao Laoda, you've only been here for less than 10 days this month, worked for less than 10 days, and there are still Yisup days left. Yet you're demanding the full month's share of the profits. Based on labor, you should only get 1/3 of 1/3 of the total. But since we're all here together, we're all family. I suggest you just take 1/3, and we'll each get 1/3. That is absolutely fair. This will be the rule from now on, divide 4 shares into 1 pile, and each person gets 1/3. What do you all think? Before Zhao Xuanqi could speak, Li Dashan grew dissatisfied. He had been gambling and owed money. If he couldn't repay it, he would be beaten to death. Naturally, he wanted more money. He placed his hand on the table, his face filled with discontent, and stated his demands. Zhao Lao is Wu Lao's adopted son, a man of influence. He probably won't be doing this kind of manual labor in the future. Why bother splitting this small amount with us? Why not stick to the previous rules? Zhang He and I will split 3 shares as before. Wu Lao used to get 7 shares, but now he is taking 6. The remaining 1 share was specifically set aside for you. Why don't you just take that 1 share? Amateur Zhao, as a man of your stature, you surely wouldn't look down on such a small amount of money. Li Dashan deliberately flattered Zhao Xuanqi. Li Dashan had already figured out Zhao Xuanqi's personality over the past few days. He believed Zhao Xuanqi had a good temperament, spoke politely, and was easygoing. As long as they spoke politely, he didn't think Zhao Xuanqi would cause trouble over such a small amount of money. However, a cold snort suddenly rang out, startling Li Dashan. Where do you get off telling me how to divide the money? In terms of status and position, do you two even qualify? Zhao Xuanqi spoke in a firm tone, completely abandoning his usual humble and easygoing manner. He didn't even acknowledge Zhang He or Li Dashan, treating them as if they weren't even human. He reached out and divided the pile of money in front of him into 4 portions, taking 2 of them forcefully. Finally, he split the remaining 2 portions in half, giving one to Zhang He and the other to Li Dashan, distributing the profits neatly and efficiently. You're just a lowly disciple who recently joined Master Wu's door. How can you be so greedy? Zhang He couldn't fathom why Zhao Xuanqi had suddenly become so bold. He stepped back nervously, his face betraying his desire to speak, but his fear of doing so. Zhao Xuanqi spoke calmly, "Wu Lao is my father." Li Dashan's gaunt body trembled, and he opened his mouth wide in exaggeration. "Zhao Lao, this isn't fair. How can you divide it like this? What gives you the right?" Zhao Xuanqi repeated, "Master Wu is my father." Zhang He gathered his courage and vented his dissatisfaction. "Master Wu left the remaining 4 shares for the 3 of us to divide. We all have a say in the matter. At the very least, you should have consulted us before making this decision. We're all partners, all brothers. Whatever you say in the future, we'll follow your lead." Zhao Xuanqi, "Wu Lao is my father." Li Dashan. Zhang He. Zhao Xuanqi didn't back down at all. Instead, he spoke even more firmly. "This benefit was originally given to us by old Wu. It's my father's property. I can distribute it however I see fit. If you don't want it, don't take a single share." His attitude was terrifyingly firm. His eyes glared at the 2 of them, immediately plunging the atmosphere into the coldest point. This? Zhang He and the other looked at each other in disbelief. They hadn't expected there to be no room for negotiation at all. It was utterly disrespectful. Their faces turned beet red with anger, but they couldn't bring themselves to speak. Indeed, Zhao Xuanqi now held the additional title of adopted son, which naturally placed him above them in status. Refusing to give Zhao Xuanqi face was the same as refusing to give Wu Lao face. Moreover, Zhao Xuanqi was likely to inherit Wu Lao's position in the future, so no matter how dissatisfied they were, they couldn't possibly argue back. What was going on? The usually unassuming Zhao Xuanqi, who always seemed to go with the flow, why was he suddenly being so stubborn and unwilling to give anyone face today? The 2 of them racked their brains but couldn't figure out why Zhao Xuanqi had suddenly changed his ways. In fact, they hadn't misjudged Zhao Xuanqi. In ordinary situations involving minor matters, Zhao Xuanqi would indeed be willing to yield. If not, he wouldn't have been so stubborn, and wouldn't have made a big deal out of a small amount of money. After all, he had joined the Black Tiger gang to eat his fill, build up his strength, activate his special ability, and then consider other matters. He didn't care about small sums of money, and wouldn't risk causing a conflict over such a trivial amount. He didn't care about the 2 people in front of him at all. He truly didn't care about this small amount of money. But now, under these circumstances, he had no choice but to care. Because the real power wasn't in Zhao Xuanqi's hands, but in the hands of Wu Lao, who had remained on the sidelines the entire time. Wu Lao may seem to be on the sidelines, but he has never left the chessboard. Today, it was Wu Lao who dragged everyone into this situation. Zhang He and the others were insignificant, they were merely pawns. Wu Lao was the one pulling the strings, and what mattered was his attitude and intentions. Wu Lao could have easily distributed the profits, and no one would dare to say a word, no matter how he divided it. But he insists on taking 6 shares, leaving the remaining 4 for the 3 others. This clearly guarantees conflict, and Wu Lao is openly provoking it. Old Wu has calculated that Zhang He and Li Dashan are in need of money. After observing their personalities, he is certain they won't back down over the division of profits. He has already calculated every possible conflict in advance. The question is, why did Wu Lao act this way? What is the deeper meaning behind his actions? Chapter Subject. Status and identity, no mistake. Zhao Xuanqi saw it clearly. Old Wu must have his reasons. Old Wu wouldn't be so idle as to stir up trouble for no reason. He must be doing all this to test my capabilities. For shares of the benefits to be divided among 3 people, who will divide the benefits, and how they will be divided, this matter is crucial. Only the strong can share in the benefits and control the distribution. I am Wu Lao's adopted son. Among the 3 of us, I am the strongest. How can a strong person be timid? A strong person should distribute the benefits and take more for themselves. Otherwise, you, as the strong one, stand your ground. You don't even have the means to control those below you. What use are you? Dividing the money is probably Mr. Wu's way of testing whether I, his adopted son, am worthy of his trust and worthy of being his adopted son. As the saying goes, one must act according to one's position. If one's virtue does not match one's position, it is a dead-end path. If I can't even handle dividing the money properly, how can an incompetent person be valued by a strong man? I might even lose my status as an adopted son. It was precisely because he had thought this through that Zhao Xuanqi acted so unusually and insisted on dividing the money. He had to do it this way. There was another reason as well. Money isn't just money, it's a symbol of status, power, and influence. What are Zhang He and Li Dashan? They are merely lowly disciples. How dare they give orders to Zhao Xuanqi? Even when it comes to something as trivial as dividing money, they dare to object just because Zhao Xuanqi has a good temper? Even if Zhao Xuanqi has a good temper, he is still the legitimate adopted son of Wu Lao, the son of their master's family, and a nobleman above them. What gives them the nerve to speak up? It can be said that even if Wu Lao weren't present, Zhao Xuanqi would still have to put them in their place and make them understand their status. Otherwise, if they can't even tame their own dogs, they'll eventually get bitten by them. What's wrong with you? Zhao Xuanqi spoke harshly, glaring at the two with a cold expression, his gaze filled with intense scrutiny. Zhang He had no words to say and lowered his head. Li Dashan looked terrified, stuttering as he spoke. The two of them were clearly terrified. What a terrifying gaze. It was like a sharp knife cutting deeply into their bodies, making them unable to stand still. Their minds, which had been consumed by greed and ambition, were suddenly doused with cold water. In that moment, they were completely awakened. Over the past few days, they had grown accustomed to interacting with Zhao Xuanqi, getting to know his easygoing, kind-hearted nature, and understanding that he wouldn't easily offend anyone. This is why they had forgotten their own status and dared to meddle in the division of money, pushing their advantage further. But now, the truth had shown them that Zhao Xuanqi was like a nettle leaf, seemingly gentle and easy to bully, but in reality, it was prickly and not to be messed with. Zhao Xuanqi's status and position were ultimately above theirs. His usual kindness and generosity are simply a reflection of his good nature and the magnanimity of a noble person who doesn't bother with petty matters. But when it comes to interests, don't even think about getting any funny ideas. What is given to you is yours, what is not given, you cannot take by force. If you're served a bowl of meat, you should wait until the master has eaten his fill before asking for the bones. How dare you, a mere house dog, dare to demand a share of the meat? The two exchanged glances, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. This was a grave offense of defying one's superiors. They immediately bowed their heads in submission, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly kowtowing. Master Zhao, we were wrong. Please forgive us. You may divide it as you see fit, we will follow your orders. All right, I'll take 2, and you each take 1. How about that? Zhao Xuanqi smiled without any warmth. Thank you, Zhao Laoda. How dare we dare to give orders? I am very satisfied. Zhao Laoda is merciful. I am also satisfied. I will follow your arrangements. Get up. This time I'll let it go. But if there's a next time, don't even think about getting a single penny. Take your share and get out of here. Zhao Xuanqi nodded satisfactorily. When suppressing people, one must proceed gradually, you can't crush them all at once. A stick followed by a carrot is the proper way to handle things. Therefore, he did not confiscate their share of the profits, but chose to distribute it to them as usual. Thank you, Zhao Laoda. Having received permission, the two dared to get up from the ground, stuffing their share of the money into their pockets. Their eyes held no resentment, only gratitude. Because they had come to understand a very clear truth, given Zhao Xuanqi and Wu Lao's status as master and disciple, even if Zhao Xuanqi had taken all 4 shares for himself, it would have been justified, and Wu Lao would never have objected. 2 lowly servants, what right did they have to question the master's son? Disrespecting one's superiors, if the master had been a bit harsher, they would have deserved to be beaten to death. Now, they hadn't been beaten to death, not even a single blow, and they could even take a share of the profits. This was a great kindness, so how could they dare to harbor any resentment? In the end, the profit sharing was settled. Zhang He and Li Dashan left, filled with relief and gratitude. Despite receiving one less share of the usual payment than before, the two harbored no resentment and instead felt deeply grateful toward Zhao Xuanqi. It's not that they're stupid, it's that they know their place. Huff. Beside them, a puff of smoke was exhaled. Wu Lao had indeed followed the original rules from the start. He had never interfered with the distribution of shares, and had not uttered a single word throughout the entire process. Only after the two had left did Wu Lao put away his pipe, stand up, stretch lazily, and cast his gaze toward Zhao Xuanqi. He gave him a gentle smile, nodded approvingly, and walked over to pat his shoulder. Not bad. That's my good son. You've got some of your old man's spirit. Remember, those in power need not concern themselves with the decisions or attitudes of the weak. Take what you deserve. This is what the strong are entitled to, and the weak have no say in the matter. I understand, father. Zhao Xuanqi saw the satisfied expression on Wu Lao's face and sighed in relief. Indeed, the matter of sharing the spoils had pleased Wu Lao. Wu Lao was even more pleased to see his adopted son so level-headed, and turned to leave. As Wu Lao was about to leave, Zhao Xuanqi looked at the old man's back and suddenly had an idea. He reached into his robe and took out a portion of the money, then hurried forward. Father, here's your share. What are you doing? Do you think I need your money? Wu Lao was taken aback and waved his hand. Zhao Xuanqi spoke earnestly. Father, you once said that before I came here, you could take a full 100% of the profits. Now that I'm here, you're getting less. That's wrong of me. How can a son let his father suffer a loss? That's unacceptable. Anyone can be at a disadvantage, but you can't be. Please take this share of the profits. Otherwise, I would rather not take a single penny. Zhao Xuanqi stood firm, extending both hands to hand over the share of the profits. Wu Lao was taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying good. 3 times. He reached out to take the share and left in strides. What a son! This son I, Wu, have not chosen the wrong one. Chapter Subyi. 1 month, get back health points. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Xuanqi squatted by the pool, swiftly selecting the types of clothes to wash, using different cleaning methods to scrub them clean, and completing the process with a single breath, as smooth as flowing water. Master Zhao, you've truly mastered the art of laundry, Zhang He praised from beside him. Li Dashan carefully rubbed the clothes in his hands, nodding in agreement. Stop flattering me, Zhao Xuanqi said with a smile. This isn't flattery. It's the real deal. Can't we praise someone for their skills? Where in the world is that fair? What law says we can't praise someone? Li Dashan tossed the clothes aside, adopting an exaggerated expression, and exclaimed, Is there no law in this world? Is there no justice? Zhao Xuanqi and Zhang He looked over and were both amused. For a moment, the three of them laughed so hard that their laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Since the incident of dividing the money last time, Zhang He and Li Dashan had already established clear boundaries, understanding the hierarchical distinction between Zhao Xuanqi and themselves. They remained amicable while maintaining the proper order of respect, never overstepping their bounds. When it was time to joke around, they called each other brothers. When it came to dividing benefits, they followed the leader, showing a clear sense of self-awareness. Zhao Xuanqi found it easy to get along with such self-aware individuals, and over the past month, they had developed a harmonious relationship. Now, Zhao Xuanqi had fully integrated into this place, becoming an indispensable member of the group. Zhao Xuanqi asked casually, By the way, Li Dashan, where did you get your name? Li Dashan finished washing the clothes he was holding, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and with a shy smile on his thin face, said, My family lives in a small mountain village. There's a huge mountain right outside our door. My father wanted me to be as steady and strong as the mountain, so he named me Dashan. I guess he never imagined his son would end up as skinny as a rib. What about you, Zhang He? Zhao Xuanqi asked in surprise. Is there a river by your house? Something like that, Zhang He replied. My father is a fisherman, and my home is on a fishing boat. I've been floating on rivers and lakes since I was born. My father originally wanted to name me Hu Lake, but he feared I wouldn't be able to handle it, so he chose Subya Stream instead. But he thought Subya was too small and lacked fortune, so he settled on He River. Your names are too casual, Zhao Xuanqi remarked while washing clothes. Casual is good. Casual is best. Zhang He seemed to recall something amusing, his smile growing broader. Zhao Laoda, you don't know names are best when chosen casually. Yao Xuanqi saw the look on his face and knew there was gossip involved, so he quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Washing clothes was a tedious and tiring task, but at least they could chat to pass the time. Over the past month, the three of them had shared plenty of gossip. No wonder the old woman at the village laundry loved to gossip. If you wash, you talk too. Zhang He said, "Our Black Tiger gang has an elder named Tian Fengwu. Others think his name sounds feminine and not imposing enough, so they urged him to change it. But he refused outright and even boasts about the origin of his name, saying his mother dreamed of a phoenix landing on a paulownia tree one night, hence the name Fengwu. The subordinates must have given him face, constantly praising his name, calling him the chosen one of heaven and a dragon among men, saying all sorts of flattering things. Elder Tian grew to enjoy it and gradually developed the habit of boasting about the origin of his name whenever he met someone." "Oh," Yao Xuanqi asked curiously, "what happened next?" Zhang He laughed heartily. Later, during a battle with a rival gang, Elder Tian boasted about his name. But the enemy didn't give him any face, mocking him and saying his mother was just a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world. There was no phoenix landing on a paulownia tree, it was clearly a chicken landing on a banana tree. They kept repeating it, "You got it wrong. You got it wrong." From then on, Elder Tian's name became a laughingstock, and he never dared to mention it again. Chicken landing on a banana tree? Yao Xuanqi's lips twitched. The elder of the rival gang had a truly venomous tongue, like it had been dipped in poison. A chicken landing on a banana tree is bad enough, but Elder Tian just happens to have the surname Tian. "Zhao Laoda, how did you get your name?" Li Dashan chimed in with a smile. Yao Xuanqi explained, "Xian means mysterious, inexplicable, and unknown. Qi means strange, unique, and enigmatic, and also carries the meaning of Xian. Xuanqi means unexpected. My father hoped I would live my own life, create a different path, not be controlled by others, and forge an extraordinary journey that no one could imagine." "What a great name," the two said in unison. Suddenly, Zhao Xuanqi exclaimed, causing the two to turn their heads. They saw Zhao Xuanqi pull out a small blood-stained stone from the lining of a blood-soaked garment. He rinsed it in the river, and to their surprise, it was a piece of silver. Zhao Xuanqi smiled, "Today's my lucky day. While washing clothes, one might encounter hidden dangers, but there were also some small perks coins that the original owner might have forgotten. There was a rule in the courtyard, whatever you found was yours." Li Dashan and Zhang He cast envious glances at him. "Zhao Laoda is truly blessed with good fortune. Thank you for the praise. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight." "All right, deal." Yao Xuanqi suddenly paused, his expression odd, with a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "What's wrong with Zhao Laoda?" Li Dashan asked curiously. "Nothing, just happy. I'll go hang up the clothes outside. You two can wash up here first," Zhao Xuanqi said. He then placed the washed clothes into a large basin, loaded them onto a small cart, and headed outside. The washed clothes needed to be hung outside the courtyard was too small to hang so many clothes. As Zhao Xuanqi pushed the cart away, he couldn't hide the joy on his face in a place where no one could see him. There was no other reason his qi and blood values were finally sufficient. 100 qi and blood points. With Yetbot points of qi and blood, he could activate the golden finger ability. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and never expected to gather enough points today. During the day, there are too many people in the sect, so I can't activate the golden finger yet. I'll have to wait until tonight to do it. Zhao Xuanqi suppressed his excitement. Some golden fingers trigger unusual phenomena when activated. Since he didn't know which type his belonged to, he naturally had to wait until a quieter time to activate it. Be cautious, cautious, and cautious again. He couldn't afford any accidents to occur during the critical moment of activating the golden finger. If he died because of it, he would be a disgrace to all time travelers. He stepped outside the courtyard, took the clothes out of the basin, wrung out the water, and carefully hung each piece on the hooks on the outer wall. The entire outer wall was studded with nails, specifically for hanging and drying clothes, making it very convenient. "You finally came out." A cold voice came from behind him. Chapter Subsam. The Short Man and the Dispute. Yao Xuanqi heard a cold voice coming from behind him, and turned to look. A short, stocky man was pacing toward him. He was short and somewhat overweight, with skin so dark from the sun it almost gleamed. The short man snorted coldly, "You sure made me wait. Finally, you've come out. Who are you?" Yao Xuanqi racked his brain, but couldn't recall who this man was. He didn't recognize him at all. In Sungzhou City, he had no extra friends. The short man looked stunned. He hadn't expected the other person to have forgotten him. He clenched his teeth and said, "You made my life so miserable, and I've never forgotten you. You don't remember me? What the hell?" Yao Xuanqi felt completely baffled. Seeing the man act as if he knew him well, he had a sudden thought, could this guy be from his hometown? He decided to test the waters with a question. Odd changes, even stays the same? What chicken changes, lotus root stays the same? What gibberish are you talking about? The short man finally realized that Zhao Xuanqi didn't remember him, and he was furious. He clenched his fists and shouted, "You've caused me so much suffering. Don't you remember the man who stood in front of you when we entered the Black Tiger Gate?" Zhao Xuanqi snapped out of it, his eyes widening in surprise. He finally recognized who this man was. It was this unlucky guy. This short man had been in line ahead of Zhao Xuanqi that day. He was also a relative of someone in the gang. Relying on his connections, he was unwilling to spend extra copper coins and haggled with the one-eyed lieutenant for a long time, annoying him. In the end, the lieutenant reluctantly gave him a dozen copper coins to join the gang. Later, when the gang's enforcer came to select people, the enforcer had already chosen Zhao Xuanqi for the blacksmith's shop. However, the one-eyed lieutenant, out of respect for Zhao Xuanqi's smooth talk and willingness to pay extra, took the money and did the deed, forcibly pulling Zhao Xuanqi back and pushing another man forward to take his place. The man pushed out was the short man. "So it was you?" Zhao Xuanqi asked. "Are you working at the blacksmith's shop now?" Mentioning the blacksmith's shop was a mistake. The moment the short man heard it, he grew angry, his eyes filled with unhidden hatred. The blacksmith's shop was too harsh and exhausting. It wasn't work for humans. Every day, they had to engage in high-intensity ironwork, performing heavy labor around the blazing furnace. On top of that, they had to chop firewood outdoors in the sweltering heat, split it into pieces, and feed it into the large furnace to keep the fire burning. There was no time to rest, as the fire had to stay lit at all times. Working like beasts of burden was bad enough, but the food was also terrible, with no fat or oil. Those who joined the sect were already destitute and weak, with insufficient vitality to endure such physically demanding work. Since entering the Black Tiger sect, 7 of the men who entered the blacksmith's shop with him had already died. A few days ago, another one fell ill, and he probably won't last much longer. 5 out of 7 have died. You can imagine how difficult it is. The short man was fortunate to have an older cousin who was an attendant within the sect. Though his cousin held a leisurely position with little authority to transfer him out, he could at least provide him with better food to nourish his body. That was the key to his survival. Even so, he doesn't want to stay at the blacksmith's shop anymore. He has been looking for an opportunity to escape and wants to make one last attempt before he leaves. The short man grew angrier as he thought about it. That Tianfeng steward clearly chose you for the blacksmith's shop. If you hadn't colluded with the one-eyed lieutenant, and had him remove you and replace you with me, how would I have ended up in such a miserable state? That's not my fault, Zhao Xuanqi deflected. That was the one-eyed lieutenant's doing. I'm just a lowly servant. I have no say in where I'm assigned. Whatever position they give me, I take it. If you're unhappy with the one-eyed lieutenant's orders, take it up with him. You make it sound so easy. The short man wasn't stupid. The one-eyed lieutenant was a lieutenant of the Black Tiger gang. How could he dare to provoke him? But if he couldn't provoke the one-eyed lieutenant, did that mean he couldn't provoke Zhao Xuanqi, a lowly servant? The short man sneered, I've already found out. The work you've been doing these days is much easier. Washing clothes, hanging them up, and occasionally collecting meals from the restaurant, that's really easy work. You can even go out and sell leftover food to earn some extra money. Having money to put in your pocket is like a dream come true. Unlike us, the gang only gives us a meal, never any money. If you had been assigned to the blacksmith's shop from the start, the next person standing in your position would have been me. The one chosen by Old Wu would definitely have been me. You took my place, so everything you have now should be mine. You've taken everything from me. You owe me compensation. The short man said matter-of-factly, "Here's the deal, give me 100 taels of silver, and I'll let it go." "Are you a donkey?" Zhao Xuanqi asked. "What do you mean?" The short man was confused. "Your face is big. You..." The short man was furious but chose to swallow his anger and back down. "If that's not possible, lend me some money. I won't ask for much, just 50 or 60 taels. Will you pay it back?" "Of course I will." "Haha, dishonest people will be struck by lightning. Looking at you, I know you want to pay it back. I'll ask you one more time, will you pay it back when the time comes?" "No." The short man thought this was obvious. "You're just trying to get rid of your money, why would I pay you back?" He asked, "Are you going to lend me the money or not? You've already said you won't pay it back. I'd have to be crazy to lend you money." Zhao Xuanqi sneered. "You bastard, you dare to trick me." The short man was furious. All the hardships and grievances he had endured over the past few days erupted, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly leaped forward and tackled Zhao Xuanqi. Zhao Xuanqi was pinned against the wall, unable to move. Compared to the short man, who had been forging iron and doing heavy labor every day, Zhao Xuanqi was much weaker and couldn't match his strength. He couldn't defend himself and his neck was being choked until it turned red. Fists rained down on Zhao Xuanqi like a storm. Question: how can one turn the tide when outmatched in strength? Answer: use an unexpected move and target the lower body. At a critical moment, Zhao Xuanqi delivered a swift kick, driving his knee upward with force, striking the target precisely. Chicken flies, eggs shatter. Elbow strike to the peach. Ah! Piercing scream echoed as the short man curled up on the ground like a shrimp, writhing in pain. Zhao Xuanqi seized the opportunity to press down hard, pummeling the man's face with his fists until he was bruised and swollen. After finishing the attack, he immediately fled without looking back. Behind him, the short man staggered to his feet. He felt his lower body completely numb. At that moment, he wasn't afraid of the pain, he was afraid of not feeling anything. In his anger and despair, he shouted, You just wait. You worthless scum. I, Zhou Lei, will never let you off the hook." Zhao Xuanqi paid no attention to him, darting into the courtyard in an instant, assuming the other wouldn't dare follow. He locked the door behind him, panting heavily, his face grim. "I didn't expect there to be such a trouble. But don't blame me. Blame yourself for paying too little. Blame yourself for offending the one-eyed lieutenant. I was just lucky to be assigned to Wu Lao by the one-eyed lieutenant." Zhao Xuanqi didn't believe that if he had been chosen for the blacksmith's shop, this short man would have been picked by Wu Lao. Even if Zhao Xuanqi had entered the blacksmith shop, the short man would indeed have stood in Zhao Xuanqi's position. However, Wu Lao didn't select people based on their positions, he relied on the one-eyed lieutenant's recommendation. The one-eyed lieutenant had always disliked the short man, so there was no way he would recommend him. He would never have been able to enter Wu Lao's discipleship. In the end, if a person isn't capable, don't blame the path for being uneven. Zhao Xuanqi earned the favor of the one-eyed lieutenant through his own abilities, which is why he was able to enter Wu Lao's discipleship. Others couldn't secure that position because they weren't capable enough. They should blame themselves, not others. Are you going to blame other men for your wife not being able to conceive? At least I'm now Wu Lao's adopted son. Though I'm a menial disciple, my status is higher than that of ordinary menial disciples. I'm not afraid of this kid causing trouble. Zhao Xuanqi calmed down. If need be, I'll just stay indoors for a while. Tonight, I can activate the golden finger. Once it's activated, the sky's the limit. What's there to fear from a mere menial disciple? Chapter Subsay. The golden finger, enhancing insight. The moon was bright and the stars were few, and the night was deep. It was already deep into the night, and the Black Tiger Gate had fallen into silence. Except for the patrolmen, the disciples and elders had all long since fallen asleep. In a small room, Zhao Xuanqi awoke slowly. He gazed out the window at the thick night, a hint of longing in his eyes. I do miss my second uncle a bit. Since he had successfully joined the Black Tiger Gate and sworn allegiance to Wu Lao as his adoptive father, he had immediately sent someone to inform his second uncle, Zhao Jinkai, of the good news, but had not personally bid farewell before moving into the Black Tiger Gate. The Black Tiger Gate had strict rules. Disciples were not allowed to leave the premises without permission. Any violation would result in severe punishment. Even if they request leave, it would only be granted for 1 or 2 hours at most. Now, he has not seen his uncle for over a month. It must be said, he misses him quite a bit. Enough of that. I need to focus on the important matters tonight. The moonlight danced on the window, filtering through the half-open gap and falling on Zhao Xuanqi's face. His complexion was rosy, and his frame had filled out with new muscle, all thanks to the nourishment he had received in recent days. His vital energy had accumulated enough. Exactly yet vitality points, just enough to activate the golden finger. This is the key to my survival and success in this world. In the Great Zhou dynasty, social class is rigidly fixed, and it's virtually impossible for an ordinary person to become a prominent figure. But with this golden finger, anything is possible. Zhao Xuanqi leaned against the bedside, sitting cross-legged. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. No one wants to remain a nobody. His heart couldn't help but race, and he took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Immediately, his consciousness sank into his mind. A dark red pearl lay motionless, its light about to fade. He extended a thread of consciousness and touched the bead, instantly losing points of vitality. All the qi and blood surged into the bead. A crimson glow erupted, and the dark red bead was completely ignited like a fireball, burning fiercely. It resembled a red sun in the pitch-black realm of consciousness, illuminating everything. Blindingly bright and dazzlingly brilliant. If the previous pearl gave the impression of being lifeless, then now, this bead had truly come to life. It's alive. What now? Is that it? Zhao Xuanqi sat motionless in place. After the transformation ended, the fiery red bead in his mind showed no further reaction. No information came through. No interface appeared. It simply remained there, motionless, in his mind. To put it nicely, like a fiery red sun, dazzling and brilliant. Less flattering, it was like a worthless object. You must have some use, right? I'm counting on you to turn my life around. Zhao Xuanqi muttered to himself, trying every trick in the book to communicate with the bead, desperate to move it. Just as he was about to move the bead, with a click, the red bead appeared in his lap, about the size of an egg, round and smooth. It actually came out. Caught off guard, Zhao Xuanqi jumped in surprise, but fortunately, nothing else happened. He quickly regained his composure. He picked it up and examined it carefully. The surface of the bead had 5 intricate patterns, so mysterious and fascinating that looking at them for even a moment gave one the illusion of being drawn into them. Especially the 5 patterns emitted a soft white glow. When Zhao Xuanqi touched the 5 glowing lines with his fingers, the light instantly dimmed. At the same time, a drop of white liquid appeared inside the bead. The white liquid floated inside the bead, moving up and down in a mysterious manner, resembling a flexible tadpole, pulsating with a sense of vitality. Zhao Xuanqi felt that he could extract this droplet of liquid at will. Without hesitation, he immediately extracted it. A single drop of white liquid floated in the palm of his hand, emitting a mysterious aura. It smells so good, can I eat it? Zhao Xuanqi's stomach growled, and the aroma flooded his nostrils, drawing him in irresistibly. Eat it! Eat it! Every part of his body was restless, as if consuming this single drop of liquid could bring him immense benefits. Where the heart leads, follow. Zhao Xuanqi immediately swallowed the droplet of liquid. Boom! It felt like swallowing a drop of molten lava. Enormous energy erupted within his body. The first sensation was as though his mind had been cleared, and many things that had previously been unclear suddenly became crystal clear. Countless inspirations flooded his mind, leaving his thoughts crystal clear, and his emotions in a state of extreme calm. Enlightenment. This thing can greatly increase one's insight. Zhao Xuanqi had a feeling that if there were a cultivation technique in front of him at that moment, he could definitely master it to a profound level in a short time using this insight. Unfortunately, he had no cultivation technique in his hands. After a while, Zhao Xuanqi emerged from the enlightenment state. The flood of inspiration faded away, leaving him feeling as though he had fallen from the clouds back to earth, with a sense of loss spreading throughout his body. Damn it, I wasted a drop of the liquid. This thing can instantly boost my insight, allowing me to enter the enlightenment stage. It would be incredibly useful for understanding anything. But I don't have any cultivation techniques to study. What a waste. Actually, it wasn't entirely wasted. Because this drop of liquid contained immense energy. Upon realizing there were no cultivation techniques or manuals to study, the liquid's energy instantly dispersed from his mind, transforming into energy to nourish his body. Just now, the energy slightly improved Zhao Xuanqi's physical condition, enhancing his physical constitution. Moreover, during his time fleeing famine, Zhao Xuanqi often went hungry and suffered numerous injuries, placing severe strain on his body. On the surface, it seemed harmless, but the internal injuries were severe. Once he grew old, they would undoubtedly lead to serious health issues. This single drop of liquid completely healed the hidden injuries within Zhao Xuanqi's body, eliminating this level of potential danger. Therefore, Zhao Xuanqi merely regretted not having any martial arts manuals at hand, but he did not feel that the drop of liquid was wasted. He was deeply moved and summarized the effects of the liquid. It has a significant effect, capable of rapidly increasing one's insight within a short period. However, this is likely just one of its many effects. The essence of this drop of liquid is an extremely pure and immense energy. Besides being absorbed by the body, it should also be usable in other areas, such as herbal plants. If this immense energy is absorbed by herbal plants, it should produce positive changes. I must experiment with this next time. Zhao Xuanqi picked up the bead to inspect it. At that moment, the interior of the bead was completely empty, with not a single drop of liquid remaining. Where did this liquid come from? He recalled the details of the liquid's appearance, and his eyes lit up. He flipped the bead over and saw the 5 faint patterns. Upon closer inspection, the 5 patterns were extremely complex, emanating a mysterious aura, yet they were now dull and lifeless, giving off a extinguished sensation. Zhao Xuanqi pondered briefly and formed a hypothesis. Perhaps, to reignite these 5 patterns, one must first obtain another drop of the spiritual liquid? Chapter 7, 1 drop every 5 days, counterattack. The 5 patterns were arranged in sequence on the surface of the bead, resembling 5 small, faintly glowing grooves. It must be that only by filling these 5 patterns with light can a single drop of transformative essence be born. Easy to say. But Zhao Xuanqi knew nothing about it. He had no idea how to proceed. The question is, how exactly do I fill them? He held the bead in his hands, examining it from every angle, pacing back and forth in the room. The moonlight was bright. It bathed the surrounding fields. As the night grew deeper, the moonlight seemed even brighter. A faint beam of moonlight slipped through the tree branches, gliding down onto the window, and through the open window, it poured into the room, landing precisely on the beads. A magical scene unfolded. The moonlight trembles. The surrounding moonlight surged into the pearl, like streams of water falling into a whirlpool, merging together, inseparable. Zhao Xuanqi held the pearl in his hands, watching this magical scene, desperately shielding the light, fearing that someone might discover this moment. Fortunately, after just a few breaths, the strange phenomenon slowly subsided, and everything returned to calm. When Zhao Xuanqi lowered his head to examine the pearl again, he noticed that one of the 5 faint patterns had been illuminated, emitting a white glow. The other 4 patterns remained dim, waiting to be filled. So that's how it works. It needs to absorb moonlight. Once a pattern is illuminated, it can no longer absorb moonlight. That means I can only illuminate 1 pattern line per day. To fill all 5 pattern lines, it will take 5 days. Once all 5 lines are filled, I can exchange them for a drop of spiritual liquid. 5 days for a single drop of liquid. After understanding the situation, Zhao Xuanqi sighed in relief and smiled lightly. Good to know. Finally figured out the purpose of the plot device tonight. Huff. Zhao Xuanqi exhaled, suppressing his emotions, and returned to the present reality. This pearl possesses the power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, and it's also a valuable tool to change my future. I can't keep calling it the red bead anymore. It's too embarrassing and sounds terrible. Let's give it a name. Then let's call it the Metamorphosis Pearl. The liquid it produces can be called Metamorphosis Elixir. Transformation Pearl. A bead that can transform anything. Though compared to the golden fingers I've seen in novels like Check in Systems or Deep Blue Skill Points, this one is pretty lackluster. But isn't it better than nothing? With the golden fingers' assistance, at least the future is no longer bleak. There's a trump card for a comeback, a glimmer of hope for becoming powerful. At this stage, Zhao Xuanqi is actually quite satisfied with this golden finger. He has no reason to despise it if the golden finger doesn't despise him, he is already deeply grateful. Don't you want this kind of golden finger? If the golden finger could speak. You little piece of trash. I don't even want you anymore. This golden finger is pretty powerful, like a little cow walking backward home. But no matter how powerful it is, it's still useless without the right ingredients. Yao Xuanqi doesn't have any martial arts manuals, so he can't fully utilize its potential. At most, he can use the transformation elixir to improve his body. His own weakness and poverty are limiting the golden finger's potential. Yao Xuanqi fell into deep thought, his expression growing complex. I must find a martial arts manual. The search for a martial arts manual has become an urgent matter. Yao Xuanqi is currently just a lowly menial laborer, with no status, no freedom, and no means to obtain a martial arts manual. This is something he will have to figure out and acquire on his own in the future. The time has come. Yao Xuanqi glanced at the moon outside the window, estimating that it was the right time. A thought crossed his mind, and the bead instantly vanished from his hand, returning to his mind. He got up in the dark and left the room. The life of a menial laborer is no easy task. The Black Tiger Gate was a genuine martial arts sect. Some disciples were on night duty, while others, due to conflicts or disputes, went out at night to seek revenge or cause trouble. They needed to eat before setting out, or else the young masters and ladies might wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Where there's food, there's trash. The task of collecting trash falls under Wu Lao's jurisdiction. In terms of timing, today was Zhao Xuanqi's turn, and he had to get up in the middle of the night to clean up the trash and mess, making sure everything was tidy before dawn. Before leaving his bed, Zhao Xuanqi reached under his pillow and pulled out a dagger, tying it to his wrist for easy access. This was a habit he developed during his time fleeing famine, and it had saved his life countless times. As a result, he had developed an ingrained habit. No matter where he went or what he did, he always carried a weapon on his person, just in case. Yao Xuanqi left the house, pushing a small cart with a large barrel on it, and headed toward the restaurant along the road. Click! Perhaps the road was uneven, and the wheels of the cart suddenly got stuck in a small pothole, making it impossible to push forward. With no other option, Zhao Xuanqi walked to the front of the cart and tried to pry the stuck wheel free with all his strength. Just as he was focused on prying the wheel free, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and a suffocating sensation arose. Danger! Acting on this sixth sense, Yao Xuanqi spun around and moved away from the spot, twisting his wrist so that the dagger tied to his wrist slid smoothly into his palm. The blade glinted faintly in the night, and instinctively, he thrust it toward the shadowy figure attacking him from behind. It felt like plunging into a block of tofu, hitting the target dead center. Ugh! A masked figure froze in place, a spray of blood spurting from its fragile neck. His eyes betrayed disbelief as he clutched his neck tightly, trying to press the blood back in. Alas, it was all in vain. A muffled groan escaped his lips as the figure collapsed limply, his body twitching uncontrollably. Another figure stood beside him, stunned. He hadn't expected that two people attacking one would end up losing one. Who would send a lowly servant to work while carrying a weapon? And their reactions and instincts were so sharp? The remaining black figure exchanged a glance with Zhao Xuanqi, revealing a look of terror, and immediately fled. So weak? Zhao Xuanqi stood frozen for a moment before immediately giving chase. His strides were wide and light, like a jumping insect, which made him even faster. The dagger pierced the shadow's neck, and it collapsed to the ground, dead as a doornail. Yao Xuanqi may not be good at much, but his speed when running is unmatched. There's no other explanation. Those who were slower would have died in the first wave of famine. Thus, he had defeated two enemies, even after being ambushed, and killed both of them. I survived? Zhao Xuanqi stood where he was, gasping for breath. He finally realized what had happened and broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for his habit of carrying a weapon, he would have been in serious trouble this time. His body was frail, and without a weapon, facing two opponents would have likely ended in his death. Life and death hung in the balance. Chapter Sublot. Two laborers, the foster father's plan. Who are these two men? After resting, Zhao Xuanqi fixed his gaze on the two corpses before him, his eyes filled with confusion. Who was bold enough to kill someone inside the Black Tiger Gate? And these two were so weak they couldn't even take down a lowly disciple. Could they be from a rival gang? Zhao Xuanqi's expression grew serious, sensing something amiss. Therefore, he did not make a scene immediately, but instead stepped forward to remove the face masks from the two corpses. As the black masks were removed, the faces beneath were revealed. Zhou Lei. One of them was none other than the short man who had caused trouble earlier that morning. As for the other man, Zhao Xuanqi did not recognize him, but judging from his skin and features, he was likely also from the same blacksmith shop as Zhou Lei. I suspect Zhou Lei lured this man here with promises of profit, intending to take revenge on me. Zhao Xuanqi searched Zhou Lei's body, and found 4 or 5 taels of silver. For a lowly disciple like him, this amount of silver was likely his entire fortune. To kill someone and still carry all one's belongings means he planned to flee the Black Tiger Gate after killing Zhao Xuanqi. It made sense. The blacksmith's shop was such hard labor in just over a month, so many had died in this batch alone. If he didn't flee, he'd likely die of exhaustion in the blacksmith's shop. Better to escape while he could. Before fleeing, he might as well kill Zhao Xuanqi to avenge his grievances, and make some money in the process. Zhao Xuanqi only needed a moment to figure out Zhou Lei's intentions. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "You little bastard, revenge can't wait until tomorrow?" It seems I underestimated him. I knew this guy would seek revenge, but I didn't expect it to be so fierce, and that he would even try to kill me. It happened so suddenly we almost fell into their trap. Heroes of the world are truly as numerous as fish in the river. I must be extra cautious from now on. This must never happen again. At that moment, holding the dagger in his hand and personally killing the 2 men, Zhao Xuanqi gained a deeper understanding of human nature. This ambush was completely unexpected, leaving one utterly unprepared. Could you have imagined that someone who argued with you in the morning would come to kill you at night? It was unforeseeable. If it weren't for the dagger in his hand, he would have been killed on the spot. He must learn from this lesson. What should we do with the bodies? A new problem presented itself. Zhao Xuanqi looked at the bodies of the 2 men, and fell into deep thought. Option 1, report the incident truthfully to the sect. 2, bury them secretly and keep the information hidden. Zhao Xuanqi briefly considered these options, but quickly ruled them out. First, report the situation to the sect based on the facts, claiming that these 2 ironworker apprentices ambushed Zhao Xuanqi first, and then attempted to defect from the sect, forcing Zhao Xuanqi to kill them in self-defense to save his own life. What evidence do you have to prove that? What if you killed the 2 laborers and framed them? The sect has no interest in such matters. Menial disciples are lowly and insignificant, like ants. They won't waste much effort on them. The handling will be swift and decisive. Regardless of the circumstances, if a fight between menial disciples results in a death, both parties will be beaten to death, regardless of who is at fault. It can be said that once the sect discovers this matter, regardless of who is at fault, Zhao Xuanqi, as one of the parties involved, is as good as dead. Then, what about the second option, hiding the bodies secretly and pretending nothing happened? Haha, the Black Tiger Gate is heavily guarded, and menial disciples cannot leave the sect freely. Under such circumstances, if 2 menial disciples disappear without a trace, the only conclusion is that they must be dead. Killing someone within the gang is a very serious matter, and it is highly likely that a martial artist of a higher rank will be sent to investigate. By then, Zhao Xuanqi would have no choice but to flee the Black Tiger Gate. Otherwise, the murder of the 2 low-ranking disciples would be exposed, and he would face the same fate. The only difference is the speed of death. But he did not want to flee the Black Tiger sect, nor did he want to involve his uncle in such a matter. What should I do? Am I just supposed to wait here and die? Zhao Xuanqi broke out in a cold sweat as he paced back and forth in place. Stay calm. Calm down. The situation hasn't reached a point where it can't be reversed. Zhao Xuanqi envisioned a person's face and murmured, I can only see if my foster father has any solutions. This was the only option left. In the end, Zhao Xuanqi woke up the sleeping Wu Lao, brought him to the crime scene, and truthfully recounted everything that had just happened. Father, it's all my fault. I retaliated too fiercely and accidentally killed both of them. I didn't know they were the 2 of them at first. I thought they were from a rival gang. He knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and remained silent in a repentant posture. Wu Lao looked at the 2 bodies on the ground, his eyes wide with a cold expression. You deserve to die. You dared to try to kill my son? You deserve to die. I've already lost one son. I can't lose another adopted son. Old Wu paced back and forth. I believe your words. You are my son. My property and position will all be yours. You have already settled here comfortably and have no interest in the property of other lowly disciples. There was no need to kill anyone. Only these two lowly servants had a motive to act first. The monthly share of profits you receive makes many disciples envious. But you must understand, there are laws of the state and rules of the sect. If you hadn't killed them, but instead handed them over to the sect for punishment, they would have faced the consequences, and everything would have been resolved. But you went and caused a murder. You shouldn't have caused a death. Wu Lao looked at Zhao Xuanqi, who was bowing his head in repentance, and asked, I ask you, they wanted to kill you, so you killed them in self-defense. By all accounts, that's justified. But within the sect, you're the one who'll face severe punishment. Don't you find that unfair? No, Zhao Xuanqi blurted out. Rules are made by the strong, and the weak must obey them. The Black Tiger sect is the strongest in this region, so all rules within the sect are reasonable. We, the weak, have no room to resist, let alone question their fairness. Because only the strong can say unfair to the strong. Rules are rules. If I did something wrong, I have to accept it. Wu Lao was taken aback. He had intended to use this opportunity to educate Zhao Xuanqi, but he didn't expect Zhao Xuanqi to understand the principle so deeply. He nodded approvingly. Sect rules are sect rules. If miscellaneous disciples fight to the death, both parties are to be beaten to death. By the rules, you should have died. But you're my son. I have to help you. Get up. I have a way to resolve this, but the prerequisite is whether you can endure the pain. I can. Zhao Xuanqi stood up and said, no matter how painful it is. All right. Wu Lao suddenly drew a short knife from his waist and lunged toward Zhao Xuanqi. Zhao Xuanqi knew that Wu Lao wouldn't kill him, so he suppressed his instinct to fight back, standing still and enduring everything. Soon, Zhao Xuanqi was covered in wounds, though they were only superficial. Tomorrow, an enforcer from the disciplinary hall will come to question you. You must explain everything to them exactly as I have instructed you. Chapter Subtut, Passing the Gate, I want to practice martial arts. The next day, inside the house, Zhao Xuanqi lay alone on the bed, his body wrapped in strips of cloth, covered in wounds, barely able to sit up. He looked utterly pitiful. Creak! The front door opened. A tall, burly old man dressed in a black robe entered the room. The old man had a broad back and sturdy build, walking with a commanding presence. On his robe was embroidered a lifelike golden tiger, striking fear into anyone who looked at it. This attire was none other than the uniform of the enforcers of the Black Tiger Gate. You are the lowly disciple Zhao Xuanqi? The black-robed old man approached and fixed his gaze on him. Zhao Xuanqi, weak and trembling, tried to rise, reporting to the enforcer, this disciple has seen you before. May you enjoy the blessings of the sea, and the longevity of the mountains, and may your martial arts reach the heavens. The black-robed elder's expression softened slightly. He pressed down on Zhao Xuanqi's body, gesturing for him not to rise, and spoke slowly. You did well. You were severely injured while protecting the Purification Hall enforcer, Old Wu. This is considered an injury sustained while guarding a sect enforcer, so you will be awarded a minor merit. He then snorted coldly. Those two damned blacksmith shop laborers were treasonous. Unable to endure the hard labor of the blacksmith shop, they dared to steal the sect elder's property and flee. After being discovered, they even attempted to attack the sect elder. This is a capital offense. Fortunately, you protected Wu Lao too. Otherwise, with his elderly and frail body, he would likely have fallen victim to those two scoundrels' schemes. Old Wu, in his youth, performed many meritorious deeds for the Black Tiger sect. He is a man who has earned his stripes. You did well. After saying this, the black-robed old man paused in thought, then took out a small silver ingot from his robe and placed it into Zhao Xuanqi's hand. According to the sect's regulations, a minor merit is rewarded with 5 taels of silver. Considering your severe injuries, you are granted 3 months to recover. Thank you, elder. Zhao Xuanqi looked at the silver in his hand and nodded weakly. In the following time, the black-robed elder asked about some details from last night, and Zhao Xuanqi answered each question truthfully, revealing no flaws. Soon, the black-robed elder departed. The room fell silent once more. Zhao Xuanqi clutched the 5 taels of silver in his hand, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The interrogation was much easier than I expected. Wu Lao once said that a minor achievement should normally be rewarded with 10 taels of silver, even for a menial disciple like me. Yet now I only received 5 taels. It seems the steward took half for himself. No wonder the interrogation was so lenient. To him, a menial disciple is just an ant, dead or alive, it doesn't matter. What matters is getting the money. Besides, Master Wu and I had already coordinated our stories. With his testimony, the interrogation was naturally much easier. Zhao Xuanqi's gratitude toward old Wu grew even deeper, and he admired this wise old man even more. Last night, faced with Zhao Xuanqi's deadly weapon, Wu Lao's solution was simple. Frame them. Frame Zhou Lei, the 2 menial disciples. Originally, it was Zhou Lei and his 2 men who attacked Zhao Xuanqi, and Zhao Xuanqi killed them in self-defense. The protagonist of the incident was Zhao Xuanqi. However, Wu Lao altered the narrative to make himself the protagonist, claiming that he was the one attacked by Zhou Lei and his 2 men. With a little embellishment, it became, Zhou Lei's 2 lowly disciples couldn't endure the hard labor at the blacksmith's shop, feared dying there, and harbored resentment toward the middle-ranked disciples. They decided to plot treason, specifically targeting Wu Lao, an easy target, to steal his property and flee, intending to harm him. At the critical moment, Zhao Xuanqi stepped forward, stood in front of Wu Lao, and successfully rescued him with his own body, killing the 2 bandits. However, since he was fighting 2 enemies at once, Zhao Xuanqi was severely injured, covered in wounds, and collapsed unconscious. This change completely altered the nature of the incident. What was originally a conflict between a menial disciple and 2 other menial disciples leading to a deadly fight. It was directly transformed into 2 menial disciples attempted to steal money and kill a sect elder, but were killed on the spot by another brave and fearless menial disciple, who successfully rescued the sect elder. The disciple conflict and fight incident was thus transformed into a disciple acted bravely to protect the sect's elder, a good deed. Since the people are dead and there are no witnesses, coupled with the fact that Elder Wu, the senior figure, is on Zhao Xuanqi's side, the story can be fabricated in any way that seems plausible. This is why Wu Lao used a small knife to inflict additional wounds on Zhao Xuanqi last night. Everything was done to make the story more plausible. No issues arose, right? Old Wu slowly walked in from outside and closed the doors and windows behind him. Everything went smoothly. You're truly remarkable. Not only did I clear my name, but I even became a hero for acting bravely, and successfully received the silver reward. Zhao Xuanqi flattered him. You've been through a lot. Amateur Wu sat by the bed, his eyes betraying a hint of pain. The incident was fabricated, but the wounds were real. Zhao Xuanqi smiled. Isn't this a good chance to rest and recover? Last night, Wu Lao had been careful not to hit any vital areas, so most of Zhao Xuanqi's injuries were superficial, with the worst being a broken finger bone. It looked bad, but it wasn't life-threatening. On the contrary, this allowed him to receive 3 months of paid leave to recover, which was a pretty good outcome. However, Wu Lao didn't see it that way. His newly adopted son was already covered in wounds, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. If he had been more capable, his adopted son wouldn't have ended up like this. He felt a pang of remorse. He spoke softly, "Don't worry, everything will be rewarded. This is the perfect excuse to formally adopt you as my adopted son. From now on, everyone will know you are my adopted son, and you will succeed me." Previously, Wu Lao had taken Zhao Xuanqi as his adopted son, but it had always been done in private, not something he could openly acknowledge. Whether the sect acknowledged it or not was uncertain, and once it involved matters like inheritance and status, there might be complications. Now, using this opportunity, he could bring everything out into the open. Zhao Xuanqi would become his adopted son in a righteous and proper manner, and the sect would have no choice but to acknowledge it, thus avoiding future complications. This is a 3-for-1 strategy. First, gain a small favor. Second, establish his status openly. Third, justify a 3-month leave of absence. It's a win-win outcome for everyone. It truly resolved a troublesome matter. Thank you, Father. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do. Zhao Xuanqi expressed his gratitude once more. Although the old man before him was not his biological father, and there was no blood relation between them. However, to have gone to such lengths, he was no less than a father. Wu Lao had helped Zhao Xuanqi so much, and been so kind to him, calling him father was only natural, and the word came from the bottom of his heart. Wu Lao was a seasoned old man, he could hear the meaning behind the words. He smiled broadly, his eyes squinting like two crescent moons. At that moment, their relationship grew even closer. Zhao Xuanqi felt a surge of emotion. Seizing the opportunity, he praised Wu Lao some more. Seeing that the time was right, he cautiously asked, "Father, I want to practice martial arts. Do you have any martial arts manuals?" Chapter Sabbat. Recovering from injuries, the effects of the spiritual elixir. You want to practice martial arts? Old Wu heard this. He paused for a moment. He had never expected his adopted son to have such an idea. He lowered his head and looked at his adopted son on the bed in astonishment. It could be said that Zhao Xuanqi was already well past the optimal age for martial arts training. His physical constitution was set, and no matter how hard he trained, he wouldn't achieve much. Why then had he suddenly come up with this absurd idea of practicing martial arts? Wu Lao asked, "Why did you suddenly want to practice martial arts?" "I didn't think that way before." Zhao Xuanqi lowered his head for a moment, then raised it again with a determined gaze. "But things are different now. If I hadn't reacted quickly tonight, I would have been killed by those two. Having narrowly escaped death, I now understand the importance of strength, which is why I want to practice martial arts. The weak are killed. The strong kill. I don't want to be killed. I want to be the one who kills." "Are you practicing martial arts just for the sake of killing?" Wu Lao's expression darkened, fearing that Zhao Xuanqi might be led astray by tonight's slaughter, and practice martial arts for the sake of killing. That would be madness. "Father, what you're saying is that having no sword and having a sword but not using it are two different things." Zhao Xuanqi's eyes blazed, and in that moment, he looked even more spirited as he explained, "A sword can kill, but it can also protect oneself. I only use it for self-defense. If someone wants to kill me, I can kill them too. There is great fear between life and death. You have attained enlightenment." Wu Lao suddenly understood, lowering his eyelids, but then shook his head. "Practicing martial arts for self-defense is a good thing. Unfortunately, I have never practiced martial arts, know nothing of martial arts, and have no secret manuals to help you. Is there any way you can help me obtain a manual from the sect? Martial arts manuals are monopolized by major factions. Besides joining these sects or factions, there is no other way to obtain them. Your father cannot help you with this, and the sect will not accept an adult like you." Wu Lao added, "Rest well first. Practicing martial arts does not necessarily require a manual. In the future, just practice a little to stay healthy. There is no need to put in too much effort." It was clear that old Wu did not hold much hope for this adopted son's martial arts training, and did not support Zhao Xuanqi in dedicating his efforts to it. Old age, no martial arts manuals, late start in cultivation, no sect resources to rely on. One step behind, and you're always behind. These issues were too numerous. In Wu Lao's eyes, this was a path doomed to failure. Seeing that old Wu had no solution, Zhao Xuanqi obediently lay down. "All right, I'll rest properly. I won't bother you anymore." Zhao Xuanqi watched Wu Lao's departing figure without losing heart. Since there were no martial arts manuals here, he would seek other paths to obtain them. He would never give up the martial arts path. In the martial arts world, the strong reign supreme, and strength is life itself. Without strength, one is no better than an ant to be trampled underfoot, not truly human. Only those with strength are considered true human beings. Zhao Xuanqi wanted to be a human being. He longed to be a person so deeply. Zhao Xuanqi decided that once his injuries had healed, he would go find his uncle to see if he had any ideas. His uncle, after all, works for the imperial court, eats the emperor's grain, and has been imprisoned alongside martial artists, having come into contact with all sorts of people. He might just have some connections. Next, Zhao Xuanqi focused on recovering his injuries. For the first few days, he lay quietly in bed, resting. This was to prevent the enforcement elders from noticing anything suspicious. Secondly, his hand bones were genuinely broken. It takes yetbak days for broken bones to heal. How could it heal so easily? Especially in this era of poverty, without the advanced medical technology or tonics available in his previous life, recovery could only be achieved through time. Fortunately, the Black Tiger Gate still had some humanity, at least granting 3 months of rest. Zhao Xuanqi couldn't just sit around doing nothing during his recovery period. He didn't want to waste time, so he chose to use this time to study the transformation pearl. Time flew by swiftly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Within those 2 months, he thoroughly understood the metamorphosis pearl. Yet, the transformation pearl yields 1 drop of transformation essence every 5 days. When exchanging 1 drop of transformation essence, 5 patterns will dim and require recharging. Only 1 pattern can be recharged per day, and all 5 patterns will be fully charged after 5 days. The recharging process does not require removing the pearl to absorb moonlight. Even if the pearl remains in the mind, it silently communicates with the energy of the heavens and earth to recharge, making the process highly discreet and preventing detection. Once all 5 patterns are fully charged, on the 6th day, the transformation pearl will automatically exchange for 1 drop of essence, then recharge. The essence is stored inside the pearl, and does not disappear. These are Zhao Xuanqi's summaries of the metamorphosis bead's properties. Over the past 2 months, he has also conducted experiments on the transformation elixir, and discovered that its effects are indeed greater than imagined. First, its effects on the human body. First, when ingested, it can grant a massive boost in insight within a short time, aiding in the comprehension of martial arts techniques and other matters. Second, if not used to enhance insight, it can be absorbed into the body to rapidly restore physical strength and heal injuries. Zhao Xuanqi used some of the essence himself, so within just 2 months, all his injuries were fully healed, with no scars remaining. The fractured arm, which had initially taken several days to heal, was completely restored to its original state with no lingering effects. Second, the spiritual liquid can also affect plants. Zhao Xuanqi tried dripping some of the spiritual liquid onto a cheap cabbage seedling. The result was astonishing. Within just 1 night, the cabbage seedling grew rapidly, and by the next day, it had transformed into a fully mature cabbage. The cabbage was as white as jade, fresh and crisp, and from a distance, it looked like a cabbage carved from white jade, truly extraordinary. Most importantly, it was enormous, twice the size of an ordinary cabbage, the largest cabbage Zhao Xuanqi had ever seen in his entire life. Besides cabbages, other plants could also be accelerated, such as precious herbs. However, medicinal herbs must be mature to have significant effects, and they consume a large amount of spiritual liquid. At least 3 drops are needed to see noticeable results. Finally, if the spiritual essence is dripped onto the ground, the soil within a meter radius will turn a deeper color, become more moist, and even emit a distinctive, earthy fragrance. Plants grown in this soil will yield significantly higher harvests. Even without fertilization, the plants will grow vigorously, thrive, and be lush and green. It's best to use the spiritual liquid on the human body. A single drop can have a significant effect. If used for plant ripening, several drops of the essence are needed to achieve noticeable results, which seems a bit uneconomical. The most valuable herbs are found in plants, but those herbs require centuries to mature and become effective. Goodness, how much spiritual liquid would that require? Thus, Zhao Xuanqi finally understood the true nature of the transformation elixir. However, the cost was high. The 12 drops of spiritual liquid he had accumulated over 2 months were completely wasted, not a single drop remained. After staying in the house for 2 months, having completed all the necessary tasks, and fully recovered from his injuries, Zhao Xuanqi decided to go find his uncle. He wanted to see if his uncle had any way to obtain martial arts techniques. After all, with such a precious item as spiritual essence in his possession, but no martial arts manual to enhance his strength, it was like a eunuch visiting a brothel, useless. Chapter Supgao. Farewell to Uncle Zhao, a solution. Taking advantage of a sunny day, Zhao Xuanqi asked Wu Lao for leave to return home to visit his uncle Zhao Jinkai. The sect had granted Zhao Xuanqi 3 months of rest and another month's grace period, so as long as Wu Lao agreed, he could leave the sect. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be that simple. After leaving the Black Tiger Gate, Zhao Xuanqi headed straight for the commercial district of North University City. Visiting his uncle empty-handed was out of the question. He needed to bring a gift, which was basic etiquette. However, looking at the bustling shops along the street, he was at a loss. What should he buy as a gift? After much deliberation, Zhao Xuanqi bought 2 old hens and a large carp and set off happily for his uncle's home. It wasn't he that Zhao Xuanqi didn't want to give a better gift. But he couldn't. These days, gift giving also has its rules. If Zhao Xuanqi had bought something precious to repay his uncle's kindness, he would have been kicked out of the house along with the gift. That would be too disrespectful. A few months ago, Zhao Xuanqi was penniless. If his uncle had truly valued material gain, he wouldn't have chosen to help Zhao Xuanqi. His uncle helped Zhao Xuanqi because he valued that bond of gratitude. Uncle Zhao Jinkai gave Zhao Xuanqi a favor, and Zhao Xuanqi should reciprocate with a favor, not an expensive gift. You can give expensive gifts during festivals, as that is what is expected during such occasions, and it is a sign of respect. However, you cannot give expensive gifts when visiting someone's home on an ordinary day. That is an insult. As the ancients said, rather owe 1,000 pieces of gold than owe a single favor. 1,000 pieces of gold can repay a favor, but a favor cannot be repaid, and this becomes enmity. One should not accept favors without merit. Sending a lavish gift on an ordinary day implies using the gift to offset a debt of gratitude, which is an insult. Giving gifts well strengthens family bonds, but giving gifts poorly can strain relationships. Zhao Xuanqi's purchase of an old hen and fish was the result of careful consideration. The second uncle values emotional bonds. Therefore, after arriving at his house, he should personally go into the kitchen to prepare a meal for his uncle, showing filial piety and consideration for an elder, which is both respectful and heartfelt, and thus more pleasing. There's still plenty of time. You can give more expensive gifts later. Soon, Zhao Xuanqi knocked on the door of No. Subsam Wudong Street. Oh my, what brings you here? Auntie opened the door in surprise and said, your uncle is still on duty and won't be home until later. It's fine. We can kill a chicken and prepare the fish in advance so that when your uncle returns, he can enjoy a fresh meal. Zhao Xuanqi handed the ingredients he was carrying to his aunt for her to inspect. Auntie smiled brightly, stepped aside, and pulled Zhao Xuanqi into the house. Just come in. Why bring food? That's too formal. Zhao Xuanqi looked at his aunt's joyful expression and followed suit. I'm just here to eat for free. How could I not bring some food? You're the elder, so tonight I'll cook. You can't compete with me for the work. That's not possible. Auntie raised her eyebrows and crossed her arms. Guests are supposed to be served. You should just relax and let me cook my specialty for you. The two argued back and forth in the courtyard. In the end, Auntie couldn't resist Zhao Xuanqi's enthusiasm, and reluctantly let him take over the cooking. She sat outside watching Zhao Xuanqi bustle in and out of the kitchen, working efficiently and neatly. The more she watched, the more satisfied she became, constantly praising him as a good nephew. As it neared 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Zhao Jinkai returned from work and saw his smiling wife praising Zhao Xuanqi for his hard work, and the table laden with delicious food. Nephew, why are you back so early? Uncle, don't worry. I've already taken the day off. I just missed you so much and wanted to come back and see you. Just come over. Why bother buying groceries and cooking yourself? If you're this polite next time, don't blame me for kicking you out. Ha, uncle, let us drink until we're drunk tonight. Alright, let us have a good chat, uncle and nephew. This meal, Zhao Xuanqi ate with particular relish. He hadn't felt this happy in a long time, as if he had returned to the carefree world of his past life. After a few rounds of wine, Zhao Jinkai suddenly glared at him and said, Nephew, be honest. Do you have something to tell me? Just say it. Zhao Xuanqi scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, How did you know, uncle? I'm not stupid, Zhao Jinkai laughed. Child only thinks of home when there's something wrong. You're a busy man with so many matters to attend to at the Black Tiger Gate. The disciples aren't allowed to leave without permission, yet you took time off specifically to come home. It can't just be to see me, can it? That would be a waste of your vacation. There must be something else. Can't I just miss you? I'm not a woman, what do you want me to do? Alright, nothing can escape your keen eyes, uncle. Zhao Xuanqi got straight to the point, revealing his desire to practice martial arts, and his wish to obtain a martial arts manual. That's not going to be easy. Zhao Jinkai took a sip of wine. Even the most basic martial arts manual on the market costs several hundred taels of silver. Moreover, martial arts manuals shouldn't be passed on lightly. Those on the market can't be practiced casually. Martial arts sects won't allow others to practice their manuals. If discovered, it's a matter of life and death. Many people who possess martial arts manuals dare not practice them, fearing they might encounter such black manuals and be hunted down. If you want to practice martial arts, you must find a manual that permits cultivation. That way, you won't get into trouble and avoid enemies. I see. Zhao Xuanqi nodded, looking enlightened, and immediately asked, Uncle, is there really no way? There is a way. Zhao Jinkai looked at Zhao Xuanqi's eager expression, clenched his teeth, and decided to help not for anything else, but because his nephew had personally cooked this meal today. Martial artists are high and mighty, each a prominent figure. I can't reach the martial artists outside, but those within, I can still make contact with. I'm a prison guard at Tianyuan Prison. I've worked there for over 20 years, and am on good terms with my colleagues and superiors. I can make arrangements for you to meet with them, and find a martial artist on death row in the prison. They will allow you to enter the prison under the pretense of being the relative of the prisoner. In that case, you can talk to the martial artist prisoner, and perhaps coax a martial arts manual out of him. Zhao Xuanqi didn't expect his uncle to have a solution. He put down his chopsticks and exclaimed with delight, Uncle, you're amazing. Zhao Jinkai shook his head, placed the cup on the table, and said seriously, don't get too excited. Tianyuan Prison isn't a place to play around. You only have one chance to visit a prisoner. If one prisoner isn't enough, there won't be a second chance. Moreover, martial arts manuals are the most precious possessions of criminals. There's no guarantee they'll give them to you. You'll have to figure out how to extract the martial arts manual from a death row inmate. It all depends on your skills. If you fail, don't blame your uncle. I know. I'll do my best. Zhao Xuanqi expressed his sincere gratitude. Second uncle, thank you so much. Regardless, Zhao Jinkai had given Zhao Xuanqi this opportunity. If things don't work out, it won't be Uncle Zhao's fault, it'll be Zhao Xuanqi's own fault for not being up to the task. Your uncle and nephew, no need for formalities. I'll go talk to the prison warden tonight and see if I can make arrangements. Zhao Jinkai downed his cup of wine. There's no time to waste. I'll arrange for you to go in tomorrow morning. I'll try my best to get you a skilled martial artist. Chapter Yisup. Prison, back door. The next day, under the guidance of Zhao Jinkai, Zhao Xuanqi headed toward Tianyuan Prison. Unexpectedly, they encountered many disaster victims along the way. It was evident that there were many more disaster victims in Sangzhou City, each of them starving to the point of emaciation, their bodies emitting a foul odor, and moving like the living dead. Several disaster victims attempted to chongdut food from a shop, only to be beaten to death by the shop's thugs with clubs. The ground was covered in blood, which had not yet been cleaned up. A pool of fresh blood remained on the bustling street, its color starkly contrasting with the gray surroundings. Passers-by looked numb, showing no surprise such scenes had become all too common. What a tragedy! So many disaster victims. Zhao Jinkai muttered under his breath as he walked, this court is doomed. The corrupt emperor will eventually bring down the 300-year-old Zhou dynasty. Zhao Xuanqi, seeing his uncle acting so knowledgeable, followed behind him, carefully following up on his words. Uncle, it seems you have a lot of grievances against the current emperor. Zhao Jinkai looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then pulled Zhao Xuanqi's hand and whispered. Of course. Just a few months ago, you were fleeing the famine. If it weren't for the emperor's incompetence, you wouldn't have ended up like this, and the town of Sanxiang wouldn't have. This emperor knows nothing. He's just messing around every day. I feel like chaos is coming soon. After Zhao Jinsai's explanation, Zhao Xuanqi finally understood where his uncle's resentment toward the emperor came from. It turned out that the previous emperor had suddenly fallen ill and had no heir. On his deathbed, he hastily passed the throne to his younger brother. He took his younger brother's hand and said, "My brother shall be a sage." Thus, the new emperor ascended the throne, adopting the heir named Yonglong, and was referred to as the Yonglong Emperor. Emperor Yonglong had never received education in the art of ruling, and though he had a heart full of ambition to revive the nation, he lacked the talent of a wise ruler. He spent his days busy with governance, but only managed to bring the country into chaos. To put it another way, Great Zhou was like a terminally ill patient, stricken with a severe illness with no known cure, and everyone knew his days were numbered. At this critical moment, Emperor Yonglong arrived, attempting to save this elderly patient. He enacted various laws, implemented sweeping reforms, and dismantled the old system, all in an effort to create a new and improved system to salvage the situation. This was akin to administering a potent dose of medicine to a terminally ill patient. However, the patient was already on the brink of death, and his fragile body could not withstand such a powerful remedy. The result was disastrous. Not only did it fail to improve the situation, but it led to the collapse of the state, with starving people everywhere and the populace suffering terribly. It could be said that even governance through non-action would not have led to such a dire situation. The emperor, who rarely attended court, was too diligent, and his efforts backfired. By now, the emperor should have realized his mistakes. What? My fault? How could I possibly be at fault? Yet Emperor Yonglong possessed an inexplicable confidence. He completely refused to acknowledge that his policies were flawed, instead berating his ministers in court, shouting, "You ministers have betrayed me," and shifting all blame onto them. As a result, he executed a large number of people willing to work for him, leaving no one willing to serve him now. In 7 years as emperor, he replaced the chief minister over 30 times, making him the first in history to do so. Who would want to work for such an emperor? Emperor Ga natural disasters, Ga treacherous ministers. This combination led to widespread famine and chaos across the land. I see now. I've learned my lesson, Zhao Xuanqi said with a look of enlightenment, unable to help but feel pity for the Yonglong emperor, whom he had never met. What is the greatest virtue of humanity? Loyalty? Bravery? Strength? Wisdom? No. What makes a person valuable is self-awareness. Those without loyalty, courage, strength, or wisdom can still survive, but the difference lies in how well they live. A person without self-awareness will inevitably face one outcome, the destruction of their family and the ruin of their nation. If such a person becomes the ruler of a nation, the nation will be destroyed and the people will suffer. This is the tragedy of Emperor Yonglong, and also the tragedy of this nation and its people. We're almost there. Look up, and you'll see the Tianyuan prison. Zhao Jinsai's voice echoed. Following the direction of Zhao Jinsai's finger, Zhao Xuanqi looked up and saw a structure resembling a turtle shell magnified countless times, lying on the ground, tightly anchored to the earth, indestructible. At the top of the turtle shell were rows of battlements, and through the gaps, one could see the figures of prison guards patrolling above. Soon, Zhao Jinkai led Zhao Xuanqi to the prison's main gate. He had already reported last night's events to the prison warden, and now he was confident. He smiled and turned back to ask, "Let me test you, where do you think we'll enter?" Zhao Xuanqi looked at the heavily guarded front gate, and the bustling street beside it, and replied, "It won't be through the front gate." "Correct," Zhao Jinkai praised him. "The prison warden has given me face and allowed me to bring you in, but he didn't permit me to do so openly. We must do this discreetly. Otherwise, if this guard brings someone in today, another guard will want to bring someone in tomorrow. If you bring him, they'll want to bring theirs too, and it'll create chaos. If we show favoritism and act unfairly, agreeing to one guard but not others, it will undermine our authority and cause our subordinates to disobey. Don't underestimate those high-ranking officials. They may look imposing, but they also have their own set of wise strategies. So we're taking the back door," Zhao Xuanqi guessed. Zhao Jinkai pulled Zhao Xuanqi toward an increasingly remote area, entering an alley. The path grew narrower as they walked, and a foul odor began to waft through the air. When they reached the end, he opened a passageway covered by a board. "You guessed half right. We're going through the sewer. This entrance is reserved for old Zhang. He is in charge of sanitation inside the prison, using it to dispose of garbage and human waste. Only the elderly inmates know about this entrance." Zhao Jinkai opened the cover and jumped in, followed by Zhao Xuanqi, who carefully felt his way down, making sure to cover his head with the lid. This was a pitch-black passageway. The walls had been filled with phosphorescent stone during construction, emitting a faint, indistinct glow that allowed them to see their surroundings. After walking about 400 or 500 meters, winding and twisting, the two finally emerged from the passageway, fully entering the inner depths of Tianyuan prison. "Who's there?" 4 or 5 old prison guards, armed with weapons, looked at the two who had suddenly appeared with suspicion. It's old Zhao here. Zhao Jinkai gestured for everyone to lower their weapons while explaining to Zhao Xuanqi that they should address these men as uncles or elders. These guards had been working in the Tianyan prison for over 2 or 3 decades, and now that they were old and frail, they had been assigned to guard this passageway. Don't let their age fool you. This passageway is rigged with traps. If anyone triggers the mechanism, arrows would rain down from all directions, and even the most skilled martial artists would be killed at the entrance. Uncle, uncle, Zhao Xuanqi called out to each of them. All right, you're a good young man, quite handsome, an old jailer with missing teeth chuckled. Don't waste time. Take your nephew and get on with it. All right, we'll leave the rest to you. Zhao Jinkai didn't linger, dragging Zhao Xuanqi deeper into the prison, passing several cells before finally reaching the lowest level. On the lowest level, the innermost cells were reserved for martial artists, each in solitary confinement. Zhao Jinkai unlocked a cell with a key and pointed, "This is the place." Chapter Yi Sup Yet. The deal, 300 taels. This room was called Room Sup Lok. Enter it. There are no windows, no openings. The walls are made of stacked stones and reinforcing bars, forming a solid structure that resembles an airtight iron box. Dull and oppressive. In the center of the room stands a large artificial hill made of earth, entirely cast in iron. Beneath it lies a man in his sailing s, trapped like Sun Wukong under the 5-finger mountain, with only his head and 2 arms exposed. But that's not all. The arms are only partially exposed, and the exposed palms are locked with iron chains, their hands firmly secured to the ground. The man's beard was unkempt, and his long hair was disheveled, making him look like a beggar who hadn't been groomed in ages. Jiashi Lu, wake up, don't sleep. Zhao Jinkai lit the torches on either side and tapped the 5-finger mountain, producing a dull thudding sound. What's all the noise? Can't you let people sleep? The bearded man yawned, opened his bloodshot eyes, and managed to utter, "And by the way, I have a name. I'm Gua Sui Feng. Alright, today you're the boss. You can even make me call you father if you want." Zhao Jinkai smiled obsequiously, pointing at Zhao Xuanqi beside him, and said gently, "Father, your grandson has come. Why don't you pass down your martial arts to your grandson?" Zhao Xuanqi was speechless, his face turning red with embarrassment. His uncle was willing to lose face just to get a martial arts manual. However, a mere title was no big deal. The martial arts manual was a tangible benefit. He followed suit and called out, "Grandfather, your grandson has come to see you." Gua Sui Feng paused noticeably, taken aback. He had figured out that this young man was Zhao Jinkai's nephew, but he hadn't expected both uncle and nephew to be so shameless. He sneered, "Why should I pass down the martial arts manual to you? The deal must be fair." He could hand over the martial arts manual, but what about the other party? They couldn't possibly expect to hand over the manuals just by calling him master, could they? Zhao Xuanqi understood this well. He didn't look down on men. He stepped forward respectfully, bowed to Gua Sui Feng, and got straight to the point. "I come from a poor background and have nothing to offer you in terms of money or benefits. But I have one unique advantage, something you don't have." Gua Sui Feng's face was filled with disdain. He scratched his head with his finger and asked, "What advantage?" "Freedom," Zhao Xuanqi replied. Gua Sui Feng's expression froze, and his face finally showed a hint of seriousness. Zhao Xuanqi continued, "I can help you accomplish one thing. You are imprisoned and cannot leave this place for the rest of your life, but I can move freely outside. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I can fulfill them for you." "I have no unfinished business. Go away," Gua Sui Feng said bluntly. Zhao Xuanqi didn't hesitate, turning and walking away. Zhao Jinkai watched anxiously from the side. How could he really leave like that? Just as he was about to call out to Zhao Xuanqi, a voice from the Iron Mountain called out to Zhao Xuanqi first. "Hey, you there, wait. Oh, is there something else, senior?" Zhao Xuanqi stopped in his tracks and turned back. "I told you to leave, and you actually left. Don't you want the martial arts manual? Why not ask me for it? Maybe if you call me, grandfather, a few more times and make me happy, I might pass it on to you." Gua Sui Feng looked puzzled. Zhao Xuanqi explained, "I have nothing, I'm penniless, my only advantage is that I'm free, and I can help you fulfill your unfinished business outside. If you have unfinished business, that's fine. My only virtue is priceless. If you don't, then my only advantage is worthless to you, not even worth a penny. I'm just an empty promise. I doubt you'd pass on the martial arts techniques to me anyway. Why should I stay here begging? It's just self-torture and self-humiliation. You have a good sense of self-awareness. Sui Feng looked at the young man with approval. At such a young age, you know when to call someone sir and when to leave. You can bend and stretch, you have the potential to achieve great things. He pondered for a moment and said, I do have an unfinished business. I've done many evil deeds in my life, fearing neither heaven nor earth, but there's one thing I can't let go of. That is my only daughter. I haven't returned home for years and have no idea how she is now or what her family circumstances are. If possible, please go to the large tree at the base of the left side of the bridge in Sanlu and dig at the root. I hid 300 taels of silver there. Please deliver it to my daughter. After speaking, Sui Feng revealed his daughter's name and address, his eyes filled with the only tenderness he could muster. When you return, I will teach you the dragon and tiger heaven and earth technique. This is my signature move. All right, I will not let you down. Zhao Xuanqi nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two took their leave and departed from Cell No. Sup lo. You lucky bastard. Zhao Jinkai wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, that demon is incredibly powerful, burning, killing, and plundering without mercy. He's taken at least hundreds of lives, massacred entire villages multiple times, and even wiped out his own sect. All thanks to this self-created dragon and tiger heaven and earth technique. Zhao Jinkai recounted the legendary might of the dragon tiger heavenly palace technique in detail. Zhao Xuanqi was captivated by the story. The two left the secret passage they had come through, exiting the Tianyuan prison. Zhao Xuanqi only then realized that his uncle had taken a day off to help him. You're unfamiliar with Zhangzhou City and might get lost. I've lived here for many years and can guide you. Under Zhao Jinkai's guidance, the two quickly found Sanlu Bridge. There was only one willow tree at the base of the bridge. It was named Sanlu Bridge because the bridge was built by 3 wealthy merchants surnamed Lu, and the people named it to commemorate their contributions. The area was fairly remote and not very crowded. Plus, with the willow tree blocking the view from below the bridge, it was a blind spot. One kept watch while the other dug, and they successfully dug out a small shoulder bag without anyone noticing. The uncle and nephew made their way to a narrow alley, avoiding outsiders, and opened the small shoulder bag. Inside lay a stack of silver ingots, intact and untouched. Upon counting carefully, there were a total of 280 taels of silver, plus some copper coins, amounting to approximately 280 taels of silver. Zhao Jinkai was puzzled. That guy said 300 taels of silver. Why is there only 280 taels? Zhao Xuanqi thought for a moment, took out a money pouch from his robe, and added subse taels of silver to make up the difference, bringing the total to 300 taels of silver. This silver was from the share of profits from Mr. Wu's side, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with subse taels. Zhao Jinkai widened his eyes. What are you doing? 14 taels isn't a small amount. Zhao Xuanqi replied, Uncle, money is just an external thing. Sui Feng said 300 taels, so we should give him 300 taels. Perhaps he made a mistake. Whatever he has, we can send it to his daughter. You yourself are not well off, this money should be saved for future use. Zhao Jinkai felt a pang of regret. He knew his nephew was in a difficult situation. Those subse taels of silver must have been obtained through great hardship and effort. How could he just give it away so easily? Zhao Xuanqi shook his head and insisted on making up the difference. This was the result of his careful consideration. Ordinary people might forget, but how could a martial artist forget the exact amount of silver he had hidden? Suppose you're working on a construction project for a client. The client quotes you a price, but the actual payment you receive is less than that amount. Don't doubt it, they haven't shortchanged you. You must take the reduced payment and use it to complete all the work the client specified. Use the smaller payment to finish the entire project. Otherwise, the project will definitely fail. If you do even a little less, the client will kick you out and hire another company to do the job. Reporting 300 but doing 16 worth of work is considered satisfactory. Similarly, here, Sui Feng is the client, and Zhao Xianqi is the subordinate handling the matter. He has a request for Sui Feng, and he just happens to have subse taels of silver to make up the difference. After all, it's only a matter of a few taels of silver. Silver is a minor matter. Even if you spend a fortune, it can be regained. Martial arts manuals are the real issue. There can be no mistakes. 300 taels? Fine, I'll give you some back taels. Chapter 22. Little yellow flower, the technique is mine. Dong. Zhao Xuanqi knocked on the door. An old woman peeked out, looking puzzled at the young man in front of her, and the middle-aged man beside him. Who are you looking for? Auntie, may I ask if Miss Guo Qinrong resides here? Zhao Xuanqi inquired. Guo Qinrong was the daughter of Guo Suifeng. Yes, she is my master's wife, and the only female mistress of the Zhou mansion. The old woman's eyes betrayed a hint of reverence, clearly showing her respect for the mistress. Zhao Xuanqi sighed in relief, glad he hadn't come to the wrong place. He said, "We are from Miss Guo's hometown. Please help us announce our arrival." Certainly. A moment later, the old woman opened the door again. Please come in. My mistress is expecting you. Under the old woman's guidance, Zhao Xuanqi successfully entered the living room and met Guo Qinrong. She was a graceful and dignified lady, appearing to be in her late 20s, with fair skin, and a purple dress that draped over her upper body. She sat in the seat of honor, her gaze sharp and piercing. She dismissed the others and smiled, saying, "I don't recall having two of you from my hometown." Zhao Xuanqi swiftly took out the small handbag, and handed it to the woman in front of him. "This is something your father asked me to give you. Inside are 300 taels of silver." Guo Qinrong was moved, her dignified demeanor gone, her eyes reddening. She almost couldn't wait to pick up the bag, open it, and find the 300 taels of silver inside. "Is there anything else my father wanted to tell me? He hopes you will live a safe, happy, and joyful life from now on and forget about him as your father. Is he off somewhere in the far reaches of the land doing heroic deeds? Should I call him father or call him a hero? Doing good deeds?" Zhao Xuanqi paused, then nodded in agreement with the woman's words. The woman's expression turned cold. "Since there's nothing else, you may leave." "All right, Mrs. Guo, we'll take our leave." Zhao Xuanqi bowed and departed. However, as they were about to leave, the woman called Zhao Xuanqi back. She seemed to remember something, picked a chrysanthemum from the flower pot beside her, and handed it to Zhao Xuanqi with a cold expression. "Give this to him." Zhao Xuanqi carefully put away the chrysanthemum and left with his uncle. As they left the Zhou mansion, Zhao Jinkai remarked, "It's clear that Guo Suifeng's daughter doesn't think much of her father. And chivalrous? Doesn't she know her father is a ruthless villain?" Zhao Xuanqi ignored his uncle's remarks and remained silent, as if deep in thought. It wasn't until he looked at the chrysanthemum in his hand that he suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "I understand now." "What do you understand?" Zhao Jinkai was puzzled by his nephew's sudden excitement. "I understand why Guo Suifeng said he hid 300 taels of silver." "Is that important?" Zhao Jinkai was puzzled. "It's very important." Zhao Xuanqi exhaled slowly and explained, "This chrysanthemum is the key. I think we should give the silver to Guo Qinrong. She'll give us a chrysanthemum, which should be the token proving she received the silver. With this token as proof, Guo Suifeng will feel reassured." "I see." Zhao Jinkai wasn't stupid. He understood Zhao Xuanqi's meaning, and continued, "So you're saying that 300 taels of silver is the threshold. If we don't reach 300 taels, even if we hand over the silver to Guo Qinrong, she won't give us the chrysanthemum? If we had given her the yi bak taels at the beginning, we wouldn't have the chrysanthemum as the token." "Exactly." Zhao Xuanqi felt a chill run down his spine. "Think about it. Without the chrysanthemum as proof, Guo Suifeng in prison might think we embezzled the silver and didn't give it to his daughter. At that point, I wouldn't get the martial arts manual." "Phew." Zhao Jinkai sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you managed to gather some bak taels. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the martial arts manual." Zhao Xuanqi speculated, "Losing the martial arts manual is a minor issue. The real concern is losing our lives. Is a demon's silver really that easy to take? If he truly believes we embezzled his silver, he might take the opportunity to kill us both. After all, we're already trapped in this prison for life. Killing two of us wouldn't be a loss." Zhao Jinkai thought it over carefully. This was actually possible. Despite being trapped tightly, Guo Suifeng was still a powerful martial artist. If he wanted to kill two ordinary people, he could use the excuse of passing on the martial arts technique to get them close, and who knows, he might actually succeed. At that point, the two of us wouldn't even know how we died. Zhao Jinkai shuddered in fear, his back soaked with sweat. He couldn't stop praising his nephew. You're really smart, thinking of everything. I'm old and used to a comfortable life. I can't compare to you young people. Uncle Zhao is still as strong as ever. Sell no. Suplop. Yao Xuanqi took out the small chrysanthemum from his chest and handed it to Guo Suifeng, who was being pressed down tightly. Emissary Guo, I have already given your silver to Miss Guo. This is the gift she asked me to bring you. Guo Suifeng didn't respond. In front of the two of them, he forcefully tore open the iron shackles on his hands, extending half a hand as far as he could to carefully take the chrysanthemum, his gaze unfocused. Zhao Xuanqi's pupils contracted. What immense strength! Even the iron shackles could be broken. Martial artists are indeed more powerful than I imagined. Just as Zhao Xuanqi was stunned by the martial artist's strength, he heard Guo Suifeng lift his head and ask, Did you really give 300 taels of silver? Yes, Zhao Xuanqi replied. I only found over yi bak taels of silver in the package, but even though it wasn't enough, I used my own silver to make up the difference. You did well. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. Guo Suifeng sneered. Zhao Xuanqi's heart sank. He took a few steps back and feigned surprise. Why is that? Guo Suifeng looked nostalgic, stuffed the chrysanthemum in his hand into his mouth, savored it slowly, as if trying to absorb every last bit of its fragrance into his body, and began to tell his story. Long ago, when my daughter was very young, her mother had already passed away. I entrusted her to a friend's family. I was always busy with work outside, and I felt guilty toward this daughter. I didn't have the face to see her, so I only returned home once every many years. Every time I came back, she would say she missed me very much. Every time I wrote her a letter, she replied saying she missed me too. Once, she clung to me, refusing to let me go. In a panic, I gave her all the silver I had on me, exactly some bak taels of silver, and said, Father will use these some bak taels of silver to ask for leave from you. Take it to buy a string of candied hawthorn and snacks every day. Once you've spent all some bak taels, I'll come back. The daughter said, all right. Guo Suifeng's face showed a rare expression of tenderness. Little girls are so easy to fool. Didn't he know I was just saying it off the cuff? Later, she missed me terribly and spent the money quickly. The 300 taels of silver were gone in no time. She wrote a letter telling me, Father, I've spent all 300 taels of silver. Your leave is over. Come back and stay with me, don't leave again. Then, I didn't go back. She naturally received a reply, and inside was the full some bak taels of silver. Yes, her father had taken another leave of absence. The man's expression turned self-reproachful. After that, I kept using this excuse to brush off my daughter, time and time again. My daughter went from anticipation to disappointment. Her letters no longer mentioned missing me, and the writing grew sparser, until there were no words at all. Each time, she would send me a small yellow flower. At that time, the area around our house was filled with small yellow flowers. Every time she sent a letter, she would give me a small yellow flower. Over time, this became an unspoken agreement. I never sent any other amount of silver. I always sent 300 taels of silver back, and she would always give me a small yellow flower in return, without fail. The man paused, lowered his head, and added, Unfortunately, I never went back. That time, I had planned to save up 300 taels of silver to send to my daughter, but before I could do so, I was targeted by the imperial authorities. Before I was arrested, I hid over 200 taels of silver under a bridge. I see, Zhao Xuanqi said cautiously. So, if I only give your daughter 200 and some taels of silver, she won't give me the little yellow flower. You won't see the flower, you'll be unhappy, and you'll kill me? Or perhaps, if you hadn't managed to gather 300 taels, your daughter wouldn't have given you the little yellow flower. You wouldn't know whether we had actually given the silver to your daughter, or kept it for ourselves, so you'd assume we kept it all and kill us. Of course. Guo Suifeng admitted calmly. His calmness was almost terrifying. He didn't even furrow his brows as he spoke, his expression as calm as a breeze, as if killing a person was as simple as crushing an ant in his eyes. Indeed, he is a true demon. Zhao Xuanqi's heart sank. If someone else were poor and couldn't even scrape together some taels of silver, they'd be doomed. If her daughter received 300 taels of silver, but forgot to return a small yellow flower, she would be doomed. Or if her daughter was simply unhappy this time, or couldn't find a small yellow flower nearby, that would truly be a dead end. Alright, give me paper and ink. I'll write down the martial arts manual for you. Sui Feng waved his hand. Yao Xuanqi had already prepared the paper and brushes. He had bought them at a shop before coming here. He took out the brush, ink, and paper from his robe and handed them to the man. In no time, Sui Feng wrote out a manual of martial arts techniques, with the title Dragon and Tiger Heaven and Earth Great Technique on the cover. Thus, the martial arts manual was obtained. Chapter Yi Subsam. The two factions go to war, nighttime operation. No. Subsam Wudong Street. Zhao Jinsai's house. Yao Xuanqi sat alone in the small room, with a martial arts manual laid out on the table. Dragon and Tiger Supreme Art. Yao Xuanqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The manual was finally in his hands. According to Sui Feng's introduction, this manual was his secret technique, not a black manual, and could be practiced freely without fear of being hunted down by other sects. Yao Xuanqi had returned to his uncle's house immediately after obtaining the manual, bringing it back to the small hut for quiet practice. Let me see what this martial arts manual is all about. He flipped through the manual to examine it. It must be said that Sui Feng had excellent handwriting, and the text clearly outlined all the details of the cultivation technique. It was called the Dragon and Tiger Heaven and Earth Great Technique. The left hand forms the shape of a dragon. The right hand forms the shape of a tiger. Left dragon, right tiger, following the wind and clouds. Wind is everywhere, like a shadow following its form, as swift as the wind. Clouds are enigmatic and elusive, mysterious and cunning, as ethereal as clouds. This is a cultivation technique for the arms. When mastered to a high level, the arms possess the strength of a dragon and a tiger, capable of shattering anything and achieving success in all endeavors. Additionally, the internal energy possesses the attributes of wind and clouds, enabling the practitioner to come and go without a trace, with techniques that are ethereal and swift, always one step ahead of others, and always catching them off guard. Ordinary people who practice physical cultivation techniques can only obtain terrifying strength, but this comes at the cost of sacrificing attack speed. Those who practice physical cultivation are slow and cumbersome. However, the Dragon and Tiger Heaven and Earth Great Technique combines the power of the dragon and tiger with the nature of wind and clouds. While it possesses limitless strength capable of overwhelming physical cultivators, it also grants the swiftness of an assassin, a truly terrifying combination. Sui Feng relied on this technique to dominate the martial arts world for years, becoming a renowned demonic master. The description is detailed, and there are even illustrations. Zhao Xuanqi's eyes flickered as the image of the transformation pearl appeared in his mind. It can be said that, if Zhao Xuanqi wanted to now, he could absorb the transformation elixir, enhance his Nseng insight, and instantly cultivate this technique to a certain level. However, before beginning cultivation, Yao Xuanqi held the cultivation technique in his hands, his eyes flickering with hesitation. He was unsure of himself. Sui Feng is a cunning and ruthless demon, a merciless killer. Why would he so easily hand over his gatekeeping technique to me? Is it simply because he can't escape and needs to find a successor outside? Or perhaps there's something wrong with this manual. Yao Xuanqi couldn't help but fall into hesitation. It wasn't that he was being cautious, it was just that since arriving in this world, too many things had taught him the hard lessons of life, forcing him to be careful. This martial arts manual came too easily. If Sui Feng had simply given Zhao Xuanqi a slightly more ordinary martial arts manual, Zhao Xuanqi might have just started practicing it right away. However, this martial arts manual was described as too terrifying and powerful, making it too appealing to ordinary people and seeming too valuable. Yet it came so easily, immediately arousing Zhao Xuanqi's suspicion. No matter how great the achievement, or how prestigious the reward, sometimes you have to consider whether what you've done deserves such a reward. Better safe than sorry. I need to find a way to test the authenticity of this cultivation technique. Otherwise, if there's something wrong with it, it'll be a path to eternal ruin. The manual is already in my hands. Why am I in such a hurry? Once we confirm the technique is safe, we can start practicing later. Zhao Xuanqi suppressed his desire to practice. He took several deep breaths, and his burning gaze slowly returned to calm, as still as a bowl of clear water, with not a single ripple. It must be said that compared to when he first arrived in this world, Zhao Xuanqi was now at least dozens of times more steady and cautious. At least, the Zhao Xuanqi of the past would have been unable to resist the urge to practice at this moment. The next day, Zhao Xuanqi bid farewell to his uncle and returned to the Black Tiger Gate. He had only taken a day off, and today he needed to return first to request another day off before he could attend to other matters. Otherwise, as a lowly servant without leave, he would be considered a deserter from the sect, with severe consequences. Menial laborers are lowly, like slaves, with no freedom. Everything must be reported. One day, I must escape this status. Zhao Xuanqi thought to himself. For now, he had no choice but to be a menial laborer, otherwise, he might starve to death. In the future, if he had the chance, he would definitely demand freedom. When Zhao Xuanqi returned to the Black Tiger Gate, he clearly sensed that something was amiss within the sect. There were many patrolling disciples, at least 3 or 4 times more than usual. The air was thick with tension, and the disciples passing by all looked anxious and uneasy. Zhao Xuanqi dared not cause trouble, and hurried back to the scrap collection and purification courtyard, which was Wu Lao's territory. At that moment, Li Dashan was already collecting trash in the dining hall, and only Zhang He was left in the courtyard, washing clothes. Zhao Xuanqi hurried over to ask, "What's happening with our sect? Why do I feel so uneasy?" Zhang He looked worried and stood up to explain, "War has begun." "What?" Zhao Xuanqi was taken aback. After hearing the explanation, he finally understood the reason. The Black Tiger Gang and the Giant Whale Gang had declared war. This morning, an elder from the Black Tiger Gate and an elder from the Giant Whale Gang got into an argument over a chicken at a brothel, bidding up the price of the chicken, which escalated into a full-scale brawl. The Black Tiger Gate elder was more skilled and killed the Giant Whale Gang elder, also killing all the dozen or so disciples who were with him. The Giant Whale Gang couldn't swallow their pride, so they brought reinforcements to settle the score. The situation escalated rapidly, eventually escalating from a local conflict into a full-scale war, culminating in the outbreak of hostilities. Now, the Giant Whale Gang has issued a bounty. Kill 1 formal disciple, 10 taels of silver. Kill a minor leader, 50 taels of silver. Kill an officer, 100 taels of silver. Kill an elder, 400 taels of silver. Additionally, disciples of the Black Tiger sect may also participate in this bounty hunt. Regardless of whom they kill, they will immediately be granted the corresponding status within the Giant Whale Gang. In other words, even if you are just a menial in the Black Tiger sect, as long as you kill an elder of the Black Whale Gang, you can become an elder in the Black Whale Gang. The Black Tiger Gate is not to be outdone, and has issued a similar bounty. As a result, both gangs are now hunting each other's members, creating a highly dangerous situation. Gang war sparked by a chicken? Zhao Xuanqi found it absurd. After some thought, he concluded that the two gangs had been at odds for a long time, accumulating countless conflicts. The brothel incident was merely the spark that ignited the long-simmering tensions. There was no sudden outbreak, it was simply the result of tensions building up over time. Zhao Xuanqi comforted Zhang He with a smile. "Well, we lowly disciples are truly lucky. The bounty on our heads isn't even worth anything. We're safer than those big shots, no one's targeting us." Zhang He listened, and the worry in his eyes finally lessened slightly. He patted his chest and said, "Zhao Laoda is right. We lowly men can't control the situation. We're not even worth a glance from those big shots. To them, we're not even as valuable as chickens or ducks. We're not even worth as much as a chicken or a duck, which are domesticated animals. Killing us would just be dirty work." Zhang He sighed wryly. "We're lowly, but we never thought that being lowly could be an advantage at a time like this. The powerful have their advantages, and the common folk have theirs. By the way..." Zhao Xuanqi looked around cautiously to make sure no one was nearby, then whispered to Zhang He, "You mentioned the black market earlier. Do you know where it is?" "Oh, Zhao Lao, you want to go to the black market?" Zhang He was taken aback. Zhao Xuanqi explained, "Yes, isn't Wu Lao's birthday coming up soon? I want to go to the black market to buy him a gift." "Oh, I see." Zhang He nodded in understanding. Wu Lao's birthday was indeed approaching, and he had been thinking about what gift to buy. Zhao Lao should also be considering it. He then told Zhao Xuanqi the location of the black market. Zhao Xuanqi nodded after hearing this. Don't tell Mr. Wu, I'm planning to surprise him. Got it, got it. Zhang He laughed heartily. That day, Zhao Xuanqi asked Mr. Wu for 3 days off. Before nightfall, he quietly slipped out of the city and headed to the black market. Wu Lao's birthday was just a cover. Determining the authenticity of the secret manual was the real priority. Chapter Yisupse, the black market, pulling the tiger's skin. There is a curfew in place within the walls of Zhengzhou City. The black market typically operates at night, and is naturally not established within the city walls, as being caught by night watch soldiers would result in severe consequences. According to Zhang He's intelligence, the black market is located outside the city. Yao Xuanqi headed toward a small path and soon arrived at a small village outside the city walls. This village was actually the black market in disguise. At the entrance, a tall, burly man with a stern expression stood guard, carrying a long-handled sword on his back. He announced, entrance fee, 6 copper coins. No disturbances or fighting allowed inside. Those who disobey will face the consequences. Yao Xuanqi was already aware of the situation, and paid the fee without hesitation, successfully entering the market. Inside the black market, many people wore masks or straw hats, while others covered their faces with black cloth. Some carried swords or knives on their backs, exuding an aura of hostility, like walking blocks of ice. Zhao Xuanqi spotted such people, and kept his distance. As Zhang He had mentioned, these were dangerous individuals. Even if Zhang He hadn't mentioned it, Zhao Xuanqi knew these people weren't to be messed with. Of course not, he wasn't blind, they were carrying swords and daggers on their backs. He had come to the black market wearing a mask himself, to prevent anyone from remembering his face. This time, helping Wu Lao purchase a birthday gift was secondary. His main goal was to determine whether the martial arts manual Dragon Tiger Heaven and Earth technique was genuine or a forgery. He didn't rush into action immediately, but instead began to explore the black market slowly. The so-called black market wasn't as mysterious or high-end as one might imagine. At its core, it was just an ordinary marketplace, with stalls and shops filled with a mishmash of items, everything from random trinkets to food. The largest category was food, mostly brought by people from several villages. It ranged from large livestock like cows, sheep, and dogs to small items like eggs, fish, and shrimp, as well as the fur of wild animals and herbs from the mountains. The reason is simple. First, the prices at the black market are higher. Second, it allows people to avoid various taxes. Third, the black market is well organized, with no forced buying or selling, and no officials making unauthorized purchases. Therefore, many villagers are willing to pay the 6 copper coins entrance fee to come here to buy and sell. Do not assume these villagers are foolish. In reality, they have no other choice. In the current Great Zhou dynasty, the laws are extremely harsh, the strictest in the dynasty. Vendors must pay a stall fee, slaughtering chickens or sheep requires a slaughter tax, and trading goods incurs a barter tax. There are also sanitation fees, protection fees, and countless other regulations. If you only sell a chicken or a duck, the money you earn won't even cover the taxes, and you'll end up losing money. Moreover, within the city, there are not only government officials, but also various gangs, and you may encounter members of these gangs demanding protection fees. Furthermore, officials are corrupt, many of whom abuse their positions to bully small farmers and commoners, refusing to pay for goods and instead saying, "It will be recorded in the government ledger, and you can pay later." But which commoner dares to go to the government office to demand their money? It's like getting something for nothing, leaving people angry but dare not speak out. In reality, shops with powerful connections aren't afraid of these issues. No one dares to provoke them. But for merchants without connections, it's better to come to the black market than to open a shop in the city and be exploited. Therefore, there are many small shops in the black market, and since food is the foundation of life, most of these shops sell daily necessities and food. Yao Xuanqi glanced around and estimated that at least 2% of the shops were related to food, while the remaining 3% were mysterious shops of other kinds. Here, many items have questionable origins, and there are also many defective goods. Prohibited items are abundant, including martial arts manuals. Of course, everything here is much more expensive than outside, and martial arts manuals are especially exorbitant. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Weapons. Manuals. Liao Xuanqi noticed a shop specializing in the sale of weapons and manuals. He wasn't that foolish to dare enter such a shop. With his small frame, if he entered such a shop, he would definitely be targeted, and he wouldn't be able to sleep alone tonight. He'd have to go sleep with the King of Hell. Liao Xuanqi chose an inconspicuous small shop. Besides weapons and armor, the shop also sold grain, clothing, jewelry, and various other items. Many ordinary people were shopping there, making it the perfect place to blend in. Little sister, I need to buy a birthday gift for an elderly relative. Do you have any recommendations? Liao Xuanqi touched the mask on his face, entered the shop, and whispered to the short-haired shop assistant. The short-haired woman appraised the man, before her his crude mask and plain attire, and immediately knew what price range to suggest. She smiled her signature smile, "Follow me. I have some finger rings, longevity paintings, and medicinal herbs for health. You can get all that for around 3 taels of silver." Liao Xuanqi shook his head hurriedly. "That's too expensive. I just need something for a few copper coins. I don't have much money." Those around them glanced sideways. Buying such cheap gifts for an elderly family member? What a poor man. The short-haired woman's smile remained unchanged. "All right, follow me over here. The items in the corner are the cheapest. Feel free to pick whatever you like." Liao Xuanqi followed her. When they reached the corner, he picked up a ring and whispered quickly, "Do you buy secret manuals?" The short-haired woman froze for a moment, before quickly realizing that this poor-looking young man must have something valuable. She knew she couldn't make a scene, so she nodded silently. Looking at the ring Liao Xuanqi had chosen, she immediately understood his intention, and raised her voice, saying, "This ring is 40 copper coins." Liao Xuanqi also raised his voice, "Such a shabby thing? It's worth no more than yi-sup copper coins." The two haggled back and forth, eventually settling on yi-sup copper coins. It could be said that in the black market, aside from the most destitute members of society, no one would haggle over such a trivial item. This haggling, however, caused many lurking opportunists seeking prey to abandon their plans. Seeing that the timing was right, the short-haired woman led Liao Xuanqi inside. "Come with me to settle the payment." The shop's payment counter was inside the house, all to prevent robbery or theft and also to keep things discreet. After the transaction, people had to leave through the back door. Just like now, Liao Xuanqi, who had ostensibly purchased a ring for over yi-sup copper coins, paid and left as a cover, entering a small room. In the small room sat an elderly man with snow-white hair, his face wrinkled like tree bark, extremely old, yet his body remained unusually tall and sturdy. Liao Xuanqi realized that this was an elderly martial artist. After martial artists grow old, their vital energy and blood decline, and they can no longer endure hardships, so they choose to retire and enjoy their later years. Such individuals appeared very old with depleted vital energy, yet their spirit remained vibrant, a distinction discernible to the naked eye. The old man perked up, noticing that the young woman had locked the door, and finally turned his gaze toward her. "Are you here to sell a martial arts manual?" Liao Xuanqi immediately replied, "Yes, I'm here to sell a martial arts manual on behalf of my master. My master killed a martial artist and found this manual on his body. He wants me to sell it for some silver. When doing great things, one must learn to use influence. A master who has slain a martial artist, and the non-existent martial arts sect behind him. Just blurt it out and make others think you're not someone to mess with. Don't let them know you have no background, so they'll hesitate to act against you. When doing big things, use a powerful reference. Use the tiger's skin, do great things." Sure enough, the white-haired old man sat up straight, his gaze toward Liao Xuanqi growing more cautious. He straightened his back and said, "Bring it here for me to see. Our shop buys fairly, and we will definitely offer you a price that satisfies you." Chapter Yi-sup. The white-haired elder looks upon him with greater esteem. Inside the small house, the doors and windows were tightly shut. The white-haired old man sat around the table, holding a secret manual in his hands, flipping through the pages one by one, examining every detail meticulously. It can be seen that the name of the manual has been slashed by a sharp blade, making it impossible to discern its title. Moreover, the manual was only half complete, with the upper half intact and the lower half missing. Zhao Xuanqi sat across from him, not disturbing the old man, his gaze calm. His primary purpose was not to sell the manual. Rather, he intended to use the pretext of selling the manual to determine the authenticity of the Dragon Tiger Heaven and Earth technique. The shop is guarded by martial artists, who are well versed in martial arts knowledge, and can discern the authenticity of a manual. If the manual was genuine, the shop would purchase it at a high price. If the manual had hidden issues, the shop would absolutely refuse to take it. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to determine for free whether the manual given by Gusui Feng was genuine or not? Of course, fearing that the manual might be genuine, Zhao Xuanqi had no intention of actually selling it to others. Therefore, he copied the Dragon Tiger Heaven and Earth technique, sold the copy, and deliberately damaged the title and the lower half of the text. In this way, even if the manual is genuine, the buyer would not obtain the complete technique after purchasing it, and could only practice the first half at most, posing no real threat. Special manuals like this are best kept in the hands of as few people as possible. This manual is fake. The white-haired old man identified it and exhaled deeply, placing the manual on the table. That's impossible. Zhao Xuanqi remained silent for a moment before speaking. Why don't you take a closer look? Maybe you made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake. The white-haired old man explained, this martial arts manual is extremely powerful and profound, an unparalleled top-tier manual. However, it contains traps and misleading information that cannot be corrected. If one were to follow the instructions, death would be inevitable. The person who set these traps must be extremely powerful, likely a true master. The traps are arranged very secretly, even ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to notice them. Fortunately, I've spent half my life cultivating martial arts. Though my cultivation isn't exceptional, my theoretical knowledge is extensive. I've spent the latter half of my life studying various martial arts, and I've read hundreds, if not thousands, of martial arts manuals. I wouldn't make such a mistake. This cultivation technique is no good. It's a trap technique, and the traps cannot be altered. This was found by my master on the body of a martial artist he personally killed. It's actually a fake martial arts manual. Zhao Xuanqi revealed a disappointed expression. The white-haired old man exhaled. I suspect that the martial artist your master killed intentionally carried this trap-filled manual with him. Whoever killed him and took this manual would inevitably cultivate it, thereby achieving revenge. What a vicious person. He looked at Zhao Xuanqi and said, your master was able to kill such a vicious martial artist, so his martial arts cultivation should be quite strong. He likely specializes in combat and hand-to-hand fighting, but lacks knowledge in martial arts theory, unlike me, who excels in theoretical knowledge, hence he failed to notice the issue. Alright, I believe you. Zhao Xuanqi sighed helplessly, took the manual, and tore it into pieces. He turned to leave. Wait. The white-haired old man called him back. What is it? Zhao Xuanqi turned back to ask. The white-haired old man took out a black ring from the table. This is the membership token of my divine hiding pavilion. With this, you can get an 8% discount on any item purchased in my shop. Secondly, if you wish to purchase or sell any valuable items, simply show the ring discreetly to the shop attendant. They will discreetly escort you inside for the transaction, ensuring the utmost confidentiality of the transaction details. I hope you'll take this ring with you. If you ever need to make another transaction, feel free to come to the Divine Hideout Pavilion. We won't investigate your background or information, and we certainly won't do anything like killing people or stealing treasures. The Divine Hideout Pavilion will never disappoint you. Alright. Zhao Xuanqi took the black ring, which had a square iron plate embedded in it, faintly engraved with the characters, Divine Hide. He hid the ring in his chest, opened the door, and walked out. The door closed behind him. The white-haired old man coughed continuously. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth, leaving a patch of fresh blood. Cough, cough. I'm old, and my illness is worsening. It seems I won't have many years left. In the corner, a one-armed man slowly emerged from a hidden spot. He asked respectfully, Master, our shop's membership slots are almost full. That boy only brought a tattered manual. Why did you give him a membership? By the rules, at least one must have reached the first realm of martial arts cultivation, or completed a transaction for a precious treasure. This young man has no cultivation, and didn't complete the transaction. Are you being too careless? The white-haired old man sneered. You underestimate that manual from earlier. A half-broken manual? Is it really that powerful? The one-armed man exclaimed in shock. The old man pondered. The creator of that manual was at least at the second realm. Even just half of the manual, and it's a broken and trap-filled version, can reveal the dominance and power of the technique through its scattered words. It's like dragons and tigers in a storm, majestic and awe-inspiring. A few years ago, a great demon emerged in the neighboring state, annihilating his own sect and killing anyone he encountered, including many martial arts masters. The techniques he used matched the descriptions in this manual, so it must have been him. Later, it was heard that he was being hunted down by the imperial court, and his fate remains unknown. Many people speculate that he has already been captured. Now it seems that the demonic master wasn't captured, but is roaming freely outside the law. He must have been killed by the master of that young man earlier. Think about his master's cultivation level. The one-armed man sucked in a cold breath, but quickly regained his composure and considered a possibility. What if that young man found the martial arts manual by chance? He might not have a master at all. The white-haired old man glared at the one-armed man, disappointed. You just can't wrap your head around it. Isn't luck also a part of one's strength? This kid has no cultivation, is poor and destitute, and is ordinary in every way. Yet he managed to find a fragment of such a top-tier martial art technique. Doesn't that prove his strength? Fortune is part of strength. Do you think such a broken martial art manual is something you can just pick up anywhere? Go out and find me one. The one-armed man was speechless, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. I understand. The white-haired old man spoke in a teaching tone. Sometimes luck is more important than strength. He picked up a broken martial arts manual today. What if he finds a complete and powerful one tomorrow? Luck is a mysterious thing. Even if he has no master or sect, with his luck, giving him a membership wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, this young man remains calm and composed, daring to sell martial arts manuals alone. He shows no signs of weakness or cowardice, and his words and actions are flawless. Ordinary poor disciples wouldn't behave this way. If he has a background, this wouldn't be remarkable. But if he truly has no background, no power or influence, and dares to do this with his lowly status, and does it this well, I admire him even more. I've learned something. The one-armed man bowed his head. Chapter 26. Counterattack, third time is the charm. Yao Xuanqi left the divine hiding pavilion. When he reappeared on the black market street, he had no desire to stroll around. He was simply in a bad mood. The secret manual given to him by Gua Suifeng was fake. This guy had actually set a trap within the martial arts techniques. Wasn't he that an attempt to kill him? I at least helped him fulfill his unfinished business outside, delivered the silver to his daughter. I'm his savior. How dare he betray me? Human hearts are truly wicked. Even a life-saving benefactor is harmed. If I hadn't restrained my desire to practice, been cautious, and taken the time to verify the authenticity before practicing, I might not even know how I died. Yao Xuanqi couldn't fathom why Gua Suifeng would act this way. He could only return, and confront him directly to find out. He immediately prepared to return. However, since he had already come to the black market, there was no reason to return in such a disheveled state. Yao Xuanqi perked up, strolled around the nearby stalls, spent some time, and selected a 10-year-old wild ginseng root, paying 5 taels of silver for it, intending to give it as a birthday gift to Wu Lao in the future. He dared not buy anything too expensive. 5 taels was his limit, and he would not exceed it under any circumstances. He understood a simple truth: one should only do what one is capable of. With his small build, he believed he could at most protect something worth 5 taels of silver. Anything more would be courting death. Strong men wouldn't go to such lengths to steal something worth only 5 taels. Only petty thieves and insignificant individuals would be interested in such a small amount. Thus, even if he were targeted by someone with malicious intent, he would at least have a chance to fight back. In truth, Yao Xuanqi had considered buying herbs to hasten the maturation of the herbs, either to sell or for his own use. But after thinking it over, he decided it wasn't worth it. It would be better to use it to strengthen himself. Accelerating the growth of plants with spiritual liquid is extremely difficult. At least 3 drops are needed for a single plant seedling to show noticeable effects, and it would take years to accelerate its growth. This is just a common plant like cabbage. If it were a medicinal herb that's hard to grow, one that takes hundreds of years to develop medicinal properties, it would require even more. I don't have much spiritual liquid right now, so I can't waste it on ripening plants. I'll save the spiritual liquid for later use in martial arts training. Since he had already purchased what he needed, Zhao Xuanqi saw no reason to linger and risk unnecessary trouble. He headed toward the exit of the black market. As he exited the black market, the tall, fat, and muscular man remained expressionless, standing there as if everyone owed him a fortune. He spoke coldly, "Leave the black market. Life and death are predetermined, we take no responsibility for anything." As Zhao Xuanqi passed by, he glanced at the long-handled sword on the tall, burly man's back. From the deep indentation where it was strapped to his back, he estimated that the weapon weighed at least 100 or 80 pounds. Wow, this guy is definitely a wolf extinction. Wolf exterminator, 3 strokes more than merciless, even more ruthless and brutal. Zhao Xuanqi felt that this term fit the tall, fat, and muscular man perfectly. Daring not to look longer, Zhao Xuanqi quickly averted his gaze, muttered, "I understand," and left. What he didn't see was that shortly after he left, a tall, thin man with arms that reached his knees, and a horrifying scar on his face followed closely behind. 2 vendors near the entrance to the black market witnessed the scene, and began to gossip. "Look, the scarred monkey is after that guy. That young kid is in big trouble." "You're right. That young guy is skinny, and looks easy to bully. But I saw him just buy a wild ginseng plant from that stall over there. He's probably broke. Why would the scarred monkey bother with someone like that? Your information isn't up to date. The scarred monkey almost got caught last time he robbed someone on the road. He had to give all his money to someone else just to save his life. Now he's short on cash and scared out of his wits. He's probably only going after easy targets lately." The night was mild and pleasant. Zhao Xuanqi walked along the narrow path, his gaze tightening. Didn't he expect to be targeted after all? He was cautious by nature, and after so many lessons, he had become extremely vigilant. Since leaving the black market, he had been keeping a close eye on his surroundings. He had noticed the movements behind him the moment they began. He hadn't spent much money. Just bought a wild ginseng root. And someone actually took notice of it. Someone who can even take notice of such a small thing can't be that formidable. They're probably not someone with any real ability. Someone who picks on the weak is probably just a small fry. Let us go then. Zhao Xuanqi pretended not to notice the person hiding behind him. He stood directly on the road, facing away from the person, pretending to unbutton his pants and urinate, whistling through his lips. He looked completely relaxed and at ease. "Oh, the heavens are on my side." Behind him, the scarred monkey's eyes lit up. Seizing this opportunity, he drew a small knife from his waist and crept forward cautiously. In the blink of an eye, he was already 2 or 3 meters behind him. He revealed a savage grin, raised the knife, which glinted coldly in the moonlight, and lunged forward. "Die, you brat." However, what greeted him was a cloud of white dust. Zhao Xuanqi had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had been waiting for his opponent to let his guard down. As the opponent lunged forward, Zhao Xuanqi spun around and scattered the lime powder he had prepared in his hand. The white powder covered everything, leaving no place to hide. The scarred monkey never expected the other to react so quickly. Moreover, in mid-air, he couldn't dodge it, hitting the target dead on. Ah! The scarred monkey clutched his eyes in agony, the burning pain causing him to scream out loud as he froze in place, covering his face. Zhao Xuanqi swiftly drew the small knife bound to his arm, and thrust it forward with all his strength. No! The scarred monkey sensed the whistling sound, and rolled away like a clumsy donkey, landing a good distance away. And he got back to his feet in an instant. Despite the excruciating pain in his eyes, he refused to let go of the short knife in his hand. He crouched down, minimizing his vulnerabilities, one hand rubbing his eyes, the other wildly swinging the knife around him to prevent the enemy from closing in. This guy has some skills. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been incapacitated by the pain from the lime on his face, and rolling on the ground, but he endured the pain and counterattacked at top speed. He has extensive combat experience even in a surprise attack. I couldn't kill him. Fortunately, he's not a martial artist, he's just an ordinary person like me. Otherwise, this would be trouble. Zhao Xuanqi narrowed his eyes, not rushing forward immediately. Instead, he slowly pulled out a second packet of lime from his robe. At that moment, the scarred monkey wildly swung his short knife, preventing anyone from getting close, his heart filled with terror. This kid must have spotted me the moment I arrived. He was pretending to turn his back on me and relieve himself, lulling me into a false sense of security before counterattacking me. What a cunning mind and how fast his reactions are. And he actually carries a packet of lime powder with him? His methods are so despicable and dirty. Too dirty. I'll kill him. Scarface Monkey swung his short knife to prevent the enemy from getting closer, while the other hand had already cleared most of the lime. He opened his eyes to survey the surroundings. However, as soon as his eyes opened, another packet of lime powder was thrown at him. Ah! The scarred monkey never expected the opponent to have 2 packets of lime powder hidden on their body. 1 bag would have been enough. You had 2 packets? You're not human. This time, it wasn't just his eyes, his nose and mouth were also filled with lime. Even more painful. Even spicier. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Little did he know, as soon as he opened his mouth, another brutal attack followed. Zhao Xuanqi stood outside the range of the short sword's attack. Just as the man had barely opened his mouth to scream, Zhao silently threw the 3rd packet of lime powder he had prepared into the man's wide open mouth. That's right, he had hidden 3 packets of lime powder on his body. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out, and 3 packets was his limit. Seeing that the guy had completely lost his fighting ability, Zhao Xuanqi didn't hesitate to end the battle, stabbing him in the heart with 1 blow, killing him instantly. That wasn't enough. He pulled out his short knife again, and stabbed the body repeatedly, nearly turning it into a pulp, before finally stopping. His hands were sticky with blood. This was no place to linger. Zhao Xuanqi suppressed his nausea, searched the body, found a hidden compartment at the waist, and ripped it out forcefully. After confirming there were no other hidden items on the body, he turned and fled. In no time, he vanished into the darkness. Chapter 27. Return, home, K votes requested, please follow and read. Zhao Xuanqi ran along the mountain path for a long time, never straying far from the road. The wilderness at night was simply too dangerous, with poisonous insects, snakes, and ants lurking in the grass. Don't underestimate these little creatures. A single bite could cost you half your life. In the wilderness, most people who travel at night don't die at the hands of fierce beasts like tigers. Instead, they meet their end at the hands of these unassuming little creatures. Therefore, it was best to stick to the path at night. The path had been sprinkled with lime powder and other insect-repelling substances, making it relatively safe. Fortunately, this wasn't a completely remote wilderness, at least it was close to Zhangzhou City, and the area was relatively safe. Zhao Xuanqi found a fork in the road, followed it, and arrived at a riverbank. He found a secluded spot, crouched by the riverbank, and after confirming there was no danger around, he began to clean the blood off his hands. He washed the short knife until it was spotless, sheathed it, and reattached it to his forearm, making it ready for use next time. After resting for a while, he finally had time to examine the loot he had obtained earlier, a large hidden pocket torn from his waist. Kill but don't take the loot. It would have been pointless to kill without taking the loot. Such a large sleeve pocket had piqued Zhao Xuanqi's curiosity about what it contained. He unzipped it. Inside lay several items. A bundle of about 10 dried meat strips, weighing roughly a pound. A small black cloth bag. A few pieces of silver and several small copper coins. Poorer than me? Zhao Xuanqi's expression turned grim. You see, Zhao Xuanqi received a monthly share of profits from Mr. Wu, amounting to about 4 taels of silver. Over 3 months, that totaled roughly 12 taels. Adding the 5 taels for his minor contributions, and the 6 taels given by his uncle, he had a total of 23 taels of silver. First, he spent 14 taels to help Guo Suifeng's daughter raise 300 taels, leaving him with 9 taels. He then bought 5 taels of wild ginseng, leaving him with only 4 taels. With this, Zhao Xuanqi still had 4 taels of silver on him, considering himself a penniless beggar. He never expected this petty thief who robbed people of their belongings to be even poorer than him. He held the dried meat near his nose and sniffed it. It wasn't anything shameful. This is beef jerky, about a pound of beef jerky. Zhao Xuanqi's expression brightened considerably. At the Black Tiger Gate, he was just a lowly menial laborer. Don't expect menial laborers to eat well, they usually had nothing but thin porridge and cabbage. Even with Wu Lao's kindness, he occasionally got leftovers from the martial artists and other important figures, like a piece of roasted chicken or duck that had been touched with just a pair of chopsticks. But in the end, it was shared among several people, so he didn't get much. To eat meat in big bites was nothing but a dream. He hadn't had a proper meal in ages, especially something as rare as beef. The aroma of the beef jerky made his mouth water. This is more like it, Zhao Xuanqi nodded in satisfaction. Cattle were a precious commodity in this era. The imperial court had laws prohibiting the slaughter of cattle, and even if a farmer's cow died, the beef couldn't be eaten freely. Instead, it had to be sold to the government, which would then handle it. It could be said that the common people never got to eat beef in their entire lives. This pound of beef jerky was definitely a rare treat. Finally, there was the small black cloth bag. Zhao Xuanqi opened it and found crystal clear white particles inside. He touched them with his fingers, examined them carefully, and then cautiously placed a small amount in his mouth. He was overjoyed. This is refined salt. This was an even more precious substance. Ordinary households used only black, bitter, and salty black salt. The bitterness and astringency were minor issues, but it also contained mineral toxins that could cause poisoning if consumed in large quantities. Some families couldn't even afford this black salt, and had to use salt stones, which were piles of earth and mineral rocks. They would grind a bit of the rock into powder, and use it as salt when cooking. Above that were the white salt and snow salt used by small landowners, which they only dared to use sparingly on holidays, while the finest was the refined salt. Compared to the crude, poorly made salts, refined salt has significant benefits. It is non-toxic, makes dishes fragrant when cooked, helps replenish energy, restore vitality, and provide essential nutrients for the human body. Regardless of the animal, prolonged salt deprivation leads to serious health issues. It can be said that this small bag of refined salt cannot be purchased in the market, no matter how much money you spend. It can only be obtained by risking one's life to smuggle it from human traffickers who are willing to risk their lives. Without at least 10 taels of silver, it's absolutely impossible to get it. This is a good thing. I haven't had such good salt in ages, my mouth is almost tasteless. With this, I can satisfy my cravings. Zhao Xuanqi showed a delighted expression. He thought for a moment. These valuable items couldn't be kept in the sleeves of a dead body. He quickly discarded the bag and transferred everything into his own pockets, then hurried toward the city gates of Zhangzhou. He found a place to hide and waited until around 5 or 6 in the morning, when the sky was still dim, before following the crowd that had already formed a line to enter the city. No. Supsam Wudong Street. The women had already risen early to boil water and cook breakfast. The men were at work and their shifts started early. As a woman, she had to get up even earlier to ensure that the men could eat breakfast as soon as they woke up. Dong. The sound of knocking came from the door. Who is it? The woman stopped what she was doing, looked at the still dim sky, and cautiously looked toward the front door. Auntie, it's me. A familiar voice called out. Xiao Zhao. Auntie Air came to the door, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, she picked up a hoe from the yard, carefully crouched down, and peered through the crack in the door until she was certain that the person standing outside was indeed Zhao Xuanqi. Only then did she relax, put down the hoe, and happily open the door. Good nephew, it's not even dawn yet. Why did you come so early? Auntie looked around outside the door to make sure everything was okay, before pulling Zhao Xuanqi into the house, looking a bit startled. Zhao Jinkai was also awakened by the commotion and came out wearing only a single garment. So early? Who is it? Second uncle, it's me. Why so early? Zhao Jinkai's expression changed. He knew that the Black Tiger Gate was quite a distance away. Even if someone had left Black Tiger Gate immediately after the curfew ended, they wouldn't have arrived this early. Coming this early could only mean one thing: his own nephew had returned from outside the city. The city gate was closer to this location, and the timing matched. His nephew wasn't working at Black Tiger Gate, so why would he be returning from outside the city? Something major must have happened. He hurriedly pulled Zhao Xuanqi back into the house. His second aunt noticed something was wrong and followed them into the inner room, locking the door from the inside. Zhao Jinkai examined Zhao Xuanqi from head to toe. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Following a bloodstain on his sleeve, he pulled it open and discovered that the inner sleeve had been slashed by a knife. There were also some bloodstains that couldn't be washed off, including on his hands. Even though his hands were clean, the distinctive smell of blood was still noticeable. As an experienced prison guard, he was well acquainted with this scent. Antier, seeing the blood, jumped in fright, covering her mouth to suppress a scream, and hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong with your nephew?" Don't ask. Zhao Jinkai's voice was a bit loud, but he quickly lowered it and instructed the woman, "Men's affairs, women shouldn't meddle. Go out and boil some hot water first." "All right, I'll go right away." Auntie Tu hurriedly agreed. She had also noticed the condition of her nephew's sleeve, and couldn't help but suspect that something serious had happened. Men handle external matters. Women handle the household affairs. Such matters outside the home were not for women to meddle in. Following the head of the household was the right thing to do. She hurried out to boil water. Pushing his wife aside, Zhao Jinkai refocused his attention on Zhao Xuanqi and asked in a low voice, "Did you go out last night to kill someone? Are you injured?" "Nothing happened. I went to the night market last night, but I didn't expect to be targeted by a petty thief. Luckily, I was more skilled and took care of him," Zhao Xuanqi said calmly. "My nephew." Zhao Jinkai's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected there to be trouble, and his hands began to tremble. He knew full well that Zhao Xuanqi was downplaying the situation, but he also understood the gravity of the danger lurking beneath the surface. "Murder. Not you dying by my hand. Then I'll die by your hand. What if I accidentally get killed by someone else?" Zhao Jinkai was both shocked and frightened. "My dear nephew, your uncle is on your side. There's no one else here. Tell me the truth. You wouldn't have gone out to become a bandit, killing and robbing people, would you? I'm telling you, no matter how poor or tired we are, we can't do things that go against our conscience. If you're having a hard time, just come find your uncle, and I'll help you out. You can't do things that go against heaven and earth." He held Zhao Xuanqi's hand, fearing that his nephew might go down the wrong path. Out of deep concern, he spoke at length, imparting his heartfelt advice. "You're still young. You'll meet many people, experience many things, gain much, and lose much. But no matter what, there are two things you must never abandon in your lifetime. One is your conscience, and the other is your moral bottom line." Zhao Xuanqi knew his uncle was misunderstanding him. How could he possibly become a bandit, or a robber, killing people and stealing their belongings? "Uncle, your nephew understands your wisdom. I swear to heaven that I haven't done anything wrong. It was others who wanted to kill me." Zhao Xuanqi swore repeatedly in front of his uncle, recounting the details of the ambush he had encountered after leaving the black market the previous night. As he spoke, Zhao Xuanqi opened his pouch, revealing the items he had obtained the previous night. "Look, your nephew is unharmed and managed to get these things: silver coins, fine salt, and a pound of dried beef. I had no use for them at the Black Tiger Gate, and dared not show them. Uncle and aunt have always been kind to me, so I thought I'd bring them as a token of my respect." In the past, if Zhao Xuanqi had brought these gifts to their doorstep, Zhao Jinkai would have smiled broadly and praised his nephew for making something of himself. But now, Zhao Jinkai couldn't muster a smile. Thinking about how his nephew might have been turned into a lifeless body last night, he felt a wave of panic. The items aren't important. What matters is that he's safe and sound. No matter what, try not to do such dangerous things in the future. Even if you walk by the river, you're bound to get your shoes wet someday. "I understand," Zhao Xuanqi assured him repeatedly that he would never take such risks again, and Zhao Jinkai's expression finally softened. Zhao Jinkai scolded him, "Why did you go to the black market? You even got targeted by someone. It's a good thing nothing happened." At that moment, Antier rushed in worriedly. "The hot water is ready." Zhao Jinkai ordered. "All right, have your nephew take a bath. You wash his clothes clean, but do it inside the house so no one else sees." He then warned Zhao Xuanqi, "Use soap nuts to wash your hands thoroughly. Clear water can remove the color, but not the smell. Make sure to wash your hands properly." "Got it." Zhao Xuanqi left. After Zhao Xuanqi had left, Auntie Zhao dared to approach cautiously and asked with concern, "Master, what happened?" "Mind your own business. Just keep your mouth shut." Zhao Jinkai scolded her. I understand. I'm not a gossip. I wouldn't go spreading things around. Sigh, I don't understand what you men do outside the home. I just hope you and your nephew don't get into trouble. If something big happens, don't try to handle it alone. Women can hold up half the sky. If there's really something, I can help you carry the burden. Auntie sighed and didn't ask any more questions. She knelt down in the house and silently took a basin to wash the clothes Zhao Xuanqi had taken off. Zhao Jinkai stood by silently, busily packing the fine salt and beef jerky Zhao Xuanqi had brought, placing them in their own clay jar and hiding it in a corner of the house, making sure no one else could find it. They didn't take the silver. They could take anything else, but not the silver their nephew had given them. Last night, their nephew had risked his life to win that silver, and they didn't have the nerve to take it. Instead, they took a clean set of clothes from the cupboard and sent it to Zhao Xuanqi. It wasn't until Zhao Xuanqi had taken a hot bath, washed away all the blood and sweat from his body, changed into clean clothes, eaten a fried dough stick and half a bowl of hot porridge, and lay down on the bed to sleep, snoring softly. Only then did Zhao Jinkai feel at ease. He covered Zhao Xuanqi with a blanket, placed the silver coins by his pillow, quietly closed the door, and went off to duty with a clear conscience. Noon. Zhao Xuanqi woke up from his nap, and it was already midday. After spending the night outside without sleep, he had finally gotten a good night's rest at his uncle's house. In his dream, the scent of fresh grass, the chirping of insects, and the songs of birds all blended together, as if he had returned to his childhood. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had such a good night's sleep. He pulled the blanket off his body, sat up, stretched his arms, and got out of bed to put on his shoes. Glancing aside, he noticed a few silver coins by his pillow. He remained silent, surprised that his uncle hadn't taken them. He tucked them into his robe, unable to suppress a smile. Looking out the window, he saw his aunt carrying a stool, sitting in the courtyard, sewing clothes with needle and thread. This was the gray robe Zhao Xuanqi had worn the previous night, when he went out to the night market. During the fight, the knife had been swung too swiftly, slicing several tears in the sleeve at the wrist. This morning, his aunt had washed it in a basin, so it should still be wet by now. Zhao Xuanqi guessed that the second aunt must have washed it clean, but didn't hang it out to dry. Instead, she had taken it to the fireplace to dry it quickly. Now, she was carefully sewing up the torn parts with needle and thread, her wrinkled eyes twitching constantly as she focused intently on her work. Upon closer inspection, it was almost completely mended. Auntie, Zhao Xuanqi smiled and waved his hand. Auntie Air snapped back to reality, turned her head, and smiled, but didn't stand up. Instead, she finished the last bit of work, put down the needle and thread, and slowly walked into the house. She draped the clothes over Zhao Xuanqi. I've mended it for you. Try it on and see if it's okay. It's fine, it's just a piece of clothing. Zhao Xuanqi tried on the clothes. The sleeves, which had been sewn, featured a pattern, stitched in a decorative manner. Though somewhat old-fashioned, they looked quite nice upon closer inspection. Auntie, your craftsmanship is excellent. It feels more comfortable than before. Zhao Xuanqi smiled. Auntie smiled too, though her smile seemed a bit forced. She pulled Zhao Xuanqi to the corner and whispered, "Nephew, are you having a hard time over at Black Tiger Gate? Why don't you move over here to live with us?" Zhao Xuanqi was taken aback. He guessed that his aunt might have misunderstood that he was having a hard time, and had gone to the black market out of desperation. Seeing her worried yet hesitant expression, he felt a warm surge in his heart. "Auntie, don't worry. I'm doing fine at the Black Tiger Gate. Last night was just an accident. It's nothing serious, just some torn clothes. Don't worry about me." Auntie went on, "It's not about the clothes. I can mend them for you, but you're the one who got hurt. How can I mend you? Anyway, don't ever come back like this again, or else don't blame me for kicking you out." At this point, she changed her tone and said, "Sigh, if it happens again, just come back quickly. Don't stay away. Your uncle can help you figure something out. I can't do much, but I can at least wash your clothes and mend them. Don't treat your aunt like an outsider. I'm on your side. If the sky falls, we'll all bear it together." "Auntie, you're so kind." Zhao Xuanqi laughed heartily. How could he not know how kind his aunt was? Her husband's distant relative had come to rely on them, and she had spent money to help this relative find a job. She had also allowed this relative to stay in their home freely, and even shared the little food and drink they had left. If it were any other woman, she would have already torn the roof off the house, but Auntie hadn't said a single word, not even a single extra word from start to finish. He remembered her kindness. He suddenly caught a whiff of something and lifted his nose to sniff the air. What's that delicious smell? What did you cook, Auntie? Auntie finally smiled. It's the beef jerky you brought. Thanks to you, I've only had this kind of good thing a few times in my life. It's indeed very fragrant. The rice is already cooked. You must be hungry. Go eat quickly. Isn't uncle coming back? Your second uncle went to work early this morning. He'll be at the prison all day, and only come back after his shift ends at night. He won't be coming back for dinner. It's just the two of us for lunch. Alright, Auntie, come eat with us. Zhao Xuanqi took a piece of the cooked beef jerky. The flavor filled his mouth, and every bite was a delight. Each mouthful was packed with meat, and he could savor it for a long time before swallowing. How wonderful. There's hot water for a shower when I get back. When I wake up, my clothes will be washed, my torn clothes mended, and dinner ready. Waking up, there was nothing to do but eat, eat, and eat. Zhao Xuanqi hadn't felt this kind of comfort in a long time. The last time he felt this way was in his previous life. Perhaps this was what home felt like? He recalled what his aunt had just said about a family, and for some reason, it felt particularly reassuring. Evening. Zhao Jinkai returned from work. Dinner was already prepared. Beef jerky, plate of cabbage, and a bowl of peanuts. The rice had already been served in bowls, with a bottle of warm wine beside them. Zhao Jinkai took off his clothes, sat down around the table, and eagerly picked up his chopsticks to taste the dishes. This beef jerky is chewy. No wonder it's beef jerky. It's fragrant, so fragrant. And this cabbage is delicious. It tastes better and more flavorful than usual. Zhao Xuanqi raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, laughing. You added enough salt. Usually, you're too stingy with salt, so it has no flavor. Now that we have time, you need to explain last night's incident to me properly. Zhao Jinkai smiled at Zhao Xuanqi, his gaze speaking volumes. Zhao Xuanqi sighed helplessly, and recounted every detail of his trip to the black market. What? That technique has a trap? Zhao Jinkai's expression changed, and he slapped the table. Yes, but I was careful. Zhao Xuanqi sighed. Was Sui Feng. You'll go cause trouble for him tomorrow. Uncle, don't worry too much. Just take me to the Tianyuan prison. I want to see how he explains it. Alright. Chapter 28. Back to prison, for a ridiculous reason. The next day. Tianyuan prison. Cell 16. Under the Five-Finger Mountain, Zhao Xuanqi once again encountered Guo Suifeng. Zhao Xuanqi entered the cell, looking fierce, and threw the manual in Guo Suifeng's face without hesitation, saying harshly, You dared to deceive me. This martial arts manual is flawed. Guo Suifeng tore the manual to shreds. He had never endured such humiliation before, his face contorted with anger as he gritted his teeth. Are you looking for death? My martial arts technique is absolutely flawless. Haha, you still want to make excuses. Zhao Xuanqi wasn't intimidated by his stance and exaggerated. I've already had my master's disciples examine your martial arts manual, and the elders discovered its flaws. It's clearly a trap you deliberately set. Moreover, when we tried having disciples practice it, 9 out of 10 died, and the remaining 1 became a vegetable. Vegetative state? Guo Suifeng was puzzled. Did he turn into a tree? Paralyzed, like a plant, unable to move for the rest of his life. Zhao Xuanqi exaggerated the consequences, accusing him with a cold snort. Do you have anything else to say for yourself? Guo Suifeng's furious expression vanished as quickly as it had appeared, slowly returning to calm. I thought you were just a poor kid with no understanding of martial arts and no master's background. I never expected you to not practice that cultivation technique. What a pity. From his attitude, it was clear he was admitting there was something wrong with the technique. We have no grudge against each other. I helped you, and you didn't repay me. Why did you have to harm me? Zhao Xuanqi looked at the man at the foot of Wuji Mountain, took a deep breath, and said, Could it be that you simply want to harm and kill people? The man, with his disheveled long hair, raised his head, revealing his cloudy eyes, which darted around. After a moment of silence, he said, I naturally have my own considerations. What considerations? Zhao Xuanqi asked in confusion. Perhaps because he had been trapped in this room for too long without speaking, or perhaps because the secret had been buried deep in his heart for too long, Sui Feng spoke at length. He licked his dry lips and began to recount his story. Back then, I came from the Xingyiquan martial arts school, where I trained fiercely. I was particularly skilled in the dragon and tiger double form fist technique, which brought me great fame. At that time, I roamed the world with my sword, full of ambition, wanting to become a great hero and save the masses from suffering. As for why I had such a grand ambition at such a young age, perhaps it was because I couldn't bear to see the suffering of the common people, or perhaps it was to enjoy the fame of being a hero. In any case, I began to roam the land, doing good deeds, and along the way, I married and had a daughter. Poor my wife, she never received a day of care from me. Her husband was always out there upholding justice, traveling far and wide, saving people left and right. Even when his wife and daughter pleaded with him, they couldn't stop him from leaving. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What does this have to do with you giving me fake martial arts techniques? Liao Xuanqi retorted. Young man, don't be so impatient. Sui Feng wore a cheerful expression, continuing to immerse himself in his memories as he spoke slowly. One day, my martial arts friends invited me to the neighboring province to eliminate demons and uphold justice, capturing and executing a notorious bandit. I gladly accepted. My wife and daughter naturally refused, and at that time, I had saved many lives but also offended many people. If I left, there might be trouble at home. So I prepared a secret cellar, stocked it with food for over a month, and locked my wife and daughter inside, telling them to wait for me to return. You know, at the time I thought a month would be enough after all, he was just a mere bandit. But I underestimated him. Though his martial arts were mediocre and his combat strength weak, he was exceptionally skilled at escaping and hiding. It took me a full 1.5 months to capture and kill him. By the time I remembered my wife and daughter at home, it was already too late. When I rushed back home in a panic, Sui Feng tore off the shackles, covered his face with his withered hands, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were bloodshot. My wife was dead. She had been starved to death. The cellar door was scratched with bloodstains, and her fingernails were worn down to nothing. She couldn't escape. She gave the last of the food to her daughter. My daughter is only 3 years old and survived on that meager food. Do you find that amusing? A husband locks his wife and daughter in a cellar, kills his wife, and forces his 3-year-old daughter to watch her mother starve to death. Do you think my wife must have been so disappointed? Her husband was out there saving the world, yet he had no time to save her life, and even became the one who killed her. At least my daughter was less than 3 years old at the time, and didn't he remember any of this? So what? Liao Xuanqi asked. Sui Feng let out a harsh laugh. My wife is dead, and I have wronged my daughter. Therefore, my daughter is the only one who matters to me. I will not allow anything to harm her. You sent silver to my daughter. 300 taels of silver is no small sum for someone as poor as you. You didn't show any greed when you gave the silver, because you wanted my martial arts techniques more. But what if you develop greed after obtaining my martial arts techniques? Cultivating martial arts requires vast resources and a lot of money, and you happen to have none. What if you use this situation to target my daughter, use me as an excuse to deceive her, kill her to obtain the silver, and then I would have harmed my own daughter? I've had this plan from the very beginning. From the moment you started helping me deliver the silver, I decided to use the martial arts technique to harm you. Sui Feng raised his gaze and spoke calmly. I will not allow anything that could endanger my daughter, not even the slightest possibility. If that is the case, then I'll use my martial arts to kill you and eliminate any witnesses. Someone like you, from the lower classes, with no power or influence, can't tell the difference between good and bad martial arts techniques. If you practice the wrong ones, you'll inevitably go mad and die. Practicing martial arts inherently carries the risk of death. Even if you were to die, it wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. Your uncle won't suspect me of killing you, won't blame me, and won't take it out on my daughter. He'll just think you were foolish and made a mistake. Thus, killing you silently and eliminating a hidden threat is why I gave you the fake martial arts technique. Liao Xuanqi's eyes widened in shock. Was this man really a great hero before? How could he be so inhumane? So you think I might harm your daughter, and because of this possibility, you're willing to kill me, someone who has helped you, without a second thought. That's truly a ridiculous reason. Everyone dies, don't they? Facing the accusation, Sui Feng replied matter-of-factly, the end of all people is the coffin, I'm just helping you get there sooner. He added calmly, yes, I will eliminate any possibility. Chapter 29. The madman confesses. Beneath the fake mountain made of molten iron, the man was filthy and stinking, his hair disheveled, and his body covered in grime. He admitted without hesitation that he had intended to harm Zhao Xuanqi. Zhao Xuanqi lowered his head and stared at Sui Feng. He had made a judgment. This man was truly a madman. Regardless, Zhao Xuanqi had helped Sui Feng fulfill his final wish outside. By normal standards, you should at least be grateful. Even if you don't feel grateful, you wouldn't go as far as killing someone, right? But in this man's twisted mind, Zhao Xuanqi wasn't his savior, he was a villain who could harm his daughter at any moment. Even though Zhao Xuanqi hadn't done anything yet, just because of that tiny, insignificant possibility, he chose to kill to silence him. Human life holds no value in his eyes. It turns out that when he asked me to deliver 300 taels of silver, he had already decided to eliminate me. This is a man who views human life as worthless. No wonder he is a great demon. Zhao Xuanqi dared not approach the man, stepping back a few paces to comment. These words provoked Sui Feng. Sui Feng angrily struck the iron mountain, trying to break free from the five-finger mountain, but seeing that he couldn't escape, he burst into curses. When I was doing good deeds, you didn't even know where you were. What qualifies you to call me a great demon? I went to the north to slay depraved bandits and rescue innocent women. I went to the south, alone with my sword, and killed an entire band of mountain bandits, bringing peace to the land. I went to the east, where I fought floods and rescued people, working day and night without rest, saving over 50 people from the floodwaters. I went to the west, killed a cult that sacrificed living people, and rescued over 100 young boys and girls there. There are people I've saved all across the land. What have you done? What qualifies you to judge me? I don't know about those things. I only know that you've killed many people. You're a ruthless villain, and the number of innocent people who have died at your hands is countless. Zhao Xuanqi snorted coldly, someone like you, who knows how much of what you say is true and how much is false. Do you know why I became this way? Sui Feng opened his mouth and couldn't stop himself. Perhaps these things had been bottled up inside him for too long, and he couldn't help but roar. It's all the heavens' fault. What about good deeds are rewarded with good? That's all nonsense. I've been a righteous hero for so long, doing so many good deeds, yet I've never received any reward in my life. Instead, I ended up with my wife starving to death. Heaven is blind, good people don't get rewarded. Sui Feng was like a madman, gesticulating wildly. I refuse to accept this. Since good people don't get rewarded, since heaven is blind. So I'll do evil deeds, the worst kind of evil deeds. I'll do every evil deed under the sun, lose all humanity, and see if doing good deeds brings any reward. I'll see if doing evil deeds brings divine retribution, if it sends me to hell. If I go to hell, I'll stand before the king of hell and point at him and curse him. What King Yama? What gods and demons? What heaven? Good deeds go unrewarded, the world is unpredictable, heaven and earth are upside down. What use are you? All of you, just die. Sui Feng suddenly calmed down, as still as a little rabbit, muttering to himself with a smile, so I'll kill. I'll kill whoever I see. If I don't like someone, I'll kill them. I killed those who once followed me in the name of justice. I slaughtered everyone in my sect, senior brothers, junior brothers, masters, elders, all of them must die. When I encountered beggars, living such a miserable life, was there any point in letting them live? Die. When I encountered orphans, alone and helpless, I sent them to join their parents in death. Die. How refreshing. I feel like the days I lived before were wasted. I feel like I was a real person during that time. Sui Feng suddenly became dejected again. When he mentioned his daughter, a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. My daughter still thinks I'm some kind of righteous hero. Little does she know that her father has already changed, killing people all along. Besides killing her mother, this is also a reason why her father has never dared to go back to see her. Zhao Xuanqi witnessed the man's rage, resentment, satisfaction, madness, calmness, tenderness, and kindness, all these emotions intertwined in an instant. The complexity of human nature was vividly displayed on the man's face. It seems I'm luckier than I thought. I didn't die by your hands. Liao Xuanqi truly felt fortunate. This man kills whenever he wants, does whatever he pleases. At first, Zhao Xuanqi couldn't believe he would give a fake martial art technique to harm someone who had helped him. Now, Zhao Xuanqi believed it such a person had no logic, capable of anything. Some things can't be judged by ordinary standards, because some people don't follow ordinary standards. Liao Xuanqi remembered this lesson well at that moment. Liao Xuanqi retreated to the entrance of the cell, ensuring that even if this man broke free from the chains, he couldn't harm him. Only then did he say, "You must give me an explanation for this. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I'll do to your daughter. Don't even think about killing me. My uncle is still standing in the corridor outside. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely avenge me, and your daughter will never have a good life again. What's most important to a person is what you use to threaten them. This is the most effective remedy." Sure enough, Wu Suifeng had completely calmed down. He had originally thought he could easily kill this young man to eliminate a future threat, but he had failed. It was like hitting himself with a rock. Liao Xuanqi, however, was a free man, and could indeed pose a threat to his daughter. Wu Suifeng sighed and said, "All right, I'll give you an answer within a day. As for compensation, no problem. I'll give you a new martial arts manual. Of course, the martial arts I practice are all black arts. I come from the Xingyi school, and the Xingyi school isn't just one branch, it's widespread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. You won't be able to master my techniques, and if you try, you'll be hunted down and killed by these other schools. Secondly, my self-created Dragon Tiger Heaven and Earth Great technique also has many enemies watching. Anyone who dares to use it outside will likely be targeted and killed, unless they stop using it after mastering it. I can't give you a martial arts manual as compensation right now, but I once ambushed and killed a master. I hid his manual in the graveyard outside the city." Wu Suifeng said, "I'll tell you the location. You can go out and find it yourself. The martial arts techniques of that expert won't be problematic. The sect that produced the manual has already been destroyed, and the manual is extremely powerful. Once you obtain it, you can cultivate it freely." After saying this, Wu Suifeng revealed the location to Zhao Xianqi. Liao Xuanqi remembered the location and finally sighed in relief. "All right, I'll consider this martial arts manual as your compensation. But what can you offer me in return? You're trapped here, what can you do? I've already said I'll give you an explanation within a day. I'll definitely keep my word. I mean what I say." Wu Suifeng remained calm. Liao Xuanqi fell silent. Seeing that the man wasn't willing to say more, he closed the cell door and retreated. Zhao Jinkai had also heard these words outside and hurriedly reassured him, "Nephew, it's good that you're safe. This Wu Suifeng is nothing but a madman." "Uncle, I'm fine." Liao Xuanqi sighed in relief. Zhao Jinkai glanced at the time and said, "Go home and wait for me. I'm on duty today. I'll come back later and talk to you. It's only half an hour left before I finish work." "All right." Liao Xuanqi nodded. Liao Xuanqi entered the sewer tunnel alone, and left the Tianyuan prison. Not long after Zhao Xuanqi returned home, Zhao Jinkai came back from work with shocking news. Wu Suifeng is dead. How is that possible? How did he die? Liao Xuanqi exclaimed in shock. Zhao Jinkai replied, "Suicide." It turned out that shortly after Zhao Xuanqi left the Tianyuan prison, Wu Suifeng had committed suicide. After an investigation, it was determined that he had broken free from his iron shackles, struck his head with his hand, and killed himself. Liao Xuanqi suddenly understood this was the settling of accounts Wu Suifeng had mentioned. Wu Suifeng had attempted to kill Zhao Xuanqi using his martial arts techniques, which was a serious matter. Proper explanation was necessary. He had used his own life to give Zhao Xuanqi an explanation. Or perhaps Wu Suifeng feared that Zhao Xuanqi might seek revenge on his daughter Guo Qinrong because of this incident. He could not allow such a possibility to exist. When he felt that his life posed a danger to his daughter, he chose without hesitation to pay with his life. This was to tell Zhao Xuanqi, "I am dead. With my death, the debt is settled. My daughter is innocent in this matter. Do not seek revenge against her." At the same time, he used his life to prove a truth: the location where he had hidden the martial arts manual was genuine, and the martial arts manual buried there was absolutely real. Huff. This guy. Zhao Xuanqi understood the situation and sighed. He never expected this guy to value his own life so little. Not caring about others' lives is one thing, but not caring about one's own life is another. Zhao Xuanqi had thought that Guo Suifeng would spend the night thinking it over, and then hand over a martial arts manual as a parting gift, but he never expected him to use his life to put an end to this matter. Since that's the case, let us put an end to this matter. Zhao Xuanqi fell into silence. He then turned to his uncle and asked, "Uncle, now that Guo Suifeng is dead, will this have any impact on you?" Zhao Jinkai shrugged indifferently. That guy was sentenced to life imprisonment. He'll never get out. Keeping him alive is a waste of prison resources. Due to the law, we can't just kill him outright. His suicide is convenient. Suicide, how could it be my fault? That's good. Zhao Xuanqi sighed in relief. Just as the uncle and nephew were talking, a knock sounded at the gate of the courtyard. Someone was coming to the door. Chapter Samsup. I'll take care of you in your old age. Who is it? Uncle Zhao, could it be the prison guards causing trouble for you again? Zhao Xuanqi looked puzzled. Zhao Jinkai's left eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He was filled with doubt and fear. That's impossible. The prison warden comes from a prominent family with a noble background. He doesn't care much about prison affairs, and he looks down on this job and us, his subordinates. Why would he bother with such a trivial matter? Then who could it be? Could it be one of your friends? Zhao Xuanqi asked in return. Zhao Jinkai shook his head repeatedly and stood up. It's impossible. When we were young, they might have come looking for me every day, but now we're all getting old. They wouldn't come looking for me anymore. Why could they come find you when you were young, but not now that you're old? Zhao Xuanqi was completely confused. Zhao Jinkai looked around nervously, seeing his wife wasn't there, and finally blurted out, "Going to brothels. When we were young, we had the energy, but now we're old, we can't do that anymore. Old people just stay out of each other's way." Zhao Xuanqi suddenly understood and summarized, "Kidney deficiency. SHH. You can't say such things." Zhao Jinkai's face turned red. Regardless, the knocking on the door continued, and it had to be opened. Zhao Jinkai steeled himself and slowly approached the door. When Zhao Jinkai opened the door, a startled cry came from inside. "Miss Guo, how could it be you?" At the door, Guo Qinrong stood in a pale blue traditional long dress, not very tall, with the hem of her dress almost reaching her ankles. Her long black hair was neatly tied back, and her every movement was precise and composed, exuding both a crisp efficiency and an air of elegance and grace. Even from her appearance alone, it was clear that she was a strong woman, not the type with a weak personality who would be easily bullied. She stood in the alley, starkly contrasting with the dirty, muddy ground, as if she had emerged from the mud unscathed, standing there like a beautiful sight. "I'm here to see Mr. Zhao Xuanqi. Thank you for delivering the message last time. I have something to discuss with him. I apologize for the inconvenience." Guo Qinrong apologized first, then stepped aside slightly, bowing her head, and whispering, "Xiao Yuan, give the gift to the master." "Got it." Beside her, a teenage girl with a bun hairstyle smiled sweetly. She swayed in her emerald green short robe, holding a large basket of fruits in her left hand and several bottles of fine wine in her right. "My mistress has come to pay a visit. These are gifts. Please accept them." "All right." Zhao Jinkai naturally had no reason to refuse. If you refuse a gift from a guest, that's like turning them away and not giving them face. He quickly took the gifts and placed them aside, then ushered the master and servant inside. "Looking for me?" Zhao Xuanqi had heard clearly inside the house. He never expected it to be Guo Suifeng's daughter paying a visit. He wasn't sure what this guy's daughter wanted. Living room. The outsiders departed. The two sat facing each other. Guo Qinrong sat upright, her posture graceful, and a faint fragrance wafted from her body. She cut straight to the point. "Emir Zhao, I spent quite some time finding your home. I apologize for the sudden disturbance. I'm not a Mr. Zhao. Just call me by my name, there's no need to be so formal." Zhao Xuanqi was taken aback by the woman's politeness and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "May I ask what brings you here?" Guo Qinrong spoke softly. "I lost my mother when I was young, and I've suffered many hardships because of it. My father said it was his fault that she died, so I've hated him ever since. Because of this, my father has never forgiven himself, dared not face me, and has been hiding outside for a very long time, never returning home. All I know is that he is a great hero who fights for justice. Beyond that, I know nothing else. Do you think hating someone is meaningful? Guo Qinrong's eyes were red, and she wiped them away. It's meaningless, completely meaningless, especially when the person you hate is your own father. Later, I let it go. My mother is gone. Do I really want to lose my father too? I've already lost my mother. I can't lose a father forever, especially since he's been living with guilt all this time. Over the years, I've already forgiven my father. I only hope he'll come home, so our family can be together and live happily. I don't want him to keep running away. Can you pass my words to him? Can you help me persuade him to come back? I don't believe he hasn't missed his daughter all this time. He can't be that heartless. What I want is simple. I just want our family to be reunited. The woman gazed at Zhao Xuanqi with a look of anticipation, her eyes filled with deep pleading. Zhao Xuanqi remained silent. The girl was innocent, and he wasn't sure whether he should tell her the truth. Should he tear open the truth and tell her that her mother was starved to death by her father? Should he tell her that her father wasn't some righteous hero, but a complete monster, a villain who committed every evil deed imaginable? Or should he tell her that her father was already dead and gone? Sometimes, the truth is a sharp blade, while lies are like honey. In the end, Zhao Xuanqi refused. Your father loved you very much. You forgave him, but he couldn't forgive himself, so he won't be coming back. Besides, the things your father did are unforgivable by many people. He can't come back, and he shouldn't. Having said that, Zhao Xuanqi began to dismiss them. There was no point in continuing the conversation. He did not want to have anything to do with this father and daughter anymore. Despite Guo Qinrong's desperate pleas, Zhao Xuanqi remained silent, as still as a wooden statue. Sigh. A deep sigh. Guo Qinrong stood up, her face filled with sorrow. She lifted the hem of her skirt, and bowed respectfully before reluctantly taking her leave. Zhao Xuanqi watched the woman's dazed and disoriented figure. Watching this woman, who could no longer reunite with her closest relatives, shook his head, and belatedly realized an important truth. Family is an incredibly important thing. Once you miss it, you never get another chance. Don't let family be neglected because of trivial matters, otherwise, you'll regret it forever. Wu Suifeng and Guo Qinrong were a perfect example of this. At that moment, Zhao Xuanqi suddenly realized the truth, calming his mind to reflect deeply. Outside, Zhao Jinkai was splitting firewood in the courtyard, wearing a grayish-black short-sleeved shirt, with a long beard hanging down. He swung the axe repeatedly, splitting the logs into two halves, producing crisp cracking sounds, and the thud of wood hitting the ground. Zhao Jinkai was splitting firewood to start a fire. Beside him, Anti-Air was slaughtering a chicken, chopping the meat into small pieces, then placing them in a pot to simmer, adding some wild mountain spices. The aroma of the meal filled the entire courtyard. Soon, a neighbor came knocking on the door. Old Zhao, this is the wine you asked me to buy. It's fine yellow wine. I brought it for you. You never dare to drink such expensive and good wine on ordinary days. Why are you so generous today? Oh, you're slaughtering chickens again. Slaughtering a chicken and drinking good wine? Do you have important guests coming over? Which family's important guest deserves such generous treatment from you, you tightwad? Zhao Jinkai stretched out his hands, carefully taking the fine wine the neighbor had brought along, and waved his hands. It's my nephew. Your nephew again? You really treat your nephew well. Even if your own son or grandson came over, you wouldn't be this generous. The neighbor was surprised. My son is a thankless bastard. He's nothing compared to my nephew. My nephew is so unfortunate his parents died young, and I'm the only one who can help him. If I don't take care of him, who will? Go on, stop teasing me. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Amidst the laughter and teasing, Zhao Jinkai saw the neighbor off, then placed the jar of yellow wine back into the boiling pot to warm it up. By the time he poured it out, the aroma of the wine filled the air. The aroma of fragrant food and intoxicating wine filled the air. The busy second aunt, the able-bodied second uncle. An ordinary scene, touching the heart. Zhao Xuanqi felt all of this, sniffed the air, unsure if he was intoxicated by the aroma of the food and wine, or by the scene itself. He rushed over to help, bringing out the dishes and pouring the wine. The 3 family members gather around the table. Yao Xuanqi raises his wine cup, pours wine for his uncle, and before even taking a sip, he laughs loudly as if already drunk. "Uncle, cheers." "All right, cheers. This toast is for you. I hope you'll make something of yourself and become a prominent figure in the future." Zhao Jinkai raised his cup. Though he didn't know why his nephew was so happy, he didn't want to dampen his spirits, so he downed it in one gulp. After putting down his cup, he heard the young man across from him say seriously, "Uncle, I'll take care of you in your old age." "What?" Zhao Jinkai didn't react. His second aunt was laughing so hard she couldn't stop, covering her mouth and giggling. "What did you say?" Zhao Jinkai thought he had heard wrong. Yao Xuanqi smiled broadly, stood up, walked around the table, and came to Zhao Jinkai's side. He leaned down and repeated loudly into his ear, "I said, when you're old and can't walk anymore, I'll take care of you." Chapter Samsupyet. The secret manual in hand, peeling the skin. The next morning, Yao Xuanqi got up early, squatted in the courtyard, and brushed his teeth with willow branches. The branches scraped against his teeth, so he had to brush gently and slowly, otherwise he might cut his mouth. Ugh, brushing teeth is such a hassle. No wonder so many people in the Great Zhou dynasty don't want to brush their teeth. It was said that toothbrushes existed in this era as well. They were made by selecting animal hair, cleaning it thoroughly, then tying it neatly to a specially crafted wooden stick. High-quality green salt was used as toothpaste for brushing teeth and rinsing the mouth. It was comfortable, soft, and effective, without causing any harm to the mouth. Such toothbrushes were extremely expensive, costing 4 or 5 taels of silver each, not to mention the costly green salt for rinsing. Only the wealthy aristocratic families could afford such luxury. As for ordinary people, they would simply use willow branches soaked in hot water until softened, then use them as toothbrushes. They didn't use green salt either, but instead crushed cheap tea leaves or fragrant weeds to rinse their mouths. This was not only cumbersome but also an expense, so those at the bottom of society would save wherever possible, and the poorest among them simply did not brush their teeth at all. In this era, having clean, white teeth was a standard feature of the upper classes, such as nobles and aristocrats. Ordinary people have yellow teeth that are unattractive, often chipped or broken, and their breath smells bad when they speak. In TV dramas, a poor woman gives birth to a beautiful daughter, who is fortunate enough to be noticed by a nobleman and marries into a wealthy family, transforming from a peasant into a princess. This is completely unrealistic. Even if you are truly beautiful, your teeth alone would be enough to disqualify you. In this era where even hot water is a luxury, maintaining a clean appearance requires significant financial investment from a young age. "Uncle, I'm going out." Yao Xuanqi finished his morning routine and bid farewell to his uncle. Zhao Jinkai knew his nephew had an important mission today, and had to go out to find the secret manual. He warned him, "Be careful. Safety comes first. If you can't get the manual, it's no big deal. I don't want anything to happen to you." "All right." Yao Xuanqi packed his belongings and hid them all in his wide robe. His aunt followed behind, reminding him, "Come back early. I've prepared lunch for you." "No need to prepare lunch. I might not make it back in time." Yao Xuanqi smiled and told his aunt not to trouble herself. Zhao Jinkai followed behind, sending Zhao Xuanqi out the door, while continuing to chatter on. Yao Xuanqi nodded in agreement to everything. Leaving home doesn't mean you mind your elders nagging. Since the incident at the black market, Zhao Jinkai had become unusually talkative. Perhaps, compared to Zhao Xuanqi himself, he was even more concerned about Zhao Xuanqi's safety. Yao Xuanqi only had one life. And Zhao Jinkai, after all, had only one nephew. After leaving Wudong Alley, Yao Xuanqi headed west toward the city, following the information provided by Guosui Feng, heading toward the outskirts of the city. After confirming that he hadn't attracted any attention, and that no one was following him, he proceeded cautiously, avoiding any trouble, and easily found the chaotic graveyard outside the city. Camel Peak Mountain Graveyard. Guosui Feng mentioned that after he killed that martial artist, he obtained a martial arts manual. After reviewing it, he found it quite valuable. However, since he was still being pursued, he hurriedly hid the body and the manual in a tombstone with inscriptions in the northwest corner. "That's the tombstone. Most of the tombstones at the mass grave site had no inscriptions, and many didn't even have tombstones at all. Tombstone with an inscription was too easy to find. Yao Xuanqi located the spot, pulled out the small shovel he had prepared earlier, and quickly dug a small hole. He found it. Soon, a set of bones appeared, and at the bottom of the bones was an inconspicuous small package. He eagerly opened the package and found, besides 10 taels of silver, a manual, the 2 absolute arts of sword and arrow to subdue the world. Indeed, the martial arts manual was in his hands. He felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. His hands trembled as he held the manual. This wasn't just a book, it was the key to a life of wealth and honor. Having obtained the item, Zhao Xuanqi stuffed the manual into his robe, tucked away the silver, and quickly filled the spot where he had been standing before returning home. On the way back, his steps were much lighter. When he returned to the city, his back was already soaked with sweat. He had walked too quickly and too far, leaving him exhausted. Yao Xuanqi planned to return to his uncle's house to practice. In this era, there was no sense of security. He had to turn the secret manual into real strength before he could feel at ease. However, as he passed through an alley in the western part of the city, he stopped in his tracks. Why are there so many people here? He glanced to the left alley. The alley was crowded with people, many gathered in front of a small house. Some neighbors hadn't even had time to put on their outer garments or shoes, all standing at the door to watch the commotion. Yao Xuanqi didn't want to join the crowd. Watching a spectacle was likely to cause trouble. But just as he was about to leave, he overheard a conversation among some elderly people. Hey, I never thought a murder would happen around here. Everything was fine yesterday, but today an entire family of 8 is dead. Who are these thugs who could be so brutal? Bandits? I think it's more like a psychopath. What do you mean? Go take a look for yourself. You won't believe how terrifying it is. The 8 members of that family were killed in the most gruesome way, covered in blood, and their skin was even peeled off. There wasn't a single piece of skin left on any of them. Maybe they offended some martial arts master with a grudge? That's impossible. I live right next to Wang Lao's house. The Wang family has always been kind to everyone. They haven't even offended a single person, let alone a martial arts master. I think it's a deranged martial artist randomly killing people. This kind of thing hasn't happened for the first time. Don't say that. If the murderer hears us cursing him, who knows what will happen to us tonight? A family of 8. Martial arts experts? Skinning to death? When it came to martial artists, Zhao Xuanqi couldn't help but get curious. He hesitated for a moment, pushed through the crowd, and decided to take a look. But that one glance sent a chill down his spine. Inside the house, several constables were carrying out several corpses and covering them with straw mats. Through the gap, he saw everything clearly. These corpses were completely naked, with not a single inch of skin left, their bodies a deep crimson red. Yao Xuanqi wasn't someone who hadn't seen dead bodies before. He had seen plenty during his time fleeing famine, but this was different. These corpses were truly terrifying. Their bodies were mangled, flesh hanging out. The faces of the few remaining people still bore traces of terror, their mouths stuffed shut, likely their vocal cords severed. This family of 8 had clearly been alive and conscious when their skin was forcibly stripped from their bodies. From the struggle marks on their bodies, it was clear that they hadn't died immediately after their skin was removed. They had survived for some time before finally dying in agony. If they had been skinned after death, that would have been bad enough, but this was done while they were still alive, and the perpetrators ensured that they wouldn't die immediately after being skinned. This technique is truly brutal. Cruel. It's truly too cruel. Ordinary people didn't notice these small details, so they didn't understand the deeper meaning behind them. Yao Xuanqi, however, knew these details and felt even more horrified. He jumped in fright and immediately ran out of the crowd, heading straight home without looking back. Cold sweat poured down his face. Damn, that's twisted. From the bystanders' remarks, this family wouldn't dare offend anyone. It must mean that the martial artists from the demon sect are randomly killing people. Random killings are bad enough, but torturing someone to death? That's twisted. Who said hiding at home is safe? In this cursed world, even if you're kind to others and just live in your own little home, you might still be struck by misfortune and have your entire family wiped out. Zhao Xuanqi's heart sank. He had made up his mind he would never come to the west side of the city again. It was too dangerous, his home was safer. Soon, Zhao Xuanqi successfully returned home. Chapter Samsapyi. Stepping into the martial arts path, sensing qi. Dong. Zhao Xuanqi gently knocked on the door of the 13th courtyard on Wutong Street. Anti-air peeked through the door crack, confirming it wasn't a stranger, but her own nephew, and sighed in relief. You're back. Second Ant opened the door, stepped aside, pulled Zhao Xuanqi inside, and locked the door with a large bolt. Hurry up and eat. Lunch has been ready for ages. Zhao Xuanqi entered the house. Anti-air took the food from the stove. The dishes hadn't been touched at all. It was clear that Anti-air hadn't eaten lunch and had been waiting for someone. Auntie, didn't I tell you not to wait for me to come back? From now on, when I go out, you should eat first at home. There's no need to wait for me, Zhao Xuanqi said as he sat down. His aunt smiled sweetly and said, I knew you had important business today. If you didn't come back, I wouldn't feel at ease eating. Come, there's beef jerky. Zhao Xuanqi looked at the cooked beef jerky and felt a bit helpless. Originally, beef jerky and salt were meant to be given to his uncles and aunts as a token of respect, so they could have some meat to eat when there was no other food. Now, however, most of it had ended up in his own mouth, and his uncles and aunts hadn't eaten much. His heart felt warm, and he served some to his aunt. Auntie, eat more. Beef jerky gets stuck between your teeth. Your teeth aren't very good. You should eat more. Second Aunt, we're family, no need to be so polite. If you keep this up, I won't come back. Oh, okay, I'll eat. After dinner, Zhao Xuanqi rested for a moment to aid digestion. Then, he returned alone to his small hut. He slowly pulled out the martial arts manual from his chest. The two supreme arts of sword and arrow. According to Guo Suifeng, he had once seen this manual. It was a family heirloom of a martial artist, specifically left for future generations of the family. It contained extensive information, more than enough for a newcomer to practice. He opened the manual and took a look. It was indeed as he had heard. Text annotations, detailed notes, coded phrases and secrets, meridian points and acupoints, qi cultivation techniques. Various annotations were clear and concise, with numerous illustrations, making it extremely convenient for cultivation. Zhao Xuanqi had only glanced at it for a moment before becoming completely engrossed. This was actually a martial arts manual that combined sword techniques and archery. The creator was once a legendary archer in the military, renowned for his accuracy on the frontiers, never missing a shot. Considering that archers are easily targeted by enemies and vulnerable to close combat techniques were deemed crucial. Thus, the creator developed a sword technique characterized by swift sword draws and powerful strikes, specifically tailored for archers. This way, archers could attack enemies from a distance, and if enemies closed in, they could draw their swords in an instant and engage in close combat, catching the enemy off guard. To perfect this technique, the master archer left the military and traveled the martial arts world for many years. In his later years, he finally succeeded in creating the technique, which he passed down to future generations as a family treasure. His descendants continued to refine the manual over the generations, adding insights and annotations, which became an integral part of its foundational teachings. Had it not been for the lack of ambition in later generations, whether Guo Suifeng could have killed that person and obtained this martial arts manual would have been a different matter. If the descendants do not strive, the efforts of their predecessors are merely working for the benefit of others. Guo Suifeng once said that martial arts manuals are divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Above that lies the entry-level technique. The Dragon and Tiger Heaven and Earth technique is an intermediate-level technique. As for this sword and arrow dual mastery technique, it must at least be an advanced-level technique. Even low-level martial arts manuals are already enough to drive countless people mad with desire, and intermediate manuals are even harder to find. How much more so for this advanced manual? We've hit the jackpot. Zhao Xuanqi was certain he had struck gold. He didn't have a bow or arrows, so he couldn't practice archery for now. He could only choose to start with sword techniques. He would take it step by step. Once his sword techniques were mastered, he could always practice archery later. Sword techniques were not complicated, consisting of a few stances, and some breathing techniques, known as the 13 mysterious gates of the swift sword, emphasizing simplicity yet great effectiveness. An hour later, Zhao Xuanqi held a heavy wooden log, and began practicing according to the instructions. He spread his legs wide, placed the heavy wooden staff at his waist as if it were a sword, occasionally changing his posture to stand tall and draw the sword, then contracting his chest to gather energy and focus his mind, and at other times performing a set of fist techniques to strengthen his body and complement his sword training. At first, his movements were stiff and awkward, resembling an elderly woman in her 80s suffering from epilepsy. However, as time went on, his skill gradually improved, and he became increasingly proficient, at least to the point where it was watchable. Once, 2 times, 16 times. Zhao Xuanqi's vision flickered, and the transformation pearl materialized in his mind, accompanied by a stream of information. Sword and arrow dual mastery. If cultivated normally, it can reach the peak of mastery in sub years. 150 years? Zhao Xuanqi's lips twitched. No wonder it's an advanced technique. For someone with no martial arts knowledge from the lower classes, the cultivation difficulty is way too high. He speculated that his advanced age, weak constitution, and lack of martial arts foundation were all hindering his progress in cultivating the technique. If only a youngster who had started training from a young age were to learn this, it would likely be much simpler. One step behind, and you fall behind in every step. One step behind, and you're always behind. Thankfully, I don't have to endure arduous cultivation, I have the transformation pearl. Zhao Xuanqi's heart stirred. And without hesitation, he took out the transformation pearl. At that moment, there was a drop of spiritual liquid inside, and he swallowed it without a second thought. A flood of inspiration suddenly appeared. In that instant, Zhao Xuanqi mastered the sword techniques without a teacher, his control over them reaching a new level, and many techniques became effortless. It wasn't just a matter of understanding his physical body, had also made corresponding progress, becoming slightly stronger. It was as if he had wielded a sword 1,000 times, with calluses beginning to form on his palms, and even his body exhibiting muscle reactions akin to those of a seasoned swordsman. Technique, sword and arrow dual mastery, world-shaking technique. Progress, beginner. Huff. Zhao Xuanqi exhaled, his gaze clear and focused. Beginner level. He had already reached the beginner level in this technique, comparable to a seasoned swordsman with years of practice. He lifted the heavy piece of wood with one hand, barely feeling its weight, and swung it effortlessly, as if it were an extension of his arm. I've mastered the sword technique. And there's a faint trace of energy within me? Zhao Xuanqi focused his mind and sensed within his body. He could clearly sense a faint energy rising within him, coursing through his limbs and meridians. The energy surged, greatly increasing his strength. With a single breath, he channeled the energy upward. Before it dispersed, it felt as though he had unlocked a special ability, doubling his combat power. This must be the Qi sensation, mentioned in the secret manual. Qi sensation. Concentrate the breath. 3 harmonies. All of these are considered unremarkable martial artists. Now, Zhao Xuanqi is the lowest of the low among the unranked. But, so what? At least he's still connected to the term martial artist, isn't he? Zhao Xuanqi let a smile slip across his face. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today, he had taken his first step on the path of martial arts, pushing open the door to this world. At least he now had a tiny bit of self-defense ability. If he was once an ant, he is now at least a slightly larger ant, one that can bite back. Chapter Sam. The food crisis strikes again at the night market. When Zhao Xuanqi emerged from the inner room, it was already afternoon, and his uncle had just finished his shift and returned home. Zhao Jinkai was sitting in the living room with a worried expression, frowning as he pondered some troubling matter. Uncle, what's wrong today? Why do you look so gloomy? Is something troubling you? Zhao Xuanqi asked. What else can it be? It's all because of this damned world. Zhao Jinkai spoke solemnly. The famine outside hasn't been resolved yet, and it's gotten even worse. The number of famine refugees is increasing, and has already begun to affect Zhangzhou City. The officials of Zhangzhou City have already dispatched troops to the outskirts to massacre the refugees, preventing too many from flooding into the city. Many have already been killed. The famine hasn't been resolved yet? Zhao Xuanqi's expression also darkened. He knew all too well the horrors of famine. Hunger, it's too painful. Are the people suffering from famine even considered human beings? No, they are monsters. If they have even a single bite to eat, they will do anything. Zhao Jinkai sighed in frustration. Because of this, grain prices have skyrocketed outside. Everyone is hoarding grain at high prices. Though our family has some stored grain, it's for emergencies. We've hidden it away for unforeseen circumstances. I'm wondering where else we can buy some grain. This is just the beginning. Grain prices will definitely skyrocket later. If we don't stockpile now, you won't be able to buy grain even if you have money later. So that's how it is. Uncle Zhao, don't worry. Leave it to me. Zhao Xuanqi mentioned his plan to go to the night market. In the city, everyone is scrambling to buy grain. Grain is now rationed, with each household allowed to purchase only a certain amount, and no more. Even if you go with the crowd to buy, you probably won't get much, and you'll waste a lot of time trying to get in. The black market is different. Those who dare to go there are few, and while the grain may be more expensive, there are no quantity limits. You can buy as much as you want. Moreover, Zhao Xuanqi had already entered the Qi sensation stage. He couldn't possibly keep practicing martial arts with a wooden stick forever. A wooden stick is no substitute for a real sword. Its use in training is limited. He must buy a real sword to practice martial arts. He was also in need of a suitable weapon, so he could buy it while he was at the black market. That's out of the question. Zhao Jinkai refused without hesitation. The black market is too dangerous. You had an accident last time. How can I let you go out again? If necessary, I'll spend more of my savings. If there's a ration, so be it. At least buy some grain first to eat. Zhao Xuanqi knew that if he didn't show some real skill, his uncle would never let him go out. He smiled slightly, went outside, and brought back a piece of firewood as thick as his arm, holding it in front of Zhao Jinkai. Uncle, take a look. I'm looking. It's just a stick. What's the point? Zhao Jinkai was taken aback, unsure of Zhao Xuanqi's intentions, his eyes filled with confusion. The next moment, snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the air. Under Zhao Jinkai's disbelieving gaze, Zhao Xuanqi effortlessly split the log in two with one hand. Goodness! Zhao Jinkai couldn't stay seated and rushed forward to inspect the wooden stick. After confirming its genuine hardness, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Xuanqi's hand. Nephew, what did you do? Zhao Xuanqi explained, Uncle, I took a godfather at the Black Tiger Gate, and learned a few martial arts techniques from him. Today, I brought back the martial arts manual to study it. After gaining some insights, I didn't want to rush into cultivating qi. Now I'm at least half a skilled person. As he spoke, Zhao Xuanqi gathered his qi, and split the remaining half of the wooden stick in two. Uncle, rest assured. With this strength, I can protect myself in the black market. Zhao Jinkai was speechless, realizing the importance of the matter. He looked ashamed and said, all right, the black market isn't crowded. We can secretly buy some grain back without the neighbors getting jealous. But all the trouble and danger will fall on you, my nephew. As he spoke, he found it hard to utter the words, his face flushing with shame. His nephew had come to rely on him, yet he was sending him on such a dangerous mission. How humiliating. Zhao Xuanqi laughed it off, saying, Uncle, I've eaten plenty of grain at your place. Buying some back is just my duty. Besides, you've helped me so much. If I don't do anything in return, I'd feel too guilty to come back. Don't worry. I'll go to the night market tonight. You don't need to give me any money. I still have plenty of silver on me. Just stay home and wait for your nephew's good news. No need to give me money? Zhao Jinkai burst into laughter, then went into the house and brought out a money bag, forcing it into Zhao Xuanqi's arms. I've already sent you out to take on some risk. How can I not give you money? Take it. Your uncle has money. Keep your own money to marry a wife for the Zhao family. I'm counting on you to treat me to your wedding banquet. Don't waste it. Marry a wife. Zhao Xuanqi was speechless, not knowing what to say. He couldn't argue with Zhao Jinkai, so he could only take the money bag. Zhao Xuanqi turned his face and glanced out the window. The sky had grown dark and was slowly turning black. Second uncle, it's getting dark. If we don't leave now, the curfew will start soon. I'll go now. All right. Zhao Jinkai stood up and followed Zhao Xuanqi out the door, reminding him, be careful. I understand. Uncle and Auntie don't need to wait for me tomorrow morning. I might not be back that early. Yao Xuanqi was worried that his uncle and aunt wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, so he had stayed up until midnight, hence his words. He had already figured out his aunt's personality and knew she tended to wait anxiously. Just like today at noon, when he went out to fetch the secret manual, he had explicitly told her not to save lunch for him and to eat first. But she insisted on waiting until the afternoon. If Zhao Xuanqi hadn't returned, she probably wouldn't have even started cooking. Uncle, I'm leaving. Zhao Xuanqi waved goodbye and slowly departed. Zhao Jinkai closed the door and returned to the hall. His aunt came out of the kitchen with the meal, calling everyone to eat. Seeing no one had come out, she went inside to take a look but didn't see anyone. Where's my nephew? He was just here a moment ago. Zhao Jinkai sat at his seat, saying nothing, just drinking water. Finally, unable to withstand his wife's repeated questions, he said, "My nephew went back to the Black Tiger Gate. He'll be back tomorrow morning." Auntie Zhao's face darkened, and she said nothing. She wasn't stupid. Seeing the situation, she could guess the outcome. She knew immediately that her nephew had gone to the black market again, most likely because of the family's grain shortage. "Husband, that's our nephew. I didn't acknowledge him before, but these days I've come to accept him as my nephew. How can you let your own kin take on such a dangerous task? If little Zhao really gets into trouble, I won't let you off the hook." Auntie crossed her arms, brought out a stool, lit the oil lamp, and sat by the front door, waiting patiently. Zhao Jinkai said nothing, sitting motionless in the living room, waiting silently. Steaming hot meals were placed on the table, but no one touched them. Soon, they grew cold. Chapter Samsupse. Fraud, fishing. At the entrance to the black market, the same tall, burly man was guarding the door, with his long knife strapped to his back, standing there like a door god. During his last visit to the night market, Zhao Xuanqi had made a strong impression of this man, and had specifically inquired about him, learning that his name was Guanxing Tian, with the nickname, Iron Tower Blade. This nickname was quite formidable, implying that the man's sword was heavy, his strength immense, and the two combined made each strike devastating. His sword was as heavy as an iron tower, making him nearly unbeatable. "Master Guan, may you be well." Yao Xuanqi greeted him respectfully, paid the entrance fee, and entered the black market. Even if they didn't recognize him, he at least knew their name. Regardless of whether they recognized him, it was best to greet them politely. Over time, they might become familiar with him. Who knows, maybe one day they'll recognize you and be willing to offer some advice. That would be a huge benefit. It's just a matter of exchanging a few words. Once inside the night market, Zhao Xuanqi touched the mask on his face, and continued to avoid the cloaked figures carrying swords and knives, carefully making his way toward the grain sellers. Even though it wasn't his first time at the night market, he still had to be cautious. Suddenly, a tall, slender figure darted out from the side, blocking Zhao Xuanqi's path. Under Zhao Xuanqi's vigilant gaze, the person looked around nervously before reaching into his robe and pulling out a clay bottle. "Young master, want to buy some elixir?" Zhao Xuanqi heard this and turned to leave without a second thought. "Don't go." The tall, slender figure pleaded. "My name is Wang Teng, the Samseth generation heir of the Medicine King Valley. I'm unmatched in alchemy and medicine powder. If you don't want the elixir, I have medicine powder too." The moment he spoke, Zhao Xuanqi hurried away even faster. It wasn't that Zhao Xuanqi wasn't interested in elixirs or medicinal powders. These things could save lives who wouldn't want them. The problem was this man. He was definitely a fraud. The reason was simple. Pills and medicinal powders are in high demand everywhere. Whether sold at a stall to individuals or to pharmacies, they can be sold quickly. Who would go around secretly, like a salesman, trying to lure people into buying them? Even if they're not fake, the prices are definitely exorbitant, usually much higher than normal, preying on unsuspecting newcomers. Secondly, the heir of the Medicine King Valley? Can you make elixirs? Can you refine medicinal powders? If you truly have such skills, major pharmacies would be competing to hire you. If that doesn't work, you could even open your own pharmacy. You're tall and skinny, wearing the cheapest clothes. Who with any real ability would end up looking like this? Buying medicine from someone like this, you shouldn't ask if his pills work. You should ask if your body will still function after taking them. Never buy medicine from these street vendors. If you must buy, go to the major shops where prices are clearly marked, take it or leave it. That's how it should be. Yao Xuanqi didn't even bother to acknowledge the tall, skinny youth and walked away quickly. The name, Wang Ting, didn't sound like someone trustworthy. The tall, skinny man watched Yao Xuanqi flee like he was avoiding the plague, his expression darkening. He looks like a naive rookie, but he is surprisingly cautious. All my effort was wasted. Let's move on to the next one. After shaking off the tall, skinny man's sales pitch, Yao Xuanqi didn't waste any time, and headed straight to the grain shop to buy food. There were many types of grain available. Ordinary people typically ate 3 meals a day of wheat bran, or sorghum flour, which tasted bad, but were relatively cheap. This time, Yao Xuanqi chose to buy better quality wheat grains. Shopkeeper, how much is this wheat rice? Lower grade is 20 copper coins per pound, medium grade is 30 copper coins per pound, and upper grade is 40 copper coins per pound. That's expensive. Yao Xuanqi turned and walked away, deciding to shop around. However, he found that the prices at the other shops were all in the same range. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He knew the usual prices: medium quality wheat flour was at most sub copper coins per pound, but now it had tripled in price. The city was crowded, with a greater demand for grain. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the prices inside the city must be. The black market had fewer people, so demand was relatively lower, and prices were correspondingly cheaper. During this period, the rice in the black market was actually cheaper than that in the city, a reversal of the usual trend, and the only window of opportunity. If this continues for a few more days, the grain prices in the black market will likely rise even higher. Yao Xuanqi didn't hesitate any longer, and decided to purchase medium quality wheat rice immediately. How many pounds do you need, young master? Give me 50 pounds. That will be 15 taels of silver. Yao Xuanqi paid promptly and left the shop carrying the grain. Next, he needed to buy a suitable weapon. He originally had only 7 taels of silver on him. His uncle had given him 6 taels, and he had found 10 taels while digging for secret manuals at the graveyard earlier that morning. After spending 15 taels on grain, he was left with 8 taels. Yao Xuanqi walked past various stalls, constantly looking around, and passed by the Shenin Pavilion. I have the Shenin Pavilion membership ring, which gives me an 8% discount on everything. This discount could save me a lot of money. Weapons are expensive. If there's a discount, perhaps I could buy a better one. However, after much hesitation, Yao Xuanqi ultimately decided against it. There was no other reason. The Shenin Pavilion had many items, and was crowded with people. With so many people around, it was easy to attract unwanted attention. One wrong move could lead to trouble, especially if you encounter a tough guy, like a crossing dragon. That would be the end of you. Rather than risk drawing attention in such a large shop, it was better to pick something from the street stalls. After all, it was just a weapon. Thus, Yao Xuanqi decided to browse the various street stalls. After a short while, he arrived at the exit of the market, and finally spotted a decent stall. The stall displayed several long swords, priced reasonably. 5 taels of silver, 8 taels of silver, 10 taels of silver. The highest price was only a few dozen taels of silver. Shopkeeper, can you make this sword a bit cheaper? Yao Xuanqi asked. Who are you? The vendor asked with a strange expression. Do you recognize me? No, I must have mistaken you for someone else, the shopkeeper hurriedly denied, lowering his head. Little did he know, the shopkeeper's mind was already in turmoil. It's this young man. The scarred monkey had been eyeing him the other day. The scarred monkey hasn't he been seen for days? Judging by this, he has probably met his end, and most likely at the hands of this young man. This guy isn't someone to mess with. Having made his judgment, the shopkeeper asked, which knife do you want? 8 taels of silver is a good price. Can you give me a discount? I'll buy it right away. Yao Xuanqi haggled, how about 6 taels of silver? No way, 6 taels isn't worth it. The shopkeeper refused outright, not wanting to provoke the young man in front of him. He added, I'll sell it to you for the original price of 8 taels, and I'll throw in a scabbard for free. That's a good deal, isn't it? Yao Xuanqi pondered. Knives in the black market were rarely haggled over, and sheaths weren't usually included. He hadn't expected to succeed in haggling, but the shopkeeper had agreed. He pondered for a moment. All right, a scabbard is worth a little extra. I'll take it. Yao Xuanqi paid promptly, emptying his pockets, then sheathed the long knife, clutched it close to his body, and left the black market with his grain. Has that kid always had a limp? The shopkeeper suddenly noticed that Zhao Xuanqi was limping, taking uneven steps, as if he might fall at any moment. He couldn't help but scratch his head. If he remembered correctly, the boy's legs were fine at first. It couldn't be that the knife had broken, could it? He turned to the lecherous old man at the opposite stall and asked, "Old beggar, did you notice that kid? Why did his leg suddenly become lame?" The old beggar turned to look at Zhao Xuanqi's back. He remembered that this was the kid who had taken the scarred monkey. Seeing his limping form now, he pointed to the three figures quietly following behind and sneered, "Haha, how else would you catch a fish? Look, the fish has already taken the bait." The shopkeeper followed the direction of his gaze. And sure enough, he saw three people lurking behind them. And couldn't help but be startled. The three brothers of the Wan family, the three tigers of the Wan clan. These three are dangerous men. If they've set their sights on him, he might lose his life. Are you sure that kid isn't just fishing for trouble? We're making a bet. Those three are as good as dead. The old beggar stall owner smiled. Why? The knife seller asked, puzzled. The old beggar explained, didn't you notice? The young man who bought the knife from you was carrying something weighing no less than 50 pounds on his back. Even in his limping state, he managed to carry the grain steadily and leave without even breathing heavily, walking almost as fast as a normal person. Think about it. Even an ordinary person carrying that much grain would have to catch their breath after walking a short distance, let alone a lame man? Do you really think that young man is an ordinary person? The knife seller was stunned. Chapter Samsupn. Murder, a rich reward. They really came with the goods. Yao Xuanqi limped along the narrow path ahead, looking like an easy target. He noticed the three tails following him, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a cold smile. He couldn't be blamed for showing weakness to lure the enemy into a trap. He was simply too poor. After buying 50 pounds of wheat and a knife, Zhao Xuanqi was completely penniless. He couldn't even spare a single coin. The phrase destitute couldn't be more fitting. In the black market, there are so many things: eggs, chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep, but he has no money to buy any of them. Even a decent knife is out of his reach. Now that he has spent all his money, what will he do next time? Famine will continue in the future. His uncle and aunt aren't well off either. If he doesn't take this opportunity to make some money, when his uncle and aunt really need it, Zhao Xuanqi doesn't want to be the one who can't contribute a single coin. Fear of poverty made him uneasy without money. He needed to secure some funds to feel secure. As for how to make money? A horse doesn't grow fat without night grass. A person doesn't get rich without unexpected wealth. In the dead of night, money comes fastest. Of course, Yao Xuanqi was also afraid of encountering any skilled masters, so he had carefully considered his bait-and-switch tactic. He clearly only had 50 pounds of wheat flour on him, which is decent food for an ordinary person. However, anyone with any real skill would never bother with wheat flour. After all, who among the ruthless eat anything but white rice, drink wine in large gulps, and devour meat? This already ruled out the possibility of catching a ruthless person. Those who were caught would only be cowards who bullied the weak. Come over here quickly. Zhao Xuanqi pretended to notice the person behind him, feigning panic, and hurried away. But his legs were limping, making him look particularly ridiculous. Run. Where are you going? One of them quickly caught up, grabbing him with one hand, trying to stop Zhao Xuanqi. But what met him was a cold, sharp sword. Zhao Xuanqi immediately dropped the package on his back, took advantage of the blind spot, and struck back with a swift blow. A piercing scream echoed as the man, caught off guard, couldn't dodge in time, and was struck directly in the neck. He clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, clearly on the brink of death. Second brother. The two men behind him were startled, then erupted into rage. As the three tigers of the Wan family, they had always traveled in a group of three. Losing one of their own brothers in a single encounter was something they couldn't accept. I'll kill you. The third brother charged forward with his long sword raised. Behind him, the eldest brother shouted, Third brother, don't act impulsively. This guy isn't ordinary. But it was too late. My foot. The third brother suddenly let out a cry of pain, nearly falling to the ground. In that split second, he collided head-on with Zhao Xuanqi's blade, and half his head was severed. It turned out that Zhao Xuanqi had secretly scattered sharp nails on the ground under the cover of night. The nails were extremely sharp, whoever stepped on them would have their foot severed. The first guy hadn't stepped on any, but the one charging forward now had stepped right into the trap, his foot pierced through. No wonder he was distracted and killed. I'll fight you to the death. Wan Laoda was filled with grief and anger. He carefully watched the ground for any potential traps, stepping forward cautiously. You damned cripple, I will tear you to pieces. Once he had stepped out of the nail trap, Wan the leader swung his large sword forward, each strike aimed at Zhao Xuanqi's legs. This man's left leg is crippled, he's practically useless. Then I'll target his good right leg. He can't even stand properly, let us see how he defends himself. He didn't think he could lose. After all, he was fighting a cripple, how could he possibly lose? Zhao Xuanqi cursed the man under his breath. Attacking the good leg of a lame man? Zhao Xuanqi feigned a weakness, trembling slightly and positioning his right leg unsteadily. The opportunity has come. The leader of the Wan clan was overjoyed and immediately swung his weapon at the cripple's only intact right leg. Once that good leg is disabled, victory is assured. However, at that critical moment, while the Wan clan leader was completely unprepared, Zhao Xuanqi kicked out his left foot even faster, the very leg that was supposed to be crippled, slamming it into the Wan clan leader's head like a kick to a ball. Moreover, he infused a thread of qi sensation into his leg. A muffled groan echoed, like a watermelon exploding, and the old man of the Wan clan collapsed to the ground, his mind blank, stiff as a board. Zhao Xuanqi rushed forward to finish them off, slashing a few more times to ensure all three brothers were dead, before sitting down on the ground to catch his breath. Huff. Zhao Xuanqi looked at the three lifeless bodies beside him, breathing heavily. 1 against 3, I did it. And this was just at the initial qi sensation stage. How much more powerful will the qi condensation and 3 harmonies stages be? And these guys aren't even considered decent martial artists. I wonder how powerful ranked martial artists are? He couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying ranked martial artists must be. Next time I come to the black market, I can't just kill people randomly. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. If someone turns the tables on me, I'm finished. This is too dangerous, I can't do it often. Plus, there's the risk of exposure. The knife seller at the night market seemed to have noticed me. It must have been when I killed that tall, skinny guy with the long arms the first time. Zhao Xuanqi suddenly realized this, and decided to be more cautious in the future. He rested for a moment, and began to collect his loot. The three brothers had 3 knives. These 3 weapons couldn't be discarded, they just needed to be cleaned, and could be taken back for use. The nails he had discarded earlier also needed to be retrieved, these were hard to come by, and should be reused. He found a package on the back of the leader of the Wan family, confirmed there were no other hidden items on the 3 bodies, then threw the corpses into a nearby pile of grass and immediately left the area. He followed the narrow path, re-entered the previous fork in the road, and arrived at a secluded riverside. Zhao Xuanqi set down the grain, cleaned his long sword, and washed off the bloodstains. He had 1 sword, and the enemies had 3. Now he had a total of 4 swords. Let's see if these 3 have anything of value. Zhao Xuanqi smiled, inspecting his loot. He had a hunch this time would yield a big haul. He opened the bag. Several items caught his eye: 13 taels of silver, over 50 copper coins, a small clay jar the size of a palm, a piece of dried cured meat, and a large bag of dried fish. There were many items, which was already considered a bountiful harvest. 13 taels of silver, plus the 3 weapons, assuming each weapon could be sold for 4 taels later, totaled over 20 taels of silver. Zhao Xuanqi hadn't brought that much silver with him when he went out to buy things, so this meant he hadn't spent any money on this trip, and had even made some silver. Opening the small clay jar, a layer of white solidified substance appeared before his eyes. Zhao Xuanqi's heart stirred. After identifying it, his eyes lit up. This is pork lard. A jar of pork lard. This was a rare commodity. In the Great Zhou dynasty, most people from the lower classes could only eat oil pressed from plants, such as sesame oil, and some couldn't even afford oil. Many households didn't even add oil. When cooking, they simply boiled the vegetables in water, resulting in a bland, watery broth. This included his uncle's family. Unless they were cooking a special dish, they wouldn't dare to use oil. Now, this jar of lard is a real treat. Pork lard not only makes dishes fragrant, but is also nutritious. Consuming pork lard in moderation is definitely beneficial for the body. Additionally, cured meat and dried fish are rare delicacies that ordinary families can only enjoy a few times a year, making them true treats. Murder and robbery really are addictive. Good things come too quickly. No wonder so many people love murder and robbery. Zhao Xuanqi sighed. He composed himself and silently admonished himself, "Stay calm, I must stay calm. I can't afford to be reckless in the future." After hiding by the river for several hours, Zhao Xuanqi set off for Cangzhou City at dawn. As soon as the city gates opened, he successfully returned to Cangzhou City. Chapter 3 Andy's Request, Respect. The sky gradually brightened. The early morning breeze carried a hint of coolness. At No. Subsam Wudong Street, the woman opened the door early and sat in the courtyard waiting. Though she had not slept all night, she still looked energetic. "Good for nothing," Zhao Jinkai shouted from the living room, then added, "It's cold outside. If you catch a cold, I won't have money to treat you. Stay inside and wait. Don't move any closer to the door. If you do, you'll end up outside." The woman ignored him. She looked up at the first rays of dawn spreading across the surroundings, stubbornly stood up, moved the small stool she was sitting on, and continued to inch toward the courtyard gate, almost sitting behind it. Perhaps the air was indeed a bit chilly, as the woman shivered, huddling her body and worrying, "It's already dawn, and little Zhao still hasn't he come back? He should have been home by now. I hope nothing happened to him. Stop being so pessimistic." Zhao Jinkai emerged from the living room, plopped down on the doorstep, and replied, "My nephew said he wouldn't be back so early today. Why are you in such a hurry? All you do is curse people. You'll end up cursing something bad to happen." Zhao Jinkai's expression was calm, even cold, but his restless hands and constantly twisting fingers betrayed the turmoil within. He could only vent his frustration with harsh words, hoping to find some peace of mind. The woman could no longer tolerate his words. "Blame me? You're blaming me? If you hadn't let your nephew go out, how would he have gone out? If something really happens, I won't let you off the hook." Just as the two were about to erupt into an argument. Thud. The sound of knocking came from the door. The woman couldn't sit still anymore. Although she desperately wanted to run to the door to see who it was, she managed to suppress the urge. These were unsettling times, and she remembered how someone on the next street had opened the door to a stranger, only to have their family of 3 killed, 2 of them brutally murdered. Regardless, she had to make sure the person outside was someone she knew before opening the door. The woman tiptoed to the courtyard gate, peered through the crack, and saw the familiar figure. She could no longer contain herself, pulled the latch, and opened the door. "Auntie, I'm back." Zhao Xuanqi stood outside the door, carrying large bags and packages. "Quick, help me carry these inside. There's quite a lot." Soon, with the help of Zhao Jinkai and Auntie, all the items were brought inside. "Little Zhao, I have a question for you." Auntie stood beside him, pointing at Zhao Jinkai and scolding him. "Was it your good-for-nothing uncle who sent you to the black market again?" Zhao Xuanqi looked at Zhao Jinkai, who was looking embarrassed, then at his aunt, who looked exhausted, and knew there were some things he couldn't hide from her anymore. His aunt was observant. Though she seemed unconcerned on the surface, she was well aware of many things. Last time, he could still hide it, but even if he managed to get away with it this time, what about next time? Some things were better off being explained from the start. Zhao Xuanqi said, "Second aunt, I go to the black market on my own. It's my own decision. I just happened to bring some grain back for you. Don't worry too much about me. Your nephew is a capable person now." After saying that, Zhao Xuanqi demonstrated his ability to break a wooden stick with his bare hands in front of his aunt. Seeing the thick wooden stick break apart with just a light touch from Zhao Xuanqi, Auntie was startled and immediately realized that her nephew was likely a martial artist. She knew all too well how formidable martial artists could be. Martial artists, they're above ordinary people. The second aunt remained silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Men are always destined for great things. Whatever you do is dangerous, and some things are best kept hidden." As a woman, I don't understand the outside world and can't interfere in your affairs. Meddling too much would only cause you trouble. Since you're also a capable person, I'll trust you. I won't interfere in these matters from now on, but I have one request. What request, second aunt? Zhao Xuanqi asked. She pointed to the cold food on the table and complained, as for matters outside the home, I'll give you to the face of your uncle and nephew. You can do as you please, and I won't interfere. But household matters are my responsibility. As long as you're still under this roof, as long as you haven't stepped out of this door, you must obey your aunt. You must prioritize your aunt's affairs. Your auntie has prepared the meal. You must finish your dinner before you leave. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to go. First, you need to eat to have the strength to work. Second, it's a sign of respect for your aunt. Even if you don't have time to eat, fine, but don't leave without telling me. Don't make excuses to leave. Otherwise, your aunt will think you've returned safely to the Black Tiger gang, but you've actually gone out to do something important. If that happens, and something bad happens to you one day, your aunt won't even know about it. How could I sleep at night? I respect the matters you and your uncle handle outside the home. I hope that within the home, you and your uncle also respect me. Auntie, I understand. Zhao Xuanqi bowed his head in acknowledgement. Auntie Air was very assertive. But this was her home. After all, Zhao Xuanqi was just a distant relative who had come to rely on them. If you come here, you must follow the rules of the household and respect the head of the family. He suddenly realized that he had indeed failed to consider his aunt's feelings, and had not shown her the respect she deserved. Like how he had deliberately kept many things from her, avoided her, treated her like an outsider, coming and going as he pleased, as fleeting as the wind. If this had happened in Zhao Xuanqi's hometown in his previous life, when a guest came to visit, if the female host had already prepared the meal in the kitchen and wanted to warmly entertain the guest, only to find the guest had left without saying goodbye, then if the guest were to come again, the female host would surely drive them out of the house. Etiquette is not just for outsiders, it is even more important for family. As Auntie Air said, she doesn't meddle in outside matters, she respects men. But when it comes to family affairs, even two grown men must respect her. Respect is mutual. Alright, Auntie, I'll remember your words. Next time if you come over and leave without saying goodbye, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Seeing that Zhao Xuanqi had agreed, Auntie finally relented, turned her head, and glared fiercely at Zhao Jinkai before leaving. The latter hung his head, not daring to utter a word. Uncle, I didn't expect you to back down either. Zhao Xuanqi smiled awkwardly. Zhao Jinkai didn't take it to heart. A real man knows when to give in. A woman is no match for him. He grumbled, don't blame your aunt for meddling. She was just worried about you. I managed to doze off for a moment last night, but your aunt didn't close her eyes all night. She was blaming you for leaving without a word. I was the one who got scolded all night. Next time you leave, at least tell that woman goodbye. According to her, that's respect. Women are such a hassle. Zhao Jinkai couldn't help but vent his frustration. Zhao Xuanqi smiled, Uncle, I bought the grain back for you, and this time I also brought back some other things. Come take a look. Chapter Samsuptut, the meticulous Zhao Hu, returns to the Black Tiger Gate. Zhao Jinkai stood up and inspected the harvest Zhao Xuanqi had brought back. He first opened the largest bag, which contained grain, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Goodness, this is wheat flour, and it's of medium quality. There must be at least pounds. He grabbed the wheat flour, feeling its fragrant aroma. Zhao Jinkai suddenly froze in place. He knew he had only given Zhao Xuanqi 6 taels of silver. His original plan was to buy lower-grade sorghum rice, which would easily amount to pounds. If not, he could have bought wheat grains, but of lower quality and cheaper, enough for around 30 pounds. But he never expected Zhao Xuanqi to buy medium-quality wheat flour, and 50 pounds at that. 50 pounds of medium-quality wheat rice wasn't something you could get for 6 taels of silver. That would require at least 10 to 20 taels of silver. Zhao Jinkai was about to go back inside to get the money, but Zhao Xuanqi stopped him. Zhao Xuanqi grabbed his uncle's hand and said earnestly, Uncle, if you ever treat me like this again, I promise I won't come back. Zhao Jinkai's expression was complicated, but he wasn't one to hold a grudge. He quickly came to terms with it. All right, I'll take it as your way of showing respect to me. My nephew is really making something of himself. Yao Xuanqi's expression softened slightly, and he smiled as he walked over to another bag, taking out 4 knives. He handed 3 of them to Zhao Jinkai. Uncle, 1 knife is enough for me. It's not good to carry too many. Keep these 3 at home for self-defense. Hide them well. If anything happens, at least you'll have something to fall back on. By the way, I heard there's a demonic martial artist who enjoys flaying people in the western part of the city. You must never go there, and don't let your aunt pass by there either. It's dangerous. Next, Zhao Xuanqi took out the dried fish, cured meat, and lard, and took the opportunity to warn Zhao Jinkai again about the danger in the west of the city, where martial artists were said to be lurking. Got it, Zhao Jinkai nodded, committing the details to memory. Morning. The aroma of Zhao's family's stir-fried cured meat wafted far and wide. The entire Wudong street was enveloped in the aroma of meat. Delicious. Auntie's cooking is truly delicious. Zhao Xuanqi devoured 3 bowls of rice, eating with relish. Beside him, Zhao Jinkai was eating so enthusiastically that his mouth was dripping with grease. He took out a small cup of wine and took a sip. As he put it, even if he were as poor as a church mouse, he'd still drink a sip of wine not for anything else, but because it helped him relax. Every day in prison, facing gloomy inmates, a gloomy environment, and deranged criminals, if he didn't drink, he'd go mad. Auntie Zhao smiled beside him, picking a large piece of meat for Zhao Xuanqi. It's not because I cooked it well, it's all thanks to the cured meat you brought. With pork fat and fine salt, even fried shu sols would smell delicious. This is all you're doing. The Zhao family was enjoying a harmonious meal. During the meal, Zhao Xuanqi learned his aunt's name. To be precise, she didn't have a name. In this era, women had low social status and were generally named after their birth surname. After marrying into a family, they would add their husband's surname. The second aunt was surnamed Hu. After marrying Zhao Jinkai, everyone called her Zhao Hu. Yao Xuanqi couldn't help but feel ashamed. He had been living there for so long, and only now learned his aunt's name. It was truly unforgivable. After dinner, Yao Hu carried a plate of small pieces of cured meat out the door. She knocked on the doors of her neighbors one by one, giving each of them a piece of cured meat. The portions were small, mainly for them to try. Yao Xuanqi could hear the voices of his aunt and the neighbors greeting each other from the alley. Oh Zhao Hu, this is cured meat. This is a rare treat. You should keep it for yourself. Why are you giving it to me? We're all neighbors. I didn't bring much. Just try a piece. This is a special treat my nephew brought back from the Black Tiger Gate. What does your nephew do at the Black Tiger Gate? My nephew is just a lowly laborer, but he took on a skilled godfather, so he's learned some skills. Look, besides the cured meat, he also brought some other meat dishes. My husband and I are lucky to have such a skilled nephew. Zhao Hu's wife greeted the neighbors one by one, speaking so loudly that the entire alley could hear her. Yao Xuanqi stood in the courtyard, unable to help but marvel at his aunt's attention to detail. Don't let her loud voice fool you, she's not just showing off. There's a lot going on in her mind. First, in this era, there were no exhaust fans, and the space was small. When cooking, the smoke and grease smell would fill the air. If any household cooked something with a strong odor, the entire alley could smell it. Occasional meat dishes were fine, but if you cooked too much, it was bound to attract unwanted attention, with people wondering where the meat came from. Rather than hide it and let people speculate, it's better to be open and honest and tell everyone that this is what we have. Auntie Heir's words made it clear that the meat came from her nephew Zhao Xuanqi. Secondly, she was putting on airs and using the Black Tiger Gate as a cover. Zhao Xuanqi is a member of the Black Tiger Gate, that's a fact. Yao Xuanqi has taken a godfather, and that is also a fact. Anyone who asks around will find out that these things are true. Anyone with a bit of imagination would assume that the Zhao family has significant connections within the Black Tiger Gate. The Black Tiger Gate is a top-tier martial arts sect in Sangzhou City. By highlighting this background connection, it serves to warn others that the Zhao family is not to be messed with, and that they should give the Zhao family face in the future. Thirdly, Zhao Xuanqi, as the nephew of someone with connections to the Black Tiger Gate, will look out for the Zhao family. The delicious meat dishes he brought this time will be brought again in the future. In the future, there will be even more good things brought, and the Zhao family's life will get better and better. Don't doubt that the Zhao family stole it. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves. Fourth, distributing the food to everyone shows kindness to neighbors, connects with the people, and helps build good relationships, earning the goodwill of the community and avoiding hostility or jealousy. In this world, as long as you have a good attitude, you can resolve 2/3 of your troubles. Who doesn't have their own troubles? When a crisis strikes, distant help can't reach you in time. If something major happens, your neighbors might lend a hand and help resolve the issue before it escalates. Compared to the potential troubles, the benefits are greater. Auntie Air is really quite something. She doesn't stand out much in everyday life, seems unconcerned about many things, and gives off an absent-minded vibe, but she is actually very meticulous. Don't try to fool Auntie Air, she knows exactly what's going on. Yao Xuanqi watched Auntie Air chat with the neighbors with a friendly smile, and couldn't help but marvel at how observant she was. When Zhao Hushe returned, she was holding a few pickled radishes in her hands. Zhao Huzi smiled and said, "These are good things from the blacksmith's shop next door. They're pickled radishes. That blacksmith Wang insisted on giving them to me, and I couldn't refuse, so I had to bring them back. Let me tell you, these are best eaten with dried fish. You two will have a treat tonight." Dinner. An extra dish appeared on the table, pickled radish with dried fish. The dried fish was stir-fried with pickled radish slices, some wild chili peppers from the field, and a bit of pork fat, creating a fragrant, tangy, and flavorful dish. The key point was one thing: it was perfect with rice. This meal had Zhao Xuanqi nearly eating his own tongue, eager to lick the bowl clean. After several bowls, his stomach was round and full. Those who have nearly starved to death never know when to stop eating. Delicious. Zhao Xuanqi felt a bit embarrassed. His appetite was too large. If he stayed here for a few more days, his uncle and aunt would be bankrupt from feeding him. So after eating his fill, Zhao Xuanqi bid farewell to his uncle and aunt, packed his belongings, and returned to the Black Tiger Gate. I took 3 days off. I stayed at my uncle's house for a day, spent a day at the graveyard, and another night at the black market. Now it's already the 3rd day. I must report back to the Black Tiger Gate today. Otherwise, I'll be treated as a traitor, and the consequences will be severe. Menial laborer, a lowly servant, this is the life of one without freedom. Zhao Xuanqi left his home and hurried toward the Black Tiger Gate. As he passed through a street, he noticed a notice posted on the bulletin board and glanced at it instinctively, then froze in place. In the 312 streets, the skin-flaying martial arts demon has struck again, slaughtering a family of 13, leaving no survivors, young or old. In the West Street carpenter's shop, 5 members of a family were skinned alive, their skin vanished without a trace. 7 night patrol soldiers were brutally killed, and a martial arts leader died violently, with flesh and skin gone, their eyes wide open in death. The Imperial Court has dispatched martial arts experts to hunt down the Skinner. This evil martial artist has committed numerous atrocities. If anyone witnesses suspicious individuals, or has relevant information, please report it to the court. A generous reward will be offered. In just a few days, that psychopath has committed so many heinous crimes? At first, he was just harming ordinary people, but from his recent crimes, he's now targeting martial artists. He's truly daring beyond belief. Ugh, I need to stay away from this area, and hurry back to the Black Tiger Gate. I want to go out again once I'm back, it's too dangerous out there. Zhao Xuanqi hurried back to the Black Tiger Gate. This outing had been fruitful. Not only had he obtained the martial arts manual, but he also acquired the transformation pearl, and transformation elixir treasures that could facilitate continuous growth. Only someone with nothing better to do would wander around outside. The safest place in Songzhou City was undoubtedly the martial arts sects. Only within the walls of a martial arts sect could one feel truly safe, and the Black Tiger Gate was one of the 3 strongest sects, making it the safest place of all. He made up his mind, as long as that Skinner isn't caught, he won't step foot outside again. Chapter 34. Black Tiger Gate, Handling Relationships. Black Tiger Gate. The Pure Altar Courtyard. Dong. Come in. Zhao Xuanqi pushed open the door and entered the room, where he saw old Wu busy mending clothes. The old man sat on a small stool, carefully sewing the torn garments into neat patches. It must be said that despite his advanced age, Wu Lao's needlework was still so deft and precise, truly impressive. Father, I'm back. I thought it was Zhonghe or Li Dashan. I didn't expect it to be you. Have you had enough fun? Wu Lao put down his work, looked up, and smiled. Zhao Xuanqi replied, it's not play. I went to handle some important matters. I haven't seen you for a few days and missed you, so I came back as soon as I finished. After speaking, Zhao Xuanqi took out a small box from his backpack, walked forward, and handed it to Wu Lao. This is a small gift I brought back for you. Take a look. A gift? Old Wu paused. He took the box. It was a brown wooden box, plain and unremarkable, with nothing special about it. Upon opening it, inside the box lay several rolls of dried grass fibers in 3 colors: green, yellow, and white. The grass fibers emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Emir Wu's initially disinterested expression changed instantly. His eyes lit up with joy. He rubbed the tobacco between his fingers and recognized it. Chu Jitang's 3 Immortals Tobacco. This brand is excellent. You've done well, young man. You've put thought into this. He immediately put down what he was doing and ran to the side to fetch an old tobacco pipe. The black and yellow pipe had been well worn and polished over the years, clearly a testament to the old man's affection for it. He took the pipe, tapped it against the steps a few times, and shook out the dust. The old man eagerly took some tobacco from the box and placed it in the pipe. Scratch. Light it. He took a deep drag. His face was filled with pleasure. Exhaled a long stream of white smoke. This is the real deal. This good stuff is always in limited supply. I have trouble getting around, so I've tried going there several times, but couldn't buy any. It was already snapped up by others. I never thought I'd get my first puff here. Emir Wu was overjoyed. Seeing that Mr. Wu was so happy and satisfied, Zhao Xuanqi finally relaxed, letting out a slight sigh of relief. As long as he's satisfied. Zhao Xuanqi had taken several days off work to go out and play for so long. For an ordinary errand boy, this was something he dared not even dream of. Emir Wu was already being very generous. Therefore, when Zhao Xuanqi returned, he naturally needed to bring a small gift as a token of his visit. Being considerate and thoughtful would make it easier to ask for time off in the future. Moreover, as an adopted son, no matter where you go, you must always remember your father. Bringing back some local specialties as gifts would make the elderly feel that you are filial and leave a better impression. Gifts. What is the best gift to bring? Zhao Xuanqi doesn't have much money, so he can't afford something too valuable. If we abandon the expensive aspect, how can we make someone satisfied? The answer is give them what they like. Wu Lao often smoked a pipe in his spare time, often sitting alone in his room puffing away. This was a trait Zhao Xuanqi had observed long ago and kept in mind. This time, before returning, he specially went to Chu Jitang to buy a box of the renowned Sanxian tobacco. 1 tael of silver for a small box. It wasn't top tier, but it was definitely not cheap. Especially since this tobacco was limited edition, using a scarcity marketing strategy. If you went too late, you wouldn't be able to buy it, making it perfect for gifts. As expected, Emir Wu was very satisfied with the gift. Emir Wu was satisfied, and Zhao Xuanqi was also pleased that he could achieve such a result with such a small investment. Both parties were satisfied. This is all about knowing what someone wants, a classic example of getting a lot done with a little. Otherwise, if you had chosen an expensive gift, even spending 5 or 6 taels of silver on a valuable item wouldn't have achieved such a good effect. Gifts shouldn't be given carelessly. If given poorly, even an expensive gift is useless. Spending a lot of money on something small is not worth it. If given well, even a cheap gift is acceptable. That's spending a little to achieve a lot, and both parties are happy. Giving what someone wants is the best gift. The house is filled with joy. A scene of filial piety and parental kindness. After Zhao Xuanqi paid his respects to Mr. Wu, he went to the courtyard to find Zhonghe and Li Dashan. One was washing torn clothes, and the other was sorting through discarded trash and debris, both drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. Here, these are gifts for the two of you. Zhonghe, I remember you mentioned your mother is seriously ill. I bought some calming tea, which may help with her condition, and also soothe the mind. Maybe it can improve her mood. Li Dashan, you're a gambler, so I bought you a wooden carving of the god of wealth. It's said to have been blessed at a temple, and it's not cheap. I hope it brings you some luck. Zhao Xuanqi handed the gifts to the two men. Zhao Laoda, you're too kind. The two were genuinely surprised to receive gifts, and they were exactly what they wanted. They were overjoyed and hurried forward to accept the gifts. You two are the kind ones. You've worked hard these days. I hope you'll bear with us a little longer. Zhao Xuanqi said politely. If possible, Zhao Xuanqi didn't want to waste money on gifts for the two of them. He didn't have much money to begin with, so he tried to save wherever he could. But there was no way around it. This money simply couldn't be spared. Although Zhao Xuanqi was Wu Lao's adopted son, he was essentially a laborer, and he had his share of chores in the courtyard. The work in the courtyard normally required 3 people to do together. If one person was missing, the other 2 would have to take on an extra share of the work. He had been absent for so long, and even if the gang allowed it, the 2 of them couldn't say much, but the work was genuinely piling up on their shoulders. At first, they might not say anything, but over time, resentment would inevitably build up, and dissatisfaction would follow. After all, even Wu Lao, the leader, helps out with chores every day. Yet Zhao Xuanqi spent his time recovering from injuries, and then went out to play for a few days afterward. Does your face mean more to you than Wu Lao's? You're just taking 2 extra shares of the money each month, and passing the pressure onto your teammates. You're not doing anything else. Put yourself in their shoes. If Zhao Xuanqi were in their position, he'd probably feel some resentment too. That's why, upon returning this time, he went out of his way to give the 2 of them gifts and casually apologize. This way, it can dispel their resentment and bring them closer together. In other words, even if the 2 of them have no resentment at all, giving gifts isn't a bad thing. At least it makes them seem closer and more friendly. It's just a matter of spending a little money. Spending money to eliminate potential issues and conflicts is a clear win. If you don't pay attention to these small details, you might not even know if someone kills you in the middle of the night. Emir Zhao, there's no need to be so polite. You suffered severe injuries saving Mr. Wu. The sect ordered you to rest for 3 months, and the time hasn't even passed yet. Just take your time to recover. Once you're well, you can join us again. Zhang He accepted the gift with a smile. Li Dashan smiled and hung the wooden carving of the god of wealth around his neck. With Zhao Laoda's blessings, I'm sure my luck will turn around. Seeing that the 2 had nothing else to say, Zhao Xuanqi sighed in relief, feeling much better. Chapter Samsupgao, tripling his strength, his spirit soars like incense. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, almost unnoticed. That day, Zhao Xuanqi went to a restaurant to eat, spending a little silver to buy a roasted chicken, a braised duck, and several large pieces of cooked lamb, which he brought back to his room. His room was in the small room inside Wu Lao's house, and the 2 rooms were connected. It was mealtime, and there was quite a bit of trash to dispose of. Wu Lao had already gone out to collect leftover food and work, and was likely to return late. Zhang He and Li Dashan had also gone outside to help with the work. Therefore, the entire house was empty except for Zhao Xuanqi, and the outside was quiet, free from disturbances, and peaceful. At this hour, as long as the doors and windows were locked from the inside, they could block out all external disturbances. Even if they did anything inside, no one would notice. The world is too dangerous. It's time to strengthen our abilities. Zhao Xuanqi locked the doors and windows securely, lit the candles inside the house, and the orange-red flames burst forth, illuminating the room with a bright light. The flickering candlelight added a touch of warmth. The table was laid with roasted chicken, duck, and other sacrificial foods. Last time, he had enhanced his strength, which boosted his physical vitality, but it also made his stomach growl with hunger, leaving him nearly fainting from starvation. If it weren't for his aunt having just finished cooking and providing food to fill his stomach immediately, he feared he might have fainted from hunger. Therefore, to be prepared for any eventuality, Zhao Xuanqi had made arrangements this time. He had prepared these foods in advance, so that when he boosted his strength later, and his qi and blood surged, his body couldn't handle it. He could replenish his qi and blood with plenty of food and eliminate his hunger. Better safe than sorry. First, finish today's martial arts training. Zhao Xuanqi picked up his long sword, drew it from its sheath, assumed a stance, and began practicing the sword and arrow, 2 absolute techniques to subdue the world within the house. He moved gracefully and skillfully, exuding the majestic aura of a martial artist. This technique has a daily limit of 5 practice sessions. Each day's quota must be completed, with no time wasted. Half an hour later, the 5 practice sessions were successfully completed. Liao Xuanqi panted heavily, exhaled deeply, and sat down on a chair to rest. He could feel that his internal energy had increased by a point. Relying solely on my own efforts, the progress is too slow. Each time, it only increases by a tiny bit. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Even a small improvement is progress. Over time, these small improvements will accumulate and have a significant impact. Alright, it's time to take the spiritual elixir. Now came Zhao Xuanqi's favorite part, cheating. Zhao Xuanqi focused his mind, and the transformation pearl trembled. The 5 patterns instantly dimmed and transformed into a drop of white liquid. There it was, the newly formed drop of transformation elixir appeared in his hand. He swallowed it, and a surge of inspiration flooded his mind. He channeled all the inspiration into his sword technique. Boom! A vast amount of insights merged into his heart, and his progress in sword technique soared. In just an instant, Zhao Xuanqi felt as though he had gained several years of time. During those years, he had trained in sword techniques tirelessly every day, regardless of whether it was raining, snowing, or scorching hot. In this massive burst of inspiration, his understanding and mastery of the sword technique reached a new level, advancing from the beginner stage to the proficient stage. It was as though he had opened a door and entered a new world, a tremendous leap forward. If the beginner stage was that of a novice, a true apprentice, then proficient represents a qualitative leap forward, marking the stage of a seasoned master who can now teach others. A complete dominance. Sword and arrow dual mastery, proficient. My body is also being transformed. Zhao Xuanqi's heart stirred. He snapped back to reality and focused his attention on his physical body. At this moment, the transformation of the spiritual liquid was not limited to this. When combined with the martial arts technique, the spiritual liquid's effects were greater than the sum of its parts, and the changes continued. As the sword and arrow 2 supreme world-shaking technique reached the mastery realm, tingling sensation spread through his physical body, and its strength began to increase accordingly. Qi and blood increased, muscle memory improved, combat experience grew, and the overall strength of his entire body was enhancing. The physical body feels as though it has been rigorously trained for years, developing muscles and becoming sturdy and powerful. Physical strength matching the proficient realm of the martial arts technique. A rough estimate suggests that his strength has increased significantly, at least threefold. Most importantly, his qi sensation had strengthened, and the thread of qi within his body had become thicker and more robust. If the initial internal qi was as thin as a needle thread, almost imperceptible, then the current internal energy has grown to the thickness of a finger, becoming much denser, and the time required to gather energy for combat bursts has greatly increased. At the beginning, one could only sustain the burst for a few breaths, equivalent to 3 seconds, making the burst duration too short. Now, with greatly enhanced qi sensation, I can sustain the burst for the duration of a stick of incense. As the saying goes, strength triples, qi as strong as a stick of incense. Liao Xuanqi's eyes lit up, and his mood improved greatly. He had read about this transformation in the annotations of the secret manual, which mentioned that this was a sign of entering the mid-stage of qi sensation. My cultivation has broken through. I have advanced from the early stage of qi sensitivity to the mid-stage. After reaching the mid-stage of qi sensing, one gains a deeper understanding of qi. Besides being able to manipulate the qi within the body, one can also sense the qi between heaven and earth and actively absorb it into the body for cultivation and breathing exercises. In the early stage of qi sensing, one can only rely on cultivating the secret manual to enhance internal qi. In the mid-stage of qi sensation, one gains an additional path for cultivation by absorbing the qi of heaven and earth on top of this foundation. The two are as different as heaven and earth, they cannot be compared. Liao Xuanqi couldn't help but marvel at how such a minor difference in level could lead to such a profound transformation. Curious, he released his internal energy to sense the energy of the heavens and earth, attempting to utilize the new abilities of the mid-stage of qi sensing. However, this very realization, Liao Xuanqi's expression changed drastically, and his body froze in place. He could sense that the entire room was filled with the energy of heaven and earth. These energy currents were like a pond, and he felt like a tiny shrimp swimming within it. Logically speaking, there should only be him in the room, and he should not be able to sense any other chi besides his own. However, he could clearly sense that there was another energy in the room. In just a second, this energy vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, seeming like a mere illusion. Liao Xuanqi was certain it wasn't a mistake. It was a cold, hostile energy. The moment he sensed it, his hair stood on end, and even as the goosebumps began to subside, he refused to believe it was a mistake. Liao Xuanqi quickly calmed himself, pretending to notice nothing, continuing his martial arts practice. He took the opportunity to glance around the room, discreetly following the general direction where he had sensed the energy earlier. The bed's position. He understood that, besides himself, another person had already slipped into the room unnoticed, and that person was under the bed. Someone was under the bed. Chapter Say Sup. Speculation, the Skinner. Gurgle. Liao Xuanqi's stomach growled. He was starving to the point of desperation. This was the result of his enhanced abilities, leaving his physical body feeling hollow. He needed to immediately consume a large amount of meat to compensate for the deficiency. In the past, Liao Xuanqi would have rushed to the table and devoured the food like a starving ghost reincarnated, eager to eat every last bone of the chicken and duck meat. However, times had changed. Now, he stood in the room pretending to practice swordplay. Though his stomach growled loudly, he dared not eat a single bite. There was an outsider hiding under his bed without his knowledge. Liao Xuanqi felt a chill run down his spine, his back soaked with cold sweat, his heart pounding in fear. If I don't break through my cultivation tonight, and fail to discover this person's presence, then, once it's dark, when I'm lying in bed asleep, the person under the bed will sneak out and deliver a fatal blow. I'd probably die without even knowing how I died. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Liao Xuanqi suspected the person under the bed wasn't an ordinary person, he was likely a martial artist. In fact, it's most likely a martial artist who practices demonic arts. The aura is cold and ominous. Especially that malicious, vicious aura, as if it were emanating from the deepest depths of an abyss, cold and dark, like a true predator. As a human himself, he has a clear understanding of human aura. The aura of ordinary people is smooth and powerful, gentle like a clear spring. Only martial artists who practice evil arts and have killed many people would have such a cold and evil aura. An unknown martial artist of the demonic path is hiding under the bed. How could Liao Xuanqi not be terrified? Now, Liao Xuanqi dared not reveal his emotions or make any rash moves. He pretended not to notice anything, calmly practicing his sword techniques. His mind races frantically, trying to figure out the identity of this person. Who could it be? Suddenly, an answer flashed through his mind. The Skinner? This Skinner, a notorious martial artist of the dark arts, had recently been committing heinous crimes in the western part of Zhengzhou City, even killing a martial artist. The latest information indicated that many officials from the imperial court were frantically hunting down the Skinner. Though the Skinner's cultivation level wasn't particularly high, he was exceptionally skilled in stealth, and his whereabouts were currently unknown. Liao Xuanqi was still curious today, when he returned to the Black Tiger Gate, about why the imperial court had posted so many wanted posters near the Black Tiger Gate. Now it seems likely that the Skinner, while being pursued, has fled to this area, and, in order to evade capture, has even resorted to hiding within the Black Tiger Gate. If it really is him, that's dangerous. Liao Xuanqi remembered clearly that the Skinner's combat record was terrifying. He had secretly killed a squad of night patrol soldiers, and even the leader of a squad of martial artists. To become the leader of a night patrol squad, that martial artist's strength must be no joke, at least several times stronger than Liao Xuanqi. Yet even such a powerful martial artist was silently killed by the Skinner, skinned for fun. If that's the case, wouldn't the Skinner find it easier to kill him than to kill an ant? Thinking of this, Liao Xuanqi suddenly felt that his days were numbered. He took a few deep breaths and quickly regained his composure. I can't be doomed. If he really wanted to kill me, he would have acted already. I've been inside the house for so long, and he hasn't made a move yet. That means he's probably just hiding. The Imperial warriors are frantically pursuing the Skinner, who has fled into the Black Tiger Gate in desperation. The situation must be dire. With so many people chasing him, he couldn't possibly be unscathed. He must be injured, and possibly even severely wounded. It's precisely because he is injured that he can't completely hide his presence, which is why I sensed a trace of it. Once Zhao Xuanqi had figured out the identity of the thing under the bed, only 3 options remained before him. Yet, pretend to know nothing and escape quietly. Yi, notify the higher-ups of the sect to handle it. Sam, deal with it alone. Zhao Xuanqi quickly ruled out the first 2 options. First, if he pretended not to know and simply fled the house, what would happen? It was already bedtime, and Zhao Xuanqi feared that leaving the house rashly might lead to unforeseen complications. Who knew if the demonic martial artist would notice something amiss and suddenly strike to silence him? Second, even if he left the house, the guy hadn't been dealt with yet. This time, at least he knew the guy was hiding under the bed and had prepared defenses. What if next time the Skinner was hiding elsewhere, targeting him, and struck secretly to skin him for fun? Without any preparation, he would likely be doomed. Leaving the house rashly would turn the initiative into a passive situation. You can run from the monk, but not from the temple, and would be even more dangerous. Second, informing the sect. This is highly impractical. If Zhao Xuanqi had sufficient status and influence, he would have chosen this option without hesitation. Unfortunately, he is just a lowly disciple. Who would believe the words of a lowly menial disciple? Moreover, he, as a menial disciple, couldn't even get in touch with the higher-ups. Whether he could even find a high-ranking official is another matter. Even if he did, approaching them out of the blue would likely be seen as overstepping his bounds and disregarding the rules, earning him a beating to death. Even if we assume the high-ranking officials were willing to listen to him and believe his story, and decided to come to the room to check for any demonic martial artists. What if the Skinner had already moved to another location during that time? If the high-ranking officials rushed over only to find nothing, wouldn't Zhao Xuanqi be doomed? Considering these possibilities, Zhao Xuanqi immediately discarded both options. The only option left before him was the final one. To handle it alone. This choice wasn't something Zhao Xuanqi came up with impulsively. He wasn't a reckless person, and wouldn't dare to risk his life lightly. On the contrary, this seemingly dangerous choice was actually the safest and most reliable option, and might even present him with a tremendous opportunity. The reason was simple. First, the Skinner was likely injured, and probably quite severely. Second, the Skinner has been constantly on the run, with no time to catch his breath. He likely hasn't eaten or slept, and is now starving and exhausted, in the worst possible condition. Desperate, he fled into the Black Tiger Gate, a place best avoided. One wrong move and he'd be a dead man. He's clearly reached the end of the road. Third, Zhao Xuanqi had already detected the Skinner's presence, giving him the upper hand in this situation where the enemy is known and the enemy is hidden. Now, the initiative lies with Zhao Xuanqi, not the Skinner. He can fully rely on this advantage to outsmart this demonic martial artist. What kind of wealth could a demonic martial artist possibly possess? Or could he possess some powerful martial arts manuals? Zhao Xuanqi dared not imagine. Danger and opportunity coexist. Such a golden opportunity, if missed, it would never come again. When a person dies, even birds fly away. Opportunities are being handed to you on a platter. If you continue to cling to life, that's not just clinging, it's being a cowardly turtle hiding its head in the sand. Rather than cower in fear, why not take a chance? Let us do it. Zhao Xuanqi's heart stirred, and he made up his mind. Chapter say subject. Absolute beauty, drawing the sword. Please keep reading. Please keep reading. I'm so hungry. I can't train anymore. I'm starving. Let's eat first. Zhao Xuanqi muttered under his breath, sheathed his sword at his waist, plopped down onto a wooden bench, and began eating meat around the table. His seating position was not random. Instead, he deliberately chose a suitable position. With his back to the bed. This action was extremely risky, as no one knew whether the Skinner would suddenly emerge and attack from behind. Therefore, Zhao Xuanqi sat down with utmost caution, appearing to focus on his meal, but in reality, all his attention was on his back. If anything unusual happened, he would flee immediately. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened. He clearly sensed that there was no movement coming from the bed. With that, Zhao Xuanqi let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face. He ate a few bites of food, replenishing his strength and alleviating his hunger. Then, he quietly pulled out a packet of powder from his robe. This packet of medicine powder was obtained when he was fleeing during the famine, after killing the 2 men who were cooking the porridge. At the time, the 2 men had mixed the powder into the pot. Yao Xuanqi had only given the poisoned porridge to one of them, and soon after, the man died from the poison. It was clear that the powder was extremely toxic and acted quickly. Even if he didn't know where those 2 had obtained such powerful medicine powder, he could be certain that it was no ordinary substance. Yao Xuanqi had always kept the packet close to his body, treating it as a last resort. Originally, he had thought there would be no opportunity to use it, but now it seemed like the perfect moment. Yao Xuanqi was sitting with his back to the bed, using his body as a barrier, and further covering himself with his sleeves. He silently sprinkled the powder over the chicken and duck meat. This guy is severely injured and starving. He won't be able to hold out much longer. This feast is like a lifeline to him. I don't believe he won't be tempted. After Zhao Xuanqi had finished poisoning the food, he stood up and pretended to curse. I forgot the wine. This meager meal isn't enough to eat. Go out and get some more wine and meat so we can eat our fill. With that, Zhao Xuanqi slowly made his way toward the door. He appeared to be walking casually, but in reality, every muscle in his body was tense, on guard against the Skinner's attack. Fortunately, by the time Zhao Xuanqi left the house and locked the door, the man made no sound and never appeared. Zhao Xuanqi hid in the corner outside the door and sighed in relief. He didn't attack me. I made it out alive. Now it all depends on whether he fell for the trap. If he didn't, I won't interfere and will flee as far as I can tonight. If he falls for it, Zhao Xuanqi hid in the corner. In this era, houses were made of wood and were quite simple, with specific gaps that allowed one to observe the inside from outside. One could also find a good spot to poke the window paper and observe the inside without being noticed. He silently observed the situation inside the house. Time ticked away, second by second. 1 stick of incense. 2 incense sticks. 3 incense sticks. There was no sound for a long time. Inside the house, everything seemed normal. Just as Zhao Xuanqi thought that thing wouldn't make a sound. Suddenly, the bed moved. It merely shifted slightly before immediately returning to stillness, as if it had been a mere illusion. What a cautious creature. It wasn't a mistake. He definitely moved just now. This must be a test, testing the surroundings. He can't hold back anymore. Once he finishes probing, he'll definitely come out. Zhao Xuanqi was overjoyed. Sure enough, the bed moved a few more times. Apparently feeling the room was safe, a figure slowly emerged from under the bed. This guy seemed to have practiced some special martial arts technique. Though he moved slowly, he gave off an odd, ethereal sensation, like a paper figure floating through the air. He quickly crawled onto the table, grabbed the roasted chicken, duck, and lamb, and shoved them into his mouth, devouring them greedily. In that moment, Zhao Xuanqi finally saw what this thing truly was, and his eyes betrayed his astonishment. It was actually a woman. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her face was exquisitely carved, with eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth that could captivate a nation. Her skin was snow white, as smooth as a single piece of jade, with no trace of blood. She was slender and graceful, wearing a pale blue long dress. Her chest was full and rounded, giving the impression that her clothes might burst open at any moment. Zhao Xuanqi saw no beauty in her. Instead, he felt repulsed. This woman was too beautiful to be normal. Her eyes, nose, and mouth. Every feature on her face, even when viewed individually, was stunningly beautiful. Yet when they come together, they looked utterly bizarre. Including her arms, delicate neck, and waist, every feature is flawless, and when combined, they form a perfect whole, breathtakingly beautiful, yet it all feels off, like a strange illusion. It's as if the most perfect organ from different beautiful women had been forcibly pieced together. Yao Xuanqi took a closer look and noticed that the woman's skin had black lines running through it, clearly sewn together with needles and thread. Combining this with the tales of the skin-peeling demon, he began to speculate about the twisted nature of this individual. I never expected the skin stripper, a demonic martial artist, to be so ruthless and perverted, and yet she is a beautiful woman. The cultivation technique she practices seems to allow her to graft others' skin and organs onto herself. No wonder her crimes involve murder and skinning. While it appears perverted, there is a pattern. She specifically targets families with beautiful women, kills them, skins them, and transplants their beautiful skin or organs onto her own body. She carefully selects the most beautiful parts, stitches them together, and hides them in her own body to satisfy her twisted sense of beauty and pursue beauty. She always wipes out entire families, skinning everyone to confuse the authorities. She likely does this to conceal her true intentions and her organ transplantation activities. Others assume she is merely a deranged martial artist with a fetish for skinning, unable to uncover her true motives. Once she has killed enough people and become beautiful enough, she can hide anywhere, and who would ever guess she is the ruthless skinner? Yao Xuanqi was certain that the woman inside the house was most likely the skinner responsible for the recent string of brutal murders. This creature was covered in the organs of many beautiful women, which explained her beauty, though it was an unsettling kind of beauty. At that moment, the woman inside was eating with relish. The food was devoured in an instant, and even the bones of the chickens and ducks were swallowed whole, revealing her insatiable craving for blood. As the meat entered her stomach, the woman's condition improved slightly, and her mental state visibly brightened. After finishing the food, the woman did not retreat back under the bed. She slowly tiptoed to the door, hiding all her scent, and remained there, lurking behind the door. She resembled a monster with claws outstretched, waiting for whoever might enter. She has regained her strength. She wants to ambush me. If you had escaped through the window, that would have been fine. But you didn't escape, and now you dare to ambush and kill me? I take back my words. You're truly a psychopath. It seems killing others isn't just a pretense, it's your hobby. Zhao Xuanqi sneered inwardly. This guy had no idea that Zhao Xuanqi had never left in the first place, but had been lurking outside the front door the entire time. Now, the two were separated by only a wall. If the wall were torn down, they would be face to face. Zhao Xuanqi held his breath, his heartbeat slowing to a near stop. He dared not let even the slightest sound or breath escape him. He was waiting. Waiting for the right moment. Waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Time ticked away, second by second. Suddenly, the woman behind the door trembled violently, shivering uncontrollably, and let out a low, pained cry. Ah! The poison is taking effect. This is the moment. Zhao Xuanqi drew his sword. Chapter Say Sup Yi. Targeting weaknesses, difficult to overcome higher levels. The opportunity was fleeting. Zhao Xuanqi seized the opportunity and swiftly drew his sword to strike. Die. This strike channeled all of Zhao Xuanqi's strength, shattering the door, and striking directly at the woman behind it. The two supreme arts of sword and arrow. It is divided into two chapters, Sword Absolute and Arrow Absolute. Zhao Xuanqi had only mastered the sword technique, a technique known as the 13 mysterious gates of the swift sword. This strike was both powerful and swift, like a bolt of lightning. The woman had not anticipated anyone outside, and with her severe injuries and poisoning, the combined effects left her no time to dodge, forcing her to retreat half her body. Boom! The blade struck the woman's shoulder, embedding itself into the bone. Ah! The woman let out a muffled cry, the pain causing tears to stream down her face. She was crushed to the ground by the immense force of the blade, kneeling half bent. If it were an ordinary person, they would have screamed in agony by now. However, she managed to suppress her screams, letting out only a faint groan. Her reaction was swift. She immediately reached out with her slender hands and gripped the long sword tightly, trying to control it. If the sword continued to exert force, it would sever her head. What incredible strength! Zhao Xuanqi's pupils contracted. He tried to pull the sword back, but it wouldn't budge. Moreover, a terrifying force surged from the blade, powerful and relentless. Under the pressure of this strange force, the blade nearly slipped from his grasp. The woman's lips curled into a savage grin. She slowly rose from her half-kneeling position, both hands clutching the sword tightly, gazing at Zhao Xuanqi with the cold, calculating eyes of a predator sizing up its prey. Even poisoned, even severely injured, even weakened, this man's strength was still many times greater than Zhao Xuanqi's, overwhelming him completely. What kind of cultivation level does this guy have? Qi condensation? 3 harmonies? Zhao Xuanqi's scalp tingled with fear, but he couldn't abandon his sword and flee. In his moment of confusion, as if guided by an unseen force, he instinctively thrust his right knee forward with all his might. The impact was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, striking the woman's most vulnerable area directly. If the enemy had been a man, no matter how fierce, he would have been knocked out instantly, losing all combat ability. Unfortunately, she was a female, and her resistance was far stronger than a man's. Even so, the woman screamed in agony, the toxins in her body unable to be suppressed. Her already severely injured body suffered further trauma, and she opened her mouth, coughing up blood in large gushes. Pain. So much pain. A fierce tearing sensation erupted from her lower body. This single blow completely unleashed the female's inner rage. She swiftly pulled the long sword out of her shoulder, gripping it tightly with one hand like an iron clamp, while the other hand reached out toward Zhao Xuanqi's head. If she hits, his head will definitely be crushed like an egg. However, compared to this series of movements, Zhao Xuanqi's movements were faster. There was no other reason his techniques were simpler. He repeated his previous move, thrusting his knee forward at an even greater speed. Moreover, he had gathered most of his inner energy into his knee, making this strike as fast as lightning, and as heavy as a mountain. It even produced a piercing sound. Especially the deafening sound when it struck its target. Boom. A deafening explosion. The woman's stunningly beautiful face contorted to the extreme. Hit in her weak spot, she felt as though struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Her lower body felt as though it had been struck by a cannonball, the pain piercing her bones. Her entire body arched downward like a shrimp. With that, the woman could no longer hold on to the knife. Zhao Xuanqi seized the opportunity and swung his knife. Clang! 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. 3 consecutive strikes. The long sword struck the neck, and under the terrifying blows, the skinless woman's head and neck were severed in an instant. The head rolled like a ball, making a rolling sound, and landed beside her. Her beautiful, delicate face lay open, her eyes wide in death. Her delicate body stood still, convulsing, her pale blue dress stained with fresh blood, and then, she collapsed to the ground. Zhao Xuanqi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, leaning against the wall. His hands trembled, likely from muscle strains caused by overexertion. After resting for a while, Zhao Xuanqi gradually regained his senses, feeling slightly better. He murmured in disbelief, "I won?" The smell of blood filled his nostrils. The woman's lifeless body lay motionless on the ground. The long sword still bore traces of blood, trickling down the blade. Zhao Xuanqi finally realized he had truly won. A demonic martial artist of no small cultivation had been outwitted and killed by him. This was a battle against a higher-ranked opponent. His cultivation was only at the mid-stage of qi sensing, barely even considered a low-tier practitioner. This woman was at least at the qi condensation, or 3 harmonies realm. While the qi condensation and 3 harmonies realms were also considered low-tier martial artists, this skinning woman was no ordinary fighter. She had killed many people, had extensive combat experience, and her beautiful appearance was highly deceptive. She was likely one of the top-tier martial artists even among the low-tier ranks. Compared to such a demonic martial artist, Zhao Xuanqi is merely someone who used the transformation pearl to cheat his way to mid-stage qi sensing cultivation in a short time, and his cultivation is still weaker than others. His victory was entirely due to seizing the initiative, taking advantage of the situation, and using poison. Otherwise, in a fair fight, he would likely have been killed with a single strike. Zhao Xuanqi gained a profound insight. Fighting opponents of a higher level is not advisable. The martial arts hierarchy of the Great Zhou dynasty is as rigid as a natural barrier. I went from qi sensing initial stage to qi sensing mid-stage, breaking through just one minor level, yet my strength increased threefold, and my qi surged for a stick of incense. Even breaking through a single minor level brings such drastic changes. How much more so when there is a gap of 1 or 2 realms? In the future, if I encounter martial artists with higher cultivation than mine, I must be cautious, and even more cautious. If they become enemies, I will ambush them if possible and never fight head-on. If I can poison them, I will never act honorably. A true man should be upright and honorable, but I cannot be a gentleman. Let others be gentlemen. I just want to survive and live longer. After coming to terms with these thoughts, Zhao Xuanqi quickly got to his feet. Now that his strength had returned, he had to get back to work immediately. Looking at the chaotic mess in the house, he knew something was wrong. It's getting late. Wu Lao and the others should be returning soon. I must tidy up the house before they arrive. The most urgent task was to clean the house. Liao Xuanqi began cleaning, sweeping up the bloodstains around him, then rinsing the house with water, giving the house a thorough cleaning, making it spotless. He also placed the body in a bag, dug a hole in a corner of the wall, and buried it deeply to prevent it from being discovered. A few hours later, Zhao Xuanqi successfully finished cleaning the house before Wu Lao and the others returned, leaving no traces behind. However, while the cleaning was done, the front door, which had been slashed and damaged by a knife, could not be repaired and was now swaying dangerously. As expected, he was scolded and blamed by Wu Lao, who ordered Zhao Xuanqi never to practice martial arts inside the house again, and to pay for the repairs to the door. Fortunately, there were no other complications. No one would suspect that a demonic martial artist had infiltrated the premises, let alone that Zhao Xuanqi, a lowly menial disciple, had silently killed him. This relieved Zhao Xuanqi. The broken door could be repaired for a small amount of money, as long as the secret was not discovered. Compared to what he had gained this time, this loss was nothing. Chapter 6 Yen Ruyu, Wu Lao's accident. The next day, Liao Xuanqi took advantage of the absence of others to secretly retrieve the spoils of battle from under the bed and inspect his loot. As a demonic martial artist, the Skinner had killed many people with brutal methods naturally, he wouldn't have left anything behind. While handling the body, Zhao Xuanqi felt around and made a significant discovery, a money pouch and a yellowed book made of special paper. Upon opening the money pouch, he found it filled with scattered silver coins. The most eye-catching items were 6 small silver ingots. 1 small silver ingot was equivalent to 10 taels of silver, and 6 small silver ingots amounted to 60 taels of silver, a truly enormous fortune. Adding the scattered pieces of silver, Zhao Xuanqi counted and found that the money pouch contained a total of 68 taels of silver. This silver was an absolute fortune. No wonder she's a martial artist of the demon path. She doesn't even glance at a single copper coin. She doesn't have a single copper coin on her, only silver coins. Liao Xuanqi's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He had never had this much money on him before. After securing the money pouch, Zhao Xuanqi turned his attention to the last item, a yellowed book. Upon opening it, it was indeed a martial arts manual. After reading it, his expression turned puzzled, a mix of joy and confusion. This manual was truly hard to evaluate. Saying it was useless was a stretch, yet it seemed to have some value. Saying it was useful was equally problematic, as it felt rather lackluster. The manual was titled Yen Ruyu. According to the information inside, practicing this martial arts manual could improve one's skin, heal scars, and enhance one's overall vitality and appearance. At advanced levels, it could even transform one's appearance. This cultivation technique is exceptionally difficult to master, with a steep learning curve that demands exceptional talent and insight. Most people simply cannot cultivate it. Therefore, this manual can only be classified as a low-level technique. If it weren't for its extreme difficulty, its ability to transform one's appearance might warrant it being classified as an intermediate-level manual. High cultivation difficulty. Tests one's insight. I have the transformation pearl. By using the transformation elixir to enhance my insight, there is no martial art in the world I cannot master. This manual should be within my reach. Liao Xuanqi thought about it but decided not to cultivate this technique. The reason was simple. Yet, he didn't know if the manual was genuine, and he needed to verify its authenticity before practicing it. If he started practicing immediately after obtaining the manual, he wouldn't even know how he died. He was just a lowly disciple, ordinary looking, destined to come and go unnoticed in the crowd. He wouldn't attract attention, which would save him a lot of trouble. A lowly status and an attractive appearance were definitely not a good thing. A good appearance is superficial. With that effort, it would be better to focus on improving other combat techniques. Strength is the most important thing. Thus, Zhao Xuanqi chose to seal away the manual, cursing his bad luck in his heart. Too poor. The Skinner was indeed a woman. Only women would be particularly interested in such a technique. At least you should have some combat techniques, skinning methods, or even body movement skills. Compared to this, Zhao Xuanqi preferred combat techniques. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Calculating the time, Zhao Xuanqi's 3-month convalescence leave had long since ended, and he had no choice but to start working again. During this period, his life became simple and unremarkable. Every day, he worked in Wu Lao's small courtyard, washing clothes, mending garments, and tidying up leftovers. In addition, he practiced martial arts 5 times a day. Unfortunately, his natural talent was lacking, and combined with his already fixed physical constitution, he had achieved little progress in the past half-month. His days were plain and comfortable, like plain boiled water, without a single ripple. At least, it was fulfilling. Come help. We're not going to the gang's restaurant today, we're cooking our own meal. Wu Lao walked into the courtyard, carrying large and small bags, calling out to the 3 people washing clothes, while holding a rope leading a sheep. Zhao Xuanqi stepped forward to help carry the items, his eyes lighting up. A chicken, a duck, and a sheep. It looks like we're in for a treat today. Zhang He immediately prepared the firewood. Li Dashan sharpened his knife beside him, preparing to slaughter the chicken and sheep. He laughed heartily. Ha, old Wu is really kind. He is treating us again. Normally, the menial disciples ate at the restaurant, where the meals were simple thin porridge and cabbage leaves, as plain as could be. Sometimes, if they arrived late, they didn't even get any porridge, only a bowl of cold soup, accompanied by hard, sandy sorghum cakes to make a meal. The status of menial disciples was the lowest, and they could never hope for good food. With so many people starving to death outside, being given a single meal here was something to be grateful for. These ingredients were mostly purchased out of Wu Lao's own pocket, to treat the 3 menial disciples in the courtyard to a rare treat. However, in the past, they only had meat once every 3 months. Lately, the frequency of having meat seems to have increased. Zhang He clearly saw the reason. He washed the iron pot clean, placed it on the stove to boil water, and looked at Zhao Xuanqi with a smile. Zhao Lao, we really owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, the frequency of these meat meals would probably be much lower. Li Dashan was completely confused. Seeing that Mr. Wu had gone back to his room to rest, he asked, is Mr. Wu treating us to a special meal for Zhao Lao? Zhang He explained, Zhao Lao has been practicing martial arts diligently every day after finishing his work. Martial arts are extremely physically demanding, and deplete one's vital energy. If he only eats thin porridge and vegetable leaves every day, the nutrients won't be sufficient. Not only would it be ineffective, but it could also harm his body. Although Mr. Wu didn't say anything, he must have noticed this. Haven't you noticed that we've been having meat more often lately? Li Dashan finally understood and felt a surge of gratitude toward Zhao Xuanqi, so that's how it is. I've been so busy I didn't think about the details. It's all thanks to Zhao Lao. Being by your side, I get to eat well and do nothing. I'm sticking with you, Zhao Lao. Ha! Zhao Xuanqi, standing nearby, listened to the 2 young men teasing each other and laughed, scolding them. If you want to thank anyone, thank Mr. Wu. Why are you thanking me? You're trying to flatter me to death. You're really bad. Though he said this, he was indeed more grateful to Wu Lao in his heart. Wu Lao was cold on the outside but warm-hearted. Though he seemed indifferent to others, he truly cared about those who mattered to him. Over the past few days, while Zhao Xuanqi practiced martial arts daily, Wu Lao hadn't said a word or provided any grand guidance. However, he had observed everything and quietly improved the meals, even going out of his way to buy some medicinal herbs to simmer in the stew. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Xuanqi was eating well, allowing his daily training to proceed smoothly. Otherwise, given his lowly status, he wouldn't dare to eat so much meat openly. Low status means that even if you have money, it's hard to spend it. Wealth doesn't match one's status. Even if you spend money, people will assume it's ill-gotten gains, which only attracts unwanted attention and trouble. And without proper nourishment, one would only grow weaker with each practice session. Alright, stew the old hen. I have a packet of herbs here that can help strengthen the body. Wu Lao rummaged around in the house for a while, found a packet of herbs, and personally added them to the pot of stewing chicken. Soon, the courtyard was filled with a fragrant aroma. Delicious. It's so delicious. If I could eat chicken every day, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. You're so greedy. If it were me, I'd be willing to live some years less. Zhang He and Li Dashan looked utterly satisfied. In their eyes, chicken was the most delicious food in the world, and they would gladly trade years of their lives for a single meal. Wu Lao smiled. He was older and couldn't eat much, so he only drank a few sips of soup and didn't eat any more. He used his chopsticks to remove the chicken leg and placed it all into Zhao Xuanqi's bowl. He then put all the herbal leaves into another bowl and instructed, finish the chicken leg first. After that, drink all the herbal leaves in this bowl. They are herbs that nourish the blood and qi. The essence remains after stewing, so don't waste it. Alright. Zhao Xuanqi felt a warm surge in his heart and began drinking the soup silently. Thus, the days that followed were simple and unremarkable. Zhao Xuanqi quietly accumulated the transformative essence, taking it every 5 days, while practicing martial arts, striving to grow stronger as soon as possible. He had thought that life would continue in this mundane manner. However, on this day, an unexpected event occurred, shattering the peace. Master Wu was in trouble. Chapters say, small people have no chance to make mistakes. That day, Zhao Xuanqi was mending clothes in the courtyard. Beside him, Zhang He was carefully washing clothes. The two worked together efficiently, and there were no major issues. As for Li Dashan, he had followed Wu Lao to a restaurant to clean up leftovers. Just then, the courtyard gate was pushed open, and Li Dashan and Wu Lao returned. Mr. Wu, what happened to you? Zhang He looked up and noticed the problem first. Zhao Xuanqi put down what he was doing and turned his gaze toward them. He saw that Wu Lao's nose was bleeding profusely, and he could only cover it with a handkerchief. His hands and face were covered in blood. There were traces of leftover food on his face and hair, with soup and rice dripping down his body, making the scene particularly pitiful. Especially his limping gait, which required Li Dashan to support him on either side. This scene was shocking to everyone. Li Dashan immediately ran over to help Wu Lao, while Zhao Xuanqi fetched a clean handkerchief from the house to wipe Wu Lao's face. After offering a few words of comfort, he hurried to the firewood pile to gather wood, then lit the stove to boil water. He was so dirty he needed a bath. Hot water wasn't something you could just ask for in this era, and firewood was a precious commodity. It was only used when hot water was needed. Mr. Wu already had 2 people supporting him. Even if he went over, he could only stand by the side, looking like an idle bystander, which might annoy others. It was better to hand someone a handkerchief to wipe their face, offer a word of comfort, then hurry back to chop wood and boil water, making oneself appear busy. This was more likely to earn goodwill. One cannot be stubborn, one must have some common sense. When it's time to do something, one must do it. How to do things in a way that satisfies others is also an art. Zhang He was clearly someone with such discernment. After helping Li Dashan carry old Wu into the courtyard, he fetched a stool for him to rest on, brought tea and water, and attended to old Wu with great care. Once Mr. Wu was seated and resting comfortably, Li Dashan, with a face full of grief and anger, finally spoke up to explain the entire situation. It turned out that today, Li Dashan had gone to a restaurant with Mr. Wu to clean up leftovers. Everything was going smoothly until, for some reason, 2 inner door disciples suddenly started fighting in the dining hall. The winner beat the other disciple until his face was swollen and bruised, then walked away triumphantly. The loser was furious but couldn't fight back, especially with so many people watching. He felt like a monkey and grew even more enraged. He had no appetite left, so he went to the large bucket to dump his food. Wu Lao was nearby cleaning up the leftovers. Without any provocation, the inner door disciple took out his anger on Wu Lao, flipping the rice bowl onto his face and kicking him before storming off, muttering curses under his breath. As he left, he muttered, "You old fool, all you know how to do is watch me make a fool of myself. I'll beat you every time I see you." He was extremely fierce. His expression was so intense it seemed like he wanted to eat Wu Lao alive. An inner door disciple, with great strength, had Wu Lao's face crushed by the rice bowl, leaving it disfigured. Blood kept flowing from his nose, and his leg was kicked until it was limp. This was a complete act of violence. He couldn't even finish his work. Li Dashan could only help old Wu back. Li Dashan said angrily, "That inner door disciple is named Huang Fuqi. If he can't beat others, it's his own fault. Instead of taking it out on the enemy, he's taking it out on innocent people. He's a complete jerk. The strong strike at the stronger, and the weak bully the weaker." Wu Lao was merely used as a punching bag. Such a person doesn't deserve to be called a martial artist, Zhao Xuanqi added. How dare he injure old Wu? Old Wu is at least a nominal executive of the gang. How dare he do this? Zhang He cursed angrily. We must go to the disciplinary hall to report this to Old Wu and accuse Huang Fuqi. We must make him pay the price. Upon hearing the suggestion to report Wu Lao, Zhao Xuanqi also agreed, but deep down, he knew the situation wasn't as straightforward as they imagined. Inner door disciples had formidable martial arts cultivation, nearly all on the verge of breaking through to the next rank, and were already considered the backbone of the gang. If it were a senior official with real power and martial arts cultivation, the inner door disciples would dare not provoke him, and would even have to greet him with respect. As for Wu Lao, who held a nominal, idle position as an elder, he was only given that title because the sect respected him for his past contributions and his age. To put it nicely, he was an elder. To put it bluntly, he was a worthless old man who collected trash. His living quarters were in the most remote corner of the sect, despised by everyone. Inner sect disciples wouldn't bother with such an elder. Wu Lao getting beaten up was just a waste of time. Wu Lao was well aware of this situation. After resting for a while, he slowly instructed. I'm fine, just my legs hurt a bit. I'll be okay after a few days rest. Don't bother reporting this. I'm just an old man. The gang wouldn't waste their time on me. Besides, even if you report it, the punishment wouldn't be severe, and it might only make that inner circle disciple more hostile toward us. Our status in the gang is like ants. Anyone can step on us or bully us. We must never do anything that would offend others. Sometimes it's better to suffer a loss yourself than to offend others. Cough cough. Wu Lao looked gloomy, recalling the harsh words the inner door disciple had spoken as he left. He instructed. Dashin, go search under my bed. In the corner, there's a black box. Inside are subtails of silver. Go find out where that inner door disciple named Huang Fuqi is, and give him this box of silver as a gift. Tell him it's my way of apologizing to him, hoping he'll forgive us. You were there with me at the time, so he should remember your face. Please go deliver it for me. Li Dashin was completely baffled. It was clearly the other party's fault. Why should we have to go apologize to them? We were the ones who were beaten and injured. Why should we apologize to the aggressor? Especially since Wu Lao had always treated him well. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. Wu Lao, how can we go apologize to that bastard? I refuse. Zhang He was also very dissatisfied. Amateur Wu had always been kind to everyone, like an elder of their own family, and even distributed monthly allowances. There was no one else in the entire gang who treated the menial disciples so well. He spoke with righteous indignation. Amateur Wu, there's no need to go through all that trouble. We can just ignore him. How can we possibly apologize to him? Wu Lao smiled, looking at the two angry young men before him with a touch of resignation. At least these few young ones weren't completely worthless, but he shook his head and said, You too, you have a little self-awareness and a bit of cleverness, but that's all. You understand small cleverness, but not great wisdom, which makes you easily taken advantage of. In this regard, you can't compare to little Zhao. He then turned to Zhao Xuanqi and said, You explain to them why I should go out of my way to apologize. Zhao Xuanqi was taken aback. He wasn't sure if what he was about to say was right, so he simply shared his thoughts. From what I heard, when you left, that person told Mr. Wu, every time we meet, I'll beat you up. Many people say such things when they're angry. We know it's probably just a figure of speech, not to be taken seriously. Who knows? Maybe next time he sees Mr. Wu, he'll have already forgotten about him and won't even think twice about it. But you see, we're just ordinary people. We can't afford to take any risks, even if there's only a tiny chance. Especially since Mr. Wu is so old he can't endure any more trouble. If that person forgets and doesn't come after Mr. Wu next time, everyone will be happy. But if he really remembers and actually attacks Mr. Wu, and Mr. Wu gets beaten again, who knows what might happen. We can't afford to gamble, and even if we could, we shouldn't. Who would risk their life for a gamble? Small-time people can only swallow their pride. If it's the other person's fault, we have to take the initiative to apologize and make amends with a smile and a gift. But if it's our own fault, Zhao Xuanqi said seriously, no, small-time people don't have the luxury of making mistakes. Zhang He and Li Dashin fell completely silent. Wu Lao admonished, apologizing isn't about how valuable the gift is to us. Our upper limit is just their lower limit. You have to see if the gift is even worth their notice. 40 taels of silver is a lot for us, but for inner door disciples, it's just a few star-grade pills not particularly valuable. Yet it's far from something we can ignore. This lower limit is just right, it's perfect for making amends. Dashan, you will deliver it for me this afternoon. Alright. Li Dashan wanted to say something, but the words rolled around in his throat several times before he finally swallowed them down. Small-time characters, that's all we are. You're a small-time character, I'm a small-time character, and he's a small-time character too. Are we small-time characters destined to be bullied by others? When will we ever grow up to become important people? How badly he wanted to avenge Mr. Wu and vent his anger. Chapter Say Something, a somber atmosphere, third rank attendant. The pure altar courtyard. Over the next few days, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. A gloomy mood permeated the courtyard, accompanied by a sense of melancholy, frustration, and sorrow. Wu Lao was recuperating in his room. His leg had been kicked and fractured that day, and he had developed a fever upon returning, leaving him in poor condition recently. Meanwhile, after Li Dashan had given Saisup taels of silver as an apology to the inner door disciple that day, the matter did not end as simply as he had imagined. The inner door disciple smiled, took the silver, and seeing that the old man still had some value left, demanded that Li Dashan bring 10 taels of silver every month. Only then was the matter settled. 10 taels of silver were nothing to an inner door disciple, but for others, it was a considerable sum. He simply wanted to humiliate and torment others. It seemed that only by doing so could he erase the humiliation of losing to a stronger opponent in front of everyone. In the eyes of the weak, bullying the weaker seems to be the only way to prove one's strength. Wu Lao's injuries and the humiliation of having to pay 10 taels of silver every month were not just borne by Wu Lao alone, but by everyone in the small courtyard. After working in the small courtyard for so long, everyone had become like a family. As the leader, Wu Lao was being bullied and had to pay tribute to that man. Who could bear such humiliation? That bastard is despicable. When I went to deliver the silver, he humiliated me for a long time, Li Dashan cursed angrily. If it weren't for his martial arts skills, I'd rather trade my life for his and kill that guy. Zhang He sighed, old Wu is sick and needs money for his treatment. This time, he must have been seriously injured. That man deserves to die. He only knows how to bully us. If he's so brave, why doesn't he go pick on the big shots in the gang? Finally, he emphasized, once I have the power, I will definitely avenge Wu Lao. Yao Xuanqi remained silent beside him, deeply concerned about Wu Lao's condition. Old Wu was already elderly and injured, and now he was sick with a fever. It was indeed likely that his vital energy had been severely depleted. An elderly person shouldn't be put through such ordeal, it could shorten their lifespan. There were now 2 concerns. Yet, worry that the inner door disciple, seeing him as an easy target, will come looking for trouble again. If old Wu were to pass away, without this powerful ally, the good life they had been enjoying would likely come to an end. Yao Xuanqi just wants to live a quiet life, and is unwilling to deal with such troubles. For a moment, he feels anxious and pressured. As for Zhang He and Li Dashan, they keep talking about revenge. Revenge? How do you avenge someone? This isn't something that can be done by just talking about it. He hadn't been idle these past few days. He had specifically inquired about the inner disciples of the Black Tiger sect, and discovered that even the most ordinary inner disciples were at the late Qi condensation realm. A small number of elite inner disciples have reached the 3 harmonies realm, and are only a step away from advancing to the next stage. Coincidentally, that Huangfu Qi is an elite inner door disciple at the late 3 combination realm. Such a person could probably kill all 3 of them with just a few punches and kicks if they were to charge at him together. In the eyes of someone with such power, Zhao Xuanqi and his 2 companions were no more than ants. He could defeat them with just 1 hand or 1 foot. Furthermore, even if the 3 of them were to cheat and somehow manage to kill that inner sect disciple. Haha, the gang is large and chaotic, with many strong individuals. Even if they managed to kill him, they would likely be captured within moments, leading to certain death. It can be said that seeking revenge is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. If one truly wanted to seek revenge, it would have to be done in secret, without anyone noticing. It would have to be done in a way that no one could predict, silently and without a sound. However, killing an inner door disciple within the Black Tiger Gate without anyone noticing, is as impossible as asking a cripple to outrun Lu Xiang, the Asian flying man. It's a pipe dream. Revenge is impossible now, but if there's ever a chance in the future, Zhao Xuanqi will never let it slip away. My son, come in. A weak voice came from inside the house. Li Dashan heard this and looked at Zhao Xuanqi with concern, saying, Zhao Lao, Wu Lao is calling for you. Speak gently and don't make him worry any more. I heard him. Zhao Xuanqi stood up, put down what he was doing, and entered the house alone with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. He didn't know why, but his mood was complicated. As he entered the dimly lit room, there was no oil lamp, making the surroundings even darker. On the small wooden bed, there was a thin layer of cotton blankets. Emperor Wu was wrapped tightly inside, starting from his armpits, as if he were covered by a coffin lid. Wu Lao's face was pale. After being injured and then falling ill, his already aged and weathered face looked even more haggard. His eyes were cloudy, like a layer of yellowish-green algae on clear water, blurry and indistinct. Zhao Xuanqi entered quietly. When he saw Zhao Xuanqi, his eyes focused, and his expression immediately revealed a hint of joy. He quickly reached out a hand from under the blankets, tapping the nearby table with a dull thud, signaling Zhao Xuanqi to sit beside him. Zhao Xuanqi understood and hurried over, pulling a small, wobbly wooden chair and sitting down beside him with a creak. He lowered his head to look at the elderly man on the bed, who appeared weathered and worn, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and concern. He asked softly, Father, what did you need me for? Wu Lao took a deep breath and smiled, Don't worry, I'm not going to die. He continued, Are you curious why, even though I'm a senior disciple of the sect, I was bullied by a junior disciple to the point where he even dared to crawl to the door and suck my blood? Before Zhao Xuanqi could answer, Wu Lao had already begun explaining the situation to himself. The Black Tiger sect is divided into the outer sect and the inner sect. The outer sect has outer sect disciples, outer sect elders, and outer sect elders. The inner sect has inner sect disciples, inner sect elders, and inner sect elders. However, regardless of whether they are in the outer or inner sect, the ranks are extremely strict: disciples, attendants, and elders. Among them, the outer gate attendants are divided into 3 tiers, totaling 3 ranks. First grade attendants, they have both strength and authority. These attendants have mostly risen from the ranks, having fought their way up through battles. They are powerful, experienced veterans who understand many principles, possess decent cultivation, and hold real power, so few dare to provoke them. Second-tier attendants, they hold authority but lack strength. They typically rise through connections, and have some background within the faction. These attendants lack martial arts talent, and are not particularly strong, but they at least hold some authority, and have access to certain resources. Third-class attendants, they have neither real power nor strength. They rely entirely on accumulating seniority and merits within the gang. The gang, out of pity for their age, grants them a position as a favor. I am a third-rank attendant, and even among third-rank attendants, I am at the bottom. To put it nicely, I'm an attendant. To put it bluntly, I'm just an old man who got lucky. This trash-picking position is undignified and has no real power. If I were an outer sect disciple, or a minor outer sect leader, at least they'd give me some face, and address me as, Old Wu. But in the inner sect, even an ordinary inner sect disciple can bully me at will. Wu Lao had clearly investigated Huang Fuqi, and knew his background wasn't simple. He said, most low-ranking inner sect disciples are martial artists at the late Qi condensation stage. Some elite inner sect disciples have even reached the late 3 harmonies realm, just one step away from becoming a ranked martial artist. Huang Fuqi's cultivation is at the late 3 combination realm. If he were an outer sect elder, he would definitely give him face. But a steward? Haha, these inner sect disciples who live their lives in constant combat and struggle, with their heads on the line every day, how could they possibly look down on me, an outer sect steward who collects trash? Don't even mention elite inner sect disciples like him. Even an ordinary inner sect disciple isn't someone we can afford to offend. We are the weak, and he is the strong. If we offend him, we deserve to be bullied. Wu Lao spoke with particular realism. Chapter say sublok, the world shouldn't be like this, a lesson in patience. We are the weak, and he is the strong. We offended him, we deserve to be bullied. Zhao Xuanqi, who had lived a life of ease in his previous life, felt as though this statement was a thorn lodged in his heart. The weak are inherently sinful. Without distinction, the strong bully the weak, and the weak deserve to be bullied. Even if the strong do wrong, just because you are weak, you deserve to pay the price, you deserve to be bullied. Having been in this world for some years, Zhao Xuanqi had witnessed many things. In Sanhe County, a powerful figure broke the law by riding a horse recklessly through the county town, charging through crowds even when others had already dalbei to the side. He ended up kicking several people to death, and the father of this body was one of them. What could be done afterward? They had connections and power, they were the strong. Your family had no connections or power, your family was weak. In the end, you didn't even get a penny in compensation. They even framed you for obstructing the nobleman's passage, labeling you a criminal. You could say that not extorting more money from your family afterward was already showing you mercy. Natural disasters and famine, the wealthy in Yuanzhou hoarded grain and sold it at exorbitant prices, exploiting their power to profit from the disaster. In their eyes, the poor were insignificant ants. Even as the poor starved to death in droves, they refused to lower prices, not even offering a single bowl of thin porridge. This led to people trading their children for food, and the bark on trees outside the city walls was stripped clean. The grasslands belonged to the wealthy families. You can't even eat grass there. In the end, no one knows how many people starved to death in Yuanzhou, or how many fled. On the roads, it was the same. The strong preyed on the weak, stealing their food, money, livestock, and even their wives and children. Those who fled farther were the ones who survived, while the weaker ones, having lost everything, were left to starve and die. Zhao Xuanqi had been there, killing people, and experiencing that heart-wrenching disaster firsthand. Even after spending these years in this world, witnessing so much darkness, so much reality, and experiencing the law of the jungle firsthand, he knew that what Wu Lao had said was an undeniable truth in this era. But he just couldn't accept those words. He was a young man raised in the spring breeze and sunlight under the guidance of the creator of Genesis. He had witnessed light, he had witnessed truth, and he felt this was wrong. The world shouldn't be like this. Yes, the world today should not be like this. Once you have witnessed the light, even if you find yourself in darkness and have grown accustomed to it, you still feel it shouldn't be this way. Therefore, Zhao Xuanqi found what Wu Lao said particularly profound. He agreed with it intellectually, but emotionally he couldn't accept it. Zhao Xuanqi said complexly, "Father, I understand. We are the weak, so no matter who is right or wrong, it is ultimately our fault. Even if we truly did nothing wrong, this matter is because you offended Huang Fuqi, so you must apologize and make amends to him. But after you gave him the silver, he still demands 10 taels of silver from you every month. Are we supposed to be oppressed like this until we die?" Wu Lao waved his hand dismissively, "Don't worry about me. You don't need to meddle in this. I've been in the sect for so many years, I still have some connections. Favors are far more valuable than money. At first, I thought money would solve everything. Now that money doesn't work, I had to use my connections. I paid a price, but I've already arranged through my friend to resolve this matter. Huang Fuqi won't come looking for trouble anymore. You can rest assured." Hearing that the matter was resolved, Zhao Xuanqi felt no joy at all. Wu Lao had been so kind to him, yet he was treated so badly by others. In the end, he had to humbly beg his friend to go and mediate. Who would be happy with such a resolution? One could even say it was anger. Unfortunately, the anger of ordinary people is useless. Without power, no matter how angry you are, it's just a joke. In his previous life, if he had been oppressed to the point of desperation, at least he could have resorted to the ultimate act of a commoner's rage, spilling blood 3 feet high. At worst, they could have both died, trading one worthless life for a valuable one, ending in mutual destruction. But in the martial arts world of the great Zhou dynasty, strength is everything. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to spill blood. What's the point of a commoner's rage? A single kick would crush you, and even the chance to resist is taken away. Ordinary people, without strength, can only be oppressed until they die, working themselves to death like cattle, and even then, they are eaten clean, with no room for anger. Zhao Xuanqi was very rational. Even if he felt anger in his heart, his face remained calm and expressionless. The hardships of fleeing his homeland had tempered him greatly. Now, he knows that anger is useless, it's a waste of emotion. However, at this moment, his expression betrayed his anger. He looked furious. Like a reckless youth, his anger was evident for all to see. There's no other reason it's for Mr. Wu to see. This was a clear expression of standing firmly by Wu Lao's side, in the same camp. It also implies empathy for the treatment Mr. Wu has received. Sometimes you know that doing certain things is pointless, even a waste of time and emotions, but you still have to do them. Because all you can do is go through the motions, you have to do it for the boss. If you don't, you keep it bottled up inside, and no one knows what you're thinking or whether you're on the boss's side. Therefore, Zhao Xuanqi acted very angry, though he was genuinely a bit angry, but he might as well exaggerate it further. Wu Lao was clearly satisfied with Zhao Xuanqi's current behavior. He placed his hand on Zhao Xuanqi's arm, comforting him, just like most elders would do with their juniors, and began to lecture him at length. Very angry? Haha, what is there to be angry about? Look at me, I'm not angry at all. You're still young. In this world, you need to learn a lesson. No one can have a smooth life. Everyone will face setbacks and difficulties. You must learn to endure. If you're not as strong as others, let go of all unnecessary emotions and endure. Endurance is something everyone must experience in life. Even geniuses and great figures have had to swallow their pride. How much more so for us lowly commoners? Endurance isn't something to be ashamed of, on the contrary, it's a sign of wisdom. Wu Lao's pale face showed a hint of emotion as he admonished, especially you are still young, with little experience in life. The path ahead of you is long and arduous. You will encounter many people and face numerous challenges. You will endure many injustices and humiliations. You must learn to endure them. Do not regard losing face as a major issue. Face can be lost, but life cannot. If enduring humiliation can save your life and bring you stability, then what is there to be ashamed of? Endurance is a means, surviving is true wisdom. So you must learn to endure. Of course, you shouldn't endure everything blindly. Knowing shame leads to courage. Don't abandon yourself completely because of shame. It is precisely because you have endured shame and experienced it that you should strive even harder, using it as motivation to achieve greater accomplishments. Endure in the face of overwhelming odds. Once the tide turns in your favor, rise up and settle the score with those who once humiliated you. It will not be too late to reclaim your honor. I've learned my lesson. Zhao Xuanqi took the words to heart and bowed his head in response. Wu Lao nodded satisfactorily. His eyes grew clear, as if he were both teaching and convincing himself, and his mood seemed to improve slightly. He cut straight to the point. Do you know why I called you in here? Isn't it because of the Huangfuqi incident? Zhao Xuanqi asked curiously. He had seen through him. The matter involving Huangfuqi was merely a minor incident. It seemed that Mr. Wu had something else more important to say. This was the real reason Wu Lao had summoned him. So what could it be? Chapter 47. An opportunity, don't blame me. Huangfuqi. Old Wu nodded, then shook his head. It is indeed because of him, but it could also be said it's not because of him. It was precisely because of his actions that I had to call you in to entrust you with this matter. What I'm about to say is the real reason I called you in. Zhao Xuanqi sat up straight, his heart racing, adopting a serious expression as he listened intently. Old Wu, please speak. Old Wu coughed a few times, his pale face lost in thought for a moment, before he snapped back to reality and spoke. Do you want to go to my old friend's place to study martial arts? I remember you once wanted to practice martial arts, and even asked me for martial arts manuals, but I didn't agree for you to spend too much time on it. I only wanted you to exercise your body. You're too old, and I didn't support your martial arts training. But now I've changed my mind. I have an opportunity here. Do you want to go and practice martial arts? What? Zhao Xuanqi was surprised. Why? Wu Lao explained, practicing martial arts carries the risk of death. Battles and fights are common, and injuries are inevitable. You are my son, and you're already so old. It's too late to start practicing martial arts. There's no need to put yourself in such danger. I don't want you to get hurt or suffer. At least I have some property and a little wealth. After I'm gone, this wealth will be enough for you to live a decent life. All you need to do is manage the property for me. You won't have to work hard as a menial at the Black Tiger Gate anymore. Go out, find a wife, and you'll be able to live comfortably. If this were the peaceful era of old, such thoughts might not be wrong. But the world has changed. It's even more chaotic now. In times of chaos, strength matters. Having a little money or capital without strength will only make you someone else's money bag. Without the ability to protect your wealth, you can't keep your family's fortune, let alone pass it on to others. Just like me this time, I've been completely awakened. I have a little money, and I can live a decent life. But in front of an inner door disciple with even a little strength, without any strength of my own, what good is all that money? I'd still have to hand it over to others, bowing and scraping. A lifetime of hard work, only to end up as someone else's wedding attire. Old Wu looked at Zhao Xuanqi with a worried expression, and said slowly, I'm old now, I probably don't have much time left. I'm not worried about myself, this old body of mine isn't worth worrying about. But I'm worried about you. You're still young. You're supposed to inherit my legacy. I fear that things will only grow more chaotic in the future. I fear that even if you have money, you won't be able to keep it, and it will instead bring danger to your life. That's why I've changed my mind. Since you want to train in martial arts, go ahead. Only by becoming strong through training can you secure your place in the world and protect your own wealth. I've come to realize that this world will only grow more chaotic. Are you willing to go train in martial arts? I'm willing. Zhao Xuanqi answered without hesitation. How could he possibly refuse? A menial disciple, a euphemism for disciples, were essentially no different from slaves in a wealthy household, doing hard labor without pay, only getting a single meal a day. The masters can beat them whenever they want, with no status or freedom. Those without freedom, menial servants. Those without status, menial laborers. Those enslaved like cattle and horses, menial laborers. Even if you have a little money, you dare not spend it. Wu Lao explained clearly, I have a friend who also works as an attendant at the outer gate, but he's different from me. He has a little bit of real power and martial arts cultivation, far surpassing me in every way. I can only recruit 3 menial laborers to work, while he can recruit 3 ordinary disciples. He's currently short-handed and needs to recruit 3 menial laborers to become ordinary disciples. Once they pass his tests, they can be promoted from menial laborers to ordinary disciples of the Black Tiger sect, achieving a status upgrade. On the surface, they'll be ordinary disciples of the Black Tiger sect, but in reality, they'll be his personal disciples, working exclusively for him. Once they pass the tests, he'll teach them martial arts and martial philosophy, nurturing them carefully. I've made myself clear. I have no special abilities, I can't directly make you an ordinary disciple. All I can do is give you this opportunity. Once you go there, you'll have to figure out how to pass the tests on your own. Whether you succeed or not depends entirely on you. I understand. Thank you, Father. Zhao Xuanqi stood up and bowed respectfully, feeling deeply grateful. An opportunity? Haha, you make it sound so easy. How many people would kill for such an opportunity? The Black Tiger Gate was a top-tier martial arts sect in Songzhou City, with strict recruitment standards that never accepted older candidates. They send people to search for young children, who are still too young to understand, bring them back to the school, and raise them from childhood through education and indoctrination, cultivating them into the school's own strength. Those without enough talent are made into ordinary disciples. Those with sufficient talent are made inner door disciples. Generally speaking, they rarely accept outsiders to prevent the school from being infiltrated. Therefore, don't underestimate the opportunity to become an ordinary disciple. For countless ordinary families, this chance is something they would trade their entire family's lives for. Zhao Xuanqi naturally felt grateful to old Master Wu. Moreover, the trial isn't necessarily a bad thing. If one fails the test, it means one lacks the necessary abilities. Without the necessary abilities, what face would one have to become an ordinary disciple? Even if one were to luckily become an ordinary disciple, it would only be courting one's own doom. If Zhao Xuanqi fails the trial, he won Lu's heart. He deeply understands a truth: you get what you deserve based on your abilities. Status is something you have to fight for. Without ability, what right do you have to claim it? If I could, I really wouldn't want you to train in martial arts, Wu Lao sighed, speaking from the bottom of his heart. Because martial arts training can be deadly. This trial might also be deadly. I worked so hard to have this son, I don't want anything to happen to you. You're already in your 20s. Your physical constitution is already set. Martial arts training is unlikely to yield significant results. I fear that what I'm doing might be harming you. But if you don't practice martial arts, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect our family fortune in the future, and you'll end up being targeted by others. You're my flesh and blood. No matter what I do, it's wrong. I hope you won't blame me. I'm really torn today, really lost. I'm afraid I'm risking your life. But in the end, I still called you in. I'm giving you the choice. You have the right to decide your own future. I feel old. I'm truly old. I can't see as far as you can. I think maybe when you told me you wanted to train in martial arts back then, you already understood the importance of this world and the value of strength more deeply than I did. You see further ahead. You should choose. Your choice is the best. Don't blame me. It's all because I'm incapable. Don't blame me. The old man's condition seemed off, as if his fever had worsened, and he was having trouble speaking clearly. Yao Xuanqi understood that the old man was overly worried and thinking too much. He felt both guilty and worried. The old man had suffered humiliation and injustice, yet he endured it in silence. Now he had to worry about his son's future, fearing that his son might one day face the same humiliation as him. The old man was worried about his own affairs. It was his own matter, yet it had caused the old man such distress. If the old man were free and unburdened, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry so much. Yao Xuanqi sat down, gently stroking the old man's arm, his voice somehow hoarse as he comforted him. Father, how could I possibly blame you? All the dangers of death, I am willing to bear them myself. If anyone is to blame, it cannot be you. If there were risks and crises that could elevate one's status and bring benefits, would such a good thing exist? Risk and reward are equal. If you want to gain something, you must be prepared to lose something. I am always prepared, and I am willing to take on the risk of death myself. You're so old now. Just rest easy. Don't worry so much, don't take on so much pressure, and don't worry too much about this young fool. Take care of your health and recover properly. Emir Wu coughed repeatedly. He was very old. He was already injured. After being injured, he fell ill. After thinking so much and speaking so many words, his face grew even paler. Yet he clung tightly to Zhao Xuanqi's hand, refusing to let go. He muttered something indistinctly, his words clear at first but growing fainter and fainter. I'm so afraid you're in danger. I've already lost one son. I'm so afraid of losing another. Wu Lao murmured, his voice growing fainter and fainter until he finally fell asleep. Yao Xuanqi touched the old man's forehead. It was burning hot. He got up and began boiling water to prepare medicine. On the bed, the old man slept peacefully. His pale, weak face moved slightly as his mouth opened and closed, murmuring in his sleep. Beside him, the young man carefully boiled and simmered the medicine, then blew on it to cool it down. He took a small spoon and fed it into the old man's mouth. After finishing, the young man gently patted the old man's chest while fanning him with a small fan to cool his forehead. In his sleep, the old man's struggling and confused expression gradually softened. Perhaps he had recalled something pleasant, for a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he finally slept peacefully. Inside the house, everything was peaceful. Chapter 6: Birthday, Cooking. Over the next few days, Emir Wu needed to wait until he felt better before explaining the situation to his friends. He had to inform them first before he could bring Zhao Xuanqi over. Therefore, there was no rush. Yao Xuanqi continued his daily routine of washing clothes and doing chores, carefully removing the bloodstains from the soiled garments. Besides working, there was another crucial task that needed to be prepared. Wu Lao's birthday had arrived. On that day, taking advantage of Wu Lao's absence, Yao Xuanqi began his preparations. He planned to throw Mr. Wu a grand birthday celebration, something truly memorable, to surprise the old gentleman. I've managed to save some silver, so I can't be stingy. Yao Xuanqi went to the market and spent a fortune on a sheep, 2 chickens, a duck, a fish, and a wild soft-shelled turtle. In these turbulent times, such meats and vegetables were extremely expensive. A 50-pound sheep could fetch 21 taels of silver, a significant increase in price. Especially the wild soft-shelled turtle, it was a delicacy only the wealthy dared to eat, symbolizing good fortune, nourishment, and excellent flavor. Turtle weighing several pounds was sold for a staggering 7 taels of silver. A fish, 2 chickens, and a duck, however, cost less than 2 taels of silver combined. He had killed the demonic skin-peeling woman and made a good profit, over 60 taels of silver. He had another 10 or so taels on him, plus 2 months' wages. Now, just buying groceries had cost him dozens of taels. Add in the cost of various odds and ends, and there was hardly any money left. It felt like he had been transported back to the days before liberation. Money doesn't last. This was Zhao Xuanqi's heartfelt sigh. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. But it was only a momentary pang of sorrow. What is the use of earning more money? It's meant to be spent. If you spend it wisely, even if it's expensive, it's worth it. The market was far less diverse than the black market, with few items available and no banned goods to sell, plus taxes to pay. He feared being targeted, so he hurried back to the Black Tiger Gate's pure altar courtyard with the ingredients he'd purchased. Worth mentioning is that when he left the market, he paid 4 or 5 taels of silver in taxes for buying sheep, turtles, and meat. That's much harsher than the black market. Zhao Laoda, why did you buy so much? Zhang He was stunned to see Zhao Xuanqi returning with bags and packages. Li Dashan, who was washing clothes, looked up and was equally speechless. The two of them had already prepared birthday gifts, but they never expected it to be so elaborate and generous. It's Mr. Wu's birthday. He was injured and upset recently, so let us throw him a big celebration to ward off bad luck. I'm treating, so eat your fill. Zhao Xuanqi smiled. Hurry up and prepare the ingredients. We need to have everything ready before Mr. Wu returns. As he said this, Zhao Xuanqi's expression turned serious. I don't want anything to go wrong in this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. All right. Zhang He and Li Dashan nodded solemnly, daring not to take it lightly. Zhao Laoda can joke around with you and call you brother. But when Zhao Laoda is handling important matters, dare to be careless, and the consequences will be severe. Immediately, the two helped carry the ingredients into the courtyard. The first thing they needed to do wasn't to slaughter chickens or sheep. Instead, they washed their hands. Including Zhao Xuanqi, the first thing they did was wash their hands. There was no other reason washing blood-stained clothes repeatedly, and for extended periods left the hands reeking of human blood. Though their hands looked clean and white on the surface, the bloodstain had already seeped into their fingernails and become ingrained. On ordinary days, they didn't bother to notice it. Rough people do rough things, and one gets used to it. If necessary, they could just eat their meals with the bloodstain's taste lingering in their mouths. But on days like this, there was no room for carelessness, otherwise, it would bring bad luck. On ordinary days, there was no soap nut for washing hands. This was not something poor people used, they couldn't afford it. Fortunately, Zhao Xuanqi was thoughtful today, and had specially bought a large piece of soapberry. He told Zhang He and Li Dashan to wash their hands, and it took half the soapberry before their hands were finally clean. Zhang He, perhaps for the first time in ages, looked at his hands and couldn't help but remark, now they're clean, but after another few decades, I doubt they'll ever be clean again. People whose hands are stained with the blood of the dead, I wonder if they'll end up in the oil cauldrons of the underworld. After washing their hands, Zhang He was the heaviest and strongest, so he was responsible for slaughtering chickens and sheep. Li Dashan was much thinner but quick and agile, responsible for washing, chopping, and mincing vegetables, as well as tending the fire. Zhao Xuanqi stood by the large pot, first assisting the two men, then taking charge of cooking the vegetables. Cooking was no easy task. In this day and age, the lower classes have very little to eat, and their main concern is simply to survive. Even if they only have clear broth with meat bones and no seasoning, just a skeleton of bones with a few vegetable leaves, they can still eat it with relish, licking the bowl clean. Who would have the time, energy, or money to figure out how to cook something delicious? Cooking food to be delicious? Just having something to eat is enough. When starving to the extreme, one might even eat dirt. In this era, being a chef was a prestigious profession with relatively high status. No matter where you worked as a chef, you were guaranteed food, and would never go hungry, making you almost considered a member of the upper class. Only private chefs trained by wealthy families, or those from generations of chefs, truly know how to cook delicious food, and have a basic understanding of culinary skills. For outsiders, learning culinary skills is extremely difficult. It is said that the culinary skills passed down through generations of chefs are only taught to sons, not daughters. When cooking, the kitchen is sealed off, and even the apprentices are prevented from learning. If an apprentice dares to glance up, they will be scolded, and in severe cases, slapped or even have their eyes gouged out. Apprentices must first spend 3 years tending the fire, 3 years washing pots and dishes, 3 years washing and chopping vegetables, and 3 years preparing and serving dishes before they are allowed to learn a few dishes. Even something as simple as braised tofu requires mastery of heat control, technique, and ingredient pairing details that outsiders can't begin to understand. This is a profession where once you learn it, you'll never go hungry. Yet the difficulty is just right, leading to severe monopolies and factions forming tightly knit groups. Good recipes and cooking styles are never shared with outsiders. Chefs will never starve. After all, no one would let a chef starve, would they? Zhang He and Li Dashan, however, were truly incapable of cooking. If they were asked to cook, the results would be a complete mess, lacking both appearance and flavor. Zhao Xuanqi is different. In his previous life, he had at least seen the world and often cooked for himself. In this life, though he has no cooking experience and has never been exposed to culinary arts, his techniques and knowledge are no less than those of private chefs, and perhaps even more so. If he were outside, Zhao Xuanqi, as a lowly disciple, wouldn't he dare reveal his cooking skills? He had no status or influence. People might accuse him of stealing techniques from someone else, which could lead to a grim fate. But within the courtyard, he had no such concerns. Once everything was ready, it was time to start cooking. Zhao Xuanqi first cut off the fatty pieces from the chicken and duck, placed them in an iron wok, and stir-fried them until the fat rendered out, sizzling and crackling. He then poured out some of the chicken and duck fat, reserving the rest for the remaining dishes, which would be especially fragrant when cooked in this oil. First, the duck meat. The duck meat was stir-fried until the moisture evaporated, and it turned golden brown. Ginger, garlic, and chili peppers were added to bring out the pungent flavor. A layer of fresh duck blood was then poured over the top, quickly stir-fried, and finally garnished with a sprinkle of green scallion bits before being served. Nanhu famous dish, blood duck. Next, the chicken. In this era, there were no side dishes or condiments, only scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers. Better spices were as expensive as gold, and mushrooms were unaffordable otherwise. Mushroom braised chicken would have been an absolute masterpiece. Seeing no condiments, Zhao Xuanqi decided to make a simple boiled chicken dish. First, he boiled a pot of hot water, placed the chicken in the pot, and let it boil vigorously to tenderize the meat. Then, he immediately transferred it to cold water, and massaged it thoroughly, further tenderizing the meat to a deep level, making it tender and juicy. Finally, he simmered it in boiling water until it was 7 or 8 parts cooked, then sliced it into pieces. The focus was on tenderness and juiciness, with a scallion and chili sauce as the condiment truly authentic. As for lamb ribs stewed with radish, stir-fried lamb, grilled lamb skewers, each dish has its own unique charm. The most important dish is the parting of the lovers. The parting of the hero and the beauty refers to stir-frying soft-shelled turtle and chicken separately to remove any gamey flavor, then adding a broth made from chicken and duck bones, and simmering everything together. The dish's unique flavor is achieved through precise cooking techniques, mastery of heat control, and the natural clash of wild and fresh flavors. The final result is the soft-shelled turtle meat is translucent and crystal clear, tender yet chewy. The chicken melts in the mouth, fully breaking down the toughness of the chicken meat and extracting the maximum freshness. Especially the essence of these two wild flavors is concentrated in the broth. Before serving, sprinkle a little starch or flour broth to thicken the broth, resulting in a golden yellow, translucent, thick, and smooth broth with a rich, fragrant flavor that completely coats the meat pieces, thick yet not sticky, truly a masterpiece. In my previous life, this dish was a true masterpiece, extremely expensive. Even in a society abundant in material resources, ordinary people would rarely indulge in it. It belonged to the pinnacle of renowned culinary traditions, excelling in flavor, presentation, and reputation, each aspect reaching the absolute peak of excellence. And here we are in the resource-scarce Great Zhou dynasty? No wonder Zhang He and Li Dashan were staring so intently that their eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. Chapter Say Sup Gao. Half a teacher, celebrating. Is this right? It smells so good. Is this what you call cooking? Are you sure Zhao Lauda isn't from a family of chefs? How did he learn to cook so well? I heard from those wealthy people that soft-shelled turtles are quite fishy, requiring a large amount of expensive spices to remove the odor, plus rare herbs to make them tasty. Even if ordinary people bring them home, they can't cook them to be delicious, they'd just be too fishy to eat. Can chicken be cooked with soft-shelled turtle? The soup is golden yellow, and has no fishy smell. Every piece of meat is juicy. Zhang and Li Dashan had been standing by, completely speechless. The phrase stunned into silence perfectly described their state. Their mouths were wide open, and their noses kept sniffing non-stop, looking like Lu Lao's first visit to the Grand View Garden. With their knowledge and status, they never imagined that dishes could be prepared in so many flavors and presentations. It was almost like they had turned the dishes into works of art. In their minds, even the more popular restaurants in the area couldn't match the variety and richness of Zhao Laoda's dishes. In terms of color and aroma, they were far inferior to Zhao Laoda's. They were deeply curious about where Zhao Laoda had learned such skills. They were both admiring and envious. At the same time they were afraid. It's no wonder the two were afraid. You see, the two of them dared not even look at him at first, only lowering their heads to hand over the dishes, their expressions filled with fear. They were afraid that Zhao Xuanqi would scold them for stealing his techniques. Stealing techniques is a crime punishable by having your eyes gouged out. Who wouldn't keep their recipes and techniques locked away tightly, hidden away carefully? Especially when it comes to such a prestigious culinary style, it's almost like the chef's family's lifeblood. Top-tier recipe is all about reputation and prestige. But Zhao Laoda was completely different. He didn't care about keeping secrets at all. If you wanted to look, just look. He even instructed the two of them to look as much as they wanted, to try to learn something, and even casually mention a few details about cooking, like how to remove the fishy smell, how to make the dish more tender, and how to combine techniques like stewing, stir-frying, braising, and boiling. He was willing to share everything he knew. This left the two of them both amazed and deeply moved. When the dishes were finally ready, they were placed on the table. Zhao Xuanqi had just sat down to rest and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Zhang and Li Dashan rushed over, knelt down with a thud, and said, "Thank you, Zhao Laoda, for your guidance. We will never reveal this information. You are like our half-master." Seeing them like that, he was almost moved to tears. Whether they had learned the cooking style or not was one thing, but what truly mattered was Zhao Xuanqi's attitude toward them, and the details he had shared about cooking. He had treated them as equals, not as outsiders, and this was worthy of their kneeling. This was the prevailing respect for teachers in that era. If someone casually gives you a piece of advice, that's like having a half-master. Moreover, among those with true skills, who wouldn't he look down on menial disciples? Only Zhao Laoda would trust them so much, believing they wouldn't betray him, and even go out of his way to guide and help them. They truly felt like they were being treated as human beings. They felt like they were people. Zhao Xuanqi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the two of them to react this way. Their attitude was simply too intense. He hurriedly helped them both to their feet, wiping away their tears with a mix of laughter and tears. He then briefly pointed out some details about cooking. Of course, he also reminded them that while they could cook at home to make it taste better, they must never reveal their skills to others, as that could easily cause major trouble. Zhang and Li Dashan were well aware of their own limitations, and knew when to act appropriately. They wouldn't do anything so foolish. Having an extra skill never hurts. Learning more is always a good thing. Even if it's not useful now, who knows when it might come in handy. Afternoon. Emir Wu held a freshly bought pastry in his hand, standing slowly at the courtyard gate, thinking about sharing it with everyone on his birthday and celebrating it simply. At his age, a simple celebration would suffice. He composed his expression, forcing a smile, then pushed open the door. With a creak, the gate opened. The courtyard was quiet and empty. Not a single soul was in sight, giving the place a desolate and abandoned feel. He furrowed his brows. Where did everyone go? Those brats must still be holding a grudge against that Huang Fuqi, so angry they forgot what today is. Where did they go to play? Wu Lao's carefully prepared smile faded, and he returned to his usual solemn and stubborn expression. He shook his head with a bitter smile. In previous years, they would all come to celebrate my birthday. This year, not a single one showed up. I should have known better than to give them the day off. Giving them a day off made them all go out to play. I wonder if they'll even come back today. He took a deep breath, closed the courtyard gate with a flick of his wrist, and slowly made his way back into the house. Being alone is good. Quiet and alone. Eating a pastry alone. Those ungrateful brats don't deserve to eat sweet pastries. I won't leave them a single piece. The old man sighed deeply, feeling lonely as he approached the house door. His expression was sad and melancholy as he reached out to push the door open. Emitter Wu, happy birthday. Li Dashan jumped out, having learned some trick from somewhere, holding a crown made of folded grass leaves, which he placed directly on Mr. Wu's head. He hurriedly pushed Mr. Wu into the house and seated him at the main seat. Zhang He, tall and sturdy, emerged from the side, carrying a small bowl of longevity noodles. Mr. Wu, happy birthday. May your blessings be as vast as the sea, and your longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. He added, this is longevity noodles. You must eat it all in one go, don't break it. Alright. Old Wu finished the longevity noodles in a daze, looked around, and asked, where's little Zhao? Zhao Lauda? Zhao Lauda went home. It's just the two of us who prepared your birthday celebration. Don't be upset. Zhang He said with a strange expression. That kid must have gone home to accompany his uncle. He's a man who values family, so it's understandable. Emitter Wu said, trying to force a smile, but a hint of sadness was still visible. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders, gently massaging them, then covering his eyes. A hoarse voice came from behind him, guess who it is? Wu Lao was startled, his heart racing with joy, but he kept his expression tight, muttering under his breath, you're such a grown man, yet you act like a child, teasing an old man. Is that fun? By this point, he might not have noticed that his own voice had grown hoarse. His voice grew softer, and he muttered hoarsely, childish, foolish. Yao Xuanqi let go of his hands, stood before the old man, and performed an exaggerated bow, combining humor with solemnity. When he raised his head, he shouted loudly, Father. May you live forever. Father, you don't really think we forgot your birthday, do you? You don't really think I came back, do you? No way, no way. Yao Xuanqi playfully jumped around in front of the old man, his expression exaggerated and begging to be slapped. Wu Lao was so annoyed he kept slapping the table, feeling both angry and amused, wanting to scold but unable to find the words. Gritting his teeth, he scolded, you're acting like a child, with no respect for your elders. What do you mean, live forever? Your words are so crude. I feel like I've been rejuvenated by decades. Yes, at my age, you're making me feel like a grandson. Ha! Laughter filled the room. Yao Xuanqi, Zhang He, and Li Dashan burst into laughter, surrounding Wu Lao and laughing so loudly that their voices nearly shook the house. The old man, surrounded by them, felt warm and content. As he cursed, he couldn't help but join in the laughter, forgetting all about his dignity. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth from years of smoking, and laughed so brightly that he looked like a blooming flower. Chapter Sup, Appreciation, the best in the world. Enough, enough. It's time to eat. Right, if we don't eat now, it'll get cold and taste bad. Let us begin. Yao Xuanqi extended his left hand to lift the dust cloth covering the table, then removed the dark green bamboo lid beneath it. Several dishes emerged as if they had been sealed under an icy cap, blooming like flowers thawed by melting snow. Their aroma rushed into the nostrils, filling the entire mind. The dishes were perfectly presented, their vibrant colors and intricate shapes immediately catching the eye and stimulating the taste buds. Wu Lao felt a sudden burst of light before his eyes, as if he had stepped into a top-tier restaurant. Even the small, dilapidated house he was in seemed brighter. He exclaimed in surprise, which renowned chef was invited to prepare these dishes. In his eyes, only the renowned chefs from Tsangzhou City could possess such skill and technique. After all, the dishes before him were completely unfamiliar to him. Even before taking a single bite, the aroma and appearance alone were enough to indicate that they were of the highest quality. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The table was laden with an array of dishes: chicken, duck, lamb, all of which must have been extremely expensive. The three disciples in the house were merely servants. Buying such dishes must have cost a fortune, and they might have to scrimp and save for months. Moreover, having a top-notch chef come to cook was extremely expensive. If the ingredients were already so expensive, and they had to hire a top-notch chef to cook them. He couldn't even imagine how much silver this birthday feast would cost. How could the old man not feel heartbroken? He was worried that the disciples were spending too much money. He is not the kind of person who would take advantage of his disciples. Zhang He noticed the old man's concern and smiled, saying, "Mr. Wu, all the dishes on the table were purchased by Zhao Laoda. We didn't hire any chefs, everything was cooked by Zhao Laoda himself." Wu Lao looked at Zhao Xuanqi in surprise. His eyes betrayed his astonishment. All these dishes were actually made by young Zhao? Such excellent cooking skills? He hadn't even imagined such a scenario, and for a moment, his expression betrayed his shock. After regaining his composure, Mr. Wu did not ask any further questions about the cooking. He knew that everyone had their own secrets, and there were some things that simply shouldn't be asked about. Today was his birthday, and he didn't want to spoil the mood, or cause any unnecessary trouble. Besides, even if Mr. Wu felt the dishes were too expensive, thought Zhao Xuanqi had been too generous, and believed such extravagance shouldn't be repeated in the future, he didn't voice his thoughts. After all, it was his birthday. The important thing was to enjoy the meal, and not dwell on other matters, so that everyone could be happy. Dwelling on this or that only makes everyone unhappy, and leaves everyone feeling awkward. When the younger generation does something for you, the elders should learn to appreciate it and enjoy it. If you think it's too expensive or have any opinions, you can always mention it later. Mr. Wu smiled immediately. Excellent cooking. I've really opened my eyes today. I get to taste the chef's delicious dishes. I never thought I'd have such good fortune. Don't just stand there. Everyone, please sit down. After the three of them took their seats, everyone eagerly awaited Mr. Wu's appraisal. Zhao Xuanqi said, "Father, you're the guest of honor today. Don't just talk, try these dishes first, and give your opinion to bless the meal." Zhang He and Li Dashan also joined in the urging. To bless the feast. This was a local custom for celebrating birthdays. On an elderly person's birthday banquet, the guest of honor holds the highest status. On their birthday, they are blessed with good fortune, and it is customary for the guest of honor to be the first to eat, tasting each dish before anyone else. This is called blessing the feast. The dishes blessed by the birthday celebrant are believed to absorb the elderly celebrant's good fortune and luck. Those who eat them afterward are said to gain greater blessings and longevity, making it a ritual with a very positive symbolic meaning. Mr. Wu didn't hesitate. He immediately picked up his chopsticks and tasted the first dish placed before him. Is this duck meat? He curiously picked up a piece of duck meat, noticing the layer of dark red blood sauce coating it, and placed it directly into his mouth, savoring it slowly. First came the smooth, creamy taste of the duck blood, with a gritty texture, reminiscent of the honey syrup coating the outer layer of a sugar-coated hawthorn berry. But unlike the sweetness of honey, this blood plasma had a wild, raw flavor blending heat, spiciness, duck blood, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Especially as the blood plasma melts instantly upon entry, seeming to dissolve into the entire palate, like a summer thunderclap exploding in the mouth, with all flavors bursting forth. Next comes the texture of the duck meat beneath the blood plasma. It is tender yet slightly chewy, thanks to the blood plasma coating the exterior, which enhances the internal duck meat with an extra layer of freshness, spiciness, and richness, completely igniting the taste buds and leaving one unable to resist. With each bite of duck meat, Wu Lao savored every moment, closing his eyes in bliss, reluctant to even open his mouth to speak, fearing that the flavors in his mouth would fade away. Zhao Xuanqi sat beside him, feeling a bit anxious. He didn't know if Mr. Wu would like this dish. Blood duck, in his hometown from his previous life, had always been the favorite dish of the elderly. Even after it spread beyond his hometown, it was loved by many regions and people across the entire country. Every time Zhao Xuanqi returned to his hometown, whenever duck meat was cooked, the elderly in his family would insist on having the duck meat made into duck blood. Other dishes like stir-frying, braising in oil, or spicy braising were all rejected by the elders, who not only refused to eat them, but also scolded him for not knowing how to appreciate the ingredients. However, no matter how popular it was in his previous life, that was in the past. Now he was in a different world, in the new land of the great Zhou dynasty, and he couldn't guarantee that people in this era would like blood duck. Especially when Zhao Xuanqi saw the elderly man closing his eyes and remaining silent, he feared it was because the taste was off. How does it taste? Zhao Xuanqi asked cautiously. Wu Lao snapped out of his reverie, opened his eyes, and slapped the table, exclaiming, "Good. Delicious." This reaction startled all three people present. None of them had expected Wu Lao to praise it so highly. He continued to praise it endlessly. "I never thought duck meat could be prepared this way. It's truly a stroke of genius. I wonder which region this dish originates from. It's absolutely delicious." Zhao Xuanqi sighed in relief. That's true. In this era, most people just cook until it's done. They don't bother with flavor. Most of the duck meat Mr. Wu ate was probably boiled duck. Roast duck is rare, and most dishes are just boiled or braised. They're not that tasty. This dish will naturally be well received. As long as it's delicious, he finally put his mind at ease. Since this dish was satisfactory, the next few dishes would likely be to his liking as well. Sure enough, Mr. Wu continued to taste the other dishes: white-cut chicken, lamb ribs with radish, sour cabbage fish, and the Empress Dowager's farewell. Every dish was praised highly. Especially the by Wang Biji, which received the highest praise from Mr. Wu, who declared it the best-tasting dish he had ever eaten in his life. The soft-shelled turtle meat was tender and fresh, exploding in the mouth the moment it touched the tongue, turning into a burst of meat juice that slid down the throat in an instant. By the time one realized it, the meat was already in the stomach, and the flavor had already entered the mind. The chicken meat has a slight chewiness, requiring you to chew it a few times before swallowing. Each chew brings a burst of chicken juice, becoming more flavorful with each bite, making you reluctant to swallow. When you finally decide to swallow, your throat feels like it's been welded shut, making you instinctively resist swallowing until the meat is chewed into a paste, at which point it slides down perfectly, like drinking soup. But the real masterpiece isn't the meat, it's the soup. The golden broth resembles liquid gold, exuding an air of luxury and opulence. It is precisely this golden broth that is the essence, thickly coating the meat to ensure that the broth is in the meat, and the meat is in the broth. The soft-shelled turtle meat is enveloped in thick chicken broth, while the chicken meat is infused with the flavor of the turtle broth, creating a perfect fusion that sparks a new culinary experience. Taking a bite of the dish is like having a chicken and a soft-shelled turtle fighting in your mouth, intense and exhilarating. Even after the entire piece of meat is gone, the stimulating sensation lingers on the tongue, refusing to fade, leaving an endless aftertaste. Mr. Wu praised it highly, both for its taste and out of pride for his adopted son, exclaiming, "There's nothing better in the world." Chapter 51, The Lộc Lệnh Th Birthday Celebration, Family Portrait. Everyone in the house ate to their heart's content during this meal. Mr. Wu, being the eldest, had a smaller appetite, but he managed to eat several bowls of rice. Take Zhang He, for example. With so many dishes on the table, he ate plenty of meat, refusing to spit out even a single bone. His teeth were as strong as iron, and he swallowed the bones whole. Li Dashan was relatively slimmer, but this young man was all skin and bones. He looked thin, but ate the most. He dipped his rice in the soup and scraped the pot clean. Compared to the three of them, Zhao Xuanqi was the most refined. He cared more about the sense of accomplishment than the taste. Cooks all experience this sense of accomplishment. When you spend hours preparing a meal, and everyone praises it endlessly, eating as if they were starving, the pride, sense of accomplishment, and satisfaction a chef feels can be utterly euphoric, like achieving enlightenment, making one's mindset feel much more open and at peace. Watching Wu Lao, Zhang He, and Li Dashan devour the food, he felt as though they were all part of a small family. Within the courtyard, there might be hierarchical constraints in daily work, but once they were in private, there were no barriers. There might be arguments or disputes in everyday life, but when faced with external troubles, everyone would band together, stand up for the wronged, and work together to overcome the challenges. He knew he had already integrated into this small group. Humans are social creatures who instinctively gather together for warmth. In this chaotic and cruel world, this small group brought him a slight sense of peace. After the meal, it was time for the gift-giving ceremony. This is also known as the gift-giving ceremony, where everyone present presents their gifts one by one for others to admire and evaluate. Each gift represents a blessing, and the act of displaying the gifts is akin to sharing blessings, making it one of the most important parts of the birthday celebration. Manhwaresumen was 60 years old this year, and a Lok Leng Th birthday celebration was the only occasion for such a grand gathering. Ordinary birthdays were not celebrated with such solemnity. Li Dashan's gift was a new tobacco pipe, well designed and clearly custom made at a high cost, perfectly tailored to Mr. Wu's tastes. Manhwaresumen accepted it with a smile. His old pipe had been in use for over a decade. It was already quite worn out. He had been reluctant to replace it out of nostalgia. This gift came at the perfect time to make the decision for him, allowing him to upgrade to a new one. Li Dashan had put a lot of thought into the pipe as a gift. Manhwaresumen couldn't put it down, immediately pulling out some tobacco and putting it in, taking a few deep puffs with a satisfied expression. "It's my turn." Zhang nervously pulled out a painting. When he unfolded it, the painting depicted 4 people. They were Wu Lao, Zhao Xuanqi, Zhang He, and Li Dashan, with their names written next to them. In the painting, Manhwaresumen was sitting on the doorstep smoking, Zhang He was washing clothes by the pool, Zhao Xuanqi was sewing clothes while cuddling under a tree, and Li Dashan was pushing a cart loaded with leftover food. The painting wasn't particularly well done. In fact, there are some flaws in the details. However, it's not too bad. At least the people can be recognized in the painting. The figures are quite lifelike, both in appearance and in their spirit. Zhao Xuanqi took a look and was surprised. "Who did you ask to paint this? How did they make it look so much like him?" Zhang He blushed and lowered his head, clearly feeling a bit inferior and unable to speak. "I painted it myself. Everyone knows that my mother is seriously ill and bedridden. My father passed away when I was young, and it was my mother who raised me alone. Because the work she did when I was young was so hard and exhausting, by the time I grew up, she fell ill. The money I earn goes mostly toward medicine, and I haven't saved much over the years. I can't afford to buy good gifts or anything else. My mother learned to paint when she was young, and I've always liked drawing. I often practiced drawing in the sand, so I thought, why not draw a picture for Mr. Wu? I decided to draw everyone in it, so that even if we all part ways for any reason in the future, we'll have something to remember each other by. My skills aren't very good, so it might not be very well done." Zhang He was afraid Mr. Wu wouldn't like the gift and felt it was too modest, lowering his head and daring not to look up. Zhao Xuanqi knew Zhang He's situation. Zhang He's mother was seriously ill, and he was a devoted son who had never considered abandoning her. He was deeply emotional. Moreover, Zhang He had a deep attachment to this small courtyard. Years ago, when he was at his wits' end, he sought refuge at the Black Tiger Gate, where Mr. Wu took him in. Seeing his plight of caring for his sick mother, Mr. Wu began giving him a monthly allowance, which he continued to provide every month. It was precisely because of this allowance that he could buy medicine to save his mother's life, a help that was immense. Therefore, Zhang He holds Wu Lao in the highest regard, and due to the lack of a father figure in his childhood, he regards Wu Lao as his own father, feeling deeply grateful. It can be said that among everyone present, Zhang He felt the strongest sense of belonging to the courtyard. He regarded Wu Lao as an elder, Li Dashan as a brother, and Zhao Xuanqi as an older brother. He was also the first to acknowledge Zhao Xuanqi, and the first to call him Zhao Laoda. When Wu Lao was being bullied, Zhang He remained silent on the surface. But deep down, he was the most anxious. And he was the first to inquire about the enemy's situation. And on several occasions, he had secretly wanted to act impulsively to seek revenge, but was talked down by the others. Had it not been for the need to care for his ailing mother at home, it would have been uncertain whether they could have stopped him, and who knows what disaster might have ensued. No wonder Zhang He chose to paint a picture and give it to Mr. Wu. This meant a great deal to him. Perhaps, in his eyes, the painting carried great weight, almost like a family portrait. Zhao Xuanqi understood and fell silent, his gaze toward Zhang He growing more complex yet also more affectionate. Wu Lao clearly noticed this as well. He stood up with a smile, walked over to Zhang He, patted the boy on the shoulder, and took the painting with an exaggerated expression of admiration. "You're such a kid. When you give a gift, just give it. Why be so shy? You're a man, not a little girl. Let me take a look. You drew it very well. I like it a lot. It's just that you drew me too young. I'm not that young. It'll make a great decoration. I'll definitely hang it in the middle of the house, so I can see it every day. I really love it." "Really?" Zhang He suddenly looked up. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Hearing that Mr. Wu didn't dislike it, and was full of praise, he instantly snapped out of his self-consciousness and shame, looking more vibrant. As for painting Mr. Wu too young, he had never thought so. In his eyes, the day Mr. Wu chose him as an errand boy was like a savior descending from heaven. The figure and face of Mr. Wu from that day were deeply etched in his mind, and he had drawn him exactly as he remembered. He had never thought Mr. Wu had aged. Time may have passed, but the image of Mr. Wu in his mind had never changed. Yao Xuanqi walked over to the side, pointed at himself in the painting, twisted his mouth, and said with feigned dissatisfaction, "The painting is indeed a bit off. You made me too tall and handsome. I'm not that good looking." Li Dashan commented from behind, "Hey, you drew them both so well, why did you draw me so ugly? Although I know I'm ugly, you drew me realistically, but you could at least have made me look a little better. Now I'm just the greenery highlighting you too." The group stood behind the painting, their words not very kind, but they looked at it intently, critiquing it with great expertise, showing no signs of disdain. Zhang He's face lit up with a smile. He opened his mouth to argue that he had drawn it well, and that it should be exactly like that, sounding confident. However, when no one was looking, he secretly wiped his eyes and silently vowed that once he cured his mother's illness, he would earn a fortune and buy the best gift for Mr. Wu. He knew his painting was worthless, shabby, and trashy. If he tried to sell it, people would mock him mercilessly. Now, the reason everyone was satisfied was because they treated him like a human being and cherished the feelings shared in the small courtyard. The paintings themselves were worthless, no different from trash. What mattered was the affection everyone had for him, which was what made the paintings precious and beautiful. This is everyone's recognition of him as a person, and of this sentiment. The sentiment is imbued in the painting, which is why everyone finds it beautiful. However, Zhang He knows deep down that the painting is terrible, poorly executed, and of low quality. The external appreciation cannot change the fact that it is trash at its core. He knows that what he gave was nothing more than trash, as a birthday gift. The praise from others does not bring him peace of mind. Instead, he feels inferior, ashamed, and uneasy. If I ever make it big one day, I will definitely give Mr. Wu the best gift. And I'll give the best gift to everyone. Zhang He's face was glowing with a bright smile, but he secretly etched this moment into his memory, committing the faces of everyone present to heart. Even small people are human. At that moment, this small person planted the seed of a dream to become a strong individual. Chapter 52, Ginseng, Ambition. Alright, you've both given your gifts. Now it's my turn to present mine, though it's rather mundane. Yao Xuanqi took out the prepared box from the cabinet. Opening the box, a wild ginseng root the size of a palm emerged, with thick roots and wrinkled skin, exuding a vibrant energy as if freshly dug from the earth. Anyone could tell it was a top-quality variety, and it wasn't too young either. Last time, he had bought a small ginseng root at the black market for 5 taels of silver, which he felt was too small for a gift. After killing the demoness, he had some extra money, so Zhao Xuanqi decided to eat the small ginseng root, and bought a larger one from the herbal shop using silver when he went shopping for vegetables. Otherwise, the small ginseng he had obtained with 5 taels of silver would never have looked so impressive. The ginseng in the box now was older, plump, and full-bodied, but it had cost over 20 taels of silver, plus an additional 5 taels in taxes. The pharmacies in Songzhou City are safer, but the market taxes are too expensive. Wow, what a fine thing. Wu Lao held the box, his eyes fixed on the ginseng inside, and he sucked in a sharp breath. You youngster, this is too expensive. You're already busy with the birthday celebrations, and now you're giving such an expensive gift. You wouldn't have emptied your uncle's savings, would you? Old Wu couldn't sit still, suspecting that Zhao Xuanqi had borrowed a lot of money from his second uncle, otherwise he couldn't have come up with so much money. Zhao Xuanqi just smiled and remained silent, implicitly acknowledging the implication. After all, he couldn't very well tell everyone he'd killed someone to steal the treasure, could he? Zhang He stared at the precious ginseng, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, wondering what he was thinking. Li Dashan, however, raised his thumb in praise. Wow, such a fine ginseng root. Zhao Laoda, you're really pulling out all the stops. I think the gift you brought is the most valuable. This time, the blessings of longevity and prosperity are all yours. Longevity and blessings. The person who gives the best gift is called the longevity blessing. According to custom, they would receive the greatest blessing of the birthday celebration, second only to the birthday celebrant. Blessings are something mysterious and intangible, but in this era, they are considered quite important. Yao Xuanqi shook his head and said, "My gift is the most mundane. This ginseng can be bought with money. How can it compare to the thought you put into your gifts? I don't deserve the title of longevity blessing." Yao Xuanqi was not being humble, he truly believed this in his heart. After all, ginseng is something that can be bought with money and given as a gift. Even if it's expensive, it lacks the heartfelt effort. A gift that can be bought with money simply lacks that heartfelt touch. Li Dashan's custom-made pipe was clearly commissioned months in advance, with the craftsman selected and the materials personally chosen and prepared and tailored specifically to Mr. Wu's hobbies. The level of thought and effort put into it speaks for itself. It cost a lot of money, but the effort put into it was even greater. As for Zhang He, though his family was poor and he couldn't afford much, he still put in a great deal of effort to paint a picture, capturing the facial features and spirit of everyone present. Though it seemed the cheapest gift, it was actually the most heartfelt, requiring both time and effort. Compared to its value, Zhao Xuanqi believed that a sincere heart was the most precious gift. He admitted that when selecting a gift for Mr. Wu's birthday, due to his martial arts training, he hadn't put much thought into it. That's why Zhao Xuanqi was hesitating now. In the end, under Mr. Wu's decision, all three were bestowed the title of longevity and blessings. The elderly gentleman was quite satisfied with all three gifts, and was willing to share his own blessings with these three young men. The scene was filled with joy and harmony. Mr. Wu, in a cheerful mood, turned around and went back into the house to take out money to give everyone red envelopes. "I don't want it," Zhao Xuanqi refused outright. Zhang He shook his head vigorously and stepped back. Li Dashan, who usually gambled and valued money, also refused to accept it at this moment. It was the old man's birthday, how could one accept his gifts? That would be shortening the old man's life. We can't just do whatever we want. People must know their limits, at least they should know when to take and when not to take. Wu Lao had no choice but to give up, and the birthday celebration ended smoothly. The elderly enjoy lively gatherings. If we could have such festivities every year, it would be wonderful, happy and bustling, Mr. Wu sighed. It will definitely be that lively every year from now on. The three of them said in unison. Every year, it will definitely be that lively. All good things must come to an end. The birthday celebration eventually came to an end. When Li Dashan was busy arranging things with Zhang He, Wu Lao secretly approached Zhao Xuanqi. Wu Lao said, "I've discussed it with my old friend today, and he's agreed for you to go tomorrow. You must prepare everything today, and head to the Northwest Hall tomorrow morning." "What exactly do I need to prepare?" Zhao Xuanqi asked. Wu Lao thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, you don't need to bring anything. Just bring some clean clothes. The most important thing is that you go there." Then, Wu Lao went on to describe the situation of that friend in detail. This friend is an outer sect attendant who has practiced martial arts. What he does specifically at the Black Tiger is unknown. His name is Lu Zhizi, around 6 years old. Just go to the Northwest Hall and mention his name, and you'll find the attendant. Wu Lao sighed, the world is chaotic. Having money isn't worth much, it's easy to get robbed. Having real skills is what matters. If you have the chance to learn a few tricks, you'll be able to protect yourself. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I really don't want to send you there. I'm afraid something might happen to you there. The old man admonished him repeatedly. The people of the Black Tiger sect are not easy to deal with. When you go there to work, don't be young and headstrong. Learn to bow your head and learn to endure. As a menial disciple, you have no freedom, no status, and no human rights. In the Black Tiger Gate, you are the lowest of the low, basically treated like an animal. Anyone can come and kick you, and even if you're beaten to death, all it takes is a little money to atone for it. Ordinary disciples are different. They are fully part of the sect, its property. At least they have some basic human rights, and are considered human beings. If something happens, the sect will investigate and enforce the rules. Plus, they can train in martial arts and cultivate the sect's martial arts, giving them some skills and power. Since you've chosen to go there, you must do your utmost to pass the trials and become an ordinary disciple. It's impossible for chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs to truly become human beings, but for menial disciples to become ordinary disciples is like going from being livestock to becoming human. You must seize this opportunity and become a true human being. I understand. Zhao Xuanqi nodded. Wu Lao had said so much. He still didn't feel at ease about Zhao Xuanqi. He pulled out a pouch from his robe. You spent so much money celebrating my birthday. You must not have much left on you. This pouch contains some of my savings. You'll likely need to spend money to arrange things over there, so take this with you. Use it to eat and dress a little better. At the birthday banquet, Emperor Wu hadn't explicitly said, it's too expensive, because he didn't want to spoil the mood, but he had it all in mind. He estimated how much it cost to host this birthday banquet. Now that the birthday celebration was over, he planned to give this young man the money in this way, even adding a substantial amount, to make it easier for him to handle matters there. I don't want it. Zhao Xuanqi chose to refuse. He truly didn't have much money left, yet he remained resolute in his refusal. Did Zhao Xuanqi spend a lot of money? Wu Lao had also spent a considerable amount of money in recent days. When Zhao Xuanqi was recovering from his injuries, Wu Lao spent some money on medicine. When Zhao Xuanqi was training in martial arts, Wu Lao also spent a considerable amount of money to improve his diet. Additionally, after Wu Lao was beaten and fell ill recently, he narrowly escaped death, and it took a great deal of money to purchase quality medicine to restore his health. Moreover, resolving the matter with that inner door disciple Huang Fuqi also cost a considerable amount of money. Over the years, Emperor Wu may indeed have accumulated quite a fortune. But given his status and position, how much could he have really saved? Most of it has likely already been spent. The money he's now putting forward is likely his life savings. Zhao Xuanqi refuses to take such money. A Buddha lives on a single stick of incense. A person fights for a breath of life. Zhao Xuanqi is a man of principle. This time, he is going to fight for his life on his own. He'll work hard himself. Why rely on others' help? What kind of person relies on others to get through tough times? If someone helps this time, what about next time? The time after that? In life, one must rely on oneself. The old man has already helped him so much he cannot accept any more of his kindness. With the transformation pearl to aid him, he will not settle for being a lowly person. Even without this opportunity, he will find a way to become stronger and go further. Zhao Xuanqi gripped Wu Lao's hand firmly and said, "There's a saying in my hometown, a true man, with a 3-foot-long rope, can bind a dragon. I don't have the ability or the grandeur to achieve such a great feat, but we're all human. If others have ambition, I can't lose mine either. If you insist on giving me money, then I won't go. I don't believe that with my 7-foot frame, I can't become an ordinary disciple." Old Wu was stunned. For the first time, he felt a sense of strangeness toward the young man before him. He saw ambition. An ordinary disciple? No. Not just that. He saw more in the young man's eyes, ambition far greater than that of an ordinary disciple. It was the first time he had seen Zhao Xuanqi reveal such ambition. He couldn't put it into words. If he had to describe it, it would be something like a 3-foot-long rope, meant to bind a celestial dragon. This wasn't the kind of ambition born from empty boasts, but rather the kind that comes from having the confidence to pursue something so deeply that even one's own ambitions go unnoticed. I underestimated him. It was hidden too deeply. Wu Lao withdrew his money bag and fell into deep thought. He realized that this adopted son seemed to have an extraordinary secret. Chapter Nsapsam. Heading to the Northwest Hall, a gift for the meeting. The next day, at dawn, the sky was still dim. The others had not yet risen. Within the Jingtan courtyard, Zhao Xuanqi had risen early to practice martial arts. He knew that diligent practice was the key to progress. By this time, he had already completed 5 rounds of practice for the 2 swords and arrows technique that had once stunned the world. He was drenched in sweat. His body felt sticky. He went to the well, lowered the bucket, filled it with cold water, and poured it over himself from head to toe, washing away the sweat and the unpleasant odor. With the diligent practice of these past days, combined with the assistance of the transformation elixir, I feel I've already touched the threshold of the next level of this martial art. I estimate I'll break through to the next level in a few more days. My cultivation speed should still be pretty fast, right? Yao Xuanqi speculated that his cultivation speed was definitely faster than that of the outer disciples of the Black Tiger sect. Perhaps he might even be catching up to the cultivation speed of the inner disciples. Those inner door disciples undergo rigorous training every day and have dedicated mentors to guide them. And they have plenty of silver to buy medicinal baths and elixirs. And their cultivation talent is top-notch. And their cultivation speed is absolutely terrifying. Yao Xuanqi dared not guarantee that his cultivation speed could keep up with these abnormal individuals, but he believed he wasn't too shabby either. Even if he was inferior, he wouldn't be that far behind. To be honest, this isn't because Yao Xuanqi's talent is particularly outstanding. Even if one's talent is extraordinary, if one misses the opportunity to lay a solid foundation through martial arts training from a young age, how far can one really go? Not being a complete failure is already a good outcome. His confidence lies in the transformation elixir. The transformation elixir not only enhances Nseng insight, but also has another effect. Once the proficiency of the martial arts technique reaches the required level, one's cultivation will inevitably break through. Cultivation level is cultivation level, and cultivation realm is cultivation realm. These are two completely different concepts. Many people have broken through to higher levels of skill mastery, but their cultivation level may not necessarily improve. Only a small number of individuals with deep foundational cultivation can directly advance their cultivation realm once their proficiency reaches the required level. However, most people, even after breaking through the mastery level of their cultivation techniques, still need to spend time taking elixirs to enhance their qi and blood, thereby gradually improving their cultivation realm. It all depends on individual talent and accumulation. Enough, you can break through. Not enough, forget it. This clearly demonstrates the immense value of the metamorphosis elixir's effect. Once the cultivation technique reaches the required level, the cultivation realm will inevitably advance and break through. Moreover, after breaking through with the transformation elixir, one can instantly obtain physical attributes and vital energy commensurate with their cultivation realm. The more one understands, the more one realizes how extraordinary the transformation elixir truly is. After taking a shower, Yao Xuanqi returned to his room, changed into clean and tidy clothes, packed the items he needed into a bag, and did not bring any other conspicuous items. For example, a knife. Or the Yanruyu martial arts technique obtained after killing the demonic martial artist, among other precious items, were all hidden with Wu Lao. That place wasn't the pure hall courtyard. Bringing such items there could easily cause trouble. If discovered by others, it could lead to a life-threatening disaster. Therefore, his luggage contained only spare clothes and some remaining silver, nothing else. He kept it simple and clean. After finishing these preparations, he set off for the Northwest Hall. However, before leaving, Yao Xuanqi's eyes flickered for a moment, and he ultimately decided to first go to the pharmacy next to the Black Tiger Gate. There, he used the remaining 30 taels of silver to purchase a bottle of calming pills. He hurried back to the house. Calm mind pills. The scent of mint. Calm the mind and soothe the spirit, quiet the qi and focus the mind, eliminate distracting thoughts. Martial artists typically take this before practicing their techniques to enhance the efficiency of their training and insights. It is one of the most common low-grade elixirs. Authentic from the pharmacy, 10 taels of silver per pill. Currently, Yao Xuanqi had only 3 pills left in the bottle, equivalent to some subtaels of silver. These some subtaels of silver were almost all the money he had left. There was no choice. The expenses over the past few days had been too high. The silver from killing the demonic cultivator and skinning him, plus several months' worth of regular payments, it simply wasn't enough. It could be said that this bottle of pills had depleted his last savings. After much hesitation, deliberation, and self-examination, he decided to bring the bottle with him, intending to use the 3 pills inside as a gift for the Luzhiji steward. 3 pills, some subtaels of silver. A gift worth 30 taels of silver is definitely something worth presenting. Generally speaking, menial disciples don't need to bring any gifts when they go to work. Everyone knows that menial disciples are so poor they might starve to death at any moment. Who among them would have money to give as a gift? Precisely because others want to give gifts, Yao Xuanqi is even more determined to give one. And he had to make it expensive. This makes it all the more precious. Anyway, with Wu Lao's connections to take the blame, a menial disciple giving a valuable gift wouldn't arouse suspicion. Yao Xuanqi packed the bottle of pills into his bag, glanced around, then took off his clean, neat clothes, and deliberately went to the courtyard to find a set of ragged clothes to wear. The clothes were torn and patched, and they were washed so white they were almost transparent, but at least they were clean. Anyone who saw him would immediately know that the person wearing such clothes must be living a hard life. He then replaced the clean clothes in his bag with the ragged ones, aiming for a poverty-stricken appearance. After making these thorough preparations, Zhao Xuanqi, dressed in his clean rags, carrying a simple bundle, and feeling nervous, set off for the northwest hall of the Black Tiger Gate. The northwest hall was bustling with Black Tiger Gate disciples, all of whom held higher ranks than Zhao Xuanqi. As a result, Zhao Xuanqi carefully remembered a principle: keep your head down and look away. He approached the front desk and asked for the attendant named Lu Zhizi. Soon, under the guidance of a low-ranking disciple, he passed through several courtyards and successfully located the courtyard of the Lu Zhizi attendant. Inside the house, a beautiful and dignified young woman approached the bed, gently nudging the man lying there, trying to wake him up. "Husband, please get up quickly. Don't sleep in. The 3 menial disciples you were looking for have already arrived." All right, stop nagging. I drank too much last night, I'm already awake." The man slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with irritation. But no matter how impatient he was, the work had to be done. Lu Zhizi rose to wash her face, put on a neat short tunic, and stepped out into the courtyard. She scanned the 3 people in the courtyard. 3 young men were already standing in the courtyard, standing in a neat line. The first one had a somewhat heroic appearance, clean and tidy, but his clothes were tattered, giving him a destitute and pitiful appearance. The second had fair skin and a delicate features, wearing clothes that were clearly much more expensive. From his attire and demeanor, it was evident that his family was much wealthier. The third person was shorter, with a dark complexion and a slight hunchback, keeping his head down and shoulders slumped, clearly an introverted individual. Lu Zhizi, whose sleep had been interrupted, was in a bad mood and impatient to finish. He asked in a harsh tone, "Each of you introduce yourselves so I can get to know you." As soon as she finished speaking, the first young man, who had a somewhat masculine appearance, stepped forward. "My name is Zhao Xuanqi, from the Jingtian courtyard." After finishing his introduction, the young man, dressed in ragged clothes, placed his backpack on the ground, opened the bundle, revealing the equally old and shabby clothes inside. As Lu Zhizi looked on in confusion, the young man carefully unfolded the tattered clothes from the bundle, as if holding a precious treasure, and took out a small bottle. He bowed his head and approached cautiously. "Honorable official, according to the customs of my hometown, when meeting an elder for the first time, one should perform the rituals of a junior, present a gift as a token of respect, and express one's esteem. Wu Lao has always reminded me to be courteous in both words and deeds. I heard that the elder is highly skilled in martial arts, so I assume you probably don't need ordinary gifts. Therefore, I spent my savings to purchase a bottle of elixir as a token of my respect. Please don't refuse it. May your martial arts flourish and all your endeavors be successful." Having said this, the young man presented the bottle with both hands to Lu Zhizi. This young man was none other than Zhao Xuanqi. Giving gifts was the most mundane gesture, but there were always those who appreciated it. Common folk. People are just common, aren't they? Chapter Nsupse. A good impression, satisfaction. This passage, though seemingly simple and unremarkable, is actually the result of Zhao Xuanqi's careful consideration. As a minor figure, every word and action must be handled with caution. One should strive to be as tactful as possible, and strive to leave no room for criticism. Yet, master is a term of respect. For a lowly outer gate attendant, people usually address them by their surname followed by attendant. For example, Lu Zhizi is already a respectful title on its own. How could it possibly deserve the title sir? Sir is generally used to address elders, such as elder sir, which is more appropriate. The rules of the Black Tiger Gate are strict. If an outsider hears someone address a steward in such a manner, they might think the attendant is bold and disrespectful, daring to allow a subordinate to address them so informally, without considering whether it is appropriate, and they would face punishment. It's not appropriate to call him that outside, but this is Lu Zhiji's courtyard, and outsiders wouldn't know. In any case, call him whatever you want. Yao Xuanqi doesn't even mind calling him Heavenly King. Giving gifts must have a reason. You can't just walk up and hand someone a gift outright that's too direct and might offend them. Gifts need an excuse to be given, and they should be presented in a subtle manner. That's why Zhao Xuanqi mentioned the custom in his hometown of giving gifts upon first meeting, and also brought up Wu Lao's teachings on etiquette, which provided the perfect excuse for giving the gift. It's subtle and appropriate, giving the impression of respect for an elder rather than flattery or sycophancy, and the etiquette is proper. Sam mentioning Mr. Wu. Lu Zhiji, the steward, is at least an old friend of Wu Lao. And there is some connection between them. Mentioning his name is a way of acknowledging his connections, revealing their relationship, and building rapport. Say, finally, offering blessings again. Martial artists are most dedicated to the martial arts, so directly wishing them prosperity in their martial arts is the easiest way to win people's favor. Zhao Xuanqi managed to convey everything he needed to say in just a few short sentences. Honorific title reason for the gift clarify the relationship conclude with blessings. This sequence progresses logically. Using the simplest words, everything that needs to be done is done. Now it's up to Lu Zhi to decide if he likes this approach. Oh, then pills? Lu Zhi perked up. Especially since this young man speaks so eloquently. He loved hearing such flattering words. He had hit the nail on the head. Politeness never goes amiss, and who would ever refuse a gift? The initial impatience began to fade, and the look in his eyes toward Zhao Xuanqi grew slightly more approving. This young man not bad. He opened the pills and looked inside. And found 3 pills inside, all clear mind pills. From the quality, they were all top-notch, with no issues. This was worth some subtails of silver. For Lu Zhiji, some subtails of silver was nothing. He took these pills daily for his cultivation. But for the lowly disciple before him, this was a significant investment. Especially since Lu Zhizi noticed that this young man named Zhao Xuanqi was dressed in ragged clothes. And even the clothes in his bundle were no better. Mostly old and simple garments. It could be said that everything the young man possessed was worth less than this single bottle of elixir. For the young man, this was like giving away an absolute treasure. Such an attitude and such courtesy were even more satisfying. Regardless of what they truly felt inside, at least they had set an example through their actions. Alright, what is this talk of martial arts flourishing? I'm just a worthless martial artist with no future. I don't deserve such flattery. You're a decent young man, so I'll take the elixir. By the way, don't call me elder when we're out. Old Wu should have mentioned my name to you. Just call me Lu Elder. Don't go around saying the wrong thing. Lu Zhiji chuckled a few times, his gaze filled with approval. Zhao Xuanqi hurriedly agreed and returned to his original position. He sighed in relief he hadn't made a mistake, and the effect was even better than he had imagined. Giving a generous gift while dressed in rags yields better results. If you dress like a wealthy noble and give someone a subtail gift, they might think you're not being sincere or considerate enough. But if you dress in rags, looking destitute, yet still manage to buy a gift with some subtails of silver to give to others, people will instead treat you with respect and consideration. In the end, the former can easily produce some subtails of silver, which is a mere drop in the bucket, something they can part with effortlessly. The latter, however, is struggling to make ends meet, and may have saved up for years to come up with some subtails of silver. Their attitude and dedication are evident. The steward's mood clearly improved, which was good news. Beside him, the other 2 lowly disciples looked surprised. They hadn't expected that the first guy could cheer up the clearly displeased Lu steward with just a few words. As for gifts, the 2 of them hadn't prepared any gifts. If no one brought gifts, it wouldn't be a problem. But since the first person had given a gift, wouldn't it be rude for the others not to follow suit? The second person, a young man who clearly came from a well-off family, stepped forward and introduced himself as Lan Chun. Lan Chun hadn't prepared a gift either. After all, they were all lowly disciples, there was no need to compete so fiercely. Even if one wanted to give a gift, it shouldn't be done on the first meeting. Fortunately, he was wealthy. Money could solve many problems, including unexpected ones. Lanshan reached into his robe and pulled out a pouch containing over 20 taels of silver. These were originally his pocket money for his time here, but now, with no other option, he had to use them as a gift. Giving silver is rather vulgar and lowly, but at least it's a gift. Please accept this, Mzar Lu. After bowing, Lanshan lowered his head and respectfully handed over the silver. His heart ached slightly. If giving the gift had any effect now, it wouldn't matter how much he gave, he wouldn't feel the pain. But unfortunately, it had no effect at all. After all, with the first person's example set, anyone who followed would merely be playing the role of a supporting actor to the main star. Even if those who came later gave better gifts, they would only serve to highlight how considerate others were. As the saying goes, the first to try something new reaps the benefits. Alright, I'll take it. Lu Zhizhi accepted without hesitation, laughing heartily. This was an unexpected delight, why not take it? You must know. These menial disciples are so poor they're practically starving. And they're pretty stingy. With nothing of value on them. Lu Zhizhi never even considered accepting gifts from menial disciples, nor did he expect to receive any gifts. Now, seeing these unexpected gifts in hand, Lu Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh happily, feeling even more satisfied with Zhao Xuanqi. Everything was thanks to Zhao Xuanqi setting a good example. The last one, the hunchback, was particularly unlucky. He was already poor and had no money, so he couldn't afford to give a gift. He could only awkwardly bow and give a simple self-introduction. Sun Hao. After introducing himself, he awkwardly stepped back. He silently vowed to remember Zhao Xuanqi's name. Damn it. Being poor, although Lu Zhi had anticipated that he wouldn't bring a gift, he didn't say much on the surface. However, after receiving gifts from the first two people, the third person didn't bring a gift, which was likely to make him hold a grudge against him. This was an undeserved misfortune. This left Sun Hao feeling very annoyed. Zhao Xuanqi naturally knew that his actions would arouse jealousy, but so what? He watched the cheerful steward and knew he had caught the steward's eye, even leaving a favorable impression. It could be said that on the first day, at the first meeting, he had left the best possible impression on his superior. The impression made on the first day, the first meeting, is the most crucial moment. The impression left on others is referred to as a first impression. In the days to come, people will mostly associate you with this first impression, which is why the older generation always emphasizes the importance of making a good first impression. If you make a messy first impression, even if you do everything perfectly afterward, others will still associate you with the word messy. If the first impression is clean, even if you later act sloppy, others will assume you were affected by some setback or accident. As long as you return to being clean, others will still perceive you as clean. The first impression is deeply ingrained. If the first impression is bad, you will have to spend much more effort and energy to reverse it later. This is why Zhao Xuanqi went to such great lengths to give a generous gift on the first meeting, all to leave a good first impression. If you leave a good impression on your superiors, will the benefits that follow be few? Offending colleagues while pleasing your superiors. Compared to the drawbacks, the benefits are greater. This deal is well worth it. Alright, you've all introduced yourselves. I'll take you to the dormitory. Chapter Arrangements, a word of competition. After the self-introductions, Lu Zhizhi led the group to the dormitory. On the first day, there wasn't much to do. The main priority was to settle everyone in. Only after everyone was settled could they begin to tackle the important tasks and avoid any mistakes. Soon, under Lu Zhizi's guidance, the group arrived at a corner of the courtyard, where there was only a simple mud brick hut. The house looked dilapidated, with various odds and ends piled up around it, dirty and chaotic. It was clearly a run-down house and a shabby corner. Within the Black Tiger Gate, the living quarters for menial disciples were generally in such poor condition, which was quite normal. Zhao Xuanqi had previously lived comfortably in the Jingtan courtyard, but that was entirely due to Wu Lao's kindness. He had been staying in a small room within Wu Lao's own house, which is why it appeared much more decent. Now, this dilapidated hut was the proper treatment for menial disciples. Upon entering the house, the room was relatively spacious. The only drawback is its dilapidated state. The corner of the roof is leaking. And even the wall next to the front door has a hole in it, allowing cold winds to blow in at night. There are exactly 3 beds inside the house. The best located bed is the one in the middle. The bed is intact, the bed frame is clean, and there is a mat on top. It is not exposed to cold drafts or leaks. The next best bed is the one by the door. This bed has only a bed frame, which is quite dirty, and there's no mat on it. And due to the hole in the wall near the front door, on colder nights, it will likely be exposed to a lot of cold wind, and the sound of the wind whistling through the gap. Lastly, the bed in the farthest corner of the room, which has only an iron frame, no mat, and the bed frame is rotted at one corner. The roof has a hole, and rain drips beside it. While it doesn't rain directly, the area is overall damp and moldy. The smell is unpleasant, and items placed nearby are prone to mold and spoilage. Breathing in this air for too long can make one sick, and in this era, illness can be fatal. Lu Zhizi patted Zhao Xuanqi on the shoulder and pointed to the bed in the middle, saying, "You will sleep here in the middle from now on. The three of you will share this room. Get along well and don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible." Zhao Xuanqi pondered silently. The middle bed was the best bed, symbolizing the highest status. Being assigned to sleep on this bed was equivalent to being granted the best status, confirming his first-place position among the three. Secondly, if any trouble arose, he would be held responsible. Doesn't this mean he's being made the dormitory leader? More accurately, it was to make him the little leader among the three, effectively establishing his position within the leadership hierarchy. Only those in leadership positions are held accountable for group mistakes. Indeed, making a good impression in front of the leader brings benefits quickly. Zhao Xuanqi caught the underlying meaning and bowed respectfully before saying earnestly, "Senior officer, there will definitely be no trouble. If anything happens in the dormitory, feel free to punish me." Lu Zhizi understood that this young man had some insight and was slightly satisfied. He casually said, "I know you all came here to become ordinary disciples. Tomorrow, you must perform well. I will explain everything to you tomorrow. Today, I'll arrange everything for you. The three of you should get to know each other and familiarize yourselves. I'll take you to do the real work tomorrow morning." After speaking, Lu Zhizi explained some of the rules within the courtyard and departed. Lu Zhizi didn't place Zhao Xuanqi in the middle position by chance. He had his reasons. First, this disciple was the most capable. By rewarding him generously and punishing him strictly, he could win over the hearts of the others. This way, the disciple would be motivated to perform even better in the future. At the same time, using him as a model, it also motivates other disciples to strive to do better. Second, managing people is exhausting. And with 3 people, someone must oversee the group and monitor the other disciples. He had not yet decided who to appoint as the leader. But now that Zhao Xuanqi is so capable, it is convenient to directly choose him for easier management. Lastly, who wouldn't he appreciate a disciple who is polite, disciplined, and intelligent? Moreover, Zhao Xuanqi was recommended by a friend. Of course, he didn't explicitly state Zhao Xuanqi's leadership position, he only hinted at it indirectly. It was more of a test. If, over the next month, Zhao Xuanqi can effectively manage the 3-person group, successfully control the other 2 members, and gain their recognition, truly securing leadership, then he wouldn't mind nurturing him further. Who knows, this guy might even advance to become an ordinary disciple and work under him in the future. It could be said that Lu Zhizi had already taken Zhao Xuanqi into consideration. As for the miscellaneous disciples who failed to advance, whether they survive or not is another matter. Changing one's social class isn't that easy. Inside the dormitory, only Zhao Xuanqi and 2 others remained. Zhao Xuanqi walked to the middle bed and placed his luggage neatly. As he organized his belongings, he discreetly observed the other 2 laborers. Lan Chen. This man was neatly dressed, with fair skin, and his family seemed to be well off. He didn't look like an ordinary menial disciple. Sun Hao, this man had dark skin and a hunched back, clearly someone who had spent years doing hard labor. Though he looked honest, Zhao Xuanqi had noticed the look of hatred in his eyes just moments ago. Lan Chen, however, showed no such expression of hatred. Zhao Xuanqi had secretly observed Sun Hao's expression clearly. Zhao Xuanqi had formed his judgment. Lan Chen comes from a much better family background, isn't as concerned about material gains, and is easier to get along with. He doesn't dwell on minor details or petty grievances. Sun Hao, though he appears honest and introverted, harbors restless ambitions. One must be vigilant around him in the future to avoid being stabbed in the back. When dealing with people, first determine what kind of person they are, identify who is worth befriending and who needs to be guarded against, then decide on the appropriate attitude and methods to deal with them accordingly. Speak to people as they are. This is the wisdom of dealing with people. Yao Xuanqi applies this wisdom no matter who he encounters. There's no other way. The world is what it is, so one must be cautious. During times of famine, it was precisely this keen observation that allowed him to accurately find good companions and escape from Yuanzhou, surviving to enter Cangzhou city. Seeing the divine in people first has become second nature to him. Inside the house, after Zhao Xuanqi had put away his luggage, the other two hadn't put theirs away. They stood motionless at the door. There was no other reason. Lu, the steward, had only assigned a bed for Zhao Xuanqi and made clear arrangements for him alone. He had not designated beds for the other two. The bed furthest inside was the worst, damp, moldy, and smelling of mildew. Sleeping there for long periods could lead to illness, and no one wanted to sleep on that bed. Thus, the situation remained gunsy at that point. Zhao Xuanqi was the first to break the deadlock. "Let us go get our bedding first." Lu the attendant said when he left that we could go to the master's wife to collect the bedding. "Let us get the bedding back and take a look." Lu Ji was like a half-master to the three of them, and his wife could be called the master's wife, which wasn't entirely inaccurate. Alright. There were no better ideas, so they could only agree to collect the items first and discuss further later. Soon, the three of them met the so-called master's wife. She was serious and stern, surprisingly only in her 20s, dressed in vibrant colors. I didn't get a good look at her face, but I remember one thing clearly: she had a very sharp gaze. The three of them received 3 sets of bedding here. One was clean and tidy, one was slightly dirty, and the last one was moldy. The master's wife specifically instructed that the best set of bedding was arranged by Lu Zhiji for Zhao Xuanqi, and there was nothing else to say. With that, the three of them returned to the dormitory with the 3 sets of bedding. Yao Xuanqi took the cleanest set of bedding and immediately made himself comfortable on the bed, arranging everything neatly. This was all Zhao Xuanqi's due reward for flattering Lu Zhiji. First, he deserved to enjoy it. What about Lanchen and Sun Hao? They were completely at odds. Not only were their beds not arranged, but now there was also the issue of dividing the bedding. Everyone wanted a good place to sleep, and good bedding. No one was willing to compromise in such a situation. If one gives in the first time, what about next time? The next time? Every time after that, you'll have to give in. So, we must fight for it this time. Don't underestimate these trivial matters. When you're unsure whether others are giving in or not, the smaller the issue, the more you must fight for it, and the more you must fight to save face. This time, we're not just fighting over beds and blankets, we're fighting for our status in the dormitory, and our right to speak. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Where there is a world of intrigue, there is competition. Throughout history, countless events have been driven by a single word: fight. Chapter 56. Distribution, the status of small groups. The two were at an impasse, and from their expressions, it seemed that both wanted to fight for it. Yao Xuanqi sat beside them, watching the show. Although he had been secretly designated as the leader by Lu Zhizi, it had never been explicitly stated. Instead, it had been hinted at ambiguously behind the scenes. Without prestige or status, the mere title was meaningless, and he had no authority to make such decisions. Interfering in such matters recklessly could easily lead to conflicts, provoking the resentment and hostility of both parties, and making him a target of everyone's criticism. Therefore, Yao Xuanqi observed the situation quietly, waiting for the right moment. Soon, Sun Hao, hunched over, broke the silence first. "Lanchen, why don't the two of us have a boxing match? Rock, paper, scissors, you've played that before, right? Whoever wins gets to choose the bed and blankets first. That's fair, what do you think?" "Alright." Lanchen thought for a moment and had no objections. Rock, paper, scissors is purely a game of luck. Fair and impartial. Even if you lose, you have to accept it willingly. This is indeed a better way to distribute things. Don't do that. Zhao Xuanqi suddenly interrupted and refused. Dividing things is an internal matter of the dormitory. Even if these two are dividing things, Zhao Xuanqi is also a member of the dormitory and clearly has the right to speak up. At the very least, he had the right to voice his opinion. Therefore, this was the perfect time to speak up. He chose to refuse outright. Zhao Xuanqi refused, saying, "This method isn't appropriate. If one person wins twice in a row, the unlucky one would have to sleep on a broken bed and cover themselves with a torn quilt, wouldn't they? Having to endure two misfortunes at once, a moldy bed and a moldy blanket, would make it even easier to get sick, and one careless mistake could lead to an accident and death. I have a better idea. Those who choose the good bed must choose the bad blanket. Those who choose the bad bed must get the good blanket. One good, one bad, a perfect match. This way, no matter how you divide them, it's fair. Both of you will end up with one good and one bad. Isn't that fairer and better?" Why did Zhao Xuanqi refuse? Sun Hao's method is good and indeed fair. This distribution method is fair and impartial, with no flaws. Logically speaking, Zhao Xuanqi shouldn't have refused, and there's no reason for him to refuse. Isn't this a waste of words? It's just dividing a blanket and a bed. Why waste so much effort on this? But he insists on refusing. There's no other reason. The method is flawless. But people have flaws. The one who sets the rules for distribution should never be someone below them. It should always be the leader. Only the boss has the right to set the rules and decide how things are distributed. The method is sound, but the people are flawed. The flaw lies in Sun Hao's inability to speak up first and take on the role the leader should play. The one who speaks up cannot be Sun Hao. It must be Zhao Xuanqi, whose status has been secretly confirmed by the stewards. Zhao Xuanqi must use this opportunity to assert his authority and undermine Sun Hao's reputation and status. That is why Zhao Xuanqi had no choice but to reject Sun Hao's proposal and put forward his own better solution. Whose method is adopted determines who holds the initiative and gains the other's recognition. Zhao Xuanqi turned to Lanchen beside him and asked with a smile, "What do you think, brother?" Lanchen was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Xuanqi to ask him a question. He fell silent, acknowledging that Zhao Xuanqi's words indeed made more sense. Covering a moldy blanket might be fine. Sleeping on a moldy bed frame might also be fine. But if both things are done together, it could lead to serious trouble or illness. If one is unlucky enough to do both, it could easily lead to illness or accidents. If a Black Tiger Gate laborer falls ill, there are no days off. They must keep working, which can be fatal. If the unlucky person is oneself, that would be a real problem. Upon careful consideration, compared to Sun Hao's allocation method, Zhao Xuanqi's approach was indeed more reasonable and better. Moreover, Zhao Xuanqi clearly had martial arts cultivation, and was not someone to be trifled with. Additionally, Zhao Xuanqi had been reprimanded by the steward, so Lanchen did not want to offend him. He nodded in agreement and said, "This method is indeed better. I'm willing to go with it." Lanchen sided with Zhao Xuanqi, who took the opportunity to put his arm around him. Both Zhao Xuanqi and Lanchen agreed to the plan. As for Sun Hao, his opinion no longer mattered. Yet, the outcome was decided. Sun Hao had no choice but to agree. Thus, this distribution was decided in favor of Zhao Xuanqi's method. Of course, this is merely a superficial victory. There are deeper layers of victory. Yet, by rejecting Sun Hao's method and aligning with another person to oppose him, they gained overall control and established some authority within the group. Only the leader has the right to distribute. Zhao Xuanqi's successful initial distribution made everyone accustomed to his method, so the next distribution will be a natural progression. Once power is exercised once, it will be exercised again. From initially being rejected to gradually being accepted, this is akin to boiling a frog in gradually heating water, opening the first entry point. Zhao Xuanqi had anticipated that Lanchen would agree with his method, so he deliberately handed the decision-making power over to Lanchen. As expected, Lanchen agreed with Zhao Xuanqi's method, effectively siding with Zhao Xuanqi and helping him defeat Sun Hao with a majority. In Sun Hao's eyes, this was equivalent to Lanchen joining Zhao Xuanqi's side, making the two of them allies. This effectively gave Zhao Xuanqi an ally. Presenting two options for Lanchen to choose between, rather than giving the decision to Sun Hao, demonstrates respect for Lanchen, and appears to prioritize his interests, thereby earning his favor and strengthening their relationship, naturally aligning them on the same side. Summary: rejected Sun Hao's proposal. A better solution has been proposed. strengthened the relationship with Lan Chen. Yao Xuanqi's own proposal was also accepted and implemented, demonstrating his status for the first time. It can be said that multiple objectives were achieved in one go, truly a case of killing multiple birds with one stone. The final outcome was, in the first small group confrontation among the three, Zhao Xuanqi's approach was agreed upon by the other two, effectively representing their acknowledgement of Zhao Xuanqi's status. Yao Xuanqi had already been secretly designated by Lu Zhizhi to hold a management position beforehand, but since the steward had not explicitly stated this, his status was merely nominal, a title without actual authority. However, the implicit consent of the other two effectively established Zhao Xuanqi's position, effectively acknowledging his management status. By doing what a leader should do and gaining others' approval, Zhao Xuanqi had transformed his power from nominal to real. Therefore, moving forward, no one would have grounds to object to his actions or words. They may harbor resentment, but at least the status of the leader within the trio has been formally established. In the future, he must gradually solidify this position, until the two others can no longer challenge it. Under Zhao Xuanqi's mediation and arrangement, he helped the two choose their beds and bedding. Yao Xuanqi also voluntarily helped the two move their luggage, tidy up their beds, displaying the behavior of a kind-hearted older brother. Don't underestimate these small gestures, even simple actions can leave a lasting impression. Zhao Xuanqi remembered it vividly. In his previous life, when he was in high school, the homeroom teacher designated someone as the dormitory leader. High school students are naturally competitive, so they wouldn't accept this dormitory leader. Why should they listen to him? Why should they be under his control? But the dormitory leader enthusiastically helped everyone organize their luggage, and assisted everyone, instantly gaining their acceptance and earning relatively more recognition. Later, he helped everyone bring meals, and his status became unshakable. Small acts of kindness lead to great achievements. In unfamiliar surroundings with strangers, small acts of kindness can quickly give you the upper hand. Of course, one shouldn't help blindly, or else they'll be seen as easy to bully. Alright, let's rest early today. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Lu Zhi said that the three of us must not cause any conflicts or issues. Otherwise, he will hold me accountable. I hope both of you behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Yao Xuanqi used Lu Zhi's authority to further solidify his position, issuing a serious warning. The change in tone made it clear he wasn't someone to mess with, unlike his earlier friendly demeanor when offering help. Alright. The other two nodded, especially recalling Lu Zhi's earlier instructions for Zhao Xuanqi to keep the dormitory in order. Their gaze toward Zhao Xuanqi grew more cautious, with each layer added. At this moment, the two had fully acknowledged Zhao Xuanqi's status. Zhao Xuanqi was satisfied with today's situation. First, he had successfully ingratiated himself with Lu Zhi, leaving a good impression. Second, he had secured the position of leader of the small group. Don't underestimate the importance of being the leader of this small group. You get the chance to enjoy things first, and the chance to choose first in everything, and thus, greater opportunities. To rise from a menial disciple to an ordinary disciple, there can be no room for error. Even the slightest increase in opportunity is a tremendous victory. To put it simply, at least, the bed I sleep on today is clean, the bedding is clean, there's no cold wind blowing, no rain dripping down, and I don't have to worry about itching or the bed collapsing. I can sleep soundly and comfortably. This is precisely the benefit that one is currently enjoying. Chapter 57 Yuan Sheng Food. The next day, Zhao Xuanqi got up early. When he got up, it was still dawn, and the other two were still asleep. He practiced martial arts alone outside, cultivating the two swords and arrows technique that could shake the world. By the time he had completed 5 rounds of practice, the rooster in the courtyard had flown up to the tree branch and begun to crow. He knew that starting late meant he had to work twice as hard. Rise with the rooster. No, that's not enough. He must strive even harder. By the time Zhao Xuanqi had finished washing up, Lan Chen and Sun Hao had just woken up and walked out, looking at him in astonishment. Is he really this diligent? The two felt a sense of urgency for some reason, and quickly finished their morning routine. Soon, the three gathered in the courtyard. Not bad. You got up early. You're not a lazybones. Lu Zhizi emerged from the house, looking lazy and relaxed. He was wearing loose-fitting clothes today, making his body appear even thinner, so thin that it seemed as though his bones could pierce his skin. Lu Zhizi cut straight to the point. My task is simple, there's only one thing to do, raise dogs. If you want to become ordinary disciples, you must learn to raise dogs, and take good care of them. The dogs at Black Tiger Gate are fierce and vicious. Today, I'll take you to prepare food for the dogs. Raise dogs? Yao Xuanqi was puzzled, feeling a strange emotion. From Lu Zhi's vague words, it seemed that the Black Tiger Gate kept many dogs. Only by keeping so many dogs would they need so many people to help, even to the point of having to increase the workforce. In theory, during a famine, when food is scarce, people wouldn't even have enough to eat, so the number of dogs should decrease. Yet why are there more and more dogs at the Black Tiger Gate? Could it be that the Black Tiger Gate has not been affected by the famine? Not only have they not regressed during this famine, but they have actually progressed further? While people outside can't even get enough to eat, here there are so many dogs that they're being fed with food. That's why Zhao Xuanqi looked so peculiar. Lan Chen and Sun Hao also looked uneasy, likely finding it absurd to keep dogs during such a time. The lower classes are the most sensitive when it comes to food. Follow me. Lu Zhizi led the group to prepare food for the dogs. He led the group out of the courtyard to the back gate of the Black Tiger Gate, where they prepared a cart and set off toward the city gates. After a few incense sticks had burned, Zhao Xuanqi, led by Lu Zhi, had already arrived at the city gate, ready to leave. I wonder what kind of food they need to prepare for the dogs that they have to go all the way outside the city. Zhao Xuanqi was curious. However, he didn't ask any further questions. When the time came, the attendant would explain. Asking too many questions would only annoy him. The carriage had already left the city. He looked out the window, curiously observing the scenes outside the city walls. Below the city walls, there were bloodstains everywhere. Several soldiers were busy cleaning the city gates and the blood-stained walls nearby. The moat was also filled with bloodstains, and faintly visible were bodies floating within. It was said that Songzhou City had refused to accept any more refugees, as there were simply too many of them. Even this large city could no longer accommodate them. In recent days, large numbers of soldiers had strictly guarded the city gates, refusing to allow refugees to enter and even driving them away. Those refugees attempted to storm the gates in groups, but the result was that they were all killed, leaving a trail of blood on the gates and walls, with no place to bury their dead. Even from a distance, when refugees are seen arriving in large groups, the cavalry within Songzhou City will mobilize to drive them all away. Yao Xuanqi initially believed these absurd rumors to be false, but now it seems they are true. A heavy weight settled in his heart, and he could only thank his luck for having entered the city months earlier. Otherwise, he might have barely made it to the outskirts of Songzhou City only to be killed by the soldiers instead of starving to death. The carriage sped forward, quickly leaving the area near Songzhou City and entering the desolate wilderness. In the wilderness, there were many dead bodies. Some bodies lay scattered about. These were lone refugees fleeing the disaster. Others were in groups, with dozens or even hundreds gathered together. These were disaster victims who had fled in groups. When the cart reached a plain, the scene was even more shocking. Standing on a small hill on the plain and looking down, the slope below was covered with corpses, with bodies visible every few steps. These were also refugees fleeing the disaster. They were starving and had come toward Songzhou City, but they lacked the strength to cross the vast plain and the steep slope, and all perished at the base of the slope. This was a heart-wrenching sight. Lu Zhi couldn't help but sigh. More and more people are dying. Has Yuanzhou next door been completely wiped out? What a sin, what a sin. You should all go to Yuansheng. As he spoke, Lu Zhi murmured unknown scriptural words, as if performing a ritual to guide the souls of the deceased. Sun Hao, standing nearby, curiously asked, "May I ask what Yuansheng means?" After finishing his prayer, Lu Zhi replied coldly, "This is a new faction formed by some of the strongest practitioners from the demon and Buddhist paths who defected. They are known as the Yuansheng faction. The Yuansheng faction believes that humans are born from the heavens and earth, and by stealing the essence and secrets of the heavens and earth, they come into existence. In a place invisible to all living beings, there is a scale, with humans on one side and the essence of the heavens and earth on the other. Therefore, the more humans there are, the less essence of the heavens and earth there is, and vice versa. According to this sect's philosophy, every time a person is born, the essence of heaven and earth diminishes by one part. When a person dies, they transform into the essence of heaven and earth and return to it. Therefore, every time a person dies, the essence of heaven and earth increases by one part. The Yuanxing school believes that death is liberation, transcendence, and a return to the embrace of heaven and earth, becoming part of heaven and earth. This is a form of happiness, not a painful thing. Therefore, they believe that the more people die, the better. Those who return to the natural world are happy, and those who remain alive can enjoy more of the essence of heaven and earth, which is also happiness. This is a win-win situation. Many years ago, under the leadership of a madman, they organized a 疯狂 massacre to create a utopian world, killing everyone indiscriminately, whether good or evil. In the end, Yuanxing was rejected by both the righteous and demonic paths, and under the joint assault of multiple factions, he was driven to extinction. However, the Yuanxing curse was passed down, spreading widely and even surpassing the Buddhist reincarnation mantra. While souls reincarnate after death may face suffering in their next life, those who die through the Yuanxing curse return to nature and embrace happiness, making the curse more accepted by those suffering. Lu Zhizi explained, "What I just recited was the Yuanxing spell. I hope that these people who died of starvation here can return to the embrace of heaven and earth, become part of the heavens and earth, and embrace happiness. Don't think about rebirth. The world is becoming increasingly difficult, and rebirth is merely suffering. Becoming part of the heavens and earth is eternal happiness." At this point, Lu Zhizi bowed his head and silently recited the name of Amitabha Buddha. "I see." Yao Xuanqi was truly enlightened. Yuansheng. The great Zhou dynasty actually has such a sect? That's truly rare. Lan Chen and Sun Hao were clearly hearing this information for the first time as well, their expressions betraying their sudden understanding. This information was clearly not something ordinary people could access. Lu Zhizi was educating them, broadening their horizons. It seems that Lu Zhi is quite capable? Liao Xuanqi thought to himself. The carriage had already reached the bottom of the slope, where there were many corpses, and the smell was quite strong. Just as Zhao Xuanqi thought the carriage would continue forward, Lu Zhi stopped the horse and jumped down. "We're here. Everyone get down." "All right." Zhao Xuanqi followed suit, jumping down from the carriage, with Lan Chen and Sun Hao close behind. The area was littered with corpses, and the tree bark and grass nearby had been completely stripped clean. The riverbed was dry, leaving the landscape barren and desolate. Lan Chen curiously asked, "Master Lu, didn't you say you were taking us to find food for the dogs? There's nothing left outside, not even tree bark or grass leaves. Where are we supposed to find food?" Lu Zhizi replied coldly, "Isn't the ground covered in it?" Chapter 48. The difficulty of writing the character live, black dog. On the ground? Where is there food on the ground? Isn't the ground covered in corpses? A terrifying thought crossed the minds of the three lowly disciples. "You're right. This is the food for the dogs," Lu Zhizi said indifferently, pointing at the corpses around them. He added, "Pick some fresh ones that haven't been dead for long. Don't pick the rotten ones. The dogs at Black Tiger Gate aren't ordinary dogs. Don't worry about them getting sick. Just pick whatever you want." After speaking, Lu Zhizi distributed several woven bags among the men, instructing each to find at least 10 corpses. Liao Xuanqi also received a few woven bags, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Is this really okay? Does the court not care? Perhaps, in the court's eyes, Black Tiger Gate's actions were actually reducing the number of corpses outside. Dealing with corpses might not even be supported, so why would they care? The dead are no longer human. "I don't want to stay here too long. Hurry up and get to work," Lu Zhizi scolded. "All right." Liao Xuanqi and the others hurriedly responded. "What a sin, what a sin." Liao Xuanqi silently repeated the word, "sin," in his heart as he quickly picked out a few fresh-looking bodies from the surrounding area. 1, 3, 6. Just as Zhao Xuanqi approached a large rock, he spotted a decent-looking female corpse and was about to move in. But suddenly, the emaciated woman, who looked like a skeleton, her body partially obscured by a rock, suddenly opened her eyes. her eyes bursting with intense vitality, and a faint voice, as weak as a mosquito's buzz, echoed, "Save, save me." Zhao Xuanqi approached her and looked at the woman who had opened her eyes. Startled at first, thinking she was some kind of monster. But upon realizing she was human, he sighed in relief. Zhao Xuanqi fell silent, unsure of what to do. The woman seemed to sense his hesitation. She stopped pleading for help. She was so thirsty and parched that she couldn't even shed tears. She rolled over and reached into the space where her body had been blocked by stones, pulling out a baby just a few months old. "Don't save me, but please save my child." Zhao Xuanqi fell silent again. Save her? How could he save her? He was just a lowly member of the Black Tiger gang, living day to day, unsure if he'd survive the next day. How could he save someone else? And take a child with him? He couldn't even support himself. How could he take care of someone else's child? If I had the ability, I could help, but I have no ability at all. Wah wah wah. Perhaps from hunger, thirst, or exhaustion, the infant burst into tears. This startled everyone nearby. Lu Zhizi approached Zhao Xuanqi. Seeing the woman and the child still conscious, he looked at them with a look of understanding. Lu Zhizi stepped forward. "Sister, it's not that we don't want to help you. In this world, we can't even save ourselves. How can we save you? Life is suffering. Yuansheng, go." Saying this, he began muttering the Yuansheng incantation, and tried to pull the others away. The woman's eyes filled with despair as she pleaded, "You don't have to save me, but please save my child. He's only a few months old and doesn't eat much. Master, please. Do you think I'm too heartless?" Lu Zhizi looked at Zhao Xuanqi and the others. The others remained silent. The prerequisite for saving someone is that they can save themselves. The three of them were menial laborers, essentially slaves of the Black Tiger Gate. How could they save them? Take the child back to the Black Tiger Gate? They might not even be allowed inside, and that would only endanger themselves and the child. Moreover, even if they saved them this time, what about next time? There were so many bodies here they couldn't possibly bring every living person back, could they? Lu, the attendant at the Black Tiger Gate, was just a lowly figure. His daily task was to go out and find food. If he were to save everyone he encountered, not only would he be unable to fulfill his duties, but even the inner gate attendants wouldn't approve. Lu Zhizi looked at the silent group and nodded. "You do have a shred of conscience. All right, all right. To spare your consciences and let that woman leave in peace, I'll give her a chance." After speaking, Lu Zhizi turned back and asked, "Young lady, can you read?" "I don't," the woman replied blankly. "It's not that we don't want to help you, but we simply don't have the ability." Lu Zhizi said, "Since you can't read, I'll leave the choice to you. Life or death, you decide." He wrote several characters on the ground with his sword. Yao, Si, Beng, Mi, Huang. "Life and death are predestined. If you choose the word, live, we will save your child." The woman's eyes flickered with a final glimmer of hope. She tremblingly extended her withered hand and pointed to the character, extinction, saying, "I choose this one. This must be life." "Oh, you chose so quickly?" The woman nodded firmly, without a moment's hesitation. "Why is that?" "I heard from the village scholar that characters are created based on the shapes of all things." The woman replied without a moment's thought, "I think dying is easy, but living is so difficult. Living is so much harder than dying. This character is the most complex, so it must be the one." Even Lu Zhizi couldn't help but fall silent. The woman asked eagerly, "Did I choose the right one?" "You chose correctly. Go in peace." Lu Zhizi nodded, seeing that the woman had only her last breath left, and spoke words of comfort. As the words, "You chose correctly," left his lips, the woman's expression softened, and she closed her eyes completely. The pain and emaciated look on her face faded away, leaving behind a faint smile. Perhaps she knew someone would save her child, so she left with complete peace of mind. She was happy for her child. The woman has passed away peacefully. At least her final wish has been fulfilled. "Let's go." "Emitter Lu, are we just leaving like this? What about her child? Why don't you take the child back and raise him?" "I'd support that. That's just how the world works. I've fulfilled her final wish and let her go in peace. I've done my best. This is already a great act of kindness. How could I possibly save her child? Besides, she didn't choose the live option. If anyone is to blame, it's not me." Lu Zhizhi said, one must learn to respect others' destinies. Let us pretend we never came here. Their original fate was what it was, and it has nothing to do with us. There are starving refugees everywhere. Saving one won't solve anything. There are so many to save, and those who need saving aren't these refugees, it's this world itself. Only by saving this world can we save everyone. I'm just a small figure, and so are you all. How can we, as small figures, save this vast world? She just died. This is the freshest cargo. I didn't bring her body back, that's already showing mercy. If it were other dog handlers, they'd take both the body and the child back, the fresher, the better. The dogs of the Black Tiger Gate love this kind of cargo. The group left. Behind them, the infant's cries grew shrill, then weaker and weaker, until they could no longer be heard. Finally, the cart, pulled by ropes, carried roll after roll of straw mats that had been prepared in advance. Inside the mats were the goods from this trip, all being transported back to the sect. Black Tiger Gate, Dog Pavilion. The dog pavilion was a vast courtyard enclosed by high walls, with several attendants responsible for its management. Lu, the attendant, was in charge of one section, the third courtyard. Inside the courtyard stood numerous large iron cages. A quick count revealed at least a dozen of them. Each cage held a dog, all of them black, their fur as dark as ink. Their eyes were bloodshot and red, and they sat in the cages like small calves, terrifying in their size. They had sharp teeth and claws, looking fierce and menacing. They didn't even look like dogs, even wild wolves wouldn't be as terrifying. Just 2 or 3 of these dogs could easily kill a tiger. Don't underestimate these dogs. The high-ranking members of the sect love them. These dogs are far stronger than you in combat, with keen senses, and the ability to track enemies. They are valuable weapons, you must take good care of them. Their enemies are martial artists. To cultivate their ferocity, they occasionally feed them human flesh. Be careful when feeding them. Lu, the steward, explained that the food was divided into several grades, yet, human flesh. Yi, meat from other animals. Sam, rice, fruits, vegetables, and other high-quality grains. Say, coarse grains and saplang. In addition to the goods brought back this time, some watermelons and apples were also prepared. All the goods were thrown into the cages to serve as today's food. Zhao Xuanqi threw the food into the cage, feeling a chill run down his spine. He realized he had underestimated this world, and the Black Tiger Gate martial arts sect. This damned world, people eating people is bad enough, but dogs eating people too. Chapter 49. Advice on choosing a puppy. Cannibalism seems to be a natural law of the universe, and a common occurrence in human society. No one finds it strange. But dogs actually eat people. Even if dogs eat humans, they actually eat them better than humans do. 4 categories of food. Yet humans. Yi, meat from other animals. Sam, rice, fruits, vegetables, and other high-quality grains. Say, coarse grains and saplang. These 4 categories of food are generally consumed by the dogs at Black Tiger Gate, with the first 3 categories being the preferred choice. Consuming too much of the 4th category of low-quality food can easily ruin a dog. They should eat well and drink well, lest they ruin the dogs. But what about humans? Why doesn't anyone worry about spoiling people? Zhao Xuanqi had seen many poor people outside, and the poorest among them could only afford the 4th-class food. Even during this great famine, many people couldn't even afford the 4th-grade food. Zhao Xuanqi thought that 5th and 6th-class foods should be established. 5th-class foods were coarse grains mixed with sand and soil. 6th-class foods were thin rice porridge so watery that chopsticks could float in it, and 7th-class foods were clay, tree bark, and grass. And even an 8th-class food, air. Weren't the refugees outside the city just eating the 8th-grade food? The gap between these 7th and 8th-class foods is a chasm that many people cannot cross even in a lifetime. People live worse than animals. Zhao Xuanqi has seen it all. He also knew that some people live worse than dogs. After all, there are always wealthy people who keep dogs, and it's understandable that these dogs eat better. But the gap between humans and dogs is so vast that Zhao Xuanqi was once again deeply shaken. I've been in this world for so long, I've cultivated martial arts and attained a certain level of martial arts cultivation, yet now I'm eating worse than these dogs in cages. It seems I'm not strong enough yet. I must strive harder to become stronger. His resolve grew even stronger. He tossed the food into the iron cage, dared not approach the fierce-looking dogs. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Lanshan remained silent, his breathing slightly labored. He was clearly shaken by the scene, feeling that every extra morsel of food the nobleman's dogs consumed meant one more person outside would starve to death. His expression grew more pitying, and he clenched his fists tightly. As for Sun Hao, his expression betrayed a shattered worldview. He was a poor laborer who barely had enough to eat each day. He had always thought that during a famine, people simply didn't have enough food if they couldn't eat their fill, at least they had something to keep them alive. Now he saw that there was plenty of food. Sun Hao's eyes widened. He threw the vegetables and fruits he had prepared into the iron cage, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Such fine fruits he had only tasted a few in his entire life. It wasn't that there was no food, it was that trash like him didn't deserve food. Only the powerful could distribute food. He felt like he had opened a new door, understanding some truth about the world. His gaze grew cold and even a bit malicious. Lu Zhizhi sat on the steps beside them, watching the three young people with a faint smile, not disturbing them. He reached out to close the door, creating a quiet environment to prevent people walking around outside the courtyard from disturbing the three. He knew. The first time someone witnessed such a scene, they would feel as though the sky had fallen, a shock beyond words. Back then, when he first came to feed the dogs, offering them chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, and other high-quality food, he was just as shocked as these young men. It was at that moment that he came to understand a truth: those born into humble origins, even if they risk their lives and fight tooth and nail for a lifetime, still cannot compare to a dog born into a noble family with a superior bloodline. Hard work in later life cannot compare to being born into wealth. Even if you work hard, it's better to be born into a good family. Since that was the case, why should someone like him, destined for a life of hardship, keep working like a beast of burden? He should eat when he was hungry, drink when he was thirsty, and enjoy life to the fullest. After all, people's basic desires are for food and drink. He might as well enjoy life first. From then on, he no longer bothered with trivial matters or minor conflicts. He came to see that nothing in the world was truly important, and he let go of many things. He focused solely on eating and drinking, and surprisingly, he managed to carve out a life for himself, eventually becoming an attendant at the Black Tiger Gate. Now, let these young men reflect in peace. If they gain any true insight, it might benefit these few young people. The world is what it is, it all comes down to personal enlightenment. He could only help these young men so far. Lu Zhizhi waited quietly as three servants finished feeding the meal. Are they finished? Finished, Zhao Xuanqi replied, with the other two echoing his response. The three looked no different from before, but their demeanor had already changed significantly. Zhao Xuanqi, having survived a life-threatening famine, quickly calmed his mind, making it hard to discern any changes in him. As for the two beside him, their mental states were slightly worse, and they couldn't adjust their mindset as quickly, making their changes easier to notice. Those who have witnessed things they should not have seen will shatter their worldview and forge a new one. Except for the foolish. As it turned out, neither of these two were foolish. He naturally sensed the changes in the other two: Lan Chen's pity and Sun Hao's ruthless expression. Zhao Xuanqi quietly noted their characteristics, thinking that Lan Chen might be worth getting to know, while Sun Hao should be kept at a distance. This kid is interesting. Lu Zhizhi was somewhat surprised. He was observing the changes in the three lowly disciples. But he never expected that Zhao Xuanqi had already regained his composure, let alone that he was also observing the changes in others, so meticulous and attentive. He was truly a remarkable individual. Moreover, today while outside, Lu Zhizhi had also observed Zhao Xuanqi and noticed that the other two were standing a step behind him, either consciously or subconsciously treating Zhao Xuanqi as their leader, or perhaps because they felt he was someone to be wary of and thus kept their distance. This kid has already intimidated the other two so quickly? He's acting like a leader, he's got some skills. Lu Zhizhi gave Zhao Xuanqi another lingering glance, thinking that perhaps he could nurture this young man further, a sense of compassion arising in his heart. Enough, don't overthink it. The dogs of the Black Tiger Gate aren't ordinary dogs. They eat a lot, grow quickly, and are fierce and ruthless. Just take good care of them from now on. Don't think about things you shouldn't eat. Lu Zhizi said, the dozen or so large dogs you're feeding now are under my responsibility. You don't need to feed them anymore. Just feed the puppies. Saying this, he took 3 puppies from a cage beside him. 3 black puppies. The first one was blood black. The second was jet black. The third was grayish black. The differences were not significant, but upon closer inspection, one could still discern subtle variations in color. Lu Zhizi leaned against the tree, idly picking at the bark, humming to himself, you 3 menial disciples, if you want to become ordinary disciples, the requirements are simple. Currently, each puppy weighs around 20 pounds. Each of you must select a puppy, and raise it to over 20 pounds within 4 months. During this period, I will have your puppies compete in a small contest every month. The first place winner will receive a reward, and the third place winner will face punishment. It all depends on your personal skills. After 4 months, if the puppies reach over 20 pounds, you will be considered qualified and can become ordinary disciples. Hey, raising dogs isn't easy. Lu Zhizi smiled, and from his expression, it was clear that this requirement was difficult to fulfill, and there was likely something else involved. After all, if simply feeding dogs with food could elevate them from menial disciples to ordinary disciples, where would such a good deal come from? The underlying secrets would only be revealed in time. He pointed at the 3 puppies and laughed, which one will you choose first? The 3 of them were immediately drawn to the 3 puppies, their breathing becoming heavier. To raise a dog well, the puppy is absolutely crucial. The greater its innate potential, the faster it will grow, and the stronger it will become. The question is, which puppy is the best? Lan Chen and Sun Hao also understood the importance of the puppies. They knelt down, carefully observing the vitality of the 3 puppies, and even dared to touch them to discern their temperament. Yao Xuanqi also wanted to walk over and feel the puppies, as only by touching them directly could one tell which ones were good and which were bad. However, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of Lu Zhizi. Lu Zhi was leaning against a tree, one eyelid twitching slightly as he played with 3 pieces of bark he had peeled off. Suddenly, he dropped 2 of them, leaving only one in his hand. Is Lu Zhi hinting at something? 3 pieces of bark, does that represent 3 puppies? Since he discarded 2, that must mean he is choosing the first one. Zhao Xuanqi's heart stirred. He wasn't sure if Lu Zhi's actions had any deeper meaning. However, in his opinion, all 3 puppies were similar, and he had never raised a dog before. Even if he had to choose, he might as well follow Lu Zhi's hint and select one. Without hesitation, Zhao Xuanqi walked over, didn't even look at the dogs, and grabbed the first blood black puppy. I'll take this one. Lan Chen and Sun Hao were taken aback, not expecting Zhao Xuanqi to choose so casually. The 2 of them didn't hesitate either, quickly selecting their own puppies. Lan Chen chose a grayish-black one, while Sun Hao chose a jet-black one. With that, the 3 had finished their selections. Chapter looks up, Lu Yinin, the dog who loves to drink. Alright, you've all chosen your puppies. Now you need to pick a doghouse. Lu Zhizi led the 3 of them to the left side of the courtyard, where there were 3 empty large cages, each about 6 meters in length and width. 1 dog per cage. Don't underestimate these puppies, now they're too small to bite you. But this breed is extremely aggressive and grows quickly. Once they're a bit older, they can bite off a person's hand in 1 bite. Put the puppies inside. Don't get too close to them. When feeding them, open the small iron window on the cage and toss the food inside. Don't think that feeding a puppy makes you its owner. These dogs don't recognize weakness as a sign of submission. You lot need to keep your distance from the puppies at all times. Don't let them eat you by accident. After giving these instructions, Lu the steward yawned, encouraged the 3 of them, handed them the keys, and slowly left. Yao Xuanqi was assigned to the first cage, cage number 1. He walked over, used the key to open the cage, tossed the snarling puppy inside, and closed the door. SSS. The blood-red puppy was furious, letting out a growl and charging toward Zhao Xuanqi. When it was stopped by the iron bars, it opened its milk teeth and bit the cage fiercely, looking like a ferocious beast. Such ferocity, it was clear this one wasn't weak in combat. So fierce? You even bite iron? Then I'll let you bite iron. Zhao Xuanqi casually gave the puppy a name. His mind wasn't on the dog. Is the dog the most important thing? Only by raising the dog properly could one become an ordinary disciple. If the dog is neglected, you won't pass this test. On the surface, the dog seemed most important, the dog came first, and the dog determined the future. But this is merely the surface appearance. Yao Xuanqi has always deeply understood one truth: what is more important than the dog is Lu Ji. The puppy is the exam paper. Then Lu Ji is the examiner. Though the exam paper seems important, it is this examiner who ultimately decides everything. Raising a dog is definitely not that easy. If you simply go outside the city to bring corpses back for the dog to eat, feed it until it's full every day, and then you can become an ordinary disciple from a menial disciple, where would such a good deal come from? To raise a dog to 120 pounds in 4 months, simply raising it wouldn't be enough to reach that weight, and, if you overlook certain information, even if you manage to reach that weight, it'll likely be useless and get eliminated. Dog raising likely involves some secret techniques and information, and these techniques and information are known only to examiner Lu. Lu Ji is a seasoned dog breeder, a master in the field, having raised countless dogs to 120 pounds. This examiner holds the key to scoring a perfect score on the exam. These answers are the hidden techniques. As the saying goes, teaching your disciples will starve the master. Many masters would rather take their techniques to the grave than pass them on to others. True master always keeps something up his sleeve. True knowledge and experience are a lifetime guarantee, and these secret techniques cannot be passed on to others. Those genuine techniques are probably still hidden by Lu Ji. We must find a way to pry them out of his mouth. Only then can we ensure absolute success. If it were someone else, they might not be able to pry information out of him, but I'm different. I should have at least a little chance. When selecting dogs, Lu Ji gave me some pointers. I should have already caught his eye and be easy to gain his approval. I must also come up with another way to curry favor with Lu Ji. Perhaps I can obtain the true secrets of dog breeding. Only then, after 4 months, can I raise the dog to 120 pounds, fear no monthly exams, and ensure everything is in order. Only then can I pass this test. One must not be deceived by superficial things, one must look beyond the surface to discover the most important truths. While Lan Chen and Sun Hao were completely captivated by their puppies, Zhao Xuanqi had already shifted his attention away from the dogs. He had already begun thinking about something more important than the dog Lu Ji, and decided to find a way to obtain the true teachings and inside information from Lu Ji. That same afternoon, Yao Xuanqi left the kennel alone and returned to Lu Ji's private courtyard, which was named Serving the Dog Courtyard. As he made his way back to his dormitory, he pondered how he could win over Lu Ji. To win someone over, you must tailor your approach to their preferences. If you know what they value most, give them that. Flattery never goes out of style, it can be used on anyone. The corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of a little girl. Yao Xuanqi looked over and saw a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old, playing with ants under a willow tree. The girl wore a dark green skirt, had red lips and white teeth, and her hair was tied into 2 high buns, giving her a delicate appearance. This small courtyard belongs to Lu Ji, the attendant. Besides the master's wife, there's actually another girl here, and she's dressed quite nicely. It must be the daughter of Lu Ji's family. With this thought, Zhao Xuanqi had an idea. He hurried to the canteen to buy a stick of candied hawthorn. The Black Tiger Gate canteen had all kinds of food, though it was more expensive than outside. Carrying the sugar-coated hawthorn, Zhao Xuanqi returned to the courtyard and approached the girl cautiously. The little girl was using a small twig to tease the ants. She noticed the stranger and lifted her head, pointing at him with the twig, and asked, "Are you the new servant?" "Yes, my name is Zhao Xuanqi. What's your name? Why are you playing here alone?" Zhao Xuanqi squatted down, forcing a gentle smile. "My name is Lu Yinin. It was raining when I was born, so they named me Yinin." The little girl lowered her head, using the small twig to crush the ants one by one, and said sadly, "My father has only me as a daughter, so he doesn't let me go out to play. I have no brothers or sisters, so I can only play alone." Seeing the girl's pitiful expression, Zhao Xuanqi took out the sugar-coated hawthorn from behind him and shook it in front of her. When he saw the girl's greedy expression, he took the opportunity to say, "Do you want to eat the sugar-coated hawthorn? If you answer me one question, I'll give you this string of sugar-coated hawthorn." "Okay." Lu Yinin's eyes sparkled, and she nodded without hesitation. "Lu Ji, what does your father like? What's his favorite thing?" My father has no other hobbies. He rarely goes out and just likes to eat. Mentioning food, Lu Yinin's mouth watered. He likes to eat? Then I need to use food to win over Lu Ji. But just saying eat is too vague. Yao Xuanqi asked again, what does Lu Ji like to eat the most? It should be chicken. Chicken? Oh, and duck. I see, chicken and duck. Not just that. He also likes fish, lamb, beef, and eats a lot of things every day. Lu Yin yammered on and on. Yao Xuanqi was speechless. How could Lu Ji, who was so skinny, eat so much? Besides eating, does he have any other hobbies? Yao Xuanqi asked. Lu Yinyin fell silent, the little girl staring longingly at the sugar-coated hawthorn, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Sighing, Zhao Xuanqi could only hand the sugar-coated hawthorn to Lu Yinyin. Can you answer me now? Lu Yinyin took the candy stick, bit off half of it, and found it so delicious that her eyes squinted shut. She shook her head and said, you asked me so many questions and only gave me one candy stick. I won't answer you. Then what will you give me in exchange for answering? Unless you buy me a candy stick every day, and don't tell my parents. Lu Yinyin gave a mischievous smile, and said cleverly. Zhao Xuanqi was exasperated. This little girl was so clever she even knew how to haggle, and add conditions to her demands. No way, one a day is too much, and it's bad for your teeth. How about I buy you one every 5 days? Yao Xuanqi knelt beside her, trying to negotiate. Lu Yinyin was dissatisfied, took a bite of the candy, and pouted. You're a big brother, haggling with a little girl? That's embarrassing. She then stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Zhao Xuanqi, think about it. If you eat one a day, your teeth will rot. Not only will your teeth hurt every day, but your parents will definitely find out you've been stealing candied hawthorn, and they'll definitely spank you. If they blame me, what will I do? One every 5 days is the best deal. Yao Xuanqi was truly broke, and could only change his approach to continue haggling. Lu Yinyin thought about it and grumbled, one every 3 days, at least one every 3 days. Otherwise, I won't tell you anything. Go ask the ghosts. Alright, one every 3 days, one every 3 days. Just tell me already. Adults are the easiest to break their promises. I don't believe you. You have to make a promise with me. After we make the promise, I'll believe you. The little girl grabbed the hem of her skirt, stood up, looked up seriously, and extended her delicate little finger. Yao Xuanqi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, nearly crying from the laughter. After laughing, he nodded and extended his little finger as well. Under the willow tree. By the ant hill. On one side stood a little girl who wasn't even as tall as an adult's thigh, her dark green skirt swaying, holding a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick in her hand, pretending to be mature like an adult, holding out her finger with a serious expression. On the other side, a young man in his 20s crouched down, wearing a smile that seemed to suggest he was kidnapping a little girl, and extended his finger as well. Their little fingers intertwined. The big and small swear together. Cross my heart and hope to die, we'll never break this promise, or else we'll be little dogs. After making the oath, the girl ran off, jumping and skipping, leaving only her childish voice lingering in the air. My father loves drinking the most. Chapter Loksubjet. Strong liquor, no heart. Lu, the steward, loved drinking. To be precise, he was a heavy drinker. Every day, he enjoys eating a variety of meats, including chicken, duck, fish, beef, and lamb. These meat dishes may vary. However, there is one thing that is never missing from the table at every meal: alcohol. When Zhao Xuanqi learned that Lu Ji loved drinking, he fell into deep thought. Wine in the Great Zhou dynasty is quite expensive. Ordinary wine might be slightly cheaper, but if you want to please someone, you can't possibly give them the cheapest wine, can you? If you're going to give wine, you should give the best quality. And such wine is extremely expensive. Take, for example, famous wines like bamboo leaf green and Pingjiang water. A single jar could fetch dozens of taels of silver, or even more. Moreover, warriors typically drink medicinal wine, and the top-tier medicinal wine likely costs over 100 taels of silver, absolutely astronomical. For small matters, give a grand gift. When handling major matters, give substantial gifts. When asking someone to do something for you, you should at least give a gift that is commensurate with the favor. The secrets, techniques, and tricks of Lu Ji's dog-raising methods are not something that can be exchanged for ordinary wine. If I give an inadequate gift, I might get kicked out and leave a bad impression. But I don't have the money to buy such top-tier wine. What should I do? Zhao Xuanqi pondered deeply and came up with an idea. He decided to go to the Jingtan courtyard and ask Zhang He and Li Dashan for help. Although Zhang He and Li Dashan were busy, with Wu Lao's tacit approval, they put aside their work. One went out to buy things for Zhao Xuanqi, while the other helped him make something out of bamboo. In the afternoon, Zhao Xuanqi returned with the purchased items, and the items he had made, then locked himself alone in Wu Lao's kitchen. Everything is ready. Whether it will work or not depends on this afternoon. In the kitchen was a large stove, with a steamer on top and various purchased clay utensils, including bamboo tubes, several jars of cheap, low-proof alcohol, and an array of other tools. If someone knowledgeable saw these tools, they would probably know what they were for. The stove pot was used to heat the low-proof raw alcohol. The steaming barrels were containers to maintain rising steam, looking somewhat bulky. The bamboo tubes and cylinders were used to guide the steam as it cooled, functioning as condenser coils. Below that was a large pot serving as a receptacle for collecting the distilled liquor. Each tool has a unique function. Distilled liquor. Zhao Xuanqi's task was to distill liquor. In the Great Zhou dynasty, production technology was primitive, and the alcohol produced by ordinary people was of poor quality. Most of it was low-proof alcohol, with impurities invisible to the naked eye affecting the taste. There were almost no decent high-proof spirits. Perhaps martial artists had the ability to produce high-proof alcohol, such as using expensive spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs to make high-proof alcohol, then refining it with various expensive materials to increase its proof. However, these materials are extremely expensive, making them accessible only to a select few. Most people cannot even afford a single drop. Under such circumstances, the higher the alcohol content, the more likely it is to be considered a fine wine and a rare commodity. Coincidentally, distilled spirits have no other advantages, but their alcohol content is extremely high. Distilled spirits are easy to make, use inexpensive materials, and have a rich, robust flavor, perfectly meeting the requirement for extremely high alcohol content. They can easily pass as premium quality wine. In his previous life, Zhao Xuanqi worked at an ancient distillery and learned how to make distilled spirits, knowing exactly how to produce them well. Now, he is penniless and destitute, yet he wants to present a fine wine to Lu Ji, so he decided to make distilled spirits. Warriors have strong vital energy and prefer strong spirits, the stronger the better. Distilled spirits meet this requirement and will undoubtedly be regarded as the finest wine. Lu Ji, being a warrior, will certainly appreciate it. Now, the equipment is ready. Let us begin. Zhao Xuanqi looked serious as he carefully performed each step, ensuring no mistakes were made. Step 1. Pour the raw alcohol into the stove pot, ensuring the liquid level does not exceed the bottom of the distillation pot to prevent boiling alcohol from splashing into the bamboo tube condenser. Second, seal the connections between the distillation pot, the steaming barrel, and the bamboo tube condenser with a damp cloth or mud paste to prevent steam leakage. When adding firewood and charcoal, heat slowly to gradually raise the temperature of the wine to around 2 degrees. The temperature must be strictly controlled to prevent the wine from boiling violently. Step 3. The vapor produced during distillation is alcohol vapor. Once the alcohol vapor rises to the top of the steaming barrel, it passes through the bamboo tubes. At this point, someone must stand nearby to cool the bamboo tubes with cold water. As the hot vapor comes into contact with the cold surface, it condenses into liquid droplets, which are high-proof alcohol. These droplets flow through the tube inserted in the center and into the collection container. The first alcohol to flow out is called the head wine, which should not be consumed. It contains impurities that have not been fully distilled, making it toxic. Consuming it can cause poisoning, leading to blindness in mild cases and death in severe cases. The middle portion is called the middle distillate, with an alcohol content of around 40%. This is what I want, it can be consumed. The final portion is the tail, and the alcohol content of the tail is much lower. If you want to obtain higher proof alcohol, you can distill it again. Zhao Xuanqi carefully poured out the first distillate and collected the middle distillate. After spending the entire afternoon and using several large jars of low-proof alcohol, he finally obtained a jar of high-proof distilled alcohol Baijio. In addition, there was still half a jar of low-proof tail wine. Of course, the low alcohol content of the tail wine was relative to the baijiu. It was still much higher than the alcohol content of most wines sold in the taverns of Songzhou City, and was considered a fairly strong spirit in the Great Zhou dynasty. In this era without distilled spirits, Zhao Xuanqi pioneered the creation of distilled spirits. Zhang He, help me find a room to lock up the kitchen utensils properly. Don't damage them under any circumstances. I might need them again next time. Here's half a jar of the wine for you to try. Give some to Wu Lao to taste and see how it is. Yao Xuanqi handed the tail wine to Zhang He. Zhang He took the jar, smelled the fragrance wafting from it, and felt intoxicated by the aroma. His eyes lit up. This is good stuff. What kind of wine is this? Did you just buy it outside? Yao Xuanqi blurted out, yes, I just bought it from outside. It's a special thank you gift for your help. This wine is called tail wine, and it's quite strong. After saying that, Zhao Xuanqi hurriedly left, holding the sealed jar. Zhang He stood there, completely confused. Tail wine? What an odd name. And it's high proof. Zhang He dipped his finger into the wine and took a sip. It was indeed strong. He wasn't used to drinking, and it felt like it was cutting his throat. He imagined the meaning behind the name, tail wine. Tail wine, does that mean it's so strong it makes you dizzy and lose your bearings? In that case, it's actually a pretty good name. On the other side, Liao Xuanqi returned to the dog feeding courtyard. He first took the jar of white wine back to his dormitory and hid it, then hurried to the dog pavilion to feed, by iron. Lan Chen and Sun Hao had never left the dog pavilion. They were still going to great lengths to please the puppy, trying to play happily with it, trying to make it obey, at least not be so fierce. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. After half a day of effort, the puppies in their hands remained fierce, with a mix of cuteness and ferocity, and their bites were no joke. A moment's inattention could result in a chunk of flesh being torn off. After being teased for hours, the puppies in their hands not only showed no affection toward them, but had grown to despise them, looking like ferocious beasts, as if they wanted to bite them to death, making the puppies even more hostile. Zhao Xuanqi saw this and thought to himself, good thing I didn't waste my time with these puppies. Wasting time wouldn't have gotten me any favor from the puppies, and it would have been a complete loss. He fed the dogs and left without a second thought. Lan Chen, this Zhao Xuanqi doesn't take dog raising seriously at all. He'll definitely fail this test, Sun Hao said, staring at Zhao Xuanqi's departing figure with certainty. Lan Chen paused, shook his head, and silently lowered his head without responding. On the surface, he showed no emotion, but deep down, he was also surprised. Zhao Xuanqi clearly seemed like a cautious, diligent, and hard-working person. Why was he so careless about taking care of a dog? Although the dog pavilion had relatively lenient management, the servants responsible for feeding the dogs could move around freely after ensuring the dogs were fed each day. But a dog feeder who couldn't even stay by the puppies for a moment, feeding them, and then leaving immediately, such carelessness could easily get him eliminated. I had originally thought we could be partners, but now it seems I misjudged him. Or perhaps Zhao Xuanqi has some deeper plans. Lan Chen doesn't understand, but he feels there's more to this than meets the eye. Zhao Xuanqi has caught his attention, and he decides to keep a closer eye on him from now on. Midnight. After the other two roommates had fallen asleep, Zhao Xuanqi carried a jar of wine and quietly got up, leaving the dormitory. Chapter Loksupyi, come in and take a look. Comments on the release. Alright. It's finally up. Since it's a niche, slow-burning series, I won't set any expectations. A steady yet box subscribers would be more than enough. 2 heartfelt thanks. Yet thank you to the readers. It's amazing that so many of you have discovered this niche, slow-burning book. Because it's niche, fewer people read it, so I'm even more grateful to every reader who sticks with it. You're as rare as pandas, thank you so much. No matter what your status is in the real world, at least here, you are my saviors, my creators, my heroes. Every reader who has made it this far is a close confidant and distant friend to this humble author. Hello, my dear friend whom I have never met. Thank you to Lu Ming, the chief editor of Yuan. From the book title, synopsis, to every chapter before publication, Lu Ming read through everything and provided guidance. All the plot holes and minor errors were meticulously corrected. This book has sparked so much passion between me and Lu Ming. It's no wonder Lu Ming is so dedicated. He truly deserves the title of chief editor. If there are any experienced authors looking to write a new book, or newcomers with the potential to become masters, I highly recommend considering Lu Ming. He is truly exceptional. Those interested in writing can also join Lu Ming's live streaming sessions to learn more about writing. As a new author, this was my first time writing this genre and trying this writing style. My mind was completely blank, and I was entirely in the exploratory phase. I am deeply grateful to Lu Ming for his guidance. Thank you so much. Then, as per the agreement, the new book needs to absorb divine energy to achieve godhood, so I will sacrifice 2 books. Yet, Immortality Cultivation, starting with Drawing Symbols, a mortal style cultivation novel by an old friend. Yi, Humanity's Saint. Novel by a very talented friend. Finally, regarding updates for this book. Tomorrow, there will be a massive update of subchapters, totaling Yi-man words. Additionally, there will be at least Yetman words updated daily for 10 consecutive days. Here's a request for extra updates. Yet, for every Yi-bot monthly votes accumulated, I will add an extra chapter. I'm already prepared. Please flood me with monthly votes if possible. For every Yi-man coins, I'll add 1 chapter, and the Alliance leader will add 5 chapters. The above extra chapter conditions will be fulfilled on the same day, absolutely no delays. Newbie author, Zhuo Xiaoya, presents this to you. Chapter 63, A Visit with Deep Intentions, Invited to Eat Roast Chicken, please subscribe. Midnight. The third watch of the night. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Yao Xuanqi carried a jar of wine, leaving the dormitory silently. He moved cautiously, slowly making his way toward Lu Ji's bedroom. Soon, Zhao Xuanqi arrived at the door of Lu Ji's bedroom. Looking inside, he saw that the lights were off, and the room was quiet and pitch black. Officer Lu is sleeping so early. Officer Lu must be sleeping with his wife and daughter. If I disturb him suddenly, wouldn't I risk being blamed? What can I do to get Lu Ji out alone? It wasn't that Zhao Xuanqi didn't want to deliver the gift during the day, but there were too many people around during the day, and Lu the steward was busy with his work. Delivering the gift during the day might be seen by others, which would be problematic. Who sends gifts during the day? The Black Tiger Gate has a rule: no one is allowed to embezzle, or abuse their power, nor accept bribes from subordinates. Don't worry about what others do in secret. Chapter 63, The True Scripture, On the Run. Please subscribe. The two of them ate while asking and answering questions, and many of their doubts were gradually resolved. The Black Tiger Gate was originally known as the Black Dog Gate. When it was still a small organization, it wasn't even called Black Dog Gate, it was just a small sect with an unknown name. Later, a certain generation of leader began raising dogs, breeding a large number of them, and using them to assist the government in capturing criminals and solving cases, gradually rising to prominence. However, ordinary dogs had limited strength. While they could capture ordinary people with ease, it was as if they had divine assistance. However, when it came to martial artists, ordinary dogs dared not approach, let alone sniff them, leading to frequent accidents. This hindered the sect's further development. Without change, they risked remaining a small, ordinary sect for generations. Fortunately, that generation of clan leader was highly skilled. He developed a special elixir, and with its help, he managed to train dogs to fight various animals. Chapter 64, The Elders Arrive, Stealing People. Please subscribe. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After parting ways with Lu Ji on that night, Zhao Xuanqi's life returned to normal, spending his days feeding the by Iron puppies in the dog pavilion. Zhao Xuanqi's puppy was named by Iron. Lan Chen's puppy was named Grey Mountain. Sun Hao's puppy was named Mo Hu. The 3 puppies were all 9th generation puppies from the Black Tiger Gate, growing quickly, eating voraciously, picky eaters, and exceptionally fierce, refusing to submit to anyone. Take the past 10 days, for example. The men dared not enter the iron cage to feed the dogs, they could only toss food into the cage from outside. Otherwise, they would certainly be bitten. These dogs are too fierce. Once they bite, they will never let go. Even if you beat them to death, they will never let go. They only obey the strong. They can tell who is weak and ignore them, bullying the weak. The dogs are fierce, but that's not a big deal. As long as you don't go into the cage. Chapter 65, Choice, heart to heart, please vote for the monthly award. Take all the people you've captured and feed them to the dogs. Warriors are a great tonic for black dogs. And live people can be used to train the puppies' killing skills and hunting abilities, which greatly benefits combat strength. Lujizi remained expressionless. He strode up to the large dog cage, placed the 3 people he was carrying on the ground, and unlocked their handcuffs and shackles. One by one, he tossed them into the large iron dog cage. As if they were dumplings being tossed into boiling water, without so much as a blink of an eye. Inside the cage, the 5 large dogs stared at the 3 prey, their eyes gleaming with hunger, gradually closing in. You beasts, get out of the way. The 3 shouted angrily. These 3 were martial artists from the giant whale gang, but their cultivation had been completely destroyed, leaving them with barely a fraction of their former strength. Even so, one could still sense that their martial arts had once been formidable, even without their cultivation. Chapter Lok. Dilemma, lick dog, say yet. Lu the steward left. Lanchin left. Sun Hao, who had been making a fool of himself, also left. Within the dog pavilion, the matter was settled. Yao Xuanqi shook his head and turned to leave. However, a flash of light suddenly caught his eye from within the iron cage. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was so bright that he could barely keep his eyes open. What is that? Yao Xuanqi stopped in his tracks, rubbed his eyes, and returned to the iron cage, peering inside with a serious expression. It seemed as though he had seen something. He paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he wore a delighted expression. He quickly went to the corner of the courtyard, picked up a bamboo pole, and approached the first iron cage. He extended the pole into the cage and, from the area around the ribs of one of the white skeletal remains, picked out a silver-white object. A silver ring. It was this silver ring reflecting the sunlight that. Chapter Loksap. When acquaintances enter the mountains, people don't play by the rules, say Yi. Yao Xuanqi crouched by the cage, quietly stroking the iron bars. Enjoying this rare moment of peace, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. Lanchin, who was feeding the dogs nearby, was the first to approach, looking stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He kept rubbing them repeatedly. Sun Hao glanced over and also saw this unbelievable scene, quickly rushing over with an expression of disbelief. How did you do that? How is your dog so obedient? It actually lets you touch it. The 2 of them were speechless. The 9th generation dog was ferocious beyond belief. Normally, when they fed the dog, they couldn't even touch it. Even getting close enough to touch it would result in a bite. Now, how could Bite Iron be so docile, letting Yao Xuanqi touch it so easily? They looked at their own dog again. If it were their own dog, touching it like that would probably have already bitten off their hand. Chapter Loksap. In hand, death, and relief, say Sam. Camel Mountain. This mountain is named Camel Mountain because its peaks resemble the humps of a camel, layered upon each other and intertwining endlessly. From the base of the mountain, the humps overlap like a vast range of mountains, stretching endlessly into the distance. The summit is shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly beauty that also serves as a warning of the mountain's depth and the danger it holds for outsiders. Zhang He truly lived up to his reputation as an experienced herbalist. He knows every path on Camel Mountain like the back of his hand, knows the best places to climb, the easiest trails to follow, and how to avoid areas with wild beasts. He can also find useful things like herbs, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots from time to time. Yao Xuanqi followed behind, feeling as though climbing the mountain was as easy as walking on flat ground, with a sense of security that was off the charts. Moreover, Zhang He carried a white powder of unknown origin. When applied to the body, it repelled mosquitoes and mountain leeches. Chapter Loksap. Following him, Zhang's mother admonishes her son, say. This Zhao Laoda isn't someone to be underestimated, he's a real character. Zhang's mother sighed after hearing this. She held Zhang He's hand and couldn't help but say, you really need to be more careful. If it weren't for him, you would have been in serious trouble. You should thank him for saving your life and learn from him in the future. I know, Zhang He nodded, proudly praising. Zhao Laoda also said, learn until you're old. I think he's right. If possible, I want to practice martial arts too. He knows martial arts? Yes, Zhao Laoda only started practicing martial arts this year. I thought he was just doing it for fun, but in such a short time, he's actually developed real skills. I was almost exhausted and overheated from traveling, but Zhao Laoda wasn't even tired, and there wasn't a single drop of sweat on his body. Zhang He recalled the incident and explained everything that had happened between him and Zhao Xuanqi since they first met. He also speculated about Zhao Laoda. Chapter 71. Ripening, getting better, yet. Black Tiger Gate. The dog serving courtyard. It was already afternoon. Yao Xuanqi returned to the courtyard first, took a thorough bath to wash off the sweat and the smell of the potion, then changed into clean clothes. It must be said that Zhang He's beast-repelling potion had a truly overpowering odor, particularly unpleasant. He had to scrub his skin raw to remove the smell. After bathing, Zhao Xuanqi went to feed the dogs, making sure they were well fed, and completed all the tasks he needed to do for the day. He then informed Lu Ji that he wished to spend the night at Wu Lao's place. After receiving permission, he left the dog-keeping courtyard and headed to Wu Lao's clean courtyard. There are too many people at Lu Ji's place, and no one there is trustworthy. It's safer at Wu Lao's place. Any secret matters must be handled there. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao Xuanqi first exchanged greetings and caught up with Wu Lao before. Chapter 72. Something s off, the midterm exam is coming, yi. The days that followed proceeded smoothly. Thanks to the miraculous plant known as dog mint, Zhao Xuanqi only needed to collect 10 pounds of pork from the sect's dog kennel each day. He would then go to Wu Lao's place to ask for a small bucket of leftovers, grind the pork into pieces, mix it with a piece of dog mint, and stir everything together. This made for an excellent meal for the dogs. Each time, Bai Iron devoured it with relish, as if he wanted to eat the entire bucket, displaying the behavior of a ravenous beast. The 9th generation dog was extremely picky, eating only meat. It was his nature. However, Bai Iron abandoned this habit. He didn't care what the leftovers were or what they were made of as long as dog mint was added. He ate until he was completely full every day. This clearly demonstrates just how powerful dog mint is for dogs. Additionally, Zhao Xuanqi sold the silver ring he had accidentally obtained. He sold it to Wu Lao. Wu Lao, after all, was an executive of the Black Tiger Gate. Chapter 73. The bone-penetrating pill, a comparison of the 3 dogs, Sam. The 1-month deadline had arrived. Dog Pavilion. Isen Courtyard. Alright, the month has passed. Today is the deadline for the 3 of you to feed the dogs for a full month. I will evaluate your performance. You may refer to this as the monthly exam. Under the large tree, the branches blocked the sunlight. Lu Ji, with a stern expression, spoke in a loud voice, his words echoing in the ears of the 3 lowly disciples present. Yao Xuanqi, Lan Chen, and Sun Hao stood there with serious expressions, listening intently. Lu Ji continued. This is my assessment of the 3 of you. Since it's an assessment, there will naturally be rewards and punishments. He took out a small bottle the size of his palm from his robe, his expression reluctant, even pained, and introduced it solemnly. This bottle contains a pill called the Tong Sudan. This pill is very expensive on the market, and is rarely sold by anyone. Chapter 73. A small deal, cheating right under their noses, say. Let us begin, Lan Chen. Your dog is the largest, you will be the challenger. Zhao Xuanqi and Sun Hao will draw lots to determine who will challenge the champion first. Lu Ji ordered. Lan Chen nodded confidently. He walked to the entrance of the dogfighting arena, opened the door, and entered the arena. He removed the muzzle and leash from Grey Mountain's mouth. Then he quickly retreated and closed the door. Grey Mountain, the champion, successfully entered the arena. Meanwhile, Lu Ji looked at Zhao Xuanqi and Sun Hao, picked 3 branches from the side, and held them in his hand, 3 branches. Whoever draws the longest one goes first. I hope it's not me. Zhao Xuanqi casually picked a branch. Sun Hao also picked one. Both silently prayed that they hadn't drawn the longest one. After all, Lan Chen's dog was clearly the strongest, with unmatched combat power. Whoever's dog went up first to fight such a dog would definitely waste its energy and get injured. Chapter 74. Drawing again, aiming for second place, Dogfighting arena. In the arena, only 2 dogs remained. The 9th generation dogs, with strong territorial instincts and a fierce temperament, were born to fight. 2 dogs cannot coexist in the same territory. The gray dog that entered the arena first had already claimed the area as its territory and would not allow any other dog to enter. At that moment, as Mo entered the arena, it immediately triggered Grey Mountain's territorial instincts. Grey Mountain's fur stood on end, its pupils narrowed to slits, its head lowered, and its front paws crawling forward. Anyone familiar with dogs would recognize this as a defensive posture, ready to charge at any moment. A massive wave of pressure swept toward Mo. Roar! Mo, already ferocious by nature, knew nothing of fear or cowardice. Born to fight, he faced the overwhelming presence of a much larger dog, not with fear, but with a surge of savagery. His mouth couldn't stop. Chapter 76. Overcoming ferocity with ferocity, the reversal. Under the fair and impartial drawing of lots by Lu Ji, the second match officially began. Bite Iron was covered in black fur that floated in the wind. Upon closer inspection, the fur was blood black, appearing particularly soft and smooth in the sunlight. It had a faint reddish hue, resembling a red dandelion, making it exceptionally beautiful. Bite Iron had a calm and steady temperament. Upon entering the arena, he remained composed and unassuming, behaving like a docile dog. It could be said that from the moment he was led out of the cage by Zhao Xuanqi to entering the arena, Bite Iron had performed rather ordinarily, lacking the ruthlessness of other dogs, and instead appearing unusually docile. Such a dog naturally lacks the combat prowess of more ferocious breeds. Zhao Xuanqi was deeply concerned, but no amount of worry could change the fact that the battle had already begun. Roar! As before, Mo was the first to launch the attack. Mo lost the first match, with several scars on his forehead and more on his body. It regarded this as a disgrace, and at that moment. Chapter 76. Exploiting weaknesses, the pain of picking low-hanging fruit. Bite the Iron, well done, keep going. Zhao Xuanqi was almost jumping out of his skin. He never expected such a move. The twist was too sudden, leaving his mind blank as he rushed out to cheer. Lu Ji and Sun Hao, the two of them, looked utterly stunned. They had no time for any other emotions, too captivated by the thrilling scene to notice anything else. Lan Chen broke out in a cold sweat. How could this happen? We were about to win, yet the enemy seized the opportunity. Damn it, Grey Mountain, pull yourself together. You can do this. Your Grey Mountain has no chance now, Zhao Xuanqi said harshly. Lan Chen snorted coldly, regaining his composure. Impossible. My Grey Mountain is so huge, stronger, with thicker fur and harder bones. Even if your dog bites him a few more times, what difference does it make? As long as the battle isn't decided in an instant, my Grey Mountain will win. Grey Mountain absolutely cannot lose like this. Chapter 77. Tuyin, IQ Crush, Rankings. Biting Iron, 1. The four of them were speechless. Still finding it hard to believe. They were truly speechless. The scene had completely caught everyone off guard. Lu, the attendant, reached out and patted his stunned cheek. Unbelievable, Bite Iron won. It actually won. I thought it would lose. To be honest, even if Bite Iron had bitten Grey Mountain to a pulp, he wouldn't have believed Bite Iron could win, because the size difference was too great, and the chances of winning were too slim. But he never expected Bite Iron to be so ruthless, biting such a crucial spot. That dog is so shameless, how could it think to bite there? And even if it bit him, that's one thing. But pulling it out half a meter long, and trying to tear it off is another. But biting onto it and thrashing around until it's dead? Who wouldn't be scared seeing that? Who says men? Chapter 78. Punishment, almost becoming a demon. Zhao Xuanqi, your dog won. You've raised it well. You're first in this month's exam. Under the large tree in the dog pavilion, Lu the attendant took out a bottle from his robe and said, "Come here. This is the reward you deserve." Zhao Xuanqi walked over with eager anticipation, slowly extending his hands to receive the item. When a commoner faces a noble, whether receiving an award or taking something, one must extend both hands, display the posture of an inferior, be humble and polite. This makes one more likable. Such small gestures require even greater caution and attention. Others might not care, but as a minor figure, one must be mindful. Inside is only one tongsu pill. Find an opportunity to take it, just in case. Once you return, take it as soon as possible. Do not expose the pill to air, as it will lose its potency. Once you take it out, you must consume it immediately. Lu Ji was satisfied with Zhao Xuanqi's attitude and added a few extra words of caution. Chapter 8 Breakthrough, hiding one's abilities, secrets. Zhao Xuanqi sat upright, holding the porcelain bottle. His eyes flickered with various emotions. This was his first time taking a pill. As Lu Ji said, this elixir loses its potency upon contact with air. It must be consumed the moment it is taken out, and the faster it enters the stomach, the better the effect. Zhao Xuanqi remembered the key points. He understood that such a potent pill had many precautions, and each step must be followed meticulously. Without hesitation, he held the bottle in one hand, fiddled with the lid with the other, opened his mouth, aimed it at the bottle's opening, tilted his head back, and in an instant, swallowed the pill, which was the size of a pigeon's egg, into his mouth, and it went straight into his stomach. Wait quietly for the medicine to take effect. Stillness allows it to diffuse slowly and gently. Alternatively, one may enhance its effects with martial arts techniques. Movement accelerates the potency and depth of the effects. Zhao Xuanqi chose to jump off the bed and perform the sword and arrow, two absolute techniques to subdue the world in the room. After performing the martial arts techniques repeatedly, his entire body was drenched in sweat and his qi and blood surged. Meanwhile, inside his abdomen. Chapter 8. The wicked will eventually be consumed by their own evil. Dog Pavilion. Outside the courtyard of the second hall. Sun Hao, hunched over, walked ahead with an arrogant demeanor. Those who didn't know him might mistake him for a big shot rather than a lowly disciple. 4 people followed behind Sun Hao. These 4 appeared younger, all emaciated, wearing ragged clothes, walking with their heads bowed, dared not look around, and exuded an air of poverty, clearly refugees fleeing a famine. Within Songzhou City, there had initially been many refugees fleeing the famine. Some sold themselves into slavery or servitude to survive, while others worked as laborers doing backbreaking tasks to earn a meager living. Still others resorted to begging, living day to day with no certainty of their next meal. Even those who took on manual labor faced uncertainty, as there were so many people competing for work. After finishing a day's labor, they might not be needed the next day, leaving them without stable employment and constantly on the move. As a result, the streets of Songzhou were filled with people fleeing the famine. Chapter 8. Stealing food. I have to be even more shameless than you. The next morning, white clouds drifted across the sky, and the orange-red sun cast its rays, illuminating the surrounding area. The heat was gradually dispersed by the layers of clouds, and by the time it reached the ground, it felt warm and pleasant, not at all scorching, but rather cozy and inviting, making one feel lazy. On such a pleasant day, people tend to be lazy, lacking any motivation, and constantly feeling sleepy. However, the entire dog pavilion had already come to life early. The menial disciples in every courtyard were as busy as bees, working tirelessly with great enthusiasm. Because today's a special day. The elders were coming to inspect the dog-raising conditions in all the courtyards. Leaders, after all, love to make unscheduled inspections. First, to show the higher-ups how hard they're working. Second, to find trouble for the subordinates, to assert their presence, and to exert their authority. There are a few days like this every month, and Zhao Xuanqi has already gotten used to it. This. Chapter 8. Feeding, Punishment, and Rewards. Cage Yet, Cage Yi, Cage Sam. Standing before the 3 cages, Elder Wang, a towering figure, looked down at the 3 dogs inside with a hint of surprise. Are these really the dogs you 3 lowly servants raised? They're in such good condition. Indeed, these are the dogs we raised. Elder Wang, you are the supreme authority of the dog pavilion. We strictly followed the regulations you set for the dog pavilion, and dared not deviate in the slightest. We just didn't know if we had raised them properly. Zhao Xuanqi stepped forward, bowed, and said, if they're not well kept, it's our fault for not understanding your profound teachings. We'll leave it to the elder to decide. If they are well kept, it is because the rules you set are good. We are merely following the rules. Any merit belongs to the regulations you established. Your merit is the greatest. Our efforts are but a drop in the bucket compared to yours. A string of words followed. Chapter 8. A year's worth of effort, and a deal with a little girl. The pure altar courtyard. These days, old Wu had long grown accustomed to Zhao Xuanqi's sudden arrivals, and had specifically instructed him not to bother greeting him every time he came, as it felt too formal. Who would be so formal? In Wu Lao's eyes, this place was already Zhao Xuanqi's home. Come whenever you like. To make it convenient for Zhao Xuanqi to stay overnight occasionally, old Wu had even asked Zhang He and Li Dashan to clear out a side room, repair it up, and use it as Zhao Xuanqi's south resting place, thoughtfully providing him with a front door and a key to the house. Amateur Wu wasn't afraid of Zhao Xuanqi coming, but he feared the day he might not come. He understood Zhao Xuanqi's temperament. If he didn't come for an extended period, it likely meant something had gone wrong. Occasionally dropping by to check in or lend a hand allowed Mr. Wu to confirm that Zhao Xuanqi was safe at the dog pavilion, at least having some news. An old man's concerns are always for the safety of his family. Chapter 3 Guidance from a Stronger Warrior, Great Progress in Martial Arts. In the study, Lu Ji was lying on the chair eating twisted dough sticks, crunching them loudly. Zhao Xuanqi entered and saw this scene, his lips twitching. Lu Ji had just finished his meal, yet he could still devour an entire bowl of twisted dough sticks. His appetite was truly remarkable. Truly a bottomless pit. However, someone who eats so much should logically become overweight. But why was Lu Ji always so skinny? Lu Ji was very thin, with a gaunt face and prominent collarbones. He preferred wearing loose-fitting clothes, and when he lay back in the chair, his clothes draped over his body, revealing his slender frame in a curved shape. He looked like a skeleton lying on the chair. Zhao Xuanqi entered the room, suppressing his curiosity, and bowed respectfully to Lu Ji, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Master Lu must think highly of me. He doesn't mind the details, or the etiquette. This is him giving me face. Chapter 3 Tearing off the mask, just in case. A man suddenly appeared from the side, and blocked Zhao Xuanqi's path. This man was dressed plainly, wearing a grayish-black laborer's outfit. His back was hunched from years of hard manual labor, and he kept his head bowed, looking cautious and timid. It was Sun Hao. Zhao Xuanqi furrowed his brows, puzzled as to why this man was blocking his path. He took a few steps back and asked, Sun Hao, what are you doing here? Sun Hao slowly raised his head. There was a large scar on his left cheek. It was a scar left by a whip. After healing, the scar had left a permanent mark on his face, resembling a blood-red centipede, ugly and repulsive. Especially his left eye. On that day, Elder Wang Fengwu's whip had struck it directly, shattering the entire eye. At that moment, Sun Hao was a one-eyed man. To be precise, a disfigured one-eyed man. Judging solely by his appearance, he looked ugly and fierce. Chapter 3 Strike now, who knows who'll get the better of it. Sun Hao carried a bucket of rotten meat, emitting a foul odor, and it was impossible to tell what kind of meat it was anymore. Even so, this bucket of rotten meat was the dog food he had earned after working half a day. Inside the dog pavilion, there were various menial tasks assigned to the dog-keeping laborers. Completing these tasks would earn them dog food and other provisions to feed the dogs. The more and better the work done, the more points earned. The more points one earned, the better the dog food they could exchange for. Otherwise, some poor laborers couldn't afford to feed their dogs, and would end up starving them to death. This path is a meager means of survival for the lowest-ranking dog keepers. Though this path only offers a slim chance of success in dog keeping, it is already one of the few benefits available. However, Sun Hao was injured recently. Setting aside his recovery, he also came in third place in the monthly exam, requiring him to work half a day for free at the dog pavilion every day. Where would he find the time? Chapter 4 Upside Down Heaven, Tragic. In recent days, Sun Hao's mood has been terrible, like a damp, gloomy day, with a gloomy aura surrounding him. However, today, Sun Hao's mood was unusually good. He felt like he could accomplish anything, and he waited silently for something to happen. If I can't have it good, neither will anyone else. Zhao Xuanqi, I called you big brother, out of respect for you. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Wait until your dog gets into trouble. I'll see how you handle it then. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. After finishing his work at the dog pavilion, Sun Hao walked back to the dormitory, humming a song under his breath. When Sun Hao returned to the dormitory, he saw Zhao Xuanqi lying on the most comfortable middle bed, eating beans. The beans crunched crisply as he ate, and he looked relaxed and content, seeming in a good mood. Hello, Zhao Gu, Sun Hao called out as he approached. He then saw Zhao Xuanqi. Chapter 89, Biting Iron, Specialization, Pity This Era. In the end, Sun Hao's teeth were shattered, several ribs were broken, and one of his legs was shattered, leaving him limping painfully as he walked. Fortunately, Mo who had not been poisoned to death. The 9th-generation dogs had remarkable vitality and exceptional physical strength. After being force-fed water to clean his stomach, Mo who managed to survive. It was precisely because Mo who did not die that Sun Hao narrowly escaped with his life. Otherwise, he would likely have been killed by Lu Ji. In fact, if it had been anyone else, they would have likely died from such injuries. However, Sun Hao pulled out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. No one knew what the pill was, but his injuries healed significantly in an instant. It was clearly a martial artist's elixir. For an ordinary person, it could easily heal many injuries, making it priceless. No doubt, that life-saving pill was given to Sun Hao by the sect elder he had rescued. Without that pill. Chapter 89. Consider yourself lucky, but my resolve is even stronger. Sun Hao is dead. His body was fed to the dogs. The next day, when they went to clean up, even the bones were chewed into a mess, broken and incomplete. Sun Hao's bones were scattered among pig and sheep bones, indistinguishable from one another. Which were human bones? Which were pig or sheep bones? Could not be distinguished. Perhaps it didn't matter. After all, these lowly people from the lower classes weren't even considered real human beings. What difference is there between such people and pigs and sheep? There is no difference. No. There is a difference. Such people are even lower than pigs and sheep. Human flesh is cheaper than dogs. They are chopped and slaughtered without distinction. Even if they cover their bodies with a cloth, they are not as good as the dogs of noble families. The books are filled with pages about eating people. Every page is filled with the words that humans are no better than dogs. Yao Xuanqi came from a famine, witnessing many even more brutal things, and came to understand that. Chapter 91, Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death, the final destination of death. Before long, the second month came to an end. Sun Hao's death caused no stir, like the death of an ant. No one cared. In the dog pavilion, menial laborers were disposable commodities, worth nothing. According to the rules of the second hall, the last day of the month should have been the monthly exam. This was the day that determined whether one would receive rewards or punishments. Yao Xuanqi and Lan Chen had already been waiting in the courtyard, anticipating the arrival of Lu Ji and the monthly exam. The two were feeling a bit nervous. After all, Sun Hao is dead. And now there were only two of them left in the courtyard. The first and last places in the monthly exam would inevitably be decided between the two of them, and one of them would inevitably face punishment. Bai Iron was very strong. Gui Shan is also very strong. If they were to fight, it's really unclear who would win, and it could easily result in both of them being severely injured. This. Chapter 92, The Spirit Dog's Stroll Technique, Unexpected Turn of Events. A new day begins. The third month unfolded like the pages of a book, one after another, gently turning to reveal a new day. Each day passed without incident, time flying by swiftly. In the dormitory, only Yao Xuanqi and Lan Chen remained. When feeding the dogs in the courtyard of Building Yi, it was usually just the two of them. Lan Chen was reliable and kind-hearted, so Yao Xuanqi didn't have to sneak around or go out of his way to avoid him, which made things much more convenient. Previously, there was Sun Hao, and since Yao Xuanqi didn't know Lan Chen well, he had to practice martial arts in secret and avoid people to prevent being reported and causing trouble. Now that he no longer had to go to such lengths, he could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, by the third month, Yao Xuanqi spent most of his time practicing martial arts, doing so openly and without hesitation. In the morning, he practiced martial arts at the dormitory entrance. Chapter 93, The Old Man's Worries, the Opportunity. Yao Xuanqi arrived outside the Jingtan courtyard. The small courtyard was secluded and dilapidated, with walls hung with washed and dried rags, and piles of scrap junk nearby. Located in the corner of the sect, it appeared desolate and abandoned, cut off from the world and ignored by all. Perhaps, in others' eyes, this courtyard was barren and dilapidated, looking as though it would leak during a heavy rain, and no one would consider such a place safe. However, in Zhao Xuanqi's eyes, this dilapidated place was actually a refuge and a safe haven within the dangerous set, offering his mind a brief respite from the chaos. What others saw as dilapidated was none of their concern. Zhao Xuanqi only felt at ease. When Zhao Xuanqi arrived outside the Jingtan courtyard and stepped into this area, the anxiety and worry he had felt gradually subsided, giving way to a sense of calm. Creak! As he pushed open the door, he saw a large banyan tree standing in the center of the spacious courtyard, towering. Chapter 94, Breaking Through the Realm, Farming, Transformation, and the Grand Competition. Without meaning to, Zhao Xuanqi stumbled upon this opportunity. His cultivation reached perfection in an instant, breaking through his limits and stepping into a new realm. Initial stage of qi condensation. Everything proceeded smoothly, almost eerily so. There was not a single obstacle. As if it were meant to be. Has he already broken through? Zhao Xuanqi's body froze, and he felt a bit stunned. He hadn't expected to break through at this point. He had originally thought it would take at least a month to find the opportunity. Or he might have to wait another 10 days, or so, and use the metamorphosis elixir to enhance his nseng and force a breakthrough. Yet here he was, having broken through already, days ahead of his expectations. Unexpected, yet somehow inevitable. Zhao Xuanqi carefully savored the opportunity, committing the sensation to memory. He resolved to recreate this breakthrough method in the future when he encountered a bottleneck or found his cultivation stagnating. This was an invaluable experience. Chapter 94. Something's wrong, very, very wrong. On this day, the grand competition began. Under the urging of Lu Ji, Zhao Xuanqi had already gotten up early. He went to the dog pavilion's third courtyard, picked up the dog leash, and secured it around Bai Iron's muzzle. He also put an iron muzzle on Bai Iron to prevent the dog from biting people and to stop it from barking. The dog leash, made entirely from 100 forged iron, it was extremely sturdy, and only such a leash could restrain the 9th generation dog. Meanwhile, Lan Chun also equipped Grey Mountain with the same gear. The 9th generation dog is far too swift and powerful. Even with this equipment, it would be difficult to prevent the 9th generation dog from breaking free or colliding wildly, and could easily be dragged away by the dog along with the rope. Therefore, at this point, it is necessary to additionally equip the dog with black eye masks and nose covers. This 9th generation dog, once it loses sight. Chapter 96, Section 95, Grandpa, I want this doll. Don't look at me like that. I only just found out about this too. Who knew other people were so careless with their dogs? I'll treat you both to a nice meal another time. After Lu Ji repeatedly assured him that he would treat them to a good meal in a few days, Zhao Xuanqi finally gave in. There was no other option. Lu Ji was their direct superior, and one who held the power of life and death over the laborers. The two laborers had no room to negotiate. Even if Lu Ji had known about this all along, and intentionally made the menial laborers take the blame by keeping it hidden, as menial laborers, they would have been powerless to do anything. Moreover, judging from Lu Ji's expression, it seemed he had truly only just discovered the situation himself. Lu Ji was the sky of the second courtyard. For the two menial laborers to get him to promise a good meal was already extraordinary. If it weren't for Lu Ji's good nature and casual demeanor, forget about treating the laborers to a meal if any of them dared to be disrespectful toward him. Chapter 97, 96. The inside story, a tough battle awaits. The competition continued unabated. Zhao Xuanqi won one match after another. Every time he won, he silently thanked Bai Iron, for everything was achieved through Bai Iron's life-risking efforts. Bai Iron was truly remarkable, winning with such decisive ease. Whenever his opponents were dogs raised by the menial disciples from other courtyards, Bai Iron could secure victory within 10 rounds, without any hesitation, making the victory as elegant as a work of art, a pleasure to behold. When facing dogs specifically bred by dog trainers, after a fierce struggle, Bai Iron would ultimately prevail through sheer strength. With the transformation from dog mint, and a single blood mutation from fiery blood grass, Bai Iron's strength far surpasses that of ordinary large dogs, who are no match for him. Each of Bai Iron's seemingly light and graceful movements is actually incredibly powerful. If the opposing dog lets its guard down for even a moment, it will be caught off guard by the sudden surge of force and knocked flying, unable to defend against it. Chapter 97, One-Eyed Dragon, Terrifying Reaction Speed. Damn it. Zhao Xuanqi cursed under his breath, his face turning grim. Even though he knew that missing 6 out of 7 rounds was already exceptionally lucky. But watching the last round slip away, only to be caught in the final moment, was unbearable. He feared the worst. Unfortunately, worrying was of no use. No matter how much he worried, the match must continue. At the command of a referee, Zhao Xuanqi, accompanied by his iron-clad companion, stepped out of the warm-up platform and entered the dogfighting arena. Across from him, there was also a man leading a dog. This person was dressed in black, and the dog he was leading was unusually mature and composed. One could see that the dog was blind in one eye. It was the one-eyed dog that Zhao Xuanqi had been observing all along, with a gruesome scar on its cheek, sliced open by a knife, piercing through one of its eyes. Chapter 98, Teasing the One-Eyed Dragon, Entering the Top 10, and Achieving Perfection. Zhao Xuanqi noticed that every time Bai Iron circled around and ran into the one-eyed dragon's blind spot, the one-eyed dragon didn't even bother to use his remaining eye to monitor Bai Iron's movements. With only one eye, no matter how hard he tried to observe. Since that's the case, why bother observing at all? The one-eyed man made a very wise decision at that moment. The remaining eye remained motionless, clearly having given up on using it to observe. It had abandoned focusing its attention and energy on its eyes. Instead, it twitched its nose, focusing all its energy on it. Upon closer observation, one would notice that its dog-like nose was frantically sniffing the air. When Bite Iron thought he had run into the blind spot and could launch an attack while the one-eyed dragon wasn't looking, the one-eyed creature had already located its position using its nose. And the iron-biting creature's sneak attack not only failed to get close. Chapter 199. Reward. Save the doll? Pass the test early. After the match ended, all the commotion eventually subsided. The awards ceremony was held below, on the stage, with Elder Wang Fengwu personally distributing the rewards. From 1st to 10th place, they went up to receive their awards in order. Zhao Xuanqi ranked 5th, with 4 people ahead of him and 5 behind. Soon, it was Zhao Xuanqi's turn to go up and receive his award. He pulled fully armed by iron, approached Elder Wang Fengwu, bowed respectfully. Disciple Zhao Xuanqi, a menial servant, pays respects to the elder. It was necessary to state his name. After all, we had met briefly before. Mentioning my name might leave a deeper impression on Elder Wang. It could also be a way to test whether Elder Wang still recognizes this lowly disciple. Elder Wang is a large man. He has a broad build, even though he is already. Chapter 101. Benefits and Teachings. The next day, in the drafty, dilapidated dormitory, Zhao Xuanqi woke up early, and Lan Chen also woke up early. Today, after the apprenticeship ceremony, the two would bid farewell to their status as menial disciples and attain the rank of ordinary disciples. Transitioning from menial disciple to ordinary disciple may seem like the simplest step, but it was actually a major turning point in life. In this era of rigid class divisions, the difference was as vast as that between a monkey evolving into a human being, or the distinction between beasts and humans. This was a momentous event of crossing social classes, and for many people from the remote countryside, it was the top priority for bringing honor to their ancestors. The two had barely slept the entire night. After Zhao Xuanqi finished his morning routine and led Lan Chen out, he waited outside the living room. Oh! With the sound of roosters crowing, someone soon emerged from the house. Lu San hasn't woken up yet. I'll go prepare everything you need first. Chapter 102. Cicada chirps, frog croaks, and a teenager's noisy ideals. Under the moonlit night, all lights have been extinguished in the surrounding area. The Black Tiger Gate districts have ceased their commotion, returning to the realm of darkness. The noise fades away, leaving only silence. You two stand there as punishment. We agreed on a day and night, so it must be a day and night, not a single moment less. Lu, the steward, had been watching them for half a day. Seeing that it was pitch black, he gave them a stern warning and returned to his room to rest. Half an hour later, the entire dog-keeping courtyard was shrouded in darkness, plunged into complete silence. At the front of the courtyard, under the corridor, only the two young people remained standing in punishment. Master has finally gone to sleep. He's been watching us for half a day, and we dared not move or speak. I'm exhausted. Lanshan muttered cautiously. His body, which had been standing straight, suddenly collapsed and leaned against the corridor pillar to rest. Yao Xuanqi also relaxed, shifting from his military-style stance into a slouching posture, taking a brief moment to rest. Chapter 103, 102. Farewells are always routine. Take one and kill another. The next morning, Yao Xuanqi awoke inside the house. After being promoted to an ordinary disciple, this was his own private room. After the punishment ended that day, he immediately returned to his own small room to sleep and rest. At that moment, the room was exceptionally sparse. It was roughly 30 or 40 square feet, with only a table, a wooden bed, a chair, and a window. Even the courtyard outside wasn't much larger. So what? Within 3 inches, all is mine. That's enough. Take the pills first. Yao Xuanqi stretched lazily, gave the room a satisfied glance, and thought he could buy some furniture to decorate it in the future. He pulled out a small green bottle from his robe, containing the 6th Divine Source Qi pill he had received as the 5th place prize in the Dog Pavilion Grand Competition. This pill could expand the meridians and dantian, enabling martial artists to. Chapter 104, 103. The Mystery of Qi Condensation, Passing Down Martial Arts. The dog-rearing courtyard. Lu, the attendant, had been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time. He was resting on a rocking chair. Upon returning, Zhao Xuanqi immediately paid respects to his master. Master, may you be well. In the great Zhou dynasty, a master was regarded as a father figure, a particularly noble profession. In every profession, disciples must treat their masters as fathers, and in terms of etiquette, the more elaborate the better, and the more detailed the better. After all, a master is the guide who teaches disciples the path ahead, imparting the skills necessary for a lifetime, and the means to secure a livelihood. This is the grace of imparting knowledge, teaching skills, and resolving doubts, a debt as heavy as a mountain. Their status is often far greater than that of some fathers who have never had children. If someone discovers a lack of respect for the master, others will deem the disciple unworthy of trust or deep friendship. Regardless of whether others are present, one must always maintain the proper demeanor of a disciple and cultivate respect for the master into an instinctive response. Only then will one be less likely to be criticized harshly in the future. Chapter 104, 104. Inner Gate Examination Quotas, Trade. Master, what is the deeper meaning behind this? Please explain. Yao Xuanqi, no matter how uneasy he felt inside, could only adopt a posture of attentive listening, ready to follow any instructions. Even in the face of great danger, one must maintain the proper attitude to protect oneself to the best of one's ability. Lu, the attendant, paced back and forth in the courtyard, explaining the situation in detail. I have been recruiting disciples to deal with a life-threatening enemy. Within the Black Tiger Gate, I have never offended anyone and have no desire for trouble. I regard this place as my home, yet some people simply refuse to see reason. An outer sect elder of the Black Tiger Gate has repeatedly targeted me. Oldly, do you remember? My deceased friend was also secretly killed by this person. Though there is no concrete evidence, my intuition tells me it was him. That's why I took you as my disciple. I wanted someone smart and willing to risk their life to handle this matter. Chapter 106, 105. Farewell to the enemy, noble young master. After leaving Lu Ji's courtyard, Zhao Xuanqi's expression remained solemn, exuding a sense of oppression and melancholy. After all, the task assigned by Lu Ji was life-threatening. And if things went wrong, it could cost someone their life. If we manage to get through it by sheer luck, everything will be fine. But if you were to die accidentally, what then? Stepping onto the path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll be swept away. In the end, you'll just be wrapped in a horse's hide. With this resolve, Zhao Xuanqi arrived at the dog pavilion and headed toward the second courtyard. Before the first iron cage, Yao Tai saw the arrival and cheered excitedly, wagging his tail rapidly, jumping up and down, his joy nearly overflowing his face. By iron, from now on, you must obey, eat well, don't be picky, grow up properly, and don't cause too much trouble. Zhao Xuanqi sighed, knelt down, and stroked By Iron's head. He had already advanced to the rank of ordinary disciple. Chapter 107, 106. By Iron's mischief, countering techniques, and a man's heart-wrenching pain. Before the first iron cage, Zhao Xuanqi stated in advance, Prince Huangfu, I am no longer responsible for matters related to the dog pavilion. Biting iron is none of my concern. As a lowly and weak individual, I have no authority over the spirit dogs. If any accidents occur during your attempt to subdue them, do not blame me. Ha! How could I possibly have an accident? You underestimate me too much. With my cultivation, subduing a mere dog cub is child's play. Huang Fuqi dismissed the warning with a wave of his hand. From start to finish, he had never considered the possibility of failure. He eagerly opened the iron cage. Immediately climbed inside, approached the iron-biting dog. Took out a high-quality pill from his robe. Placed it in his palm as a snack. Good dog, come here. By Iron cowered in the corner, glancing instinctively at Zhao Xuanqi behind him. As a spirit dog, its senses were heightened. Chapter 108, 107. The dog pavilion master takes the blame. Damn it. Zhao Xuanqi witnessed everything beside him, speechless and startled. He had expected By Iron to do something bad, but he never imagined he would dare to do something this heinous. Why did you bite that place? How dare you bite such a place, and you actually succeeded? This is bad. Am I going to get dragged into this? Zhao Xuanqi's first reaction was joy, wishing that Huang Fuqi would die quickly. But after coming to his senses, he felt more worried. And to be honest, in such a major disaster, as an onlooker, he might actually be blamed. By Iron wasn't worried, after all, as the 9th generation dog, especially the 5th ranked dog in the dog pavilion's grand competition, his status was too high. Even if he caused such a disaster, it probably wouldn't amount to much. Zhao Xuanqi was a different story. As an ordinary disciple whose former self was just a dog-keeping servant for By Iron, if By Iron had bitten someone else. Chapter 109, 108. A desperate man, death? Below. Familiar things were gone. The cherished possession that had accompanied him for over 2 decades had long since vanished without a trace. Empty and desolate. Nothing was left. How could it be gone? No, I can't, I have to get it back. There must be a way to get it back. Where did my things go? Huang Fuqi looked around frantically, his speech stuttering in a fenghuang manner. Huang Fuqi's face had turned deathly pale, teetering on the brink of rage and madness. He immediately knelt down on the ground, frantically searching for his precious belongings. He was completely at a loss. Gan Wanzhu covered his face, and whispered softly. Huang Fuqi clung to a sliver of hope, trembling as he said, No, it can't be gone. It must have fallen on the ground. I have to take it back and get it back. There must be a way to get it back. Chapter 110, 109. Protecting the calf, departure. At the courtyard gate, a gaunt man slowly walked in. He was extremely thin, almost skeletal, especially in his oversized robe, which accentuated his frail frame. The man took one step at a time, coming to stand beside Zhao Xuanqi and shielding him with his body. Zhao Xuanqi had already accepted his fate of death, but upon hearing this familiar voice, his heart surged with emotion. When he opened his eyes, it was indeed Lu Ji. He assumed that it was Huang Fuqi's initial cries that had caught Lu Ji's attention, allowing him to arrive in time. Master, don't speak. Hide behind me. Lu Ji whispered softly, leaning close to Zhao Xuanqi. Lu Ji then turned his gaze toward the 2 men across from him, fixing his eyes on Wanzhu and asked with a smile. Wanzhu, have you forgotten that Zhao Xuanqi is my disciple? How dare you falsely accuse my disciple without cause? Who do you think you are? Chapter 111, 110. Return to the beginning, the 4 symbols heaven and earth step technique, poisonous snake, skin transformation. In the morning, Lu the attendant taught martial arts. In the afternoon, I encountered the troublesome Huang Fuqi again. By the time Zhao Xuanqi emerged from the dog pavilion, it was already late. In the past, Zhao Xuanqi would have gone to rest long ago. However, with the example of By Iron, Zhao Xuanqi only wanted to finish the task at hand as soon as possible, then strive to grow stronger and elevate his status. First, I must bid farewell to those I need to part ways with, then return to complete Master Lu's task with peace of mind. I must grow stronger as soon as possible. After all, I've already advanced to the rank of ordinary disciple. I should inform my family of the news. Liao Xuanqi hurried straight to the Jingtan courtyard. When he arrived at the gates of the Jingtan courtyard, he hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to enter. Having transitioned from a menial disciple to an ordinary disciple, the rise in status did not bring him a sense of relief, but rather a bittersweet longing for home. He felt like a wanderer who had been away from home for years, striving hard all this time. Chapter Yedet Yi. The next day, Liao Xuanqi got up early to practice martial arts. The two supreme arts of sword and arrow, 5 repetitions. The 4 symbols heaven and earth body technique, 8 times. And the Great King Spear technique, 3 times. The focus was on cultivating the God-slaying Great Spear technique, passed down by Lu Ji. Yesterday, Lu Ji, acting alone, adopted a stance that clearly indicated he was ready to settle the matter with his hands, and easily forced the head of the dog pavilion to retreat in disarray, causing him to flee in panic. Even Huang Fuqi lost the courage to continue the standoff. It is clear that Lu Ji's mastery of spear techniques is truly formidable, with lethal power that is likely unmatched. After over an hour of practice, Liao Xuanqi finally mastered the God-slaying Great King Spear technique, to the point where he could use it at any time, at least enough to demonstrate the basic form. God-slaying Great Spear technique. Progress, beginner. As the transformation pearl trembled, it signaled that this technique had been fully mastered. Huff. Chapter 113, Yedet Yi. Tugging, taking advantage, and a familiar figure. Who will Liao Xuanqi choose to help? Please, he doesn't want to choose. What he wanted was a win-win outcome: eliminate these 2 women who clearly meant trouble, kill them, and loot their bodies. Who knows what treasures they might hold. However, looking at the 2 women still struggling with each other, he didn't let himself get carried away. When 2 birds fight over a worm, the fisherman reaps the benefits provided he has the skill to do so. If not, he'll end up being devoured by the birds until there's nothing left but bones. These 2 women are both special agents. One specializes in sonic attacks and long-range assaults, making her nearly impossible to defend against. The other specializes in ghostly and yin energies, and has yet to unleash her more bizarre techniques. Her trump cards are still untouched. Special abilities are too dangerous. These 2 women are more powerful than me. I must not approach them carelessly, or I won't even know how I died. First, special abilities are too dangerous. Second, the 2 of them. Chapter 114. That person looks like my brother, stealing a half-day of leisure from life. Foresees welcome guests in. Tall, muscular man walked up to the 2nd floor. The man wore a simple black tunic, his muscles bulging beneath the fabric. His yellowish-black skin was rough and thick, exuding an air of menace. His first impression was like a sturdy old ox in the fields, simple, robust, and solid. He wore a smile on his face, appearing gentle, but in reality, he was not someone to be messed with. Following the man were 7 or 8 burly men in black short-sleeved shirts. Each of their temples bulged, their hands were rough, and they carried weapons such as swords or spears, clearly trained fighters. Especially notable were the numerous scars on their bodies, clearly caused by blades, emanating an intangible aura of danger. Anyone with a shred of sense knew these men were trouble, likely desperate outlaws who had killed and seen blood, absolute ruthless brutes. For a moment, the 2nd floor. Chapter 114. He's become a demon. This dog lord is seeking revenge. The night curtain fell. The crescent moon was obscured by thick clouds, making the night darker than usual. The dog pavilion had long since fallen into silence, save for the few disciples on patrol. The courtyards were deserted, not a soul in sight. Isan courtyard. Inside the first iron cage, a massive blood-black dog lies prostrate on the ground, its body convulsing and trembling, twisted into grotesque shapes, with every joint emitting a grating sound of bones shifting out of place. The dog seemed to be enduring unimaginable pain, emitting low, guttural growls. As time passed, large amounts of bright red blood spurted out from every pore, and chunks of fur swelled up, peeling away from the flesh and separating. From a distance, it resembled a lizard shedding its skin, discarding its old, worn-out fur. Before long, the giant dog had indeed shed its entire coat, leaving it bloodied and bare. Fortunately, it was only